Lin Dong found himself reborn on the eve of a terrifying apocalypse, endowed with an additional storage space. While an ordinary person might hoard vast quantities of supplies food, Lin Dong made a rather peculiar choice, purchasing abundant raw meat and fresh blood. This was because he was about to transform into a zombie. Flesh and blood served as the very essence of a zombie's power. By consuming flesh, one could continuously evolve. A zombie well-fed with blood and meat would grow at an unfathomably terrifying pace. The extent of his strength would depend on how much meat Lin Dong could consume. Thus he began his journey by stockpiling billions of blood and flesh. Chapter 1. Stockpiling supplies. I only eat steak cooked to 0.1 doneness. It can only be devoured when the first rays of morning sunlight grace the cattle, Lin Dong. Morning broke. Within the confines of the farm, a group of slaughterhouse workers was busy transporting raw meat. Yet curiously, alongside the meat were jars brimming with vivid crimson blood. Bathed in the bright morning sun, the glass containers glimmered with a scarlet hue, reminiscent of fine red wine. Lu Go, what do you think is going on with Boss Lin? The farm was running smoothly, yet he slaughtered over 10,000 livestock. One worker queried, his curiosity piqued. Another chimed in, indeed. But more importantly, what on earth does he need all that blood for? Foreman Lu, perplexed but reluctant to lose face, retorted, mind your own business and focus on your work. Ah, all right. The workers resumed their tasks, donning masks and white gloves, even wrapping their hair. Foreman Lu continued to admonish. Everyone must maintain hygiene. If even a single hair falls into the meat, Boss Lin won't pay us. Understood. Rest assured, Lu Go. The workers nodded in agreement, yet whispered among themselves. Hey, have you heard? Boss Lin isn't quite normal. What do you mean? He seems fine to me. What's so abnormal? He's a germaphobe. He detests anything dirty. Oh, that makes sense. I was wondering why. Cough. Stop talking. Amid their discussions, one worker hastily coughed to interrupt as a young man approached from a distance. Tall and statuesque, he wore a pristine white shirt, utterly untainted. His fair complexion and chiseled features resembled a finely crafted masterpiece, his handsomeness striking. As the young man walked toward them, illuminated by the morning sun, he should have exuded warmth. Yet his elongated eyes bore an air of indifference. Foreman Lu rushed forward. Boss Lin, your 1,500 cattle, 3,000 pigs, and over 10,000 chickens have all been slaughtered. Lin Dong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the meat wrapped in cling film and the jars of crimson blood. Feeling quite satisfied. You may settle the wages. Thank you. It has been a pleasure working together. Foreman Lu displayed a smile, instinctively reaching out his hand for a handshake. However, Lin Dong stood still, fixated on the outstretched hand, unmoving. Only then did Foreman Lu recall Lin Dong's aversion to physical contact due to his germophobia, a tacit understanding among them. Boss Lin, we shall take our leave now. I hope to collaborate again in the future. Foreman Lu said awkwardly, retracting his hand. Shortly after, he and several workers departed, hopping into a small vehicle, speeding away. Lin Dong watched them disappear, then approached the raw meat and jars of blood. With a swift motion of his hand, these items astonishingly vanished. Of course, the blood and flesh did not truly disappear. They were safely stored in a storage space. This peculiar space measured 1,000 meters in length, width, and height. Where time stood still, whatever was placed inside remained unchanged when retrieved. The reason for this was that Lin Dong was a reborn individual, resurrected half a month before the apocalypse, now blessed with this storage space. The harrowing scenes of the impending apocalypse loomed vividly in his memory. Zombies roamed freely. Mutated monsters thrived, and humanity faced dire shortages of resources, fighting savagely for a morsel of bread or a drop of clean water, even betraying once beloved friends and family, shedding the veneer of kindness. If an ordinary person were reborn before the apocalypse, their first thought would undoubtedly be to amass supplies, food, and water. Yet Lin Dong leaned toward raw meat and blood. For him, flesh was paramount. It was not merely sustenance, but a vital source of energy that zombies consumed to grow stronger, evolving into powerful beings. A zombie well-nourished with blood and flesh could grow at an unfathomable rate. In essence, blood and flesh were the very essence of a zombie's evolution. Thus, Lin Dong's strength was contingent upon how much flesh he could consume. Just then, he received a call from a supermarket employee, Su Xiao. Boss, the 100,000 portions of frozen steak, 10,000 chicken backs, and 10 tons of premium cuts you ordered have all arrived. Oh, inform all major suppliers to continue placing orders. Lin Dong instructed. What? More orders? Su Xiao replied in astonishment. What? Boss, our operating funds are already insufficient. We can't even afford the deposit. I will handle the financial matters. You just keep ordering. Oh, very well then. Su Xiao acquiesced, though she remained puzzled, questioning the necessity of ordering such an excess of goods when funds were low. Was the apocalypse truly imminent? Lin Dong owned a farm, a supermarket, and 2 properties all acquired through his parents' inheritance. He had lost his parents before he could even remember, never having the chance to share a meal with them. Subsequently, he was sent to an orphanage, growing up there until he reached the legal age to inherit his parents' estate. From there, he gradually expanded his holdings, achieving remarkable success. Despite his substantial assets, Lin Dong's liquid capital was scarce. The most valuable items were now secured within his storage space. Only 10 days remain before the apocalypse begins. I must procure additional funds to continue stockpiling supplies. As Lin Dong contemplated, he suddenly spotted a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and a Wuling Hongguang approaching on the road outside the farm. Inside the Wuling Hongguang sat several delinquents, their hair dyed in garish colors. Any ordinary person would find them troublesome, but Lin Dong merely smiled slightly. Just when I needed a boost, the fortune bringer arrives. As the Mercedes pulled to a stop, a middle-aged man emerged, clad in casual attire, adorned with a large gold chain. Swaggering with each step, he was Zhao Peng, a well-known developer from Jiangbei City, who had long coveted the land of Lin Dong's farm, believing that developing it into a housing project would yield immense profits in the future. However, Lin Dong remained obstinate, refusing to sell under any conditions. Thus negotiations had stalled. Since persuasion had failed, Zhao Peng decided to resort to intimidation. He brought along a few henchmen, intending to apply some pressure on Lin Dong. Boss Lin, how have you been? Zhao Peng entered the courtyard, followed by his lackeys, who displayed tattoos of shrimps and fish on their arms, exuding a semblance of intimidation. Yet Lin Dong remained unfazed. Hello, Zhao Zong. Lin, my brother, you should be aware of my intentions regarding this piece of land. What have you decided? Zhao Peng was forthright, his demeanor relatively polite, planning to employ a strategy of diplomacy before force. However, Lin Dong unexpectedly nodded. Yes, I have made my decision. I am willing to sell it to you at the price you previously offered. What? Zhao Peng's face registered surprise, clearly taken aback by Lin Dong's agreement. Even the delinquents behind him exchanged glances. Bewildered. Had they misread the situation? You really agree? Zhao Peng could hardly believe it, seeking confirmation. Lin Dong nodded. Yes. Let's not let my small plot of land hinder your fortune, Zhao Zong. Ha ha ha, splendid. Zhao Peng was overjoyed, thinking to himself that this young man had finally come to his senses. Lin, my brother, let's sign the contract right away. He retrieved a contract from his bag, one he had prepared for days, finally finding the opportunity to use it. Lin Dong accepted and took a seat in the courtyard, pulling out a pen to start signing page by page. The land of the farm was considerable, fetching a market price of 1,200,000,000. Zhao Peng, still astonished by the sudden turn of events, inquired, Lin, my brother, what prompted this change of heart regarding the farm? Because I am in need of money. Lin Dong replied without looking up. In need of money? Zhao Peng's eyes flickered, finding the rationale quite reasonable. Besides his real estate ventures, he also operated a side business in high-interest loans after all. His henchmen were not kept for free. An idea sparked in his mind, and he saw another opportunity for profit. Lin, do you still require funds? Perhaps Brother Zhao can lend a hand? Oh. Lin Dong paused in his writing, slowly lifting his gaze to Zhao Peng's face. Suddenly, he found the man's robust features oddly charming. With the apocalypse looming, not only was he purchasing the farm, but also offering to lend him money. He was nothing short of a celestial being. Tears welled in Lin Dong's eyes. Chapter 2, Dirty Business. Zhao Zong, if you can truly assist me, that would be fantastic. We shall certainly prosper together, Lin Dong remarked. Haha. Zhao Peng laughed heartily, echoing the sentiment. Helping you is no problem, but let's be clear, my interest rates are a bit steep, and I will need collateral. You know what I do. After all, no problem. I also own a supermarket and 2 properties. Lin Dong affirmed. Zhao Peng was already well acquainted with Lin Dong's assets. 2 properties, situated in prime locations, each boasting spacious layouts and sizable areas, are conservatively valued at 30 million. The supermarket is even more impressive, located not far from his home, with an excellent geographical position, worth at least 50 million. Lin, my dear brother, how about I lend you 80 million against these mortgages? Sure. Lin Dong responded with alacrity. Zhao Peng felt a surge of delight, convinced this was a surefire profit, reveling in his own business acumen. Ha ha, Lin, you'll need to write an IOU, affix your fingerprint, and hand over the property deeds. Of course, Lin Dong acquiesced. Thus, he sold his farm, secured an 80 million loan, and raised a total of 200 million in funds. Zhao Peng, in high spirits, took the purchase contract along with the 80 million IOU and drove away with his companions. Lin Dong, wiping his hands with a white towel, stood at the entrance of the farm, gazing in the direction of Zhao Peng's departure, pondering what thoughts may linger in his mind post-apocalypse. Oh, perhaps he would have no thoughts at all. With the sale of the farm, Lin Dong intended to pack his belongings, taking everything he could and then heading to the supermarket to store the newly arrived supplies. The supermarket offered not only fresh meat but also clothing, towels, soap, detergents, and more. Although transformed into a zombie, Lin Dong retained his human intellect and some of his prior habits, such as a penchant for cleanliness. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Lin Dong was about to act, his phone suddenly chimed with a message. Upon checking, he saw the sender's name was Su Shan. There are dirty things. Lin Dong immediately pondered. Su Shan was the belle of Jiangbei University, possessing a pure and charming appearance, categorized as sweet and endearing, with many admirers at school. Often dubbed the heartthrob, perhaps due to Lin Dong's orphan status and profound loneliness. He sought to build a family, thus nurturing a romantic relationship with her. Darling, my birthday is next month. What gift do you plan to give me? Smile, smile, Su Shan inquired. I've already prepared a gift, Lin Dong replied, though his eyes remained cold. Yet, Su Shan seemed quite pleased. Thank you, darling. In truth, it's not about the gift but your attitude that matters. Attitude, you say? You'll know when the time comes. Lin Dong responded. In his previous life, after becoming a zombie, he received a distress message from Su Shan, who was holed up in her dormitory, running out of food and on the brink of starvation. Thus, Lin Dong, leveraging his zombie status and impervious to bites, dragged his numb body and stiff gait through the terrifying horde to deliver food to Su Shan. But upon arriving at the dormitory, he discovered her in the company of 3 boys. Once they realized Lin Dong was a zombie, they bludgeoned him to death without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Dong desperately attempted to explain, but he had lost his ability to speak, only emitting helpless growls like a defeated hound. Perhaps, their decision to kill Lin Dong had little to do with whether he was a zombie or a human. Reflecting on the impending apocalypse next month, Lin Dong was determined to show them his stance, bringing along a few surprises. Additionally, living beings were, to Lin Dong, a form of resources. He would store them away. After responding to Su Shan, Lin Dong commenced tidying up the farm. Generators, solar panels, and other items that would be useful in the apocalypse were collected. Even a digger found its way into his storage space. There was ample room, and it was far from being filled. Of course, he also gathered some mementos of sentimental value. For instance, on the wall of a room hung a photograph depicting several children. It was taken during Lin Dong's time in the orphanage, encapsulating nearly all of his childhood memories. Most of the children in the orphanage were abandoned by their parents and often bore physical disabilities or mental challenges. The 2 most photogenic children in the picture were Lin Dong and a girl named Cheng Luoi. The little girl clutched a teddy bear, her porcelain-like skin and large, round, innocent eyes radiating purity and youth. However, the director later revealed she had her own issues, having bitten half the face off a boy at the age of 12. Subsequently, Cheng Luoi was sent to a mental hospital, and Lin Dong never saw her again. Yet before that, they had shared a close bond, often folding paper, drawing, and playing games together. Lin Dong never perceived her as mentally ill. His most vivid memory was how she would squint her signature crescent-shaped eyes and smile at him. Lin Dong also stored this photograph in his storage space. After everything was packed, he rode his white electric scooter to his supermarket. At that moment, several delivery trucks were parked outside, with a group of workers busily unloading goods. Boss, you're back. Hey, race the inventory bill, please verify it, called out a girl, drenched in sweat and panting as she rushed over with the ledger. She was Su Xiaoro, the supermarket's inventory clerk, who had been overwhelmed by the recent influx of stock. All right, Lin Dong nodded, observing her fatigued demeanor. It's getting late, you should head home and rest. Oh, thank you, boss. I have classes tomorrow morning, so I might not be able to come until the afternoon. Su Xiaoro was a university student working part-time to fund her tuition. Lin Dong gazed at her. You needn't return anymore. Ah? Su Xiaoro's smile faltered, as if she grasped his meaning. Boss, are you firing me? Did I do something wrong? It's not a dismissal. I'm facing some issues, and the supermarket will be temporarily closed. Oh! Su Xiaoro nodded obediently, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Lin Dong continued. He'll double your salary for this month, Now go on home. Thank you, boss. Su Xiaoro expressed her gratitude, slowly lowering her head, a glimmer of melancholy surfacing in her eyes.
Chapter 3, Murder. Lin Dong dismissed all the employees and removed the supermarket signs. His task for the following days was to receive goods here. He reached out to various suppliers, slaughterhouses, and other farm owners. Delivery trucks arrived one after another, primarily laden with fresh meat, though there were also some everyday cleaning supplies. In a certain sense, these were even more crucial to Lin Dong than food. Mr. Lin, your delivery has arrived. Several young men clad in endowed courier uniforms began to unload items from the supermarket. Before long, cardboard boxes were piled high, and they were quite heavy, for within them lay Lin Dong's online purchases of weapons. Among them were 100 compound bows, 100 crossbows, and a variety of knives and cleavers, totaling in the hundreds. In the early days of the apocalypse, the lethality of these weapons was indeed formidable. Although Lin Dong would soon transform into a zombie, as a zombie possessing leeches, would he not be able to wield some weapons effectively? Time flew, and soon it was the eve of the apocalypse. Lin Dong's funds were nearly depleted. With 200 million at his disposal, he had only paid deposits, allowing his purchasing power to far exceed that amount. He was on the verge of monopolizing the market. Leaving several major suppliers with empty stocks, by now it was evening and the sun was setting, casting its last rays into the empty supermarket. All the shelves were bare, having been completely filled into Lin Dong's storage space. Tomorrow morning, the end would come. Lin Dong had prepared himself for the transformation, yet he still held a mop, scrubbing the supermarket to a pristine shine, a habit he had developed. He gazed out the window. The streets were still bustling with traffic, with many office workers hurrying home, and schoolchildren lining up neatly to cross the road. Numerous parents picking up their children wore smiles on their faces. Everything seemed just like any ordinary evening, but Lin Dong knew that by tomorrow, all of this would cease to exist. At this moment, he felt a profound calm, savoring the last moments of tranquility. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the previously lowered roller shutter was violently lifted, producing a jarring sound. As the last rays of the setting sun streamed in, three figures were silhouetted against the light. Boss Lin. I'm hungry, can you get me something to eat? The leading young man, sporting dyed blonde hair and a swaggering demeanor, was a local thug, a good-for-nothing who lived off others. Business owners dreaded such individuals, who would frequently cause trouble and disrupt commerce. Most would endure and offer some food to placate them. Lin Dong did not even lift his gaze. The supermarket is closed. There is no food. What the hell? The thug stared at the empty shelves, dumbfounded. Clearly business had been thriving just days prior. Why had it suddenly ceased? So the beautiful warehouse clerk is off limits now, one of the younger thugs lamented. Visibly disappointed, what should we do, Brother Huang? Another asked. The blonde thug pondered for a moment, sizing up Lin Dong. Boss Lin, even if the supermarket is closed, you can't let your brothers go hungry. Lend us some money so we can grab a bite. Lin Dong relished the last moments of serenity, unwilling to let a few ruffians disturb his mood. He casually tossed out a wad of 100 yuan bills, amounting to over 1,000. For him, who was about to become a zombie, money was no different from waste paper. What the hell? The blonde thug's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so generous. He thought Lin Dong was afraid of him. Hence the large sum. You're not bad. You know how to show appreciation. The two younger thugs were equally thrilled, feeling that associating with Brother Huang gave them status. Following the big brother means 3 meals a day. Brothers, let's go. Huang waved his hand arrogantly, but perhaps due to smoking too much, his throat felt a bit scratchy. Had spit. He expectorated a large loogie onto the floor Lin Dong had just cleaned. Wait. Lin Dong suddenly raised his head, calling out to them, his eyes fixated on Huang. He detested filth. Hut. The trio found his reaction strange and turned to look. What's up? Do you have something to say? The floor is dirty. Lin Dong advanced toward him step by step. Pfft. Huang couldn't help but laugh. I just spat. What's the big deal? The two younger thugs crossed their arms, tilting their heads to scrutinize Lin Dong. They paid him no mind, thinking, you gave us money, and now you're upset over a spit? But just then, Lin Dong's hand flashed, revealing a glint of cold steel as a sharp dagger sliced through the air, striking Huang's throat with deadly precision. Huang's eyes widened in shock, his expression rapidly shifting to one of terror and disbelief. He opened his mouth, seemingly to say something, but only blood gushed forth. With a thud, Huang's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Never comprehending why Lin Dong had suddenly turned on him, the two younger thugs were left petrified by the sudden turn of events. What just happened? Their prideful brother Huang had been killed. As mere thugs, they had never witnessed such a scene, their lips quivering in fear as they turned to Lin Dong, finding his expression utterly indifferent. Could he be a murderous maniac? For Lin Dong, who had experienced the world of zombies, such a scene was trivial, hardly worth mentioning. The two younger thugs clung to the shelves, their legs weak. Be brother, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Yes, please spare me. I promise I won't say a word. Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. You may go. I won't kill you. Okay, thank you. The two felt a wave of relief as they quickly turned to flee. Yet behind them, Lin Dong lifted a crossbow, aiming at one of them, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, a sharp arrow effortlessly pierced the back of his head, causing him to fall forward. What? The remaining thug watched in horror as his companion collapsed. An arrow protruding from his skull. He quickly turned around, only to see Lin Dong knocking another arrow, fully drawn and aimed at him. The thug was paralyzed with fear. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? This man was not playing by the rules. Be brother. The thug's words were cut short as an arrow penetrated his forehead, silencing him forever, his body collapsing to the ground. Thus, the once bustling supermarket returned to silence. The power of the crossbow was quite impressive. Lin Dong surveyed the bodies on the floor, analyzing them. Then, with a casual wave, he stored the 3 corpses in his storage space. For him, they were merely resources. Not only must the living be preserved, but the dead must be as well. Chapter 4, Elegance. Lin Dong returned to his residence, a towering high-rise on the 20th floor. His home was impeccably clean, everything arranged neatly in a minimalist style that was aesthetically pleasing. The windows were fitted with sturdy white steel railings to prevent any mutated beasts from attacking him during the apocalypse. Solar panels had been installed, although Lin Dong would soon become a zombie. Electricity remained vital, retaining human intellect. He would inevitably feel boredom, allowing him to watch television, play games, and use his phone to pass the time. Additionally, these channels could provide valuable information. Everything was prepared, and the countdown to the apocalypse had begun. The long night passed, and dawn slowly broke. Lin Dong recalled that the apocalypse would commence at 9 in the morning. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 8:59, just 1 minute remained. Lin Dong approached the window, gazing out at the bustling street below, still alive with activity, cars and pedestrians engaged in conversation and laughter. The clock ticked steadily, the second hand gradually aligning with the minute hand. Heralding the dawn of a new era. At exactly 9 o'clock, the sky brightened, the sun enveloped in a crimson hue, transforming into a blood-red orb. Passers-by looked up, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Why has the sun turned red? I don't know, is it some astronomical phenomenon? Quick, take a picture and post it online. As people speculated, many suddenly collapsed, falling straight to the ground. Cars began to collide in rapid succession. Bang, crack, windows shattered, glass fragments scattering. And the streets descended into chaos. People sensed that something was amiss, their expressions growing increasingly frantic. Honey, what's wrong? Wake up. A woman frantically shook her partner's body. Roar. But when the man opened his eyes, he had transformed into a monstrous visage, sinking his teeth into the woman's delicate neck. The woman screamed in agony as her clothing quickly became soaked in blood, her eyes rolling back as her body convulsed violently. Such scenes unfolded throughout the streets. There are monsters. This is a zombie. Help. Why, mom, please wake up. In an instant, cries, wails, and roars echoed everywhere, chaos engulfing the scene. At that moment, Lin Dong, standing by the window, felt the world darken and fainted. When he regained consciousness, he had already transformed into a zombie. He opened his mouth, a hoarse sound escaping, having lost the ability to speak. Indeed, it is as such, Lin Dong mused silently. Not only had many of his bodily functions ceased to operate, but even his lower half, the invincible premium dragon, had lost all responsiveness. It seemed that he would need to evolve gradually to regain his former capabilities. Turning his gaze toward the mirror in the living room, he noted that his appearance had not changed. His skin was pale, devoid of color, giving him a somewhat morbid aspect. After transforming into a zombie, his limbs had grown stiff and somewhat numb, his movements sluggish, and his sensitivity to pain had significantly diminished. Lin Dong's current speed was likely inferior to that of an ordinary person. If categorized by the standards of his past life, he was merely a lowly little karami. A D-grade zombie. However, his physical enhancements included heightened hearing and olfactory senses, his nails had sharpened to a metallic edge, and his teeth were exceptionally strong, capable of effortlessly shredding flesh. Attempting to test this, Lin Dong retrieved an apple and took a gentle bite. What once was a sweet and crisp fruit now felt like chewing wax in his mouth. It was truly unpalatable. Moreover, Lin Dong felt no sense of satiety. Instead, his hunger intensified. He craved blood and flesh. Approaching the dining table, despite his sluggish movements and stiff body, Lin Dong tied a pristine white scarf around his neck. He then procured a piece of fresh beef from his storage space and placed it on a plate. Grabbing a knife and fork, as though engaging in a Western meal, he meticulously sliced the raw beef into uniform cubes. He speared a piece with his fork and slowly brought it to his mouth. He was an elegant zombie. With his hardened teeth, he easily tore the meat apart. The raw flesh, once reeking of blood, now tasted exquisite. The juices from the raw beef had transformed into an exceptionally sweet nectar. How delightful, Lin Dong mused. Outside, the streets remained chaotic, filled with incessant screams and howls. Yet within the confines of his home, Lin Dong indulged in his meal. As he consumed the meat, energy was absorbed, and his body continued to strengthen. Furthermore, upon becoming a zombie, his appetite had surged, as if his stomach were a bottomless pit. After devouring 10 plates of meat, he finally felt a semblance of fullness. Still, he continued to eat. A zombie well fed with blood and flesh grew at a terrifying pace. After consuming some meat, Lin Dong noticed his limbs had become much more agile, his strength had also increased, even the steel knife and fork in his hand seemed less formidable. With a mere pinch, he could effortlessly bend them, yet he remained focused on his meal. One plate after another, he incessantly absorbed energy. As time passed, the outside world grew quieter, the cries of the people faded, replaced increasingly by the roars of zombies. The urban area had fallen, overrun by the undead, with only a handful of survivors clinging to life. Lin Dong, however, paid no heed to the happenings outside. His sole focus was on savoring the delectable meat. Due to the early stages of the apocalypse, the internet and communication systems had not yet collapsed entirely. The news anchor on television, eyes rimmed with red, could barely hold back tears as they dutifully reported an emergency broadcast. Today, a sudden outbreak of the zombie virus has plunged humanity into a grave crisis. Survivors must protect themselves at all costs. Those who can endure may seek refuge in the city's shelters. This station reports, not only are there zombies, but also animals and plants have undergone mutations to varying degrees. Even household pets must be approached with caution. Please avoid busy urban areas at all costs. We urge everyone, you must survive. Various tragedies were unfolding mercilessly everywhere, yet Lin Dong remained oblivious to the outside world, still feasting on meat that he had lost track of how much he had consumed. Perhaps the equivalent of 2 whole cows. Finally satiated, he set down his knife and fork, untying the still pristine scarf with swift movements. After such a substantial meal, his body was no longer numb. His limbs had regained agility that surpassed that of an ordinary person. Perhaps he had leveled up. He estimated he was now a C-grade zombie. Lin Dong analyzed, however, zombies of this caliber have limited capacity for digesting flesh, which is why he felt full after consuming 2 cows. Once his level increased, he would be able to digest even more meat. Rising from his seat, Lin Dong approached the window, gazing out at the scene before him. As far as his eyes could see, chaos reigned. The disordered streets were littered with shards of glass, blood, and dismembered bodies. Countless zombies scuttled about, seeking prey, while groups of 3 to 5 knelt on the ground, fighting over the flesh of human corpses, their howls echoed reminiscent of feral dogs guarding their food. There were also survivors, driven by desperation, plummeting from high buildings, their bodies shattering upon impact, blood and flesh splattered. Yet, many zombies rushed forward eager to partake in the feast. The sun still shone a vivid crimson, the scarlet glow illuminated these horrifying scenes, rendering them even more desolate. But what did any of this matter to Lin Dong? He leaned against the windowsill, feeling the gentle breeze, raised a goblet filled with a red liquid, swirled it lightly, and took a small sip. Then, he picked up a white cloth and delicately wiped his mouth. Elegant Timeless, Chapter 5, Gathering Followers. Beep beep beep. At that moment Lin Dong's phone chimed. Someone had sent him a message via VX. Upon checking, it was Sushan. Darling, are you alright? There are zombies everywhere, and I'm so scared and worried about you. Are you still alive? I'm still alive, Lin Dong replied. Upon discovering his survival, Sushan quickly continued. I'm trapped in the dormitory, and there is not much food left. You have plenty of supplies at the supermarket. Right, could you bring some over to me? Alright, hang in there, I'll come by in a bit. A smile crept onto Lin Dong's lips, though his grin was unnatural, even somewhat sinister, due to his transformation into a zombie. Sushan was, after all, a valuable source of supplies. He certainly had to retrieve them. However, it was still too perilous outside. Although Lin Dong had consumed a significant amount of meat and his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, he wished to remain hidden for a few more days, waiting to grow stronger before venturing out to ensure total safety. Sushan, of course, was unaware that she was conversing with a zombie. Darling, you must come to rescue me. I'm waiting for you. Love you. Lin Dong chose not to respond further. After all, Sushan was currently engaged in activities with 3 men in the dormitory that were too inappropriate to mention. Yet she still professed her love for him. Moreover, at such a time, she only sent him a VX message, likely finding it inconvenient to make a phone call. Beyond that, the group chat among the residents was also filled with messages, most of which were cries for help. Neighbors, there are zombies in our hallway banging against my door. What should we do? Make sure to barricade the door. Don't let the zombies in. I don't have much food left. I can barely hold on. Everyone, don't panic. The zombies aren't strong. I just killed one with a shovel. Anyone who dares to kill zombies, speak up. We need to unite and go out to gather supplies. Observing these group chats, Lin Dong fell into contemplation. Although he was a zombie, he had no intention of attacking his neighbors. Human flesh was not particularly appetizing and contained less energy than beef. Eating beef allowed for faster evolution. Lin Dong had plenty of reserves, so there was no need to hunt living humans. Of course, if someone were to provoke him, Lin Dong would ensure they learned what cruelty truly meant. Furthermore, just as humans could unite, so too could zombies. A powerful zombie king could command a multitude of zombies, working together to hunt prey. Thus, Lin Dong resolved to recruit a few zombie followers, not for the sake of hunting, but primarily to help guard his territory and prevent disturbances. Grabbing his keys, Lin Dong stepped out of his apartment. In the hallway, low growls echoed, indicating that zombies were prowling. Lin Dong had no intention of venturing too far. He would simply select a few followers from within the building, and he had no high demands, just a touch of cleanliness would suffice. As he descended to the next floor, he spotted a figure around the corner of the hallway. Ha ha ha, hey girl, emitting sounds from her mouth. Being a zombie herself, she posed no threat to Lin Dong. In fact, her eyes displayed a hint of fear. The girl seemed to sense that Lin Dong's level surpassed her own. Akin to a hungry wolf encountering a fierce tiger, a natural bloodline suppression, Lin Dong recognized the girl. She was a neighbor who lived on the floor below. He recalled that in life, she had been a provincial high jump athlete. Due to her extensive training, her legs were long and powerful. Even in her transformed state, she was not stiff or numb. Her speed matched that of an ordinary person. Moreover, this was without having consumed any blood or flesh. It seemed that zombies retain some of their pre-transformation qualities based on their inherent potential. Lin Dong found the female zombie promising. With proper cultivation, she could undoubtedly develop into an agile zombie king. Dressed in a white t-shirt and shorts, her ponytail gave her a fresh, clean appearance. She was the one. Lin Dong, with a flick of his wrist, tossed a bag of frozen steak. The female zombie, instantly drawn by the scent of flesh, knelt to the ground, crushing the packaging with her bite, then swallowing the meat hungrily. After devouring the steak, the female zombie appeared unsatisfied. Her eyes turned toward Lin Dong, filled not only with fear but also tinged with desire and respect. Follow me, and you shall have meat to eat. Lin Dong conveyed this message to her, akin to a form of telepathic communication. The zombie king controlled their followers through such means. The female zombie seemed to comprehend his intent, emitting a ha-ha sound before slowly bowing her head. This gesture among zombies signified submission. Thus, Lin Dong had successfully recruited his first follower. He wandered the corridor with the female zombie, soon discovering 2 more promising zombies. One had been a fitness coach in life. The virtues of his physique were self-evident, robust and muscular, a quintessential example of a strength-type zombie. One among them possessed no physical advantages. In life, he was a scholarly doctoral genius. Lin Dong's reason for selecting him stemmed from the belief that his eyes sparkled with a certain spiritual essence, radiating wisdom. If one were to liken the intelligence of zombies to that of dogs, this doctoral zombie would undoubtedly belong to the elite border collie category. Beyond these 2 zombies, Lin Dong had little interest in the others. He brought the 3 zombies back to his doorstep. As he surveyed them, he noted that their potential was commendable, yet their current combat abilities were insufficient to contend with armed humans. If only you could wield weapons, Lin Dong mused internally, but soon a spark of inspiration struck him. Perhaps zombies could indeed learn to use weapons. The primary obstacle was that no one had trained them. With a swift motion, Lin Dong retrieved 3 kitchen knives from his storage space and tossed them onto the ground. The clattering of the blades instantly caught the zombies' attention, yet they stared blankly, failing to grasp the significance of the action. Lin Dong promptly issued a command for them to pick up the knives. This time, the 3 zombies comprehended the instruction and promptly complied, particularly the fitness instructor, who grasped the knife by its blade. The razor edge sliced through his palm, causing blood to drip steadily due to the diminished sensation of pain in zombies. He felt no discomfort, rather, he appeared somewhat pleased, fixing his gaze on Lin Dong as if to signal his obedience. Foolish creature, Lin Dong slapped his forehead in exasperation. Do you intend to use that knife to harm people? However, the doctoral zombie exhibited remarkable intelligence. Under Lin Dong's guidance, it correctly held the knife by the handle and waved it in the air. Quickly discerning its purpose, Lin Dong felt a surge of satisfaction and commanded the other two zombies to emulate it. With a demonstration provided, the two soon grasped Lin Dong's intention, adjusting their grip accordingly. This indicated that zombies could indeed be trained, albeit only by a more formidable corpse king. Chapter 6, The Supermarket Raid. In the ensuing days, Lin Dong remained sequestered within his home, indulging in meat and, during his leisure moments, training his zombie subordinates. His zombie companions progressed rapidly, mastering the use of weapons, advancing from kitchen knives to crossbows. During these 3 days, Lin Dong consumed a substantial amount of flesh and blood, his body swiftly assimilating the energy, conservatively estimating his intake to be equivalent to 10 cows. His physique was evolving at an astonishing rate. Becoming increasingly robust, Lin Dong's skin had grown as resilient as rubber. When a dagger grazed it, it merely left a faint white mark. Conventional human weapons could no longer harm him. A peculiar itchiness enveloped his mind. A sign that something was beginning to awaken within. Lin Dong raised a goblet, swirling it as he tilted his neck. This marked the precursor to his ascension from C grade to B grade. Upon reaching B grade, a crystal core would form within the zombie's skull, significantly enhancing overall strength and awakening a unique ability. Each zombie possessed distinct abilities, ranging from basic ones like rapid regeneration and super infection to more bizarre capabilities such as hallucination, dream invasion, and mental control. Zombies with such peculiar abilities could eliminate foes without a trace, causing immense distress to all living beings. Lin Dong was uncertain what ability he would awaken, as in his previous life. He lacked sufficient flesh and blood to evolve to that extent, ultimately meeting an untimely demise. Now, he savored a sip of the crimson liquid with an air of elegance. The energy was being absorbed. Through these days of feasting on flesh, Lin Dong had concluded that beef was the most delectable, followed by pork, with chicken trailing behind. However, in terms of blood, chicken blood was superior. It was colloquially known as like having been injected with chicken blood. After consuming chicken blood, Lin Dong's cells became more vibrant, absorbing energy at an accelerated rate, and a hint of color even illuminated his previously pallid complexion. Bang, 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 as Lin Dong lounged on the sofa, sipping his beverage, the sounds of clattering outside caught his keen zombie senses. What could be happening? He approached the window and leaned over to glance at the street below. A group of humans, heavily armed, caught his eye. Their arms were wrapped in newspaper and secured with tape to prevent zombie bites. They wielded various weapons, such as wrenches and crowbars, and one even brandished a frying pan. The leader, a burly man standing at nearly 6 feet tall and weighing close to 200 pounds, swung a fire axe against a locked roll-up door. 80, 80, 80. The fire axe struck with ferocity, each blow sending sparks flying. The targeted roll-up door was the very supermarket Lin Dong had previously opened. It was evident that, after several days of consumption, these individuals had run out of provisions, compelling them to take the risk of searching for food. The supermarket had previously received ample supplies. If they managed to break in, their worries about sustenance would be alleviated. The imposing leader, with a fierce glare, continued to smash the door with relentless vigor, acutely aware that the noise would undoubtedly attract the undead. Brother Wang, hurry, the zombies are coming, a man exclaimed in panic. On the blood-stained streets, several zombies had already been lured by the commotion, snarling and charging toward them. Some, having gone without sustenance, exhibited signs of decay, their hair nearly gone, resembling a novelist who had pulled an all-nighter. In their extreme hunger, the zombies appeared grotesque and terrifying, instilling fear in all who beheld them. My goodness, how frightening. One man was so terrified that his legs went weak. The burly leader gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words from his throat. You all hold them off. The door lock will break soon. All right, we'll fight the zombies, another shouted, brandishing his crowbar and charging toward the approaching horde. The 4 men engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. The zombies, being rather primitive and stiff, were no match for human agility, and many fell under precise strikes to the head, blood splattering everywhere. However, the sheer number of zombies continued to surge from all directions, some even leaping from rooftops like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The men soon found themselves exhausted. An average person could only endure 2 minutes of full-on combat before succumbing to fatigue. It hurts. I've been bitten. Quickly save me, the previously timid man cried out. Having been caught by a zombie, Xiao Feng, the others attempted to assist, but they too were overwhelmed. Moreover, once bitten by a zombie, one would inevitably become one themselves. They could only watch as their companion was engulfed by 4 or 5 zombies, who began to feast upon him. His agonized screams echoed throughout the sky. From his vantage point above, Lin Dong took a sip of the vivid liquid, observing the chaos below, bemused by their futile efforts to break into his supermarket. All the goods had long been stored in his spatial storage. The man's screams soon faded, and as he was devoured, the leader, Brother Wang, wore an expression of exhilaration. The lock has given way, let us get inside. With a flourish, he yanked open the roll-up door. The others, hearing the sound, reacted as if they had heard heavenly music, their faces alight with joy, and they rushed to squeeze through the opening. Yet, in the midst of their escape, one person was ensnared by a half-eaten zombie. Clutching his ankle, a thud, he fell to the ground, panic surging within him as he desperately crawled toward the door. Brothers, quickly, help me. The others quickly grasped his arms, straining to pull him inside. However, more zombies were piling onto him, and despite their best efforts, they could not drag him in. The unfortunate man's body became wedged at the threshold, preventing the door from closing. Several zombies squeezed through the gap, clamoring to get inside. What do we do, Brother Wang? 2 men exclaimed, their eyes wide with urgency. The burly leader swung his fire axe, shattering the skulls of several zombies, gritting his teeth as he declared, we can't save him, throw him out, we must close the door now. The 2 men's faces registered shock, reluctant to abandon their companion, yet they ultimately synchronized their actions and released their grip. You, save me. The man on the ground, a look of despair on his face, was being dragged away by the zombies, his fingers clawing desperately at the edge of the roll-up door. At that moment, the burly leader's eyes reddened as he raised the fire axe, bringing it down on the man's hands. Shoo! The man screamed as his hand shattered, and he was completely pulled out, swallowed by the cacophony of roars. The roll-up door finally slammed shut with a resounding clatter. Impressive indeed, Lin Dong mused from his perch by the window, contemplating their performance. They had lost only 2 men in the process of breaching his supermarket. Particularly, the leader's final decision had been remarkably astute. Alas, there was nothing left in his store. Chapter 7. Using weapons. Inside the supermarket, 3 blood-soaked men leaned against the roll-up door, breathing heavily. Outside, the relentless roars of zombies and the grating sound of their nails scraping against the metal door persisted. Yet the trio felt exhilarated. Finally, they had entered the supermarket, envisioning the bounty of supplies within. Wait a moment. Wang Song, the leader, squinted as he quickly discerned something amiss. Before him, the shelves stood utterly bare. Where is everything? The other 2 wore equally perplexed expressions. Could it be? Someone has already been here. Impossible. Even if someone had come, they couldn't have cleaned it out so thoroughly. Wang Song brandished his fire axe and hurried inside to investigate. As they searched, their initial excitement plummeted to despair, for the storeroom was completely empty. Not a single item remained. Damn it! One of them, consumed by rage, swung a crowbar indiscriminately, venting his frustrations after having fought tooth and nail to arrive at this place. Only to lose 2 teammates in the process. Ultimately, all his efforts were in vain, leading to a complete mental breakdown. Dongzi, calm down. Wang Song swiftly intervened, aware that the noise would only attract more zombies without serving any purpose. Dongzi, like a furious bull, panted heavily. Brother Wang, we're at our wits' end. Not necessarily, Wang Song mused with a furrowed brow. The supermarket has been stripped so clean, it must be the work of someone with foresight. Likely the owner of this supermarket, are you suggesting? The other 2 seemed to grasp the implication. Wang Song nodded. Yes, I've been here before. The supermarket owner's residence is right above in the adjacent building. Let us go find him. A glimmer of hope sparked in Dongzi's eyes. Having fought their way to the supermarket, they were reluctant to see their efforts go to waste, especially with the building so close at hand. The young man wielding a frying pan expressed his concerns, but why would he provide us with supplies? Whether he does or not is not his decision to make. Dongzi's grip tightened on the crowbar, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Having been cornered, he was capable of anything. Wang Song wholeheartedly agreed. Since he hoards supplies, we shall take them by force. Very well, the young man with the frying pan resolved himself. Throughout their journey, he had witnessed the prowess of Wang Song and Dongzi. With their ferocity, overpowering a supermarket owner would pose no challenge. Or perhaps, they could consider a more optimistic scenario. What if the supermarket owner had turned into a zombie? They could easily dispatch him and acquire a wealth of supplies. Approximately 10 minutes later, the zombies surrounding the supermarket had dispersed. Wandering aimlessly, the rolling shutter door was cautiously lifted just enough for them to slip through. The trio emerged, disheveled and vigilant, discerning their direction before making a beeline for a nearby building. Indeed, Lin Dong murmured from his vantage point by the window, having witnessed everything unfold. He had anticipated such an occurrence. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. The delivery had arrived, and it provided an excellent opportunity to assess the practical abilities of his 3 subordinates. With the building plunged into darkness, the elevator was inoperable, leaving the 3 to ascend the stairs on foot. 20 floors. Along the way, they encountered scattered zombies. The trio, fierce in combat, dispatched the zombies with ease, yet they were left panting by the time they reached the top floor. This must be it. Dongzi, go knock on the door. Wang Song commanded. Dongzi, eager, stepped forward and began to pound on the door. Bang, 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 bang. Open up, open up. His voice echoed through the corridor. However, Lin Dong was in no rush, calmly washing his hands. Once he finished, he gently dried them with a towel, then donned a pristine white scarf around his neck. It was almost time for a meal. I know you're inside. If you don't open up, we'll break down the door. Wang Song brandished a fire axe, his gaze fierce. 3, 2, 1. The bloodstained axe was poised to strike. Just then, a soft click was heard as the door swung open. The interior was brightly lit, revealing a tall, slender figure. The young man, with fair skin and chiseled features, was strikingly handsome, clad in an immaculate white shirt and adorned with a scarf. He appeared utterly pristine. Wang Song and his companions were taken aback. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had never encountered anyone so clean. Yet, they noted the cold indifference in his gaze, devoid of any emotion, even humanity. You must be the supermarket owner, Wang Song questioned. Lin Dong remained silent, offering no reply. The other 2, sensing urgency, pressed on. Stop pretending. We know you have plenty of supplies. Hand them over, and we'll let you go. Yeah, you're wearing a scarf, clearly preparing to eat, right? For heaven's sake, just say something. At that moment, Lin Dong slowly opened his mouth. Hiss, a raspy growl reminiscent of bubbles escaped his throat. The trio stood dumbfounded, their expressions blank. What the hell, a zombie? In their minds, zombies were always grotesque, terrifying, and filthy. To see such a clean individual turn out to be a zombie was unfathomable. It was incomprehensible. If he had indeed turned into a zombie, they could easily dispose of him. Wang Song gripped his fire axe tightly, recalling that dealing with a zombie was far simpler than eliminating a human. The other 2 nodded, prepared to act, but then footsteps echoed in the corridor. As Lin Dong's earlier sound had summoned his 3 subordinates. More zombies. Wang Song immediately became alert, yet he felt no fear, for they had already gained considerable experience on their journey. From the sound of the footsteps, he deduced that the number of approaching zombies was limited. Wrapped in newspapers and bound with tape, the trio felt confident they could easily handle a small number of zombies. As expected, only 3 zombies appeared in the corridor. However, to their surprise, each of the 3 zombies was holding something that was. Wang Song and his companions furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. Upon a closer look, they were stunned. A crossbow. Click. The 3 zombies simultaneously raised their crossbows, aiming at Wang Song and the others. What the hell? Wang Song exclaimed, utterly shocked that he never imagined zombies could wield weapons. The trio quickly realized that these zombies were not ordinary. They did not rush in to bite but instead exhibited a trained demeanor. Damn it, zombies are aiming at us with crossbows, what kind of absurdity is this? Chapter 8, the eerie cry. This scene shattered the trio's understanding once more. Brother Wang, what do we do now? Even the previously fierce Dongzi seemed at a loss. Wang Song furrowed his brow. If there's no choice, we can only gamble that their crossbows can't fire. Alright, then let us go all out. Dongzi replied. At that moment Lin Dong had already issued the shooting command. Whoosh, the Dr. Zombie's crossbow shot was incredibly precise, striking Dongzi squarely in the forehead, causing him to topple backward. What the hell? Wang Song's eyes widened in disbelief. It was clear that he had lost the gamble. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 more arrows flew through the air, the female athlete zombie also proving to be accurate. 1 arrow pierced a man's throat, delivering a fatal blow. Only the fitness instructor zombie, with its muscular build and simple mind, seemed somewhat clumsy. It shot an arrow that struck Wang Song in the chest, penetrating his lung. Wang Song screamed in agony. Collapsing to the ground from the force. As he struggled to rise, the fitness instructor zombie roared and lunged forward, restraining him without biting. Like a wolf pack, the zombies would not feast on their prey without the command of their king. Wang Song gritted his teeth, finally comprehending that these zombies were organized and disciplined, with Lin Dong as their leader. Did this mean they possessed a degree of intelligence and could understand spoken commands? Wang Song analyzed internally, suppressing his pain as he implored, I beg you, spare my life. I too have my hardships. I promise, let me go and I will do anything. Meanwhile, Lin Dong approached, step by step, stopping before Wang Kong. He extended his hand and grasped the crossbow bolt lodged in Wang Song's chest, yanking it out with a swift motion. Thud, blood gushed forth from the wound. Wang Song cried out in pain. His heart racing with fear as he wondered what this peculiar zombie intended to do. Lin Dong then waved his hand, retrieving a straw from his storage space. Huh? Wang Song was utterly bewildered but seemed to have an inkling of Lin Dong's forthcoming actions. How much energy could be contained in this blood? Lin Dong pondered, having never tried before. He inserted the straw into Wang Song's wound. However, Lin Dong's expression soon soured. Tui, he spat out the crimson liquid in disgust. This guy is too fat, he has high cholesterol. Witnessing this scene, Wang Song was left even more dumbfounded. His own blood was rejected even by a zombie. Would this mean he might be spared? But the very next second, Wang Song's hope was dashed as a gaping maw lunged toward his neck. Lin Dong issued the command for slaughter. The 3 little brothers, ravenous, could barely contain their eagerness. They were not picky eaters at all. Before long, the bloody feast concluded. The 3 subordinates, with blood smeared on their lips, were left wanting more, but their loyalty to Lin Dong had intensified, bordering on reverence. Following their big brother meant there would be meat to eat. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling. At that moment, a phone rang. Who uses such a cheesy ringtone? Lin Dong glanced over, realizing the sound was coming from a piece of clothing on the floor. Wang Song. He picked it up and answered the call. A man's threatening voice echoed through the line. Wang Song, I advise you not to pull any tricks. Hurry back with the supplies. Your wife is in my hands, and if you don't bring back the goods. He. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong understood. So Wang Song had ventured out for supplies under duress. No wonder. He mentioned having his own grievances. Hello, Wang Song, say something. Don't pretend to be dead. Let me hear your wife's voice. The voice on the other end of the phone continued to threaten, accompanied by the desperate cries of a woman. Husband, save me, they are not human. Whoa. Yet, upon hearing this, Lin Dong abruptly hung up the call. Coincidentally, he too was not entirely human. However, Lin Dong felt compelled to investigate the whereabouts of these individuals. After all, living beings could be considered resources. He deemed them the takeout headquarters. Manipulating his phone, Lin Dong swiftly traced the clues through Wang Song's text messages and WeChat conversations. He soon discovered that the location of the takeout headquarters was at a construction site. Wang Song had previously been a small foreman there, known for his ruthless exploitation of the laborers. After perusing this information, Lin Dong casually tossed his phone off the balcony, silently committing the location to memory. There was no urgency to retrieve the takeout, as he still preferred to remain indoors. Although Lin Dong had become quite formidable and had 3 competent subordinates, he wished to lay low for a few more days. Who knew what dangers lurked outside? Upon returning home, he changed into slippers, washed his hands once more, and approached the dining table to replenish his energy. He switched on the television, indulging in his meal while watching. It was a remarkably leisurely affair. After 5 hours of eating, he finally felt satiated. As his body continuously strengthened, his capacity for meat consumption had increased significantly. From initially devouring 2 cattle a day, Lin Dong now required the sustenance of 4. After finishing his meal, he took a hot bath and donned a white pajama set. Once he had cleaned his soiled clothes, Lin Dong felt a sense of satisfaction and settled onto the sofa, ready to watch some television. By this time, darkness had enveloped the outside world. The streets remained in disarray, rife with the stench of blood and decay. Countless zombies roamed, hunting for their meager prey. Yet, in this chaotic apocalypse, it seemed unrelated to Lin Dong, who nestled comfortably in his cozy abode. Suddenly, a chilling wail of a woman echoed through the building. The sound was haunting, filled with sorrow, reverberating in the pitch-black night, unceasing and eerie. The cries of the apocalypse were distinctly unsettling. Were a normal person to hear such a sound, they would surely be terrified. However, Lin Dong merely scoffed, feeling no fear, but rather a sense of disdain. This sound originated from his subordinate, the female athlete zombie. Had she developed emotions? Why was she crying? Lin Dong pondered, considering it plausible that the female zombie had evolved after consuming flesh and blood today, leading to the emergence of basic emotions. Indeed, if zombies were to evolve to a certain extent, they could possess intellect akin to that of humans, though such advancement would likely require an S rank. Naturally, this also depended on the inherent qualities of the zombie, much like the astute Dr. Zombie. who might not need to reach S rank to attain remarkable intelligence. It appeared that the female zombie was not weak, having already developed fundamental emotions. What could be causing her tears? Lin Dong's curiosity piqued as he thought it would be a good way to pass the time. So he opened the door and descended the stairs. Chapter 9, Out for Hunting. The piercing cries echoed through the empty corridor. The female zombie was situated in the room below Lin Dong. As she had lived there in her former life, the door was slightly ajar, allowing the cries to seep through. Lin Dong pushed the door open and discovered the female zombie kneeling in the living room. Her back to him, her shoulders trembling with sobs. Whoa 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 whoa. Yet the female zombie, possessing keen hearing, was startled by the faint sound of the door opening. With a swift motion, her agile neck twisted 180 degrees. Her expression turning ferocious as she let out a roar, seemingly ready to attack. However, upon recognizing Lin Dong at the entrance, her growl abruptly ceased, her once menacing visage transforming into one of servility. Even bearing a hint of vulnerability, whoa 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 whoa, the female zombie conveyed a message through her cries. Lin Dong understood the translation. I am so hungry, I am so hungry, I am so hungry. I am so hungry. All her sobs expressed those three simple words. Glutton. Lin Dong thought to himself, bemused that despite having consumed flesh today, the other two subordinates were not hungry, yet she was the one crying. Whoa whoa whoa, the female zombie seemed to grasp his sentiment, lowering her head in embarrassment and emitting a pleading whimper. Lin Dong chose not to dwell on it, casually tossing a corpse he had previously dispatched, a thug he had killed. The instant fresh flesh appeared, the female zombie became exhilarated. Hee hee hee. Her eyes widened, producing an eerily joyful laugh, before she swiftly lunged at the corpse, tearing into the flesh. It seemed the female zombie not only cried but also laughed. Moreover, her sinister laughter was even more terrifying than her cries. Lin Dong also noted that the female zombie moved with remarkable speed, her robust thighs leaving trails of afterimages. Truly her athletic prowess was evident. As the female zombie munched on her meal, the room filled with a pungent odor, the sounds of chewing and tearing resonating throughout. This image of feeding a zombie was undeniably bizarre. If a normal person were to witness it, they would surely be terrified. You enjoy your meal, Lin Dong remarked, turning to leave. He had just bathed and did not wish to be tainted by the foul odor, akin to how ordinary people would avoid getting their clothes soiled while enjoying hot pot or spicy skewers. Meanwhile, the doctor zombie and the fitness instructor zombie were in the adjacent room. Neither of them made any noise, and Lin Dong did not feel inclined to feed them. This seemed to be the reality. The zombies that cried received the meat. Back in his own room, Lin Dong sat on the sofa, contemplating. It was not wise to rely solely on resources without replenishment, although his storage space still contained a vast quantity of flesh. It would eventually run dry. In the early days of the apocalypse, resources were relatively easy to acquire, but as time passed, scarcity would become a pressing issue. Lin Dong decided it was time to venture out and gather more supplies. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat, directly messaging Sushan. In the chat window, numerous messages from Sushan awaited his response, along with missed calls. Darling, how are you? Why haven't you answered my calls? Whoa, are you okay? I'm really worried about you. Please reply quickly. You mustn't get into trouble. Whoa, please pick up my call. I miss you so much. Bring some supplies when you come to find me. There were several similar messages, indicating Sushan was truly frantic. At last, Lin Dong replied, I'm still here. Before long, the indicator showed she was typing. Sushan responded, you're alive, that's wonderful. Why haven't you answered my calls? I've been so worried about you. Right now, I'm surrounded by zombies, and I fear that answering the phone will disturb them, so my phone is on silent. Lin Dong did not lie. As he was indeed surrounded by zombies, Sushan continued, I really miss you, whether living or dead. I want to see you. Can you come find me? Sure, I'll come to find you tomorrow, Lin Dong replied. Michem, Sushan seemed excited. I'll be waiting for you in the school dormitory. You must come. Try to bring as much food as you can. We need to survive. Alright. A smirk graced Lin Dong's lips. A glint of cruelty sparkling in his eyes. It was time to retrieve the supplies. The following morning, Lin Dong donned a clean set of athletic wear and gazed into the mirror, his handsome face devoid of any expression. He had transformed into a zombie, possessing human intellect, yet the physical changes had somewhat affected him. His emotions had become colder and more numb than those of ordinary people, giving him an air of calm detachment. Descending the stairs, he found a medium-sized delivery truck parked by the roadside, the same one he had used for transporting goods from the supermarket. He hopped into the driver's seat and signaled to his three subordinates that they were going hunting. Immediately, a chorus of roars erupted from within the building. The female zombie was the fastest, darting like the wind, emitting her eerie laughter, her face brimming with excitement after bounding down several flights of stairs. Feeling it was still too slow, she leapt through the window, landing gracefully on the ground without a scratch before jumping into the back of Lin Dong's truck. The next to emerge was the fitness instructor zombie. He had grown even more muscular, his physique exaggeratedly swollen, his skin a pale gray, veins bulging, and his height nearing 2 meters. He was as strong as an ox, and each step he took seemed to shake the ground. As the entrance door was ajar, it could not accommodate his bulk. Thus, the instructor zombie smashed through the door, charging out with reckless abandon. Observing his rampage, Lin Dong nicknamed him Tank, after Tank entered the vehicle. The doctor zombie was the last to appear. He moved at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of composure, and even closed the door of the truck behind him once he was inside. Lin Dong pressed the accelerator to the floor. The delivery truck roared to life, speeding down the street, crashing through zombies and abandoned vehicles alike, sending them flying or crushing them under its wheels. The passing zombies, startled, emitted a cacophony of roars. However, being fellow zombies, they refrained from attacking. Lin Dong drove straight towards Jiangbei University, excited by the prospect of hunting. The female zombie in the back of the truck frequently burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Tank, lacking understanding, was perplexed. Aren't we supposed to be hunting? Why are we confined to this black box? Lin Dong drove aggressively, continually barreling through obstacles. The vehicle trembled as it traversed the uneven terrain. The tank's weight and significant inertia often caused it to sway violently. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Dong arrived at Jiangbei University, where numerous zombies roamed at the entrance. Without hesitation, Lin Dong drove straight through, arriving at the foot of the female dormitory. 3 zombie lackeys leaped from the back of the truck. The tank was finally free, its fierce gaze surveying the surroundings, only to discover that the scenery had drastically changed, completely unlike what it had witnessed before entering the black box. With its current intellect, it could not comprehend the situation. Could it be that entering the black box allowed for a change of location? After coming to this realization, the tank threw back its head and let out a thunderous roar. The sound reverberated through the air, shattering the glass of the nearby dormitory, sending lower-tier zombies fleeing in terror. Lin Dong, startled, turned to see what was happening. "What are you roaring about?" "Roar, roar, roar. I have no idea what I'm roaring about either." The tank bellowed, expressing its own confusion. Lin Dong sighed inwardly. MDZZ. Chapter 10. Your heart. The ferocious roar of the zombies startled a flock of birds into flight. The survivors inside the female dormitory were also alarmed. Trembling in fear, Sushan was quaking. Could it be that Lin Dong had been devoured by the zombies? It was possible. Just a moment ago, I heard the sound of a vehicle. It must be your boyfriend. Which startled the zombies. A sturdy male student remarked, "It seems your boyfriend truly cares for you, risking such danger to find you." Another tall student chimed in, and the three of them, being members of the university basketball team, had formed a bond with Sushan, who was a cheerleader. "Humph, what love? I see nothing more than a sycophant who in the end ends up with nothing," the last student scoffed, playfully slapping Sushan on the rear. Relishing the thought of having someone else's goddess submit beneath him, deriving a peculiar sense of accomplishment from it. Sushan paid him no mind, venting her frustration. "What do we do now? This Lin Dong is truly useless. He can't even bring us some food." "Wait," one of the boys perked up, picking up a steel pipe beside him. "There seems to be a commotion in the hallway. Someone is coming." The group fell silent, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Indeed, footsteps grew closer, accompanied by the faint growls of zombies. "Oh, it appears your sycophant boyfriend has barged in," one of the boys exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. After days of dwindling supplies, they were all famished, even losing interest in Sushan's beauty. Stick to the plan. The three boys armed themselves with makeshift weapons, hiding on either side of the door. They intended to subdue Lin Dong upon his entrance and seize his supplies. From the very beginning, they had no intention of allowing Lin Dong to leave alive. Setting aside past grievances, one more person meant one less share of resources. Ultimately, Lin Dong's survival posed no benefit to them. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic knocking resonated, neither hurried nor slow, but rather possessing a certain calmness. Through the peephole, Sushan glimpsed a pale yet handsome face. "Lin Dong, come in quickly." Sushan hastily opened the door. Once Lin Dong stepped into the dormitory, Sushan, seemingly afraid he would flee, quickly locked the door behind him. Coincidentally, the three boys brandishing their weapons emerged, encircling him. "Where's the food? Where have you hidden it? Hand it over," one boy demanded. The original plan was to take Lin Dong down as soon as he entered, but seeing him empty-handed, they felt the need to interrogate first. Lin Dong's expression was cold and unyielding, his gaze scanning the room before finally resting on Sushan. Meeting his eyes, Sushan felt no remorse. "I admit to deceiving you, but at this point, there's no need for explanations. Every man for himself." Lin Dong continued to stare at her in silence, but the three boys were becoming increasingly impatient. "Speak up, damn it. Where's the food? Hand it over, or we'll kill you. After all, it's already the apocalypse. Killing you wouldn't make a difference." The intense hunger contorted their faces into grotesque masks. At that moment, Lin Dong pondered that famished humans seemed no different from zombies, having lost their rationality, ready to devour flesh. "Where is the food? If you don't speak, I will kill you." One boy, unable to restrain himself, swung the steel pipe towards Lin Dong's face. This athletic student, with a robust physique and immense strength, swung with such force that an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to withstand. However, Lin Dong raised his hand, and with a resounding bang, he grasped the steel pipe, remaining utterly unmoved, impervious to the assault. "What?" The boy's face fell in shock, desperately trying to pull the pipe away, but Lin Dong's grip was like a vice. No matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. The other two boys were equally astonished, contemplating rushing in to assist, yet at that moment Lin Dong opened his mouth and spoke. After several days of evolution, Lin Dong had regained some ability to articulate, though it felt foreign and rigid, his voice emerging in a hoarse and awkward manner. "You are the food." The boys gasped in unison, their hearts filled with dread, their hair standing on end. They realized the horrifying truth. Lin Dong had become a zombie. The boy's legs turned to jelly, discarding the steel pipe as he stumbled backward, but Lin Dong, with a swift motion, thrust the pipe into the boy's mouth. His immense strength pierced straight through. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sushan and the other two boys turned pale, witnessing such a scene for the first time, their fear reaching a peak. "Run," someone shouted, and the three of them hurriedly opened the door, scrambling out. Yet as they turned, they found themselves colliding with a wall of flesh, the tremendous force sending them sprawling to the ground. Looking up, they found themselves face to face with a nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular zombie. "Roar!" The tank roared again, its voice booming like thunder. Raising its fist, it smashed down onto one boy's head, shattering it like a watermelon, blood gushing forth. Sushan was splattered with blood, left in a daze. Just then, a sinister chuckle echoed in her ear. Instinctively she turned to see a female zombie leering at her, licking her nails with a grotesque grin. They were mere inches apart. Sushan screamed, feeling a warm wetness in her pants, the sheer terror having made her lose control. At that moment, Lin Dong's figure emerged from the dormitory. The tank and the female zombie ceased their attacks, standing respectfully beside Lin Dong, their expressions a mix of submission and pride, as if to showcase their successful capture of prey. Meanwhile, a doctor zombie squatted on the ground, probing a corpse with its nails, extracting blood vessels one by one, seemingly engrossed in some peculiar research. In any case, the sight was more bizarre than the tank's earlier brutality. Sushan and the surviving boy stood pale and trembling, seemingly coming to the realization that Lin Dong was the leader of these zombies. "Please don't kill me. I recognize my mistakes. I'm sorry." Wailing, the boy fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. Completely devoid of his earlier bravado. Sushan, regaining her senses, quickly joined in pleading, Lin Dong, didn't you say you loved me the most? Whoa, I'm your wife. Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Whoa, alright. Lin Dong approached her step by step, his expression still cold. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared, which he plunged directly into Sushan's chest. I want to see your heart. Chapter 11. Searching for supplies. A piercing scream echoed down the corridor as Lin Dong, wielding his dagger, extracted a heart. The tank nearby eyed it with greedy interest. Sushan had succumbed, her eyes wide open. Still reflecting the terror and despair from her final moments, how filthy. Lin Dong's dagger dripped with crimson, resembling an oversized lollipop, yet he found it unpalatable and tossed it to the tank. The tank devoured it as if it were a delicacy. Relishing it like Zhubeiji feasting on ginseng fruit. Whoa, the last remaining boy wept uncontrollably, the gruesome scene overwhelming his senses, surpassing the limits of human psychological endurance. The nearby female zombie, noticing his tears, emitted a series of sinister chuckles, perhaps finding amusement or attempting to comfort him, as if to say today was a fine day and he should cease his weeping. With that, her sharp claws pierced the boy's neck, severing his carotid artery. His cries abruptly ceased, and the corridor fell silent. However, it wasn't long before the sounds of gnawing and chewing echoed through the empty hallway. A feast had begun for the corpses. After eliminating these individuals, Lin Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he recalled that the school cafeteria might still harbor supplies. There was a freezer specifically for storing fresh meat, since they were already here. They ought to gather more. Thus, he led his 3 lackeys out of the dormitory, traversing a field before arriving at the cafeteria. Lin Dong noticed that the zombies had become significantly more numerous here, especially at the entrance, where 4 or 5 zombies hammered against the glass door, seemingly drawn to something within, eager to enter. Bloodied handprints smeared the glass, creating a vivid scarlet blur. Could it be that there were survivors inside the cafeteria? Lin Dong pondered. However, the zombies before them were exceedingly foolish, for the glass door opened outward, yet those wretched creatures only knew how to shove and jostle inward, thus rendering themselves incapable of opening it. Lin Dong, finding these dim-witted zombies to be quite the nuisance, commanded the tank to forge a path. With a low roar, the tank surged forward, seizing one of the zombies and hurling it against the wall with a mighty swing. The sound of impact echoed as the zombie splattered against the wall, nearly reduced to a pulp, slowly sliding down and leaving a trail of crimson blood. The remaining zombies were similarly dispatched by the tank's powerful strikes. Though they growled in protest, they were filled with dread at the sight of the tank and dared not launch an attack, retreating in disarray. Yet, the tank's intellect was scarcely superior to that of the zombies. It too reached out to push the glass door inward. However, its immense strength proved too much, and with a resounding crack, the glass shattered, warping the frame in the process. This demonstrated that, in the face of overwhelming force, finesse was utterly unnecessary. As Lin Dong stepped into the cafeteria, the first floor hall was eerily quiet, the air thick with the stench of decay. Several corpses lay sprawled on the ground, all zombies with exploded heads, their blood long dried into dark purple stains. Clearly, they had fallen victim to human survivors. Given that the apocalypse had erupted at 9 in the morning, the cafeteria was not yet bustling, thus it was not considered a dangerous zone. However, if there were survivors, they would undoubtedly be holed up in the storeroom, for it held ample provisions to sustain human life. Lin Dong made his way directly towards the storeroom. Before long, he came upon a pair of large iron double doors, firmly shut. He approached and pushed, but the doors would not budge. Locked tight from within, he could hear faint whispers, though the voices were soft. Lin Dong's keen hearing caught every word. Oh no, it seems like a zombie is coming. What should we do? A female voice quivered in fear. Don't worry, I will protect you, a male voice reassured her as he held her close, yet the girl remained visibly anxious. How about we make a swift escape? If you two are going to leave, then hurry up, staying here is just wasting food. A middle-aged man in a chef's coat scoffed from across the room. The young man furrowed his brow, wanting to retort, but upon noticing the chef wielding a boning knife, he thought better of it. In the storeroom, there were a total of 5 individuals, including the chef and the young couple, along with 2 other girls. The 2 girls, upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed, wore expressions of sheer terror. One of the girls, strikingly beautiful with her thinly pressed lips, was none other than Su Xiao, the stock clerk Lin Dong had previously encountered at the supermarket. Coming from a humble background, she had managed to balance work and studies, and after being dismissed by Lin Dong, she took up a part-time job at the school cafeteria as a stock clerk. Despite her looks attracting suitors, she preferred to be self-sufficient and strong-willed. Surely the zombies cannot get in, right? Su Xiao asked, her voice trembling. Indeed, the chef nodded. These zombies are remarkably dim-witted. They cannot even enter through the glass door outside, let alone this locked storeroom. The others found his reasoning somewhat comforting, their hearts easing slightly. Yet, at that moment, a resounding crash echoed as a massive fist imprint appeared on the sturdy iron door. The outline of 5 fingers unmistakably clear, indicating immense power. It was, of course, the tank performing this laborious task. It swung its fist, the size of a sandbag, and struck the iron door once more. The door shook violently, dust raining down as the panel caved in further. The 5 individuals inside were left in a state of shock. What is that? I don't know, perhaps the zombie has mutated. Quick run, realizing that the iron door could not withstand the assault of the zombie. The 5 stumbled towards the corridor, where at the end lay a small cold storage room. However, they had barely taken a few steps when the tank struck again, the sound of a sharp crack resonating as half the iron door was smashed to pieces, its robust form squeezed through the opening. My heavens, the group turned to witness the terrifying sight, never having encountered such a formidable zombie. A chill of fear washing over them. The chef, wielding his boning knife, was the fastest to flee, reaching the cold storage first. Get in quickly, the zombie is coming. Hee. A chilling laughter echoed through the dimly lit corridor, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. The chef squinted, realizing that behind the tank, a gaunt figure was charging forward with alarming speed, like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, the young man from the couple, running in second place, reached the cold storage as well. However, his girlfriend and Su Xiao lagged behind. Honey, wait for me, she called out anxiously. The young man turned to see the terrifying female zombie closing in on her. Realizing there was no time to spare, closed the door, he steeled himself, and as the third girl rushed inside, the three of them worked together to push the cold storage door shut. With a resounding thud, the cold storage door sealed shut. The girl had just reached the door, frantically pounding on it. Open the door, please open the door, but regardless of how hard she struck, there was no response from within, no indication that it would open. Despair washed over her as she recalled the moment her boyfriend had viciously closed the door, having promised just moments before to protect her. What a scoundrel. At that moment, a rush of wind swept past her, and she turned to see the female zombie mere feet away. In an instant, she was overcome with terror, knowing that the next moment could be her last. In a moment of desperation, she pushed Sushiro forward, hoping to delay the zombie's advance. Sushiro screamed as she felt an overwhelming force toss her to the ground. The female zombie leaped onto her, pinning her wrists to the floor with its claws, rendering any struggle futile. He. The female zombie laughed, perhaps exhilarated from the recent hunt alongside Lin Dong, relishing in the taste of blood and flesh. This sinister laughter was truly terrifying. Sushiro gazed up at the manic expression of the creature hovering above her, her heart pounding with fear as she succumbed to despair. All she could wish for was a swift death. Thus she ceased her struggle, closed her eyes, and awaited the monstrous jaws to descend upon her. However, instead of attacking, the female zombie released her grip and sprang towards the girl who had just entered. The girl screamed in agony as the zombie sank its teeth into her neck, sending shockwaves of pain coursing through her body, causing uncontrollable convulsions. Her eyes widened in despair, unable to comprehend why the zombie had abandoned Sushiro to attack her instead. But soon her screams ceased, and she lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Sushiro remained on the ground, still with her eyes tightly shut, perplexed. Why doesn't it hurt? Am I already dead? She pondered, though it felt wrong. She should still be alive. Tentatively she opened her eyes, slowly regaining her vision, only to see a tall figure standing before her, with pale skin and an extraordinarily handsome face, gazing down at her. Boss. Sushiro's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the man before her, Lin Dong, the owner of the supermarket where she had once worked. She never imagined she would encounter him here. Lin Dong glanced at her, his decision not to kill her stemming less from their past acquaintance and more from his recognition of her capable nature. He found her quick and efficient, ideal for the tasks he required, such as cleaning and laundry. To view her merely as a piece of meat would be a waste when he had ample food at his disposal to keep her alive for the time being. Get up, Lin Dong commanded in a brusque tone. Realizing something was amiss, Sushiro noted that Lin Dong seemed to have transformed, resembling a zombie himself, while the tank obediently stood beside him, with trembling legs. She leaned against the wall for support and managed to rise. Boss, are you all right? Yes, Lin Dong nodded. Perhaps due to the earlier incident with Sushan, his mood was rather buoyant, prompting him to inquire, would you like to come back to work? I would love to, of course, I would. Sushiro, quick to grasp the gravity of the situation, realized this was a chance for survival and nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. She feared that uttering a single no would seal her fate. Although many questions lingered in her mind, preserving her life took precedence. Having previously worked for Lin Dong to pay her tuition, she now found herself working for survival. Upon receiving her affirmation, Lin Dong paid her no further heed and walked past her, heading towards the cold storage door alongside the tank. The supplies he sought were within. The tank stepped forward, raising its massive fist to strike the cold storage door. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow landed like a hammer, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fall from the walls. Yet, the cold storage door remained immovable, even as the tank's arms grew numb from the effort. Inside, the three individuals pressed against the door, their nerves taut as a drawn bowstring, holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. Why is this zombie so powerful? The young man furrowed his brows in concern, while the chef retained a semblance of confidence. Rest assured, the door to the cold storage is constructed from 5 cm thick steel plates. Not even a truck could breach it. No matter how formidable the zombies may be, they cannot gain entry. The other two listened, feeling slightly reassured. Outside, the tank continued to pound against the door, yet after a brief moment, there was still no progress. A deafening roar erupted from the tank, its frustration escalating into a wild fury as it thought to itself, once inside, it would pummel those few individuals into a pulp to feast upon. However, with its current strength, breaching the door proved impossible. Lin Dong observed intently from the rear. If the tank could not succeed, then it fell upon him to take action. Just as he prepared to intervene personally, Sushiro approached, her bright eyes reflecting a glimmer of determination. She harbored a profound resentment towards the three individuals who had locked her outside. Boss, I possess the key to the cold storage. Oh, Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, deeming this a fortunate turn of events that spared him considerable trouble. Truly, she was the strongest worker, achieving merit upon her entry into the team. As the warehouse manager, Sushiro naturally had the key. However, it was cumbersome and inconvenient to carry, thus it remained hung on the wall of the adjoining room. After retrieving the key, she handed it over to Lin Dong. He commanded the tank to step back and, taking the key in hand, advanced toward the door. The tank, of course, could not comprehend his actions. If his fist, as large as a sandbag, could not force the door open, how could that slender stick of his? At that moment, the three individuals inside, sensing the sudden silence outside, were filled with elation. I told you that zombie couldn't break in. It must have given up, the chef declared triumphantly. The young man nodded in agreement. Yes, if we wait a little longer, the zombies should disperse, and we can return to the warehouse. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp crackling sound emanated from the lock's mechanism at the edge of the door. What? The chef's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to one who had swallowed a dead fly, as he realized the zombie was attempting to unlock the door. The young man, equally incredulous, turned ashen. How is that possible? What shall we do? The girl trembled, her cries punctuating the air. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not fathom how a zombie could operate a lock. As the lock turned, it became evident that the door was on the verge of being opened. Quick, move the objects and brace the door, the chef urged, a desperate measure as this was all they could do at this point. Yet, it was all in vain. The moment the lock clicked open, the tank surged forward with a mighty force, crashing the door open, scattering everything that had been propped against it. In Chapter 13, as the door swung ajar, a young figure stood in the entrance, clad in a pristine white shirt, his handsome face betraying a hint of coldness. The three stared in shock, their eyes wide with terror. Is this a man or a ghost? Behind him stood the tank and the female zombie, exuding an aura of menace that filled the air with pressure. The trio's gaze darted, and they noticed another figure, a girl standing amongst them, none other than Susharo, who had previously been locked outside. Their expression shifted to one of disbelief. You are alive, indeed, quite a surprise, isn't it? Susharo's face was flushed with indignation, her ire directed at the three who had left her outside. Fortunately, she encountered her boss, otherwise, they might have led to her demise. At this moment, the three zombie subordinates had advanced, encircling her. The tank remained agitated, growling incessantly, yet it held a sense of admiration for Lin Dong, acknowledging him as the boss for effortlessly unlocking the door with that slender stick. Previously, while outside, it had contemplated that should it gain entry, the three would not fare well. Meanwhile, the female zombie appeared exhilarated, her pale, terrifying visage twisting into a smile that was both sinister and oddly playful. Whoa, Sharo, please help me. I do not wish to be devoured by zombies. I truly do not want to die. The girl knelt, begging for mercy, completely shedding the resolve she had shown when closing the door. In truth, they had known each other for quite some time and had previously shared a good rapport. Susharo shook her head. Your fate is not mine to decide. It depends on how my boss chooses to handle you. The three turned their gazes toward Lin Dong, the clean, fair-skinned, and handsome young man who stood as the leader of the zombies. Please do not kill me. If you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Whoa, the girl pleaded. The chef chimed in. Big brother, I can cook. I can prepare meals. My culinary skills are top-notch, having won a citywide competition. They had quickly realized that appealing to Lin Dong's kindness would be futile. They needed to demonstrate their worth in hopes of securing a glimmer of survival. Lin Dong regarded the chef and slowly replied, there is no need for such complications. Let us simply eat. The chef's eyes widened, as if he had grasped the gravity of Lin Dong's words. With a roar, the three subordinates lunged forward, their hunger insatiable, and screams filled the air. In mere seconds, it was all over, followed by the grisly sounds of gnawing and tearing flesh. Amidst this horrifying scene of the zombies feeding, Lin Dong remained unblemished, strolling through the cold storage as if on a leisurely promenade, surveying the array of goods. The inventory was extensive, featuring beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and an abundance of supplies. With a wave of his hand, he gathered everything into his storage space, replenishing nearly all that had been consumed in recent days. He was thoroughly satisfied with this haul. Meanwhile, the three zombie subordinates were indulging in their feast. The tank and the female zombie devoured their meals with primal ferocity, creating a gruesome spectacle. The doctor zombie, however, exhibited a peculiar manner. He began by eviscerating the bodies, extracting each organ with surgical precision, as if performing an autopsy, before consuming them one by one. Though he appeared more refined, he was even more grotesque than the tank and the others. A zombie capable of dissection, who could endure such a sight? Yet, the most tormented was Susharo, the sole normal human amidst this chaos. Witnessing the gruesome spectacle of the zombies feasting caused her stomach to churn violently, and she fought back the urge to vomit. She clamped her mouth shut, stifling the bile rising within her, acutely aware that Lin Dong had a bit of a germophobic streak. Should she vomit, he might take offense and eliminate her without hesitation. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Dong finished collecting the goods, not just the fresh meats from the cold storage but also the grains and oils from the warehouse. Additionally, the cafeteria housed a convenience store stocked with beer, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, beverages, instant noodles, sausages, and an array of snacks, all of which he promptly gathered into his storage space. These were rare resources. Humans outside would resort to violence over a mere piece of bread. Lin Dong, with ample space, decided to store these supplies for potential future use. Having concluded his tasks, the three zombie subordinates finished their meal. They surrounded Susharo, scrutinizing her closely, while the female zombie patted her head playfully, as if finding amusement in the oddity of their boss adopting a pet. Susharo huddled in a corner, trembling like a fledgling chick in the wind, her face pale with fear. She could hardly fathom that one day she would find herself the subject of a zombie's attention. Let us depart, Lin Dong commanded. The female zombie patted Susharo's head once more before turning to leave. Susharo felt as if she were on the brink of death, contemplating her future among these zombies, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Boss, you wouldn't kill me, would you? Lin Dong nodded, in a surprisingly good mood and wishing to tease her a bit. Have you forgotten? I used to run a livestock farm. Ah? Susharo was left utterly bewildered. What could this possibly mean? Was she to be treated like livestock? Soon after, they exited the campus. On the way back, Susharo took the wheel, eager to demonstrate her value as a worker to avoid incurring Lin Dong's wrath. Having driven the cargo truck during her time at the supermarket, she was quite adept at it, steering smoothly. The tank in the back gave her a 5-star rating for her driving skills. The streets lay in disarray, scattered with the remnants of zombies, yet posing no threat to the truck. However, at an intersection, a heavy-duty truck was parked, occupied by two middle-aged men, gaunt from hunger. One, sporting a scruffy beard, clutched a half-burned cigarette, sniffing it repeatedly but reluctant to ignite it. Damn it, that Wang Song fellow was supposed to be out scavenging. Where could he possibly be? Perhaps he has ended up in a zombie's belly. After all this time, he must be done for. The other, emaciated man speculated. The bearded man retorted, that can't be. Longu said he got through on the phone but didn't say anything before hanging up. He probably just abandoned his wife and fled. Forget that, let's find something to eat. I'm about to starve to death. The thin man lamented, his face a picture of despair. The bearded man continued to sniff the cigarette. What food could there possibly be? It's all been raided long ago. Wait a minute. Just as they conversed, the sound of roaring engines filled the air, and a cargo truck appeared driving down the left fork in the road. Chapter 14, the construction site. These two individuals were seasoned veterans, able to deduce from the tire pressure and the trajectory of the vehicle that the cargo truck was substantial, undoubtedly laden with goods. Look, isn't that food approaching? A glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of the gaunt man. Their assumption was justified. There must be survivors who had gathered ample supplies and were returning fully loaded. I wonder if they have any cigarettes, the bearded man expressed eagerly. As the cargo truck drew nearer, the two discerned more clearly that the driver was an attractive young woman, since she has crossed paths with us. It can only be deemed unfortunate for her. A sinister glint crossed the gaunt man's eyes as he slowly revved the engine of the large truck, waiting for the opportune moment to accelerate forward. He positioned the vehicle squarely in the middle of the road, blocking all passage. Screeched Su Xiaoro, witnessing this sudden turn of events, hurriedly pressed the brake pedal to the floor, producing a jarring sound as the tires skidded. Leaving dark marks on the pavement, the cargo truck came to a sudden halt, barely a meter away from the large truck that was close. Su Xiaoro felt a lingering unease. The abrupt stop had caused the entire cargo truck to shudder. And due to inertia, the tank behind it collided with a loud thud. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, deciding to alter his previous 5-star review of Su Xiaoro to a more lenient rating. Lin Dong remained remarkably composed. Even with the least effort of thought, he could discern the situation unfolding. Indeed, two men leapt from the truck, their arms bound with duct tape and newspaper, wielding blood-stained steel pipes. "You two, get out of the vehicle," the bearded man shouted. Su Xiaoro glanced over and quickly understood the gravity of the situation. In this apocalyptic world, cannibalism was a grim reality, and their singular objective was survival at all costs. "Boss, what should we do?" Lin Dong remained silent, observing the men's attire reminiscent of Wang Tsong, who had previously vandalized his supermarket, suggesting they hailed from the same locale. He cast his gaze toward the distance. Where a construction site loomed, this was the takeout headquarters. Lin Dong couldn't be bothered with the likes of them and intended to delegate the matter to his subordinates. However, the two middle-aged men, oblivious to the impending danger, approached the cargo truck with leering smiles. "Beautiful lady, don't be afraid, your brother will take good care of you," the gaunt man leered. At that moment, the female zombie in the cargo compartment suddenly perked up. Her neck erect. "Beautiful lady, is someone calling for me?" she mused. "Love, I wish to be cherished by humans." The two men appeared to emanate warmth. Without hesitation, she pushed open the cargo door and leaped out. The gaunt man happened to arrive at the door just then. If the woman did not comply, he intended to force the door open. "Oh, the little girl is rather pretty, isn't she? If you behave, I might spare your life to behave." He. Suddenly, a peculiar laughter echoed in the man's ears. It was apparent that the female zombie had consumed a significant amount of flesh today, evolving in the process. In addition to her basic expressions of laughter and sorrow, she could now mimic simple musical scales. The man, upon hearing this sound, felt every hair on his body stand on end. Turning around, he was met with the gaunt figure of the female zombie, her face adorned with a bizarre smile. "Love," the female zombie lunged forward, moving with the swiftness of a gust of wind, leaving behind mere afterimages. Holy hell! The man was instantly struck with terror. He barely had time to swing the steel pipe before the female zombie had tackled him to the ground, sliding him several meters away. "Brother, come help me," the gaunt man shouted desperately as he fought back, yet the bearded man paid him no mind, instead moving toward the back of the truck. "Cigarettes, I need cigarettes. I must find some, you." Just as the gaunt man was about to curse, a sharp pain surged through his neck. He had already received the affection of the female zombie. In that moment, he truly felt the pain. Meanwhile, the bearded man hastily approached the rear of the cargo truck, convinced it was filled with supplies, including cigarettes, fine wine, and an array of delectable treats. He could hardly contain his excitement, abruptly yanking open the cargo door. However, to his dismay, he was greeted by the faces of two terrifying zombies. The Dr. Zombie regarded him with keen interest, as if she found him exceedingly amusing. The tank remained agitated, reflecting on how it had been jolted by the black box earlier. Undoubtedly due to this wretched fellow, the bearded man's eyes widened in shock, his entire demeanor frozen. Clearly, the splendid scene he had envisioned had not materialized. Instead, the cargo hold housed two horrifying zombies. But in the next moment, he seemed to snap back to reality. He hastily removed a half-smoked cigarette from his ear, lit it, and took two deep drags, a look of satisfaction washing over his face amidst the swirling smoke. Then, a large hand yanked him forcefully into the cargo area. Within seconds, the surroundings fell silent once more. Su Xiaoro and the truck grimaced repeatedly. "What a tragedy. These two must have neglected to check the calendar before daring to block my boss." At that moment, Lin Dong finally spoke. "Let us head over to that construction site." "Oh, all right." Su Xiaoro promptly agreed, though she was unaware of the purpose behind their destination. As a diligent worker, she understood the importance of following orders. Where the boss said to go, she would go, without question. Su Xiaoro restarted the vehicle, maneuvering around the obstructing truck and driving toward the construction site. The site was surrounded by blue metal sheeting, and the entrance gate had collapsed. Numerous corpses of zombies, crushed by trucks, lay scattered about, their severed limbs and bloodied remains a gruesome sight. The cargo truck followed the tire tracks straight in. Lin Dong surmised that this construction site likely housed numerous survivors, forming a small outpost. Previously, Wang Tsong and his cohorts had troubled him, and now encountering two more roadblocks, it was clear they were all from the same place. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. To prevent further disturbances, Lin Dong resolved to eliminate this location entirely. Upon receiving the hunting signal, 3 of his subordinates leaped from the vehicle, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. They thought to themselves how fortunate it was to follow their older brother. As they continuously stumbled upon prey, feasting on ample flesh and blood, within the construction site, an eerie silence prevailed. All the zombies had been dispatched, thoroughly cleared away. It seemed the inhabitants here possessed considerable combat prowess. Ahead loomed a half-finished dilapidated building, appearing particularly desolate, yet, in one corner of that structure stood an unusual edifice. The entire building was constructed from reinforced concrete, immensely sturdy, devoid of windows, and even the entrance was fashioned from white steel plates. The door lacked glass, featuring only a few fist-sized ventilation holes. The building towered 3 stories high, with a substantial footprint, exuding an air of fortitude as if it were a fortress. Clearly, it had been designed specifically to defend against zombies. Chapter 15. The excavator. With the keen sensory abilities of the zombies, Lin Dong could already hear the sounds of human activity emanating from within, accompanied by a faint whiff of blood. Uncertain of what transpired, his 3 subordinates, detecting the scent of prey, bore expressions of excitement as they raced toward the fortified structure. Inside that building, there were indeed numerous survivors, over 10 individuals, including several construction workers. Some streetwise thugs, and the developer of the site, Zhao Peng. He was the very same individual who had purchased Lin Dong's farm and foolishly lent him money. When the apocalypse struck, he happened to be inspecting the site with his subordinates. Upon encountering zombies, he promptly organized a team to construct a reinforced bastion from steel and concrete, thereby narrowly escaping disaster and surviving to the present day. Zhao Peng remained the leader within this stronghold. Accompanied by his capable aide, Xing Tianlong, overseeing a group of construction workers at Zhao. The people we sent out haven't returned, Xing Tianlong remarked with a furrowed brow. Zhao Peng, equally troubled, recognized that while the bastion was secure, their resources were dwindling. They were out of food, their stomachs pressing against their backs. If it comes to it, we may have to resort to eating some meat, but I wonder, he pondered, will we contract prion disease? Boss, I doubt it, interjected a bespectacled woman beside him, his secretary, who was quite knowledgeable. Prion disease only manifests in deceased individuals, so as long as we consume the living, we should be fine. Zhao, how about I personally lead a team to search for food? Xing Tianlong proposed. Zhao Peng shook his head. No, it's too dangerous outside. Rest assured, boss, back in my street fighting days, I wielded a watermelon knife and could slice through 3 streets without a second thought. Those zombies are no match for the living. Will your eyes not dry out from not blinking? Zhao Peng inquired. Xing Tianlong was left speechless. He had been talking about chopping people, and Zhao had questioned whether his eyes felt dry just then. They heard the sound of engines roaring outside the bastion. A vehicle was entering the construction site. Xing Tianlong's eyes lit up. Boss, it might be the second group returning. Quick, let us go take a look. Zhao Peng said, suddenly invigorated, hurrying toward the bastion's entrance, hoping they might have brought back food. The bastion's white steel door was exceptionally sturdy, with fist-sized ventilation holes not only for air exchange but also for observing the outside world. Zhao Peng and Xing Tianlong crouched before the door to peer out. The sight before them sent chills down their spines. It was not the second group but rather a horde of terrifying zombies. Hey, he, the grinning face of the female zombie pressed against the ventilation hole, mere inches away from the 2 men, creating an utterly horrifying scene. The female zombie could hardly contain her affection for them. Clawing at the steel door, her sharp nails scraping against the cold metal, producing a spine-chilling screech sound. Goodness, Zhao Peng and his companion stumbled back in fright, nearly losing their footing. This is unbelievable. There's actually a zombie. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, the zombies can't get in, declared Xing Tianlong. Indeed, Zhao Peng nodded. Although this zombie was peculiar, the fortress's robust structure surely kept it at bay. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, a series of violent thuds echoed, clearly the work of the tank. And with each powerful strike, the entire building trembled. The survivors within the fortress were roused from their slumber, flocking to the entrance to ascertain the commotion. Roar, the tank bellowed, despite its formidable strength. It was futile against the cold storage, let alone this specially constructed fortress. After a few futile punches, it resigned, obediently waiting behind Lin Dong, anticipating their leader to step in and unleash a little stick to pry open the white steel door. Has this zombie mutated? Its strength is staggering, Zhao Peng pondered, still haunted by the sight. It was his first encounter of such a nature. Since the apocalypse, bizarre occurrences had become increasingly frequent. Xing Tianlong waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, even if it were a dinosaur, it couldn't breach this fortress unless zombies have learned to operate excavators and dig their way in. Zhao Peng nodded, his confidence bolstered. I want to take another look at what this zombie looks like. He approached the vent once more, tilting his head to peer outside. However, this time, he spotted a young figure standing out there. Surrounding this figure were 3 strange zombies. Is that Lin Dong? Zhao Peng's expression shifted in surprise as recognition dawned upon him. And upon seeing Lin Dong, anger surged within him, for Lin Dong had sold him the farm before the apocalypse, leaving him with an outstanding debt of 80 million. Serves him right. Has he turned into a zombie? Truly poetic justice, Zhao Peng muttered to himself, yet he couldn't help but admire Lin Dong. Even in his zombie form, he remained remarkably pristine. Xing Tianlong remarked, Mr. Zhao, we need not concern ourselves with them. They can't enter anyway. Let them wreak havoc. They'll likely leave soon. And Zhao Peng, no longer watching at the door, turned and seated himself in a chair. Outside, Lin Dong fixed his gaze on the building. Even with a key, he couldn't unlock it from the outside. But given his current physical prowess, a single punch could pierce through. However, that would soil his attire. Thus, with a mere gesture, Lin Dong retrieved an object from his storage space, a massive metallic machine, with a steel arm connected to a colossal bucket. It was indeed an excavator. This was something he had brought from the farm, and fortuitously it was now of use. Rumble, rumble. The metallic beast roared to life, its thunderous noise resonating as Lin Dong maneuvered the excavator towards the fortress. Due to the thickness of the reinforced concrete, it was challenging to dig through. He planned to start from the earthen surface, carving a tunnel inward. Inside the fortress, Zhao Peng and the others were startled by the machine's roar. What on earth? They hurried to the entrance, peering through the vent. Before them, a steel behemoth slowly approached. Everyone stood dumbfounded. An excavator? Could that zombie be an alumnus of the Blue Sky Vocational School? The scene before them shattered their understanding of reality. Xing Tianlong, equally bewildered, recalled his remark about excavators, and now it had come to fruition. He could hardly fathom that a zombie could operate such machinery. The pressing question now was, which excavator technique reigns supreme? As Lin Dong continued to dig, a large pit swiftly formed at the entrance. The ground within the fortress began to collapse, sunlight streaming in from below the door. Go grab your weapons, prepare to fight. Xing Tianlong barked fiercely, turning back to issue commands. Regardless of whether they were hired muscle or construction workers, they brandished knives, steel pipes, and even someone had the audacity to bring forth a chainsaw. Buzzing ominously, they were numerous, their morale high. Yes, let us fight back. Chapter 16, Awakening abilities. Soon, the ground at the entrance was breached. Roar, the tank bellowed, the first to dive inside, seizing a block of granite to hurl at the crowd. The stone, imbued with tremendous force, sent two individuals crashing to the ground. Once the female zombie entered, one of the hired thugs seized the opportunity, swinging a machete aimed at her head, yet the female zombie was lightning fast. With a swift motion, her razor-sharp claws shredded his forearm. The thug screamed in agony, the pain causing him to drop the machete, but the female zombie, with a swift grasp, seized the weapon, a sinister smile adorning her face as she swung it towards his neck. My goodness, the thug's eyes widened in horror. He had never witnessed a zombie wielding a weapon. This female zombie had undergone professional training. With a single stroke, she severed his neck as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Those around them stood agape, stunned by the sight. This zombie can use a knife. Damn it, this is madness. What do we do? However, there was something even more outrageous. While a few were deliberating, a crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, piercing one man's skull. A quick glance revealed a Dr. Zombie, poised with a crossbow, preparing to load a second arrow. This is absurd. Just moments ago, they had contemplated fighting back, but now they were paralyzed with fear. They were no match for this onslaught. This would be a massacre. Panic-stricken, they abandoned their weapons and fled into the depths of the fortress. By the time Lin Dong entered, the battle was nearly over. The fortress was strewn with corpses, a gruesome sight akin to a slaughterhouse. Lin Dong stepped inside, his three zombie minions dutifully trailing behind. Aware that live humans still lingered within, they arrived at a room where extinguished campfires lay on the ground. Alongside a chilling pile of bones, marked with bite marks from human teeth, without needing further thought, Lin Dong understood what had transpired here. In the corner of the room, faint sounds of labored breathing could be heard. Roar, the tank immediately directed its furious roar towards that direction. As Lin Dong approached, he discovered a woman lying naked on the ground, her legs brutally severed, the stumps were bound with rubber bands, crudely bandaged with rags to prevent excessive blood loss and death. For once a human dies, prion viruses would manifest within them. The woman's complexion was pale, her breath faint, teetering on the brink of death. Upon hearing the commotion, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Dong and the other zombies, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, a glimmer of relief flickered across her face. Lin Dong understood her unspoken desire. She yearned for him to end her life. In her eyes, the people with Zhao Pang were far more ruthless than the zombies before her. Thus, the tank, embodying a gentleman, fulfilled her wish. Since the fortress had only one entrance, Zhao Pang and Xing Tianlong, along with the others, had retreated into the last room, with no escape left. Mr. Zhao, what shall we do? The zombies will soon arrive. Xing Tianlong was at a loss. Zhao Pang remained relatively composed. Those zombies wield weapons and can operate excavators. They must possess human intelligence. Perhaps we could negotiate with them. Yes, Xing Tianlong nodded fervently, seeing merit in the idea. If they could strike a deal, they might survive. Hope rekindled within him. Zhao Pang continued. And besides, I had some rapport with Lin Dong before the apocalypse. He might spare us. That would be splendid. Xing Tianlong was instantly filled with admiration. Truly, Mr. Zhao's connections are extensive. Even in the apocalypse, they still hold value. Just then, Lin Dong and his entourage emerged from the corridor, their footsteps gradually approaching, exuding immense pressure. Gulp. Zhao Peng's lips went dry, instinctively swallowing hard, his anxiety reaching a peak. Wait, brother Lin, don't kill me. You remember me, right? I'm Zhao Peng. From a distance of several meters, he hastily called out. As Lin Dong approached, his gaze scrutinized Zhao Peng. He certainly recognized that face. Oh, Lin Dong merely nodded. The three minions behind him did not immediately attack. Zhao Peng felt a surge of hope. It seemed there was a chance, thus, he continued to appeal to their past relationship. Brother Lin, do you recall? I purchased your farm and lent you a significant amount of money, so you're the creditor. Lin Dong pondered this, quickly concluding that it was all the more reason to eliminate him. Zhao Peng nearly spat blood, realizing he had misspoken. Xing Tianlong beside him was equally anxious, thinking, why bring this up now? Just as Zhao Peng was about to clarify, the opportunity was lost. Lin Dong's three minions lunged forward, swiftly devouring them. Inside the fortress, there were no survivors left. Lin Dong collected all useful items and led his three minions outside. At that moment, Su Xiaoro was still waiting in the van. She had just heard the sounds of screams and chaos from within the building, and could only imagine the horrific scenes, far more terrifying than those in the campus. Just then, Lin Dong approached, his pristine white shirt still spotless, creating an illusion as if nothing had happened. Boss, where to next? Back home, Lin Dong succinctly remarked. As the cargo van slowly started, it swiftly returned to Lin Dong's residence. With the addition of Su Xiaoro, she was assigned to the neighboring house. Each day, she diligently undertook tasks such as laundry, cleaning, and dishwashing, displaying unwavering dedication. For failure to perform her duties seriously could very well cost her life. Lin Dong, however, did not treat her unfairly. Every day, he would provide her with human food, rice, flour, and on days when he was in a good mood, he would even treat her to frozen steaks or fish, allowing her to indulge in a more varied diet. After a few days, Su Xiaoro gradually became accustomed to her new circumstances, compared to the survivors outside. Having food and drink daily and merely surviving within this building was a considerable blessing. She no longer had to endure the hardships of the elements. During this time, Lin Dong consumed copious amounts of meat, and with his continuous evolution, his capacity to digest meat increased significantly. It was conservatively estimated that he had already devoured 100 tons of beef alone, not counting other meats such as chicken. Lin Dong could distinctly feel himself growing stronger each day, though he remained uncertain about the extent of his newfound strength, until 10 days later, when Lin Dong underwent another evolution, experiencing a qualitative leap within his skull. A crystal core condensed. At the same time, a flicker of crimson flashed in his eyes, his head was itching intensely. It seemed he was about to awaken his abilities. Chapter 17, Domain of the Dead with a mere thought. A domain expanded outward from Lin Dong, centering on himself. This was Lin Dong's awakened ability, the Domain of the Dead. At his current strength, the range of the domain was only about 10 meters, inadvertently enveloping Su Xiaoro, who was mopping the floor nearby. Instantly Su Xiaoro's body stiffened, as if she were being pressed down by a malevolent force, rendering her immobile. Her delicate frame began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she were submerged in a sea of corpses and blood. An overwhelming sense of terror enveloping her. This clearly demonstrated the immense suppressive power the Domain of the Dead held over humans. What is happening? Su Xiaoro was bewildered. Glancing sideways, she noticed that Lin Dong, who had been sitting on the sofa watching television, had mysteriously vanished. Where did the boss go? One of the domain's other abilities was concealment, but it did not end there. At that moment, through Lin Dong's eyes, the surroundings were draped in a crimson haze. The once solid walls now appeared ethereal, rippling like the surface of water. When he reached out to touch them, his hand passed right through the wall. Subsequently, as his body moved forward, Lin Dong found himself seamlessly traversing through the wall, emerging in the kitchen. Of course, this bizarre scene was invisible to others. Another ability of the Domain of the Dead was that it allowed Lin Dong to ignore physical terrain, enabling him to walk through walls or objects, and even to burrow underground. Within this terrifying domain, if Lin Dong wished, he could effortlessly extract another's heart while remaining within their physical form. Such a formidable ability. Lin Dong silently marveled. It was capable of killing or preserving life, a truly perfect power. An invisible, wall-piercing king of the dead who could withstand such a force. However, this ability, classified as a spatial anomaly, consumed mental energy, preventing continuous use. Lin Dong passed through the wall into the kitchen. Su Xiaoro, having exited the domain's range, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly drained. What on earth just happened? Where is the boss? Just then, Lin Dong pushed open the living room door and strolled in from the kitchen. Su Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, the boss had been sitting on the sofa, yet now he appeared from the kitchen. It was utterly bizarre. An unsettling feeling began to creep into her heart. Boss, what just happened? Nothing much, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. With his continuous evolution, his linguistic abilities had fully restored. He spoke fluidly, his voice resonating with magnetism. To the casual observer, he appeared no different from an ordinary human. Oh, Su Xiaoro responded, hesitant to ask further questions, and resumed her diligent mopping. Over the past half-month, Lin Dong's 3 zombie subordinates had also grown significantly stronger. The tank-like zombie had increased in size, standing over 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like small mountains, an unmistakable miniature version of the Hulk. Meanwhile, the female zombie exhibited enhanced speed. Lin Dong had witnessed her pounce upon a human scavenger like a gust of wind, her sharp bone claws slicing through flesh with deadly precision. Her movements were reminiscent of a character from the King of Fighters video game, Yagami Iori. Thus, Lin Dong had taken to calling her Shuba. The most peculiar of the trio was the Dr. Zombie, who not only reveled in dissecting humans, consuming their innards piece by piece, but had recently taken to dissecting other zombies as well, often ripping one open and scattering its parts everywhere. It was noteworthy that these 3 zombie subordinates had gathered a number of smaller followers. Having inherent qualities of a zombie king, they were capable of commanding other zombies. During their leisure time, they congregated around the building, and Lin Dong allowed them to roam freely, fostering their wild growth. Furthermore, Lin Dong had observed that the zombies on the streets had significantly increased their speed, now generally surpassing that of normal humans. Unlike the stiff movements seen when the apocalypse first struck, clearly they were evolving. What could be happening on the human front? Seated on the sofa, Lin Dong took out his phone to gather intelligence. As the living humans were still able to send signals, after unlocking his phone, a notification caught his attention. Take Biotechnology Company has devised a zombie eradication plan. Eradication of zombies. Lin Dong had heard of this company. Renowned for its research in viruses and genetics, exceptionally powerful and at the forefront of global technology, akin to the Umbrella Corporation in the Resident Evil films, the Take Company was multinational, with a branch in Jiangbei City. Lin Dong was intrigued. What exactly was this zombie eradication plan? Upon clicking, he read, our Take Company has developed a biological weapon, Hunter No. 1, which can effectively eliminate zombies and is about to go into mass production for deployment across various units. Accompanying the text was an image. The so-called Hunter was, astonishingly, a man-made bioengineered being nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a Gatling gun in one hand, its body adorned with chains of ammunition. A massive iron hammer was slung across its back, and its oversized head bore countless stitched scars, resembling a nightmarish creature. Lin Dong's assessment was that it was far less aesthetically pleasing than a zombie. It was best not to provoke him. Scrolling further, Lin Dong came across another announcement from the Take Company. Currently, our various companies have established shelters. Survivors are welcome to come, and our company will ensure your safety. This news sparked a flurry of comments from survivors. Take Company is amazing, truly at the forefront of global technology. Even in the apocalypse, they're still standing strong. Everyone, please avoid the Take Company shelter. They merely seek to use humans for live experiments and will not protect us. Is it possible that Hunter No. 1 is made from living humans? Yes, those capable should head to our official shelters instead. The comments were a mixed bag, and Lin Dong no longer paid them mind. The matter of seeking refuge had no bearing on him. However, the next piece of news proved to be quite useful. The IT was an announcement from the official shelter. After testing, some human bodies are undergoing evolution, capable of running 100 meters in 6 seconds and delivering a punch with a force of 1 ton. Experts believe that the source of this strength comes from a brain core growing within the skull. If anyone feels an itching sensation in their head, it may very well be a precursor to evolution. Indeed, humans were beginning to change. However, it appeared that no one had awakened their abilities thus far. According to the experts, the brain core would evolve into a crystal core once it reached a certain stage, at which point abilities would awaken. Evolution occurred gradually. No one suddenly gained powers that would be unrealistic. Lin Dong felt confident that with ample sustenance and an infusion of countless energies, whether human or zombie, he should be the first to condense a crystal core and awaken his abilities. Chapter 18. Is it delicious? Perhaps I should capture a couple of awakened humans to sample their flavor. Lin Dong mused to himself, planning to venture out for a stroll while testing the newly awakened capabilities of the domain of the dead. He wondered which fortunate soul might cross his path, thus he rose and stepped outside the building. Upon seeing him, the ferocious zombies on the street lowered their heads in submission. The king of the dead had set forth, and the legion of corpses bowed before him, as his three subordinates were off freely roaming. Lin Dong had no intention of taking them along. Without a specific destination, he chose not to drive and instead wandered along the street. The chaotic street was strewn with shattered glass and splattered blood. While in darker corners, moss had begun to grow. Occasionally, a rat would emit a shrill cry, clutching a half-eaten finger as it scurried into the sewer. The desolate scenery lay before him. In this city of the apocalypse, Lin Dong remained pristine and unperturbed, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll. After approximately half an hour, he abruptly halted. The scent of fresh blood wafted through the air, the unmistakable aroma of living beings, which his now keen sense of smell easily detected. Turning his gaze, he spotted a large gate on the street marked with three bold characters, Zoo. Strangely, the zoo appeared utterly deserted, devoid of zombies or even a single corpse. Only desiccated dark purple stains remained on the ground. It seemed to have become the territory of some other creature. Humans, keep your distance. For an ordinary person, this place is undoubtedly a perilous realm, yet Lin Dong is unfazed, striding through the grand entrance. The zoo is eerily silent, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. The cages that once contained animals now stand empty, stained with remnants of blood. Scattered animal fur and gnawed bones lay strewn about. A gruesome sight that sends chills down one's spine. Clearly something has devoured them. Lin Dong presses further inward, arriving at the keeper's quarters, where the building's doors and windows are tightly sealed, reinforced with steel, although silence envelopes the interior. Lin Dong can still discern the sound of human breathing, rapid and fraught with tension. There are people, he surmises, but he refrains from advancing directly. For not far off, two men are approaching, their sights set on the same structure. One man, short and stout with rugged skin, bears a face pockmarked like the surface of the moon, an undeniably ugly visage. The other is tall and slender, clad in a suit reminiscent of a corporate office worker. Exuding an air of refinement, their attire suggests they are not zoo staff. They have come in search of supplies. Notably, they appear well-fed and vigorous, exhibiting a physical prowess that far exceeds that of the average human. Could they be awakened beings? Lin Dong muses, contemplating the prospect of dissecting their heads for answers. Meanwhile, the two men, upon discovering the sealed building, realize there are survivors inside. There are living souls here. The refined man smiles subtly. The stout man nods in agreement. This could be entertaining. I wonder if there are any beauties inside. There must be. I recall the keepers here being quite lovely, the refined man remarks, bolstered by their status as awakened beings in this apocalyptic world. They search for supplies and seek out women, intending to act with impunity. Let's not rush. First, we should trick them into opening the door, the refined man advises. Although they are physically formidable, the building's fortification would require significant effort to breach. The stout man nods, indicating his familiarity with such endeavors. He steps forward and gently knocks on the door, weaving a deceit. Hello, is anyone there? We are a rescue team from the official shelter, here to save survivors. Oh, the occupants, upon hearing of an official rescue team, feel a flicker of hope. Finally, help has arrived. Inside, there are 4 individuals, 3 female keepers and an elderly man who stands guard with a tranquilizer gun. Typically used for subduing wild animals. Shoo, keep your voices down, we mustn't attract that monster, warns the old man. Besides, what if they are deceivers, asks one petite keeper, her anxiety palpable. I saw an announcement from the official shelter confirming the existence of awakened beings forming rescue teams. Another keeper interjects. So, should we open the door? Let us do it, our food supplies are running low. Not opening the door could lead to our demise. After a brief discussion, they cautiously unlock the door. The 2 men swiftly enter, their eyes gleaming with mischief as they survey the scene. There are indeed beauties here, the refined man murmurs, reveling in the moment. You are the rescue team from the shelter? One of the keepers asks. Indeed, the stout man nods. That's wonderful, please take us away, implores the petite keeper. Not so fast, we can rescue you, but there is a condition. The refined man smirks. What condition? The girl inquires. Puzzled, the stout man grins wickedly. You must first make me feel good. The girl comprehends his meaning, her expression turning to shock. However, another keeper has already caught on. Everyone be cautious, look at their attire, they are not from a rescue team. You're quite astute. In an instant, the stout man's face contorts into a menacing glare as he seizes the girl by the throat, lifting her as if she were a mere chick. The girl gasps for air, her legs flailing in vain against his overwhelming strength. The old man, witnessing this, raises his gun to fire, but the tranquilizer dart is caught mid-flight by the refined man with his bare hands. The reaction speed of awakened beings is beyond that of ordinary humans. Despair envelopes the group. Having survived the jaws of zombies and monsters, they now face a far grimmer fate at the hands of their own kind, one that promises torment. In such a scenario, they would prefer death by zombies. At least it would be swift. Help, one of the girls screams, determined to drag the monsters down with them. Bang! With a swift motion, the refined man knocks her to the ground. You're asking for death. The stout man, too, is eager to unleash his predatory instincts. It's the apocalypse. Who would come to save you? I am an awakened being. The world belongs to me. Clearly these two have transformed into tyrants. Just then, the deep voice resonates. Awakened beings. Are they delicious? The group turns, startled by the sound, to find a handsome young man standing calmly at the entrance. How is there another man here? The stout man furrows his brow. Meanwhile, the 3 keepers and the old man are engulfed in terror, their hearts pounding with dread, for they realize this man seems to have materialized from thin air. What? Who is he? They gasp in horror. The refined man, however, remains unfazed, hardened by countless acts of violence. A man, just kill him. As the refined man strides toward Lin Dong, unaware that he is stepping into the abyss, he sneers, "You're dressed quite neatly." Time to die. He swings a punch aimed at Lin Dong's jaw, a blow that would be fatal to an ordinary person, yet Lin Dong stands firm, unyielding, as a crimson glimmer ignites in his eyes. An extraordinary scene unfolds as the man's fist passes straight through Lin Dong's form. What? The refined man realizes something is amiss, his confidence dissolving as he perceives Lin Dong's ethereal nature. He stands right before him yet remains untouchable. Panic courses through him as an unsettling sense of dread envelopes his being. The others, too, are left in shock, witnessing the bizarre spectacle before them. In his swift motion, Lin Dong conjures a dagger, thrusting it directly into the refined man's chest. Although no blood spills, the man's expression freezes, his pupils dilating as he succumbs to death. This is one of Lin Dong's abilities, piercing through the chest to strike at the heart, with a deft twist of his wrist. He extracts the man's heart, vibrant and pulsing, dripping with fresh blood. A ghost. The remaining witnesses, horrified by the macabre scene, tremble in fear. Even the stout man quakes in terror. Lin Dong inspects the heart, noting the awakened being's blood is rather unclean and devoid of the exceptional energy he anticipated. However, he recalls official reports stating that their strength derives from a unique substance within their brains. Directing his gaze toward the lifeless body, he discards the heart and drives the dagger into the man's forehead. Splitting it open, inside lies a round mass, roughly the size of a thumb, pulsating with pure energy and exuding a delightful aroma. This looks promising. Lin Dong extracts the mass and tastes it, immediately struck by its exquisite sweetness. Reminiscent of cherries to an ordinary palate, the energy flows through him like a warm current, enveloping him in comfort. Though he laments the small quantity, his eyes then shift toward the stout man, who trembles as if preyed upon by a beast, nearly wetting himself in fear as he cries, "Please, don't kill me." As he nears the door, desperate to escape, Lin Dong swiftly plunges his fingers into the back of his skull. Employing his ability to extract the brain's core, the stout man collapses, lifeless, meeting the same fate as his companion. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Dong has dispatched two awakened beings with ruthless efficiency. "Please, spare us," the survivors plead, huddling together in terror. Lin Dong regards them coolly. The flesh and blood of ordinary humans hold little value for him, merely dog food. "I won't kill you, really." The group stares in disbelief. Astonished by his words, Lin Dong nods, "I'm not a devil." Just then, a foul wind sweeps through the room, a palpable malice permeating the air. A chilling howl reverberated throughout the entire zoo, a sound so piercing and hysterical that it could only be likened to the wails of the damned. It sent shivers down one's spine. The old night watchman's eyes widened in terror as he realized the dreadful truth. They had made too much noise, inadvertently summoning that monstrous creature back to them. It had discovered their presence. Lin Dong turned his gaze towards the outside. Through the gaps in the steel reinforcement, he beheld a pair of blood-red eyes, each as large as a light bulb, radiating a murderous thirst for blood. Straining to peer inside, the faces of several survivors turned ashen. It was the mutated beast, the very predator that had devoured all the animals in the zoo. It had returned to feast upon them. With a thunderous crash, the walls of the building were struck with immense force, dust cascading from the ceiling. The beast possessed incredible strength. After several violent impacts, the reinforced steel began to warp, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. With a final earth-shattering blow, a gaping hole was smashed into the wall, revealing two ferocious heads. Before them stood a towering wolf, nearly 2 meters in height, its frame more robust than that of a yak. Most bizarrely, this wolf had two heads, each equipped with 4 bulbous eyes gleaming with ferocity, and razor-sharp fangs that resembled daggers. Clearly, this was a mutated creature. With a fearsome roar, the two-headed wolf bellowed at the few individuals inside, exuding malice and a hint of arrogance. The old night watchman raised a tranquilizer gun, pulling the trigger. "If you can run, do so. I, an old man, have lived long enough. Let it devour me first." However, the wolf's fur bristled like steel needles, its skin extraordinarily tough. The bullet was deflected, the tranquilizer dart flying harmlessly away. This was dire. Faced with such a ferocious giant, they had no means of resistance. The previous impact had only served to incite the wolf's wrath. It was mere moments before it would breach the shattered wall. Yet Lin Dong stood his ground, observing with keen interest. The wolf's massive form was streamlined, exuding an air of hunger. As a king of corpses, consuming was his primary instinct. What would wolf meat taste like? The survivors were momentarily stunned. He was contemplating eating the wolf meat? At that moment, the colossal wolf had fully entered, towering over Lin Dong at more than 2 meters high. Its twin heads loomed down, casting a shadow like a mountain, instilling a sense of dread. Yet Lin Dong met its gaze unflinchingly. As his domain unfurled, in an instant, crimson light surged within his eyes, a blood-red field expanding outward. Chapter 20, Childhood Memories. The domain of the Corpse King enveloped the two-headed wolf, a potent pressure permeating the air. The giant wolf shuddered, as if submerged in the depths of the ocean. Overwhelmed by the crushing weight, and with a soft thud, it knelt before Lin Dong. It emitted a whimper akin to a defeated canine, its once fierce gaze now filled with terror. It was as though a single glance from Lin Dong rendered the giant wolf powerless. The scene was overwhelmingly shocking. It appeared that the Corpse King's domain exerted tremendous suppressive force even over mutated beasts. The survivors gaped in disbelief, never expecting such an outcome. This man was extraordinarily powerful. Meanwhile, Lin Dong pondered whether the wolf's two heads housed two separate brains or merely one. To ascertain this, he stepped forward, using a dagger to pry open one of the wolf's heads. Discovering that indeed, each head contained a brain. Regrettably, however, the brains were rather small. If the brains of awakened beings were likened to cherries, then the two-headed wolf's were mere tiny berries. Lin Dong consumed both brains, finding them flavorful and their energy pure, invigorating him slightly. He then picked up his dagger, licking the blood from the blade, noting that the wolf's blood was also quite delectable, containing energy far exceeding that of cow or chicken blood. Satisfied, Lin Dong gestured grandly, storing the creature in his spatial inventory, planning to flaunt it upon his return home. As for the surviving humans behind him, he paid them no mind. Their elimination held little significance. Much like a breeding farm, they could be kept to propagate their lineage, or perhaps he would eliminate them after they became awakened beings. Lin Dong's form glided through the wall, vanishing like a specter. The remaining few stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that the fearsome giant wolf had been dispatched so easily. What manner of creature was he? Upon returning home, Lin Dong found Su Xiao had completed the household chores for the day. "Boss, your clothes are all washed and ready for you to change into. Go and take a rest," Lin Dong replied. However, Su Xiao, clutching the nape of her neck, shook her head. "Boss, I feel a strange itch in my head. Could it be that I'm about to awaken?" "Oh," Lin Dong glanced at her, observing for a moment before responding. "Go wash your hair." Su Xiao felt a pang of disappointment, her earlier hopes dashed. She turned and exited the room. Lin Dong indulged in a hot bath, changing into freshly laundered clothes, and donned a pristine scarf. He approached the dining table, took a knife and fork, and began to carve the meat from the freshly hunted wolf. Savoring the meal, the wolf meat was quite palatable, possessing a delightful chewiness akin to beef jerky. On the television before him, a signal from the survivors was being broadcasted. "There are monsters. Not only have the beasts mutated, but some have even merged with zombies. I just captured footage with a drone. Everyone take a look." As Lin Dong chewed, he glanced at the screen, which displayed a gigantic python thick as a water barrel. The most bizarre aspect being that it sported a zombie-esque head. It coiled menacingly around a house, exuding an aura of terror. This grotesque fusion was the result of the python consuming too many zombies. Furthermore, numerous official shelters were disseminating reports of hybrid monstrosities, such as a humanoid spider the size of a car, covered in fur, with silk stronger than steel. There were also rats the size of hogs, their backs teeming with human heads, all shrieking in agony. "How appetizing," Lin Dong mused. Clearly the outside world remained fraught with danger, teeming with mutated creatures, where escape and slaughter unfolded ceaselessly, with death lurking at every corner. Human survivors had to be wary not only of monsters but also of each other, for in their struggle for food or beauty, they would turn upon one another, shedding the guise of kindness. However, such bloodshed and violence bore little relevance to Lin Dong. He resided in his clean home, attended by servants, leading a life of utmost comfort, worlds apart from the chaos outside. Moreover, 3 of his underlings were stationed outside, with their numbers exceeding 1,000. Neither awakened humans nor mutated beasts dared to intrude recklessly. Thus, Lin Dong continued to exist in seclusion for over 10 days, consuming an immense quantity of flesh, over 100 tons. The consumption of meat could not cease. His strength surged dramatically. At present, his domain had expanded, doubling in size to a radius of 20 meters, becoming even more potent and enduring. However, in the past few days, Lin Dong had noticed helicopters frequently soaring across the sky outside, indicating a marked increase in human activity. According to the intelligence he had gathered, this was due to a rise in awakened individuals who were now conducting rescue missions. The official shelter in Jiangbei City had swelled to a population of 50,000, with 7,000 being awakened. Furthermore, a ranking list of the top 100 awakened individuals had been established, numbered from 001 to 100, ranked from strongest to weakest. Number 001 was the most powerful, while number 100 was the weakest. Naturally, these rankings were based on data analysis and had not undergone practical assessment. In addition, they announced daily updates about rescue teams dispatched to prevent survivors from mistaking them or falling prey to deceitful individuals. One day, as Lin Dong was watching the television, amidst a backdrop of network failures and scarce programming, he received an update from the shelter's radar. Today's rescue team announcement: "We have dispatched rescue personnel, Chang Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang, 2 awakened individuals who are about to land in the university town. Nearby survivors, please await rescue." Initially indifferent, Lin Dong's attention peaked upon hearing those names. He set down his highball glass and scrutinized the screen. The television displayed photographs of 2 individuals. The first was a girl with straight black hair and blunt bangs, her skin exceptionally pale, with round, dark eyes that appeared devoid of emotion, giving her a hauntingly beautiful yet lifeless visage. The second was a boy, his skin dark, cheeks gaunt, with naturally curly hair, but what stood out most were his mismatched eyes, one gazing directly and the other askew, exuding an air of wisdom. The disparity in their attractiveness was striking, akin to the difference between heaven and earth, yet Lin Dong recognized both individuals. His gaze involuntarily drifted to a photograph hanging on the wall, one that captured nearly all his childhood memories from the orphanage. To his astonishment, both individuals were present in that photograph. Lin Dong recalled Cheng Luoi vividly. They had often played together in their youth. But later, the director had claimed she suffered from a mental illness and sent her to a psychiatric hospital, after which he had never seen her again. As for Sun Xiaoqiang, Lin Dong retained some memories of him as well. He recalled that Sun Xiaoqiang had a congenital defect, a low intelligence, with one eye ever watchful and the other ever vigilant, ultimately abandoned by his parents. In response to this, Lin Dong recalled a classic case, when Sun Xiaoqiang was 12 years old. He had once kept a hamster, which later fell ill. In a moment of misguided judgment, Sun Xiaoqiang administered rat poison to it. The images flickering on the television stirred deep memories within Lin Dong. His childhood companion, whom he had not seen in a decade, unexpectedly found himself entangled in the formation of a rescue team. How could it be that one was mentally ill and the other intellectually challenged? Yet they dared to save others. Chapter 21, Rescue. Chang Luoi indeed suffered from a mental disorder. During her time in the psychiatric hospital, she exhibited tendencies of self-harm, and when the apocalypse struck, she became one of the first awakened beings, ranking as number 001 in the shelter, heralded as the strongest. Her awakened ability was deadly pain. The more pain her body endured, the greater her strength became. With a remarkably high ceiling, Sun Xiaoqiang, on the other hand, ranked as number 002, with the ability Fearless Frenzy. Individuals with lower intelligence often displayed greater audacity. In his frenzy state, Sun Xiaoqiang's IQ plummeted to 0. Yet his strength surged immensely. At that moment, Cheng Luoi stood in the corridor of a university classroom, clad in a white and blue striped patient gown, her right arm wrapped in bandages while wielding a fire axe. With a roar, two zombies charged toward her, shrieking in madness. Chang Lui remained expressionless as she swung the axe, shattering their skulls. Blood splattered across the corridor walls, leaving glaring streaks in its wake. Quickly move. Behind Chang Lui were several trembling survivors. However, from the corner of the corridor, the sounds of chaotic footsteps and the growls of zombies began to echo. Turning her head, she noticed a horde of zombies surging forth, trampling over one another and filling the corridor like a relentless tide. My heavens, so many zombies, run! The survivors were gripped by terror as they sprinted after Chang Lui, yet, the speed of ordinary humans could not match that of the zombies, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Fortunately, just ahead lay the stairwell. If they could reach it and shut the door, they might be able to isolate themselves from the zombies. Chang Lui swung her axe, cleaving through the zombies that blocked their path, and deftly slipped into the stairwell. One by one, the survivors followed suit. However, one girl accidentally stepped in a pool of zombie blood, slipping and falling to the ground. She cried out in alarm. Chang Lui glanced back, seeing the girl on the verge of being consumed by the horde, but she chose to ignore her plight and slammed the stairwell door shut. The atmosphere grew silent, punctuated only by the heavy breathing of several students. Yet one boy stared wide-eyed. Why didn't you save Xiaoye? You just left her outside. She was beyond saving, Chang Lui replied coldly, but Xiaoye is our classmate. She's always been kind. We can't just abandon anyone, the boy insisted, desperation evident in his voice. Chang Lui nodded, then turned and yanked the door open, yet, in a swift motion, she seized the boy's arm and propelled him outside. Bang! The door slammed shut behind her. I end this apocalypse. We must eliminate the naive first. Is there anyone else who wishes to rescue someone? Chang Lui surveyed the remaining survivors, who trembled, too fearful to even breathe, shaking their heads vigorously. They had realized that the person before them was not to be trifled with. The helicopter is on the roof. Let us ascend, Chang Lui said as she began to ascend the stairs. The hallway was eerily quiet, devoid of zombies, with only a few lifeless bodies scattered about, evidently having been dispatched by others. It seemed that there were indeed other awakened beings within the school. If they could rescue an awakened individual, it would be a significant achievement, and the shelter would reward them with an additional 2 pounds of flour. Just as they were nearing the rooftop, a young man appeared at the entrance of the stairwell, holding a bloody paper cutter. He stood there, coldly observing the group. Did you kill these zombies? Chang Lui inquired, raising her gaze. Yes, that was me. The young man, a student of the school, had already become awakened. Excellent. Come with me to the shelter. Chang Lui beckoned. However, the young man shook his head, a hint of madness glinting in his eyes. Why would I want to go to the shelter? There, I would be controlled. Out here, life is much more liberating. I think you should all stay and accompany me. Zhang Su, are you out of your mind? A girl shouted from the back. Those who suddenly gained abilities often experienced a shift in temperament. Oh, you dare to speak to me? The boy's face contorted with rage as he gripped the paper cutter tighter. Lunging forward with a swift motion, the blade aimed directly at the girl. Thud. However, the blade did not find its mark. It was intercepted by a bandaged arm, the blade embedding itself within, blood gushing forth and staining the bandages a deep crimson. Blooming like a great red flower, the owner of that arm was Chang Lui, who, despite being stabbed, displayed no change in her expression. The boy furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Did this person not feel pain? At that moment, the bandages around Chang Lui's arm began to unravel, revealing the skin beneath. The boy glanced down, his eyes widening in shock as he witnessed an astonishing sight. Chang Lui's arm was riddled with scars. Some healed while others were still scabbing, an alarming sight indeed. Those were the remnants of her past self-harm. Pain, how exquisite. Chang Lui's lips curled slightly, triggering her ability deadly pain, and then with a push of her left hand against the boy's chin, an immense force threw his head back. Crack. His neck snapped, and he collapsed to the ground. The 2 pounds of flour were gone. When Chang Lui led the survivors to the rooftop, a helicopter awaited them in the distance, along with a thin figure standing with their back turned. That figure was Sun Xiaoqiang, and curiously he was clutching a zombie. Dong Yao, this is Dong Air, please respond, Sun Xiaoqiang called into the intercom, stretching his collar with one hand. What are you doing? Chang Lui asked from behind him. Sun Xiaoqiang paused, turning to reveal his signature intelligent gaze. I finished rescuing everyone and wanted to check on your situation. Are you in trouble? Is that a person you rescued? Chang Lui shot back. Only then did Sun Xiaoqiang notice he was holding onto a zombie, which was attempting to bite his arm. Just a moment ago, this was a human. When did it mutate? He exclaimed apologetically. Bang. He swung a fist, striking the zombie in the face with such force that it tumbled off the roof. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained at home, comfortably watching television. He had not anticipated seeing the name of his childhood companion on the rescue team roster. Driven by curiosity, and with nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Dong retrieved his phone and logged onto the shelter's official website to seek more information about the two. Indeed, he soon found their photographs on the rescue team list, alongside a brief description akin to a personal signature. Under Chang Lui's photo was inscribed, I am a gentle girl, afraid of pain. Sun Xiaoqiang also had a line, I am a handsome boy, brimming with courage and wisdom. Chapter 22, Zombie tied these two individuals. Had Lin Dong not seen Sun Xiaoqiang's line, he might have almost believed it. The official website of the shelter not only contained information about the rescue team but also sections for calls for help, mutual aid, and communication. Many people in the shelter were venting their frustrations online. I'm starving. Can someone spare me some food? I can offer meat in return. I am a professional model. Goodness, I would love to help you, but I have nothing to give. Honestly, I'm so hungry that I could offer you some milk. But upstairs, is that even real milk? I dug a foundation yesterday, and the shelter rewarded me with a quarter of a block of instant noodles. It's too much. I can't finish it all. I down the soup without adding water. It's all about waste. It was evident that resources within the shelter were extremely scarce, yet the population was their only productivity, which was why they were actively rescuing survivors. Additionally, someone had shared a research report from Take Company. According to our company's research, high-tier zombie heads can produce brain elixirs. Human awakened beings can absorb these to rapidly enhance their power. Thus, our company is currently capturing the Zombie King, designating it as the Hunter King operation. Previously, Take Company had been involved in a zombie clearance plan, and now they were launching the Hunter King operation. Becoming increasingly audacious. As Lin Dong pondered over this, he suddenly heard a rough woo-woo wailing sound from outside. Why was it crying? Judging by the sound, it was not the female zombie Xiao Ba, but rather the towering figure of Tank. Lin Dong approached the door and opened it to find a burly silhouette before him. Tank's muscles were bulging, yet his face bore dark marks, as if scorched by fire. Although his body had sustained bullet wounds, his robust physique had healed, leaving him relatively unscathed. Woo. Due to his evolution, Tank had begun to exhibit basic emotions, and at that moment, he wept sorrowfully, resembling a 200-pound child. His cries conveyed a singular message: someone had bullied him. What happened? Lin Dong inquired. Woo. The tank operator gestured animatedly, reminiscent of a child seeking parental intervention, yet his current intellect rendered him incapable of articulating his thoughts completely. At that moment, the Dr. Zombie emerged from behind him. Your Majesty, it is humans. They have taken over the prison, intent on hunting us down. Among them are those who have condensed crystal cores and can manipulate flames. Oh, Lin Dong nodded, already grasping the situation. Once a human awakener's brain core evolves into a crystal core, it bestows them with extraordinary abilities. Clearly, that individual was a fire-type supernatural being. What does a crystal core taste like? Having sampled the flesh of mutated beasts and brain cores, Lin Dong found them quite palatable, but he had yet to experience the flavor of a crystal core. Nevertheless, he surmised that it must be superior to a brain core. After spending half a month in seclusion, Lin Dong felt it was time to venture outside. Thus, he signaled his subordinates to prepare for a hunt. With a roar, the tank ceased its cries and emitted a bellow that seemed to trigger a chain reaction, exciting thousands of nearby zombies, whose growls echoed incessantly. Lin Dong stepped onto the chaotic street, flanked by three subordinates, Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor. Behind them loomed a throng of fierce zombies, forming a considerable tide. With such strength, they could easily dominate in this terrifying apocalypse. Mutated rats and snakes along the roadside, upon witnessing the menacing horde, screeched in terror and fled a full attack. With Lin Dong's command, the zombie tide unleashed a thunderous roar and charged forward. Racing toward the prison. Inside the prison, over 100 guards stood vigilant, armed and clad in standardized combat uniforms, hailing from Tech Company. Utilizing the prison's high walls and watchtowers, ordinary zombies could not breach their defenses, allowing them a sense of leisure. In one room, a young man lounged on a sofa, flanked by two alluring women attending to him. This young man, a fire-type supernatural being named Zhang Xiaoyuan, found it exceedingly easy to attract women in this apocalyptic world. A mere offering of 2 pieces of bread sufficed. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been a weary 996 worker, and now, as an awakener, he was summoned by Tech Company and indulged in lavish provisions. So comfortable, Zhang Xiaoyuan mused, reflecting on the rarity of awakener as capable of condensing crystal cores. Having slain high-tier zombies and absorbed their brain cores, he was undoubtedly a formidable force within the human faction. I must hunt more zombie kings to continuously evolve. Am I not the protagonist of this apocalyptic tale? He pondered. In this world, where sustenance was plentiful, even those once deemed unattainable now catered to him obediently, the quintessential tale of an underdog's triumph. Just then, a person rushed in, exclaiming, Brother Zhang, our drone has captured footage of a zombie tide advancing toward us. A zombie tide? Zhang Xiaoyuan remained unfazed. Instead, he considered the opportunity out. If there was a tide, it likely meant a zombie king leading them, which he could hunt down for more brain cores. Let us go and take a look. He ascended to the watchtower atop the high walls, gazing into the distance, where indeed a dark mass surged down the street. Countless zombies raced forward, their roars reverberating, quite ferocious. Once they enter range, we shall open fire. Understood, replied his companion. As the zombie army drew near, a command was issued, and the watchtower's firing points erupted with gunfire, bullets cascading down like a torrential storm. However, many of Lin Dong's subordinates had undergone evolution, their physiques remarkably enhanced, and they possessed healing capabilities. Sustaining a few shots posed little issue. They rose and charged forward again. Before long, the zombie tide reached the base of the walls, beginning to form a human ladder. Hee. Xiaoba chuckled ominously, her leaping abilities greatly enhanced, as she sprang onto a zombie and vaulted up to the wall, clawing open the abdomen of a guard. Meanwhile, Tank hefted a massive boulder, spinning it like a discus before hurling it skyward. Boom! The boulder shattered the watchtower, sending its occupants tumbling down. Something feels off. Zhang Xiaoyuan sensed a disturbance. Realizing these zombies were no ordinary foes, just then, a crossbow bolt flew past, piercing the head of a nearby guard. What the? Only then did Zhang Xiaoyuan grasp the gravity of the situation. Chapter 23, Assault on the Prison. This was a horde of highly evolved zombies, capable of teamwork and exhibiting remarkable intelligence. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoyuan noticed that Tank was in a frenzy, wreaking havoc. He had previously battled Tank and forced him to retreat, but evidently Tank had returned for revenge. These creatures, they bear grudges. Zhang Xiaoyuan's brow furrowed. Brother Yuan, look, exclaimed a guard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Among the tide of zombies stood a young man in a pristine white shirt, incongruous amidst the surrounding grotesque creatures. He gazed impassively at the chaos. Is he human or ghost? Zhang Xiaoyuan was equally taken aback. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it was rare to encounter someone so immaculate. The young man's presence seemed unreal, as if he belonged to a different realm. Quick, aim and fire, Zhang Xiaoyuan commanded instantly. At the nearby guards swiftly adjusted their aim, unleashing a torrent of bullets, yet Lin Dong remained stationary, his eyes flickering with a crimson light. The bullets fired at him passed through his form, striking the ground behind him instead. Good heavens, Zhang Xiaoyuan was astounded. The sight before him was simply too bizarre, as the guards were progressively eliminated. The firing grew weaker, the cornered zombies piled upon each other, forming a human ladder, with the uppermost zombies climbing the wall. With fierce, distorted faces, they roared and lunged at the humans, mercilessly pouncing on several guards. who fell prey to their ravenous feasting. The remaining guards, gripped by fear, faltered in their formation, witnessing the outer wall's impending collapse. Quick, retreat to the safe house, Zhang Xiaoyuan ordered urgently. The guards, having long contemplated escape, turned to flee, occasionally firing back to hinder the pursuing zombies. However, Xiao Ba was the fastest, her claws stained with blood, her demeanor manic as she reveled in the slaughter. Sensing the humans fleeing only intensified her predatory instincts, and she dashed forward, leaving behind a trail of phantoms, taking down 5 or 6 humans in mere moments. She is an agile zombie king, Zhang Xiaoyuan deduced while igniting flames in his hands, the scorching heat radiating as he prepared to unleash his fire abilities. If he didn't act soon, there would be few of his subordinates left to save. With a wave, 2 fireballs hurtled toward Xiao Ba. She reacted swiftly, leaping back to evade. Boom, boom. The fireballs exploded, creating a wall of flames that shielded the guards as they retreated into the nearby structures. Casting a sidelong glance, Zhang Xiaoyuan noticed Lin Dong's figure steadily approaching through the tide of zombies. Hiss, Zhang Xiaoyuan dared not linger, promptly leaping down from the high wall and retreating into the building, sensing that Lin Dong was exceedingly peculiar and he had yet to comprehend the full extent of his abilities. As the outer wall fell, Lin Dong advanced into the building at a measured pace, choosing not to strike immediately, curious to assess the strength of the human awakeners, though his zombie king domain was formidable. It could only be sustained for 5 minutes. A hasty attack might risk soiling his attire. After a brief skirmish, 2/3 of the prison guards had fallen, leaving fewer than 40 survivors. Meanwhile, Lin Dong suffered minimal losses, leading the horde of zombies onward, with Tank trailing behind, a childlike smile adorning his grotesque face, reveling in the prospect of revenge. Finally, they would no longer be bullied. Inside the prison, Zhang Xiaoyuan and the others constructed a safe house, solidly built from 10 cm thick alloy, encompassing the roof and floor with no blind spots, rendering it remarkably sturdy. Only a few fist-sized openings in the front wall served as firing ports, allowing for external shooting while also providing ventilation. With a sigh of relief, the group settled into the safe house. These zombies, they are terrifying. Indeed, they are unlike any zombie tide we've encountered before. Unbelievable. Have you ever seen zombies wielding weapons? You might not believe it, but I almost had my throat sliced by one just now. This group of monsters is evolving at an alarming rate, several guards lamented, yet Lin Dong's vanguard troops had already pursued them to this point. Their faces twisted with rage as they clawed at the walls, growling incessantly. However, the alloy walls proved too formidable for the zombies to breach. A contact headquarters via satellite phone and request reinforcements. While we are safe now, we cannot allow ourselves to be trapped here by the zombies, Zhang Xiaoyuan instructed. Understood, replied a nearby guard promptly. Boom. At that moment, Tank crashed through several walls, charging directly toward the safe house, unwilling to accept that his enemies had taken refuge in their turtle shell. He swung his massive fists, delivering a series of powerful blows. Bang, bang, bang. The safe house trembled, but the thick alloy walls held firm against Tank's onslaught. Humph, you big fool, you can't get in, can you? Zhang Xiaoyuan exhibited not a trace of concern. The construction of this safe house was merely a precaution against the formidable strength of the zombie king or powerful mutated creatures. Roar, damn humans. The Tank seethed with rage, its fury manifesting in a series of growls. Zhang Xiaoyuan surmised that with Tank's limited intelligence, it could not possibly lead such a well-trained horde of zombies. The true mastermind must be someone else. Surely it was that clean-cut young man. As these thoughts raced through his mind, an unexpected silence suddenly enveloped the outside, where all zombies ceased their sounds, much like a noisy classroom falling silent upon the sudden entrance of a teacher. Huh? What is happening? Why have they suddenly quieted? This group of zombies, so peculiar, the abrupt stillness bewildered the onlookers. It was the first time they had encountered such a phenomenon since the apocalypse. The zombies stood obediently in place, and astonishingly, they parted to create a pathway. The observers were even more astonished, having never witnessed such behavior from zombies. Then, a young figure slowly approached from a distance, flanked by Xiao Ba and the Dr. Zombie, one on each side, indicating a clear hierarchy. Good, these zombies are exceedingly strange, one of the subordinates exclaimed. Shaken, Zhang Xiaoyuan's gaze remained fixed, equally astounded. It's alright, they can't get in anyway. We just have to wait for rescue. The subordinates nodded, their hearts slightly reassured. Given the fortitude of the safe house, even a missile would struggle to breach it, thus, there was no need to worry about zombies infiltrating. Bah, those wretched zombies, do they dare come in and bite me? Yes, acting all high and mighty, aren't you? Damn it, my brothers have fallen to your bites. A few guards, overwhelmed by the pressure of their experiences, having witnessed bloody scenes and the deaths of comrades, sought to vent their frustrations, firing a volley at the firing port. But just as the gunfire erupted, Lin Dong's approaching figure abruptly vanished. Chapter 24. The action continues. Stop, you fools, Zhang Xiaoyuan hastily intervened, for their actions were nothing more than a waste of ammunition. Moreover, he had already noticed Lin Dong's disappearance, as if he had simply evaporated into thin air. A profound sense of unease enveloped him, a strange feeling creeping over him. Where had he gone? Yet in the next moment, the tall figure reappeared, but unlike before, Lin Dong had directly entered the safe house. What the hell? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, some even rubbing their eyes in doubt. How did he get in? What is happening? Damn it, it's like a ghost. Panic surged through the onlookers, their hair standing on end akin to startled cats. In their intense fear, some instinctively raised their weapons, ready to pull the trigger, but Lin Dong had activated the zombie king's domain. A crushing pressure descended upon them, immobilizing their bodies as if they bore the weight of a mountain. As an awakened being, Zhang Xiaoyuan's senses were even more acute. He could see an endless sea of blood surging behind Lin Dong, encircling them all. Under the immense pressure, flames ignited in his hands. As a crystallized awakened being, his physique exceeded that of an ordinary person, allowing him to move, albeit with great difficulty, within the zombie king's domain. Die, he gritted his teeth, unleashing all his strength to strike Lin Dong with a fiery fist. Lin Dong's gaze was focused. It was his first encounter with an awakened being, and he had little experience. Furthermore, he lacked a clear understanding of his own power. He was unsure of just how strong he truly was. Perhaps it was time to test it. Lin Dong pondered, however, recognizing that his opponent was a crystallized awakened being. He could not afford to underestimate him. Thus, Lin Dong also channeled all his strength and delivered a punch in response. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as their fists collided. The flames on Zhang Xiaoyuan's hand extinguished, and his arm shattered as fragile as a piece of foam, instantly disintegrating. His body was struck by immense force, as though hit by a train, sending him hurtling backward to crash violently against the alloy wall. Splat! It was a more devastating outcome than falling from the 30th floor. He was utterly obliterated. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Was that it? It seems crystallized awakened beings are not all that impressive. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyuan's subordinates stood gaping in shock. They had just been praying for Zhang Xiaoyuan's salvation, but could never have anticipated that in the span of a single punch, he would meet his demise. The adversary was simply too powerful. He was not a ghost, he was a demon. The apocalypse had truly descended. Despair washed over the guards, under the oppressive atmosphere of the Zombie King's domain. They were utterly immobilized, and some with weaker wills had already fainted. Lin Dong stepped forward, extracting a crystal core from Zhang Xiaoyuan's shattered skull. Unlike brain cores, this crystal core was entirely transparent, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg. Emanating a rich fragrance, the energy contained within it far surpassed that of a brain core. Time for a meal. Lin Dong swallowed the crystal core, savoring its sweet flavor as a warm current coursed through his limbs. The pure energy was rapidly absorbed, nourishing his physique. Lin Dong felt immensely satisfied. The energy from this crystal core was equivalent to at least 10 brain cores. He took out a tissue, wiping his hands repeatedly. Before turning to exit, casually opening the safety door. Little ones, it's time to feast. Roar! The horde of zombies immediately erupted in excited howls, rushing into the safe house to devour the guards, their desperate screams echoing in a cacophony. But soon, tranquility returned once more. Thus concluded a hunt, and the prison, recently overtaken by Tech Corporation, had once again fallen. Zombies roamed within, leaving desolation in their wake. Occasionally, dark ravens cawed as they descended to feast on the decaying flesh of the zombies. At this moment, Lin Dong, leading the horde, had returned to his lair. As per his usual routine, Lin Dong first took a bath and changed into clean clothes, perhaps due to the consumption of the crystal core. He felt no hunger, so he poured himself a goblet of fresh blood, sipping leisurely, exuding an air of relaxation. He seemed to have transformed from a fearsome zombie king into the boy next door. "Boss, where did you go just now?" Su Xiao, who was mopping the floor nearby, inquired casually, for Lin Dong was her only source of conversation, and the monotony was unbearable. Lin Dong replied without turning back. "Nothing much, just went out for a snack. Su Xiao's expression froze. It was the end of the world. What possible snacks could there be outside? With her sharp intellect, she quickly deduced the reality. Perhaps it was best not to pursue further conversation. There was simply no common ground. Each time Lin Dong completed a hunt, he would remain hidden in his lair for several days, indifferent to the chaos and dangers outside. He continued to absorb energy daily, evolving steadily. Since the apocalypse, he had not ceased consuming flesh and blood, leading to a somewhat blurred understanding of his own strength. He had initially intended to test his abilities against Zhang Xiaoyuan, but the latter turned out to be too weak, perishing with a single punch. Was there no stronger opponent available? However, Lin Dong's elimination of Zhang Xiaoyuan, resulting in the prison's downfall, triggered a massive uproar online. Both the official shelters and Tech Corporation were keenly focused on this incident. Upon the release of the prison downfall incident on Tech Corporation's website, a flurry of comments ensued. Tech Corporation is failing. Isn't it? Wasn't there a King Hunter operation previously? Seems like it's a failure. Zhang Xiaoyuan was a crystallized awakened being. He was among the top 10 in our official shelter, right? Indeed, he didn't even wait for rescue before being killed. It's utterly terrifying. OMG, has such a powerful zombie king evolved already? What if this zombie king attacks our shelter? The people buzzed with chatter. Despite the apocalypse, there were still 3,000 comments, but the network was paralyzed, and the surviving individuals could only access signals from the official shelter's website and Tech Corporation's website. In response to the incident, Tech Corporation expressed its dissatisfaction. They quickly released a statement. Regarding the prison downfall incident, our company will not relent. We have traced leads on the zombie king that killed Zhang Xiaoyuan, and we will soon locate its lair. We will dispatch an awakened squad alongside the ultimate killing machine hunter to eliminate all zombies in its den. The King Hunter operation continues. Chapter 25, Assassination continue. Lin Dong smirked slightly, finding the idea quite appealing. He should persist in hunting human awakened beings to obtain crystal cores for energy replenishment. He had yet to satiate his appetite for cherries. Furthermore, Lin Dong preferred solitude in his little hideout. The best way to deter others from seeking him out was to eliminate them all. Thus, Lin Dong issued a directive to Xiaoba, instructing her to search for traces of human awakened beings. Given her speed, she was a fitting scout. Xiaoba let out an eerie laugh as she swiftly departed the lair, vanishing around a distant street corner. The night fell, darkness enveloped the earth, as the power outage in Jiangbei City rendered streetlights extinguished, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of obscurity. In this ink-like night, the echoes of zombie howls and the roars of mutated beasts frequently pierced the silence, perpetuating a scene of bloody carnage. Lin Dong stood by the window of his home, gazing intently outside. The zombies possessed an exceptional night vision, allowing them to perceive even the intricate street scenes from the 20th floor. At that moment, a ghostly figure darted into the building. Xiaoba had returned. Your Majesty, I have discovered a group of humans hiding in the FA supermarket, guarding a warehouse. Among them are more than 10 awakened individuals, clad in uniforms identical to those of the people we encountered today, reported Xiaoba. With her intellect now akin to that of a 10-year-old child, she was capable of articulating even moderately complex matters with clarity. More than 10 awakened individuals, wearing the same uniforms. Without much contemplation, Lin Dong discerned that they were likely from Tite Corporation, for in this apocalyptic world, no other faction would adopt such uniformity. They were likely safeguarding a substantial cache of supplies. Striving to transport them back to in this desolate era, logistics posed a formidable challenge, as not everyone possessed storage capabilities. Let us go and take a look, Lin Dong stated succinctly. Xiao Ba's eyes lit up with excitement. Her mouth stretching into a broad eerie grin. Night was indeed the most opportune moment for zombie hunting, yet this time was different. The horde of zombies trailed silently behind Lin Dong, moving toward their target without uttering a sound. The army of the undead seemed to dissolve into the shadows, akin to phantoms. Within DFA supermarket, over 200 humans were present, more than 100 of whom were ordinary survivors, with the remainder being employees of Tite Corporation. Among them, there were a dozen awakened individuals. The massive warehouse contained supplies worth millions, essential for the sustenance of thousands, underscoring its critical importance and the necessity for precision, with so much to transport. When will we ever manage to move it all? With just over 200 of us, we'll be exhausted just moving the goods, complained a young sentry nearby. Another individual took a drag from a cigarette. Exhaling a cloud of smoke. Let it be, we'll wait for reinforcements from above. We have food and drink, and cigarettes, and alcohol. Let us just hold our ground. The key issue is, we can't return to the company. It feels unsafe out here. The young man expressed his unease. The other person chuckled. You're not seriously worried about zombies breaking in, are you? We have 12 awakened individuals here. If zombies come in, it would be their demise. Let us hope so. The young man sighed, the night deepening and weariness creeping in. And go, pass me a cigarette to perk me up. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the supermarket's perimeter was already encircled by over 1,000 zombies. Standing silently like wooden stakes, their eyes increasingly fierce, resembling malevolent spirits in the dark. At a mere command from Lin Dong, they would charge recklessly into battle, heedless of their own demise, with so many awakened individuals. Lin Dong sensed the presence of humans inside and suddenly realized that a direct assault would be unwise. He himself was not in peril, but his subordinates could suffer significant losses. The elite zombies he had brought along today were capable of following commands and executing orders. Thus, Lin Dong resolved to take the initiative, seeking the opportunity to discreetly eliminate several awakened individuals before launching a full-scale attack. He instructed his subordinates to remain on standby and ventured forth alone. His figure fading into the darkness as he gradually disappeared from sight, utilizing his abilities within the realm of the dead. Lin Dong seamlessly passed through walls and entered the supermarket's interior. He moved stealthily, like a wraith. He had to remain cautious. Lin Dong meticulously surveyed his surroundings, aware that there were 12 awakened individuals present. He could maintain his undead domain for no more than 5 minutes. If he were to become entangled in a protracted engagement, complications could arise. As he sensed the human presence, he advanced slowly, the surrounding scene becoming increasingly vivid despite the enveloping darkness. The first floor of the supermarket housed areas selling gold and silver jewelry, diamonds, and other luxuries. In this apocalypse, such items were utterly useless. Lying untouched, Lin Dong continued onward, arriving at the main hall. Here, the sounds of human breathing were more pronounced, even interspersed with faint snores. A glance revealed dozens of individuals sprawled on the floor. Most already in slumber. Of course, some remained awake, engrossed in their phones, the soft glow illuminating a balding face. Even with the presence of a generator, it was not surprising they could play on their devices. Lin Dong chose not to disturb them, recognizing them as ordinary survivors. Moreover, he had already pinpointed his target, located not far away in a private room. There, he sensed the presence of 3 individuals, a single awakened individual accompanied by 2 women. Stealthily, he approached, employing his abilities to phase through the wall of this room, originally a shop, had been converted into a bedroom, the air thick with an indecent atmosphere. On the bed lay a young man and 2 women, all completely unclothed. It was evident what had transpired. In this dystopian reality, awakened individuals had become highly sought after, with countless women eagerly seeking their affections. Faced with the relentless threat of monstrous beings, their psychological burdens were immense, leading them to trivialize their chastity and indulge in fleeting pleasures. Lin Dong drew a dagger, plunging it into the young man's forehead. To stifle any sound, he utilized his abilities to disrupt the brain, swiftly extracting a brain gem. Clearly, this awakened individual was of a lower tier, having yet to form a crystal core. Lin Dong one fussy, consumed it, savoring its flavor reminiscent of cherries. The 2 women remained sound asleep, entirely unresponsive, perhaps exhausted from their earlier activities. If they awoke to find themselves beside a corpse, they would likely be terrified. Lin Dong, feeling a sense of compassion, aimed to spare the women from fear. He withdrew the dagger, methodically stabbing it into each of their hearts. Chapter 26, Midnight Slaughter. Continuing to employ his abilities, Lin Dong attacked from within to avoid bloodshed that might attract the attention of other awakened individuals, whose senses were remarkably acute. Having dispatched these 3, Lin Dong proceeded to the adjacent room, where a female awakened individual lay in deep slumber. Employing the same method, he extracted her brain gem. In this manner, Lin Dong systematically eliminated 5 awakened individuals, absorbing their brain gems. This sensation suddenly evoked memories from his childhood, of a cherry tree in the orphanage's backyard. Whenever cherries ripened, he would gather with Chang Lui and a group of children to pick and feast on the fruit. Despite the passage of years, the memory remained vivid, as though it had occurred yesterday, a fragment of his lost youth. Unexpectedly, in such a grim circumstance, he found himself reminiscing about that time with these cherished memories. Lin Dong resolved to continue his deadly work. However, upon crossing through the wall into a vast warehouse filled with supplies, oil, salt, rice, sauces, beverages, instant noodles, sausages, bread, everything one might find in a supermarket, Lin Dong showed no restraint. Sweeping everything into his storage space with a wave of his hand. Moving deeper, he encountered another large warehouse stocked with fresh meats, frozen shrimp, and crabs, all perfectly preserved due to the backup generator. Lin Dong collected everything without hesitation. Proceeding further, he discovered yet another warehouse. An astonishing 4 large warehouses were present, indicating an immense volume of stored goods, household appliances, brooms, mops, detergents, everything imaginable. The only exception was the vegetable storage, which had succumbed to widespread rot. Lin Dong was indifferent, as he was a carnivore. At that moment, the 2 sentries outside began to sense that something was amiss. Nango, it's already past 2 o'clock. Why hasn't Go Sheng come to relieve us? I have no idea, the middle-aged man replied, equally puzzled. Could he be too exhausted from last night? I'll go check on him. Maybe he is just deliberately avoiding his shift. Trying to get a little more rest, the young man, visibly irked, marched toward the first room, knocking loudly. Go Sheng, time to wake up and take your turn. Hurry up. Hey, are you listening? Don't play dead with me. Despite his relentless knocking, there was no response from within. The young man's unease grew, prompting him to forcefully push the door open. As he stepped inside and glanced at the bed, he discovered a man and 2 women lying there. Their skin ghostly pale, devoid of any color, they were unmistakably lifeless. What the hell? Something's gone wrong. Help! The young man exclaimed, trembling with panic. His voice, trembling yet piercing, echoed like thunder, shattering the night silence. Countless individuals stirred from their slumber, bleary-eyed and rubbing their eyes as they approached the commotion. What is going on? What happened? Could it be that zombies have broken in? Survivors gathered, speculating in hushed voices. Yet, amidst the crowd, a tall young man stood, expressionless, observing the unfolding scene with indifference. Among those previously on watch was Nan Go, whose real name was Li Nan, a crystallized awakened individual and the de facto leader here. Xiao Lu, what is the matter? Nan Go Shang, he's dead, the young man hurriedly replied. What? Li Nan peered into the room, his brow furrowing instantly. The survivors behind him began to murmur amongst themselves. How did they die? Could it be that their excitement led to a misstep? Surely not. Those 2 women are dead as well. Could it be? Did they have some infectious disease? As Li Nan's frown deepened, his keen perception revealed that the energy within Go Shang had completely dissipated, indicating that his brain core had been extracted. Yet, there were no visible wounds on him. This is impossible. His head is intact, yet the brain core has been removed. What about the person living next door? We must summon them and inquire. I have no idea, Xiaolu said, looking bewildered. Lin Nan glanced ahead and noticed that the doors to 4 consecutive rooms remained tightly closed, causing his heart to sink. Awakeners possess sharp senses. With such a commotion, they could not possibly be unaware, unless, bang, 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 Li Nan forcefully opened the 4 doors in succession. Inside, as expected, lay a cold corpse. Hiss, everyone gasped in shock. They are all dead. Just then, a girl rushed over from the direction of the warehouse, her delicate face filled with urgency. Brother Nan, the warehouse, the supplies are all gone. Li Nan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Nearly fainting, he hurried to the entrances of the large warehouses and discovered that the previously full storerooms were now utterly empty. An illusion. This must be an illusion. I must have fallen victim to someone else's mental control. Li Nan shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept the reality before him. Some awakeners or mutated creatures indeed possess the ability of mental manipulation, yet no matter how hard he concentrated, he realized that this was indeed reality, not some mere apparition. How could this be? Li Nan's expression darkened to the extreme, as if he were on the verge of tears. The others fell silent. Over 100 people, all hushed, with no one daring to speak. Originally, 12 awakeners had inexplicably lost 5, leaving only 7 remaining. Most crucially, all the supplies from the warehouse had vanished. How would they survive now? Something must have entered, Li Nan calmly analyzed. A woman beside him asked, Brother Nan, what kind of ability allows one to silently kill 5 awakeners and steal supplies worth millions? I am uncertain, Li Nan replied, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. However, he may still be here, lurking within this building. A wave of fear swept through the crowd. The entire DFA supermarket spans 6 floors, and they dared not turn on the lights, fearing the attraction of zombies or powerful mutated beasts. At present, only dim lighting was activated, illuminating a range of less than 20 meters. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. The thought of a creature that had slain 5 awakeners hiding within that darkness filled them with an overwhelming sense of unease. People glanced around nervously, apprehensive of what monstrosity might leap out. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood amidst the crowd. The opposing side still had 7 awakeners, 5 of whom were full of vitality, likely having condensed crystal cores. Their abilities remained uncertain. For now, he had no urgency to launch a direct assault and could afford to toy with them. In light of these events, all the survivors wore troubled expressions, their hearts overflowing with negative energy. Rather than mourning the loss of 5 awakeners, they were more concerned about food and the lurking creature. There's no food left here. What do we do now? Xiao Shui, I gave you a piece of chocolate yesterday. Right, you should return it to me quickly. Brother Nan, can you take us back to take company? Otherwise, requesting some supply reinforcements would also suffice. People spoke up in a cacophony. Lin Nan nodded. This, I will consider it. Although he voiced this, his mind was racing, pondering how he had lost supplies worth millions and 5 lives, while still contemplating requesting reinforcements from the company. This would certainly be a grave mistake. If the company were to hold him accountable, he might very well become a test subject himself. The best course of action now was to keep this from the company, conceal the truth, and in the meantime, locate that monster and retrieve the supplies. Chapter 27, Merging with Darkness. Subsequently, the 7 awakeners gathered together to discuss strategies. In the darkness, Li Nan spoke first. In my opinion, we cannot report this to the company. We must retrieve the supplies. The other 6 nodded, understanding the stakes involved. If the upper management of the company were to find out, the consequences would be dire. However, a young man among them hesitated and asked, Brother Nan, we currently have no leads. How should we search? We will definitely find clues. It is impossible to steal so many supplies without leaving any trace. Li Nan reasoned. Moreover, that monster is likely still within the mall. We can mobilize the survivors to search together. I refuse to believe we cannot find it. Survivors, they are nearly scared to death. Who would have the courage to search for monsters? Those people certainly wouldn't agree. Xiao Lu interjected. Li Nan's brow furrowed. Whether they agree or not, they must. Our company is not a charity. Saving them is merely for the purpose of transporting supplies. This is the apocalypse. Only those of value deserve to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, the air fell abruptly silent, and no one dared to voice a word. The 6 awakeners understood his intention, even if it meant using the survivors as cannon fodder. They had to locate the monster. After all, it was supplies worth millions to in the apocalypse. Even a few lives were less important than that. After the discussion, Lin Nan returned to address the survivors. Everyone, listen to me. We have just deliberated, and now that the supplies are lost, we cannot sit idly by. In times of crisis, we must unite and retrieve what is ours. What? The murmurs among the people ceased immediately. Go look for supplies? Are you joking? It's pitch dark. There could still be monsters in the mall. Whoever wants to go can go. I certainly will not. Indeed, 5 awakeners have been killed. We are just ordinary people. Encountering a monster would mean certain death. Dealing with monsters is the responsibility of the awakeners. I am not awakened. As they discussed, Lin Nan's expression darkened completely, his anger flaring. You must go, whether you want to or not. I am under no obligation to protect you. If you choose not to contribute and merely wish to enjoy the benefits, I will toss you out of the mall. The crowd was taken aback. Realizing that he did not appear to be joking. Furthermore, the pressure exerted by the awakeners was so intense that they dared not oppose him. Of course, some among them were more supportive. We have survived until now thanks to the warehouse supplies. We have consumed plenty from there, so searching is indeed warranted. There are so many of us. What is there to fear? What if that monster is merely peculiar in ability but weak in combat? That makes sense. It must have some weaknesses. It cannot be strong in every regard. As the people murmured among themselves, Lin Nan noticed a flicker of determination in the crowd. He decided to give them a slap to awaken their spirit. Followed by a sweet promise. Lin Nan guarantee that whoever can find the supplies or provide valuable clues will receive enough food from Take Company to last a year. Wow, a year? The crowd expressed their astonishment. In this apocalypse, even though they had been guarding the warehouse, they had always lived frugally, receiving only fixed rations each day to ensure they didn't starve. To receive food for an entire year was incredibly precious. A few strong men among them instantly seemed invigorated. Let's go. I want to see where that monster is. Let us go find it. Stealthily, we can only manage a surprise attack. The crowd switched on flashlights or used their phones to illuminate the surroundings. Countless beams of light intertwining, dispelling the surrounding darkness, they formed small groups and began to disperse in search among the crowd. Lin Dong fixated on those 7 awakeners, intending to find an opportunity to eliminate them. He retreated into the inky blackness. The mall was too vast, normally capable of accommodating thousands of customers. The 200 survivors appeared scant. As they moved further, they became increasingly dispersed. Some even chose to hide away. However, Lin Dong's focus was not on them, for these people were not worth consuming. The 7 awakeners remained exceptionally cautious, always staying together and never separating. Brother Nan, I can't shake the feeling that someone is following us from behind. One female awakener frowned, glancing back. The darkness behind them revealed nothing. Li Nan reassured her, don't frighten yourself. You're simply too tense. Brother Nan is right. Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. When I walked at night, I often felt as if someone was behind me. The more I thought about it, the more terrified I became. You just need to stop thinking about it. Really? The girl expressed skepticism. As they searched, they moved from the 1st floor hall to the 6th floor, but no significant discoveries were made. This is truly strange. Lin Nan's brow furrowed tightly. Could it be that they were truly haunted? Xiao Lu pondered aloud. I suspect that monster has definitely left. After stealing so many supplies and killing 5 of us, why would it remain here? That would pose a problem. Lin Nan frowned, looking down from the 6th floor railing. The view here was excellent, allowing him to see the 1st floor hall and the situation on each floor. Many survivors wandered about with flashlights, and thus far, there had been no casualties. Perhaps it has truly departed. Sigh. The female awakener, upon hearing this, let out a long breath, her taut nerves finally easing. After searching for half an hour, she had been holding in her bladder, not daring to relieve herself earlier. I shall make a trip to the restroom. Go ahead. Lin Nan nodded, yet felt a twinge of unease. Gently, please accompany Xiao Jing. It would be prudent for the 2 of you to look out for one another. Very well. Gently shrugged her shoulders in resignation, thinking to herself, is it really necessary to have a chaperone for a restroom visit? The 2 swiftly turned a corner, opting not to head to the restroom. Reasoning that in this apocalyptic world it would suffice to find a secluded spot to take care of their needs. In the dimly lit corridor, the atmosphere grew even darker. However, the awakeners possessed keen eyesight beyond that of ordinary individuals, allowing them to see just enough. Hurry up, gently urged, turning her back, for no one wishes to witness another's bathroom activities. All right, Xiao Jing replied, moving to the base of the wall, just as she unfastened her pants and prepared to squat. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within her. It was the instinct of an awakener warning her of imminent peril, a foul presence. In the darkness, whispers arose seemingly from nowhere. Then, a young man's figure gradually materialized. His pallid complexion and icy gaze revealing a hint of disdain, as if condemning her for daring to relieve herself in such a manner. Xiao Jing felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. Her hand instinctively poised to unleash her abilities, but before she could react, a dagger had already plunged into her temple. Chapter 28, Loud Conspiracy. The woman's eyes widened in horror, still reflecting the terror of her last moments. Her pupils dilating as her lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Xiao Jing, in the darkness, gently quickly turned her head, just in time to see a figure thrusting a dagger into the girl's skull. Shock coursed through her eyes nearly bursting with disbelief. The monster has appeared. A chilling aura enveloped Shenli. Her awakened ability was of the frost type. As she clenched her hands, ice crystals began to form, and 2 sharp ice spikes extended outward. In an instant, she darted towards Lin Dong like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, the ice spikes slicing through the air with a series of explosive sounds. Their lethality surpassing that of bullets, Lin Dong chose not to confront her directly, evading swiftly and disappearing into the wall. Qianli found herself momentarily disoriented, searching for her target. Where did he go? Just as doubt crept in, a dagger shot forth from the wall, aimed straight for her crown. The speed of the dagger was astonishing. Qianli had no time to react. By the time she attempted to evade, the blade had already penetrated her skull, extracting her crystal core. Another body fell. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Xiaojing, Qianli, what has happened to you too? At that moment, urgent shouts echoed from the entrance of the corridor. It was Li Nan and the others, having sensed something amiss and hurriedly arriving, only to find two lifeless bodies remaining. Moreover, both bore no visible wounds, yet their crystal cores had been extracted. The manner of their deaths mirrored that of the previous 5. A strong sense of the uncanny enveloped the group. 2 more lives lost. Where has the monster gone? The remaining 5 scanned their surroundings, their expressions grave, fearful of becoming the next victims of an ambush. Yet, the area had reverted to an eerie silence, as though nothing had occurred. If not for the 2 bodies at their feet, they might have thought it all an illusion. It was all too bizarre. This realization struck them. The monster had not departed, but remained lurking in the shadows. The slightest relaxation of vigilance could lead to their demise. Lin pondered another troubling issue, with 200 survivors in the mall. None had sustained injuries thus far, indicating its target was solely the Awakeners. Perhaps Xiaojing's instincts were correct. The monster had been trailing them all along. At this moment, Xiao Lu's eyes burned red with fatigue, his heavy breaths betraying the immense pressure building within him, nearly driving him to madness. Where is the monster? Come out and face me, you coward. What kind of skill is this lurking in the shadows? Yet no matter how loud he shouted, the corridor remained shrouded in darkness and silence, offering no response. Xiao Lu, calm down, Li Nan admonished, his voice low and steady. Your shouting serves no purpose. It would be more beneficial to analyze how the monster executes its kills. Nangu, did you notice anything earlier? A female awakener among the 5 queried, the only other woman remaining. Li Nan nodded. Indeed, I have made some observations. The other's eyes glimmered with anticipation, eager for his insights. Li Nan focused intently. Do you not find it peculiar that Qianli died facing the wall? This implies she was preparing to attack it just before her demise. Attack the wall. The others exchanged puzzled glances, soon contemplating a bizarre notion. Could it be that the monster resides within the wall? No, it does not merely dwell within. It possesses the ability to traverse through objects, including human flesh, Li Nan deduced. The 4 found his reasoning compelling. Otherwise, the deceased would not exhibit such lack of wounds with their cores extracted. In truth, they had considered this notion before, but found it hard to believe. Is such power truly possible? Certainly, and it could swiftly relocate vast quantities of resources. Together, this suggests it belongs to the realm of spatial abilities, perhaps even having awakened a domain. What? A domain? The group gasped in astonishment. The Tyche Corporation, in their research on the apocalypse, had captured numerous zombies and mutated beasts for sampling and experimentation, discovering that a rare few could awaken peculiar abilities, including the domain. Monsters possessing a domain can appear and disappear at will, killing stealthily. Some researchers labeled such zombies as phantom corpses. Have we encountered a phantom corpse? Xiao Lu's eyes widened in horror. Indeed, and it is evident that this zombie possesses a high level of intelligence, excelling in concealment and evasion. Such zombies exhibit tremendous lethality. We must eliminate it before it evolves into a corpse king, or it will become an insurmountable existence, Li Nan declared with determination. The others gasped in trepidation. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Lu seemed to recall something and spoke to reassure them. There is no need to panic. Researchers have noted that zombies with domains typically possess weaker physiques, which is their critical vulnerability. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder it dared not confront us head-on, only resorting to stealthy attacks. The group felt slightly reassured. Xiao Lu nodded. The pivotal question now is how to draw it out. Indeed, given our current strength, if that zombie chooses to remain hidden, we may never locate it. Li Nan assessed, but quickly shifted his tone. However, perhaps we can devise a strategy, even if that zombie possesses superior intelligence. It cannot surpass that of humans. Humanity has survived for millennia on this planet through intellect. If we cannot catch a wild hare, we can set a trap to ensnare it. Thus, after deliberation, the 5 formulated a plan to lure the enemy. One individual would serve as bait, feigning separation to entice the zombie, while the others would ambush it. However, the bait would carry certain risks, necessitating a strong individual. Li Nan stepped forward resolutely. I will be the bait. I shall proceed to the first floor lobby, while you all remain on the 6th floor, where visibility is optimal. Upon spotting the target, initiate an immediate assault, and remember, zombies with domains possess frail bodies. Engage in close quarters combat to prevent it from escaping. Nangu, it's too perilous for you to be the bait alone. I should accompany you, but if the zombie sees 2 individuals, it may act. A tall, burly man expressed concern. Li Nan nodded. Very well, I will go with Li Tao to the first floor as bait. Xiao Lu, you lead the others to watch from above. You 3 must not scatter. Understood, Nangu. Xiao Lu patted his chest, having been led around by the monster, resulting in the deaths of 7 teammates. He felt a surge of frustration, but now the call to counterattack had sounded. With renewed spirit, they set their plans into motion. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong was just a mere 30 meters away, eavesdropping on their every word, his keen senses capturing their discussion of the bait strategy with perfect clarity. A loud conspiracy. Indeed, Lin Dong's form flickered, reappearing in the corridor near the spot the group had just vacated. He perceived a semblance of intelligence among these individuals, albeit limited. Chapter 29, The Bait. Now, only 5 awakeners remained, 3 of whom had solidified their crystal cores, displaying considerable strength, while the other 2 were still in the brain core stage, merely possessing physiques stronger than that of ordinary humans. Lin Dong could easily deal with them. On. At this juncture, Li Nan and the tall man had arrived at the first floor lobby. The gathered survivors approached them promptly. Captain Li, we've scoured the entire mall and found no trace of the monster. Of course, you wouldn't find it. That creature is exceedingly cunning. Linan regarded the survivors with a hint of irritation, reflecting on how the monster refrained from attacking ordinary people, solely fixating on them. The Awakeners, they remained blissfully unaware. The crowd scratched their heads. Captain Lee, what should we do then? Rest assured, we shall resolve this matter shortly. Linan replied with confidence. On the 6th floor of the shopping mall, Xiao Lu stood at the railing with 2 companions, a man and a woman, all 3 intently observing, unwilling to miss any subtle clues. They were prepared to rush down for support at a moment's notice should Nangu be attacked. Yes, no problem, the 2 nodded earnestly. Little did they know, Lin Dong had already emerged from the corridor, stealthily approaching them from behind. However, the female Awakener possessed an astute intuition and suddenly felt an unsettling presence. As if something lurked behind her, she swiftly turned to look. The sight that met her eyes momentarily stunned her. A tall young man, impeccably dressed and strikingly handsome, was slowly walking toward her. Such looks would easily endear him to any woman. Phew, what a fright! I thought there was a monster, the girl exhaled, patting her ample chest. A monster? What monster? Lin Dong would not entertain such a notion. Xiao Lu and the other male companion glanced over, instinctively perceiving Lin Dong as a fellow survivor. You've done well to make it to the 6th floor, Lin Dong remarked with a slight smile, stepping closer to join them at the railing to gaze down at the hall below. Due to their proximity, the female Awakener caught a faint scent of laundry detergent. Turning to see Lin Dong's chiseled profile, flawless and striking, her heart fluttered involuntarily. Were it not for the imminent danger, she would have insisted on his company. In this apocalyptic world, female Awakeners were also highly sought after, and polyandry was not an issue. There are indeed monsters in the mall. You should stick with us. There may be danger on the 1st floor soon, the girl warned. What danger could there possibly be on the 1st floor? Lin Dong casually inquired. Xiao Lu, with a fiery temper, felt a surge of irritation. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Stop asking questions and focus on the task at hand. Why do you not feel the danger of the 6th floor? Lin Dong teased. I say you, Xiao Lu was about to retort, but reconsidered, sensing something amiss. His tone hardly resembled that of a survivor. Could it be? Especially the girl recalled how Lin Dong had approached silently. And in such darkness, ordinary survivors would require a flashlight or phone to see anything at all, yet he had come unarmed, leaning over the railing to peer down at the hall below. At this realization, the girl stiffened, a chill racing up her spine, every hair on her body standing on end. What exactly was beside her? Xiao Lu reacted swiftly, lunging at Lin Dong. Quick, it's him, attack, but Lin Dong evaded. Retreating like a specter, Xiao Lu recalled the researchers' teachings that zombies in certain domains were relatively weak, and he, as a strength-enhanced Awakener, was more than capable of handling them. Still trying to run, you shall die. Xiao Lu shouted, closing the distance, his fist raised to strike, seeking vengeance for his fallen teammates. His arm bulged with muscle, nearly bursting through his uniform. This punch was formidable, fueled by all his strength. Lin Dong was contemplating testing his own power. When he had encountered Zhang Xiaoyuan last time, a single punch had dispatched him. Thus, this time, he exerted only 50% of his strength, raising his fist to meet Xiao Lu's assault. Bang! The collision of their fists sounded like hammers clashing, sending a shockwave that resonated through the 6th floor railing, echoing loudly. With a crack, Xiao Lu felt excruciating pain as his arm shattered, contorting grotesquely, and fell limply. So powerful, Xiao Lu, racked with pain, clutched his arm and stumbled backward, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He realized then that this individual before him was extraordinarily strong, entirely contrary to what the researchers had claimed. That punch could have obliterated a tank. In that instant, a wave of despair engulfed him. Damn it, which researcher produced such findings? If there is a next life, I will surely confront him. That was the last thought that crossed Xiao Lu's mind. Meanwhile, his 2 companions, still at the brain enhancement stage, had not yet awakened their abilities, making them significantly weaker than Xiao Liu. In a flash, Lin Dong pierced through the necks of both. Meanwhile, in the hall below, Li Nan was engaged in conversation with fellow survivors when a dull thud echoed from the 6th floor, causing the entire railing to tremble ominously. Something has gone wrong. Li Nan furrowed his brow and quickly looked up, scanning the area but failing to spot Xiao Lu and the others. This is bad. The tall man accompanying him suddenly had a thought. It must be Xiao Lu and the others who are under attack. We must rush to their aid. Wait, Li Nan called out, considering another matter. He might have gravely underestimated the enemy's strength. After all, Xiao Lu was a strong member of their group, second only to Li Nan himself. With 2 other Awakeners alongside him, how could they possibly be no match for a mere monster? Moreover, even if they couldn't win, shouldn't they at least be able to hold their ground for a while? Yet, it had only been a fleeting moment, and Xiao Lu and the others had vanished. The tall man remained anxious. Nangu, what are we waiting for? Shouldn't we help Lu Gu? It was already too late. Li Nan's pupils dilated, a strong sense of impending doom enveloping him, as if he were being watched, with death lurking at any moment. At that moment, the survivors exchanged worried glances, unsure of what had transpired. The surrounding darkness rendered them blind to the situation. One burly man suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck as droplets of something wet fell onto it. What is this? He instinctively reached back to touch it, finding it sticky and with a metallic smell, slightly pungent. The man hastily shone his flashlight and, upon realizing what it was, his face drained of colored blood. This is blood. Chapter 30. Dinner time. The crowd was startled by the scream, turning to find that not only was the large man affected, but beneath his feet a pool of blood had already collected. Dripping down from the 6th floor, of fear surged within them, and they quickly shone their flashlights upward, catching a glimpse of a dark figure at the railing, yet the shadow flickered and vanished in an instant. Ghost, it's a ghost. I saw it, it was right there, and then it disappeared into thin air. But where did it go? Panic and terror gripped the onlookers as they frantically searched with their flashlights but found nothing of the shadow. Li Nan's expression turned grave as he uttered through clenched teeth, "It has come down." The crowd grew increasingly frantic, scanning their surroundings, nerves at their breaking point. Li Nan understood that the intense unease he felt stemmed from being targeted by that entity. As a mental awakener, his perception was exceptionally sharp, but he sensed danger drawing nearer. This time, the monster's target was him. Lin Dong, utilizing the power of his domain, descended directly from the 6th floor to the 1st. No longer concealing himself, his figure slowly materializing before the crowd. As he appeared, a wave of panic swept through the people, who recoiled as if from a venomous snake, scattering in all directions, some tripping and falling in their haste to escape. Yet, this did not deter them from fleeing as far as they could. Instantly, a vacuum of space surrounded Lin Dong, a clear warning to stay away. The spectators gazed at Lin Dong's face, a mix of fear and astonishment filling their hearts. They were astonished that the monster was so strikingly handsome and clean, utterly unlike the grotesque, bloodthirsty villain they had envisioned. Meanwhile, Li Nan and the tall man did not retreat. They felt as though they were prey to a ferocious beast. Paralyzed with fear, unable to make a single move, it felt as if they were walking down a forest path and suddenly encountered a tiger. Turning to flee would surely invite an attack. The correct response would be to kneel and plead, for even a tiger does not harm its young. Of course, Lin Dong was no tiger. At that moment, the two men were devoid of any strategy. Nango, should we confront him? The tall man suggested. Lin shook his head, his brazen appearance signified complete confidence. They were no match for him. If the opportunity arose, I will hold him off. You should escape if you can. Oh, the tall man nodded, and Li Nan closed his eyes, focusing his energy to unleash a mental attack. The air around them seemed to solidify as his psychic energy transformed into countless needles. Surging forward like a tidal wave, this ability was extraordinarily powerful. If an ordinary person were to be struck, they would experience temporary disorientation or fainting. The worst-case scenario could lead to severe brain damage or a vegetative state. Indeed, he possesses some skill. Lin Dong realized that this technique posed a genuine threat to him. Consequently, as his eyes glowed red, his domain expanded. The formidable realm of the Corpse King spread outward, immediately blocking the mental assault. Li Nan's focus was disrupted, and he felt a piercing pain in his brain, darkness clouding his vision, nearly causing him to faint. However, biting his tongue, he forced himself to stay alert. Quick, attack, I can't hold on much longer. Ha, the tall man hesitated, perceiving the impending doom ahead. If he were to plunge into that sea of corpses, it would mean certain death. Li Nan urged, right now, my mental strength can still hold. Soon there may be no chance left. Alright, the tall man's gaze hardened with determination. Even if he had to traverse a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he must press on. His body coiled like a bowstring. Launching forward towards Lin Dong like an arrow released from its bow, simultaneously his muscles bulged, and his skin hardened, resembling rock. This was his awakened ability, resilient skin. However, upon entering the realm of the dead, the man's speed abruptly diminished. As if he were mired in a quagmire, yet he gritted his teeth and, relying on his formidable physique, hurled a punch towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong stepped back to evade, his fingers reaching for the man's head. Disaster! The man's brow furrowed as he recalled Li Nan's warning that this opponent could phase through bodies and strike from within. In other words, he must not let the man touch him. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid the attack. Within the realm of the dead, he was already under immense pressure, as if he were battling while bearing the weight of a small mountain. The man barely managed to evade. Stumbling slightly but forcing himself to regain his footing, that was too close. Just a brief encounter had nearly cost him his life. The exhilarating sensation of teetering on the edge of death surged his adrenaline. At that moment, the man's body sank once more as the pressure of the realm intensified, rendering him immobile and incapable of launching an effective attack. What was happening? He quickly turned to look behind him, only to be astonished to find that Li Nan was no longer there. The man had not initiated a mental assault but had instead turned and fled towards the mall's entrance. Clearly he was escaping. Your captain has abandoned you, a calm voice echoed in Lin Dong's ear. The man was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Just moments ago, Li Nan had stated that he would hold the enemy at bay to allow the others a chance to escape. Yet, he had deceived himself into stepping forward to bear the pressure while he fled. The heart of man is inscrutable. One can paint a tiger's skin but cannot depict its bones, without facing a crisis. It is difficult to truly understand a person. In ordinary times, Li Nan had shown great care for everyone, earning their trust, but at this critical moment, he had betrayed his comrades, perhaps from the very beginning. He had meticulously planned this, never intending to descend into the fray. Moreover, Li Nan was not alone in his flight. A throng of survivors followed behind him. They had realized that remaining here was tantamount to certain death. If even Captain Li had fled, they too had no choice but to follow. To hell with righteousness and morals. In this apocalypse, what brotherhood could still be spoken of? Survival was the only truth. Li Nan's visage twisted in rage, murmuring to himself. He thought, at worst, he wouldn't return to tech company. After all, he was an awakened one. If he could survive in this wasteland, he moved with remarkable speed. Quickly reaching the entrance of the mall, the door had long been sealed with steel plates and bound with numerous chains. In a flurry, Li Nan began to pry them loose. Captain Li, wait for us. A group of survivors cried as they rushed over. Even if they managed to escape, survival apart from Li Nan was impossible, so they intended to follow him. United in purpose, they pushed against the heavy steel barrier. With a thunderous crash, the steel plates fell, stirring up clouds of dust. The mall's door swung open. Outside, the night breeze blew in, carrying a slight chill that jolted them awake. Dawn was approaching, and a pale light began to suffuse the horizon. The dim illumination barely revealed the scene before them. However, upon the door's opening, rather than fleeing in joy, the people stood frozen in place, their expressions one of sheer horror, for outside the mall loomed thousands of zombies. Densely packed, blocking the entrance without an inch to spare. At the forefront were Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor, exuding an overwhelming aura. Most bizarrely, this horde of zombies stood eerily still, as silent as wooden stakes. Their stillness unnerving. It seemed they were awaiting commands from their king. In the deathly silence, a low voice echoed from behind the crowd. Dinner is served. Chapter 31, Territory. The voice sounded like a summons from the Grim Reaper, sending chills down the spines of the gathered souls, extinguishing any flicker of hope within them. The fearsome zombies ahead seemed to have been activated, unleashing fierce roars, their eyes glinting with a ravenous thirst for blood. Particularly Tank appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Today, the boss has arranged a buffet with over 200 dishes. With a savage roar, Tank charged forward, crashing into the crowd with his minions. The people screamed and wailed, scattering in all directions. But the zombies brought them down one by one, pinning them to the ground to feast. The scene descended into utter chaos. The moment the door swung open, they had already stepped into the abyss. Lin felt a profound sense of despair wash over him. Having expended so much mental energy earlier, he lacked the strength to resist. It was then that he realized it was this well-trained horde of zombies that had overrun the prison. Killing Zhang Xiaoyuan and Lin Dong had evolved into the Zombie King. A zombie king with dominion was nearly an insurmountable entity. Humanity, how could it possibly survive? This was the final thought that crossed Lin's mind before death claimed him. A wave of agony surged through his body as Xiaoba eviscerated him. Once the personnel of Tech Company were wiped out, any resistance from ordinary people was futile. One by one they fell. Consumed by the zombies, this was the true apocalypse, rife with bloodshed and carnage, leaving humanity helpless and adrift. Before long, the screams of the people faded into silence, replaced by the sounds of zombies tearing and devouring flesh. The entire mall had succumbed, and not a single soul remained to tell the tale. Lin Dong, with an indifferent expression, stepped outside. Tank, Xiaoba, and the others obediently trailed behind him. It was time to return. After eliminating Lin and his group, Lin Dong acquired 5 crystal cores. After consuming 3 of them, he felt invigorated, as if he were on the brink of evolution once more. However, the immense energy contained within the 3 cores required time to absorb. So he decided to temporarily set aside the remaining 2. On the journey back, dawn began to break. If it were a morning before the apocalypse, it would undoubtedly have been a bright and hopeful sunrise. Yet before him lay a scene of devastation, with corpses strewn across the ground. The entire city resembled a wasteland. At this moment, Lin Dong and his followers traversed a park where bloodstains and the stench of decay were omnipresent. Scattered zombies lingered around, some even exhibiting remnants of their former lives. For instance, an elderly man was repeatedly ramming his back against a tree, exercising with abandon. Now, with his flesh torn and bloodied, he continued undeterred. Leaving behind a ghastly trail on the cracked bark, another old woman, pushing a wheelchair, moved stiffly in circles around the square, seemingly tireless and caught in a monotonous loop. Lin Dong cast a glance and was shocked to see a massive rat perched on the wheelchair. Its tiny paws clutching something as it gnawed away with relish. Before long, several young zombies appeared ahead, but unlike the previous ones, these were far more agile, having evidently feasted on flesh. One of the zombies bared its sharp teeth and let out a fierce roar directed at Lin Dong. Lin Dong glanced over, surprised that such a small zombie dared to challenge him. However, the roar conveyed a clear message. This was the territory of its master, and intruders were not welcome. Clearly, it was aligned with another faction. And this area belonged to a different zombie king. No wonder it had the audacity to roar at him. Lin Dong understood. Tank, with his infamous temper, could not tolerate a zombie growling at his boss. He strode forward, seizing the zombie by the neck as if it were a mere chick, and slammed it hard onto the ground. With a sickening splat, the small zombie was utterly obliterated, blood splattering everywhere. Tank treated it like a toy to be smashed, yet Tank was not satisfied. He proceeded to pummel the nearby zombies into a pulp with a flurry of punches and kicks before returning to Lin Dong's side. His face beaming with pride as if expecting praise. Let us go, time to head back. Lin Dong dismissed the incident, leading his band of minions away. However, on a distant hillside within the park, a group of zombies observed them intently. The foremost zombie stood tall, nearly 2 meters in height, its skin a pale red, with dark veins protruding ominously across its face. It looked utterly fearsome, and around its neck coiled a dark, furry entity that resembled a large scarf. Your Majesty, the humans in the mall were hunted down by us. A nearby zombie signaled, evidently possessing a remarkable degree of intelligence, comparable to Xiaoba. The leading zombie king let out a series of low growls. He regarded the mall as his territory, originally intending to slowly devour the humans within, but now, they had been hunted by other zombies. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Slaughter is the instinct of the undead. They could consume each other's crystal cores and absorb energy. It was time to expand his territory. The zombie king's eyes glinted with a lust for blood as he recognized Lin Dong and his companions as prey. Moreover, to strengthen his horde, he must eliminate the other zombie kings. Squeak squeak squeak. The scarf draped around his neck suddenly emitted a shrill noise, revealing itself to be a large rat, most disturbingly, with a human head. Its face covered in dense black fur, creating a terrifying visage. After returning home, Lin Dong took a bath and changed into clean clothes. Su Shiro, nimble and efficient, had tidied the house to perfection, arranging every item neatly, providing a sense of comfort even to those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. After all, while other servants might face wage deductions for poor performance, her failure to clean properly could cost her life. Noticing Lin Dong had changed out of his clothes, she promptly collected them for washing. Although Lin Dong had not engaged in physical contact with anyone in the mall, his white shirt still bore traces of blood. Su Shiro could distinctly smell it. Boss, are you going out to eat again? Lin Dong casually remarked. A buffet, he added. Su Shiro shivered slightly, sensing that this time the situation was significant, yet she dared not inquire further and promptly returned to her laundry. Lin Dong took out his phone to check online information. However, his major case had just concluded, and Tech Corporation had yet to catch wind of it. The official website still proclaimed that the Hunter operation was progressing smoothly and would soon commence. Numerous comments flooded in below. If we can eliminate the zombies, that would be splendid. We could rebuild our home. I hope this operation succeeds. Tech Corporation conducts human experiments, not for the benefit of humanity. Their hunt for zombies is merely a means to fulfill their own selfish desires. Who knows what this operation will yield? We shall wait and see. Chapter 32, Insect Rain. Tech Corporation stands at the forefront of global technology. Having previously launched rockets into space and forged partnerships with numerous countries, controlling vast resources, the branch in Jiangbei City is but a fraction of its might, yet even amidst this apocalypse, it thrives. Lin Dong surmised that Tech Corporation must possess a wealth of valuable assets. However, with at least 1,000 awakened individuals under their command, Lin Dong, despite his formidable strength, had yet to reach an invincible pinnacle. Relying solely on himself, he could not hope to vanquish them all, even with a tank, Xiaoba the doctor, and 2,000 elite zombies. Breaching their defenses would be no easy feat unless he could command a horde of 1,000,000 zombies. He could charge at will, perhaps. It was time to expand his territory. His 2,000 subordinates merely occupied the vicinity of the building. He had initially gathered them to ensure his own safety at home. Free from disturbances, now however, Lin Dong harbored ambitions of recruiting more and expanding his domain. Over the next few days, he continued to consume flesh and blood, absorbing all 5 crystal cores, significantly enhancing his power. The range of his zombie domain expanded, allowing for a full-scale manifestation lasting 20 minutes, with even greater potency. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land, and a blood moon hung ominously in the sky, casting a dark red hue over the heavens, heralding yet another night of slaughter. The area around the building had been anything but peaceful lately, as zombies from other territories frequently roamed here, howling provocatively at the tank and its crew. With the two groups of zombies often engaged in fierce battles, yet the tank was no pushover, crushing the heads of the intruding zombies without mercy. At that moment, Lin Dong stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the darkness outside. Suddenly, a series of squeaks echoed from the disheveled streets, followed by pairs of eerie green eyes gleaming with bloodlust. From the sewers along the roadside emerged a horde of giant rats, each as large as a piglet. The rats squeaked ominously, their nostrils flaring as they sought prey. Soon setting their sights on the zombies below the building, they charged forward, leaping onto the zombies and sinking their sharp teeth into the flesh. Roar! The zombie, overwhelmed by the swarm of rats, wobbled precariously, emitting a pained howl. The IT did not last long before collapsing onto the ground, only to be devoured by the rats as if it were dissolving into the horde. These mutated beasts regarded zombies as delectable cuisine. However, the commotion quickly alerted other zombies, who rushed in to attack the oversized rodents. Yet, the rats were nimble, darting about with remarkable agility, making them difficult to catch. They even leaped back and forth, teasing the zombies to their frustration. Just as the rats reveled in their triumph, a swift shadow appeared like the wind, and with a flick of its sharp fingers, the rats were sliced into 6 pieces. It was the female zombie, Xiaobai. With her speed, she easily overwhelmed the rats, her face adorned with an eerie smile as she treated the slaughter of the rats as a game. Not only that, but from the shadows, a hulking figure emerged, gripping a rat with both hands. His fingers tightened as the rat flailed helplessly, its piercing cries falling on deaf ears, until it was brutally crushed. Tank licked the blood off his hands, a look of exhilaration on his face. He then charged forward, either stomping a rat into mush or grabbing one and twisting it in half with his bare hands. His movements akin to snapping a cucumber. The rats, now terrified, began to scatter in all directions, disappearing into the darkness, their entire horde fragmented. Hee. Tank chuckled, clutching 2 bloody rats, sprinting into a nearby alley to feast upon them. Blood splattered everywhere, drenching his face in juices. He dared not eat openly on the street, for Lin Dong had advised against consuming unsanitary food, deeming it garbage. If their leader were to witness such behavior, he might express disdain. Incidents of rat attacks and zombie provocations had become commonplace in recent days, and Lin Dong had grown weary of them, paying them no mind. The next morning, heavy clouds cloaked the sky, dark as ink, and before long rain began to pour. However, this rain was no ordinary precipitation. It was interspersed with black insects falling from the sky. This was an insect rain. The tiny creatures, about the size of a pinky, landed on the streets or abandoned vehicles, creating a cacophony of noise. Soon, the ground was covered in a dense mass of insects. Yushiro, inside the building, couldn't help but gasp in shock, feeling a chill run down her spine. The bizarre occurrences of the apocalypse were escalating. Now there was an insect rain. What more could happen in the future? Lin Dong gazed out the window, his brow furrowed. The weather today was truly dreadful. However, before the apocalypse, television had reported instances of fish rain due to tornadoes sweeping fish into the sky, only for them to fall back down. This insect rain was likely a similar phenomenon, yet these insects were unlike any ordinary ones. They possessed sharp teeth and burrowed into the flesh of zombies. At the once agile zombies became rigid, as though their bodies were no longer under their control. Fortunately, Lin Dong's subordinates were elite and highly intelligent. Before the insects could penetrate their bodies, they promptly pulled them out and even devoured them whole, especially Tank, whose tough skin and flesh rendered him unafraid of the insects. He scooped up a handful, munching on them as if they were snacks from his childhood, pouring them into his mouth as if relishing the taste. Tilting his head back, mouth wide open, he drank in the falling rain of insects as if it were a gift from nature. Yet mere minutes later, the insect rain concluded, leaving the streets littered with the creatures. They shunned the sunlight and hurriedly burrowed into sewers, soil, or crevices to escape the raised eye in the alley beside the building. Tank squatted against the wall, snatching up a handful of insects from the ground, popping them into his mouth like sunflower seeds. Xiao Ba and the doctor approached, glancing at him curiously. Hey, the boss said not to eat junk food. Sure. Tank made a gesture for silence, indicating that they should keep it down. He then offered the insects to Xiao Ba. Tilting her head, she scrutinized them for a moment, seemingly finding them appetizing. She picked up an insect and took a bite. Delicious. Soon she and Tank squatted in the corner, snacking away like children caught sneaking treats. The doctor leaned against the wall, crossing his arms, looking at the 2 zombies with exasperation. You guys are going to get discovered by the boss. Not at all. The boss prefers to stay indoors. He rarely comes out, Xiao Ba replied, appearing quite familiar with Lin Dong. Just as they were conversing, a sinister face suddenly peeked out from the entrance of the alley. Chapter 33, Feeding the Zombies. Are you eating? Lin Dong's tone was calm, as if engaging in casual conversation with friends, yet Xiao Ba and Tank hurriedly stood up straight from their crouched position, their backs rigid like schoolchildren caught in a reprimand. In the meantime, Tank discreetly tossed the insects he held behind him, then grinned sheepishly. Hee boss, it was all Xiao Ba's idea. I really didn't want to eat any. HM? Xiaoba turned to glare at him, feeling exasperated and slightly irritated. With a swift motion, her sharp claws dug into Tank's side, silently cursing, "Are you insufferable?" However, Tank, with his tough skin and flesh, felt no pain. And the light scratch barely fazed him as he continued to beam with his silly grin. Lin Dong, however, did not seem particularly angry. "I'm heading out for a bit. You two keep an eye on the place." "Oh, okay," Tank and Xiaoba replied in unison, though curiosity flickered in their eyes about what their leader planned to do. If he was going hunting, would they be able to join, but having already committed a faux pas? They dared not voice their questions. Lin Dong shot them a glance. "Don't you two enjoy eating insects? Before I return, clear out all the insects around the building. I don't want to see a single one." "Yes, yes," the two zombies nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grains. Lin Dong exited the building, having absorbed all 5 of his soul crystals. He intended to venture out to see if he could encounter a lucky one to hunt down a few more. Additionally, he aimed to investigate the recent rat attacks and zombie disturbances. Due to the ambiguity of the specific circumstances, Lin Dong had no intention of bringing along thousands of zombie minions, as it would be more convenient for him to remain concealed. In the event of danger, he could unleash the domain of corpses to either attack or retreat at will. However, his minions lacked such flexibility. Should they encounter a horde of mutated beasts or a larger wave of hostile zombies, they would be likely to fall victim. At that point, Lin Dong would be left as a solitary commander. Furthermore, regarding the incidents of rat swarms and zombie harassment, Lin Dong was not entirely without leads. He surmised they originated from nearby, most likely from the zombie faction he had encountered in the park that day. Thus, he made his way toward the park, having endured a month since the apocalypse began. The streets were littered with rusted vehicles, and the once thriving roads were now overrun with weeds. The entire city lay in desolation and decay. The only creatures that remained active were the zombies. Standing and wandering aimlessly, yet, at the slightest rustle, they would spring into action as if activated. Their terrifying faces, accompanied by low growls from their throats and bloodthirsty gazes, spoke volumes of their insatiable hunger for flesh. When these feral zombies encountered Lin Dong, they instinctively refrained from attacking, even yielding a path for him. However, as he advanced, the wild zombies grew increasingly sparse. Corpses began to emerge on the streets, their bodies mangled as though crushed by heavy trucks. Resembling mere meat patties, yet, this was not a result of human actions but rather a consequence of a massive zombie tide that had led to a trampling incident. Low-level zombies, devoid of intelligence, would trample over one another in their frenzied rush, resulting in unfortunate casualties. The larger the horde, the greater the number of those inadvertently trampled to death. Countless flies buzzed around the putrid bodies. And in this apocalyptic world, even the houseflies had swelled in size, now akin to thumbs, creating an incessant, irritating drone. At this juncture, Lin Dong had already entered the territory of another zombie king. The streets were strewn with tufts of hair and black, spherical droppings from rats, evoking a profound sense of disgust. Lin Dong could easily imagine that beneath his feet, the sewers were undoubtedly teeming with thousands of rats, retaining their original habits of foraging only at night. Not far in the distance, a flock of black crows cawed raucously, circling around a towering building. Crows are often seen as harbingers of death and misfortune. They seemed irresistibly drawn to something within that building. Eager to enter, were there survivors? Lin Dong pondered, making his way toward the high-rise. As he drew closer, the unmistakable scent of blood reached his nostrils, confirming the presence of living beings within the building. However, he found it curious that alongside the scent of human life, there were also zombies, as if they cohabited the same room. What could this mean? Lin Dong immediately activated his ability to enter the domain of corpses. Slipping into a state of invisibility as he traversed through walls, aiming for the upper floors of the building. He concealed himself in the void, invisible to outsiders. In this perilous apocalypse, invisibility was undoubtedly a divine skill. However, there was a drawback. While in this concealed state, he could not launch any attacks, for doing so would unavoidably reveal his true form. Lin Dong ascended to the 18th floor, sensing that in the room before him there were 4 humans and 1 zombie. With a flicker of curiosity, he passed through the wall into the first room, a cramped bedroom that presented a horrifying sight. Bloodstains marred the walls and floor, and the pungent odor of blood was overwhelming. Accompanying this were the sounds of chains clinking incessantly. Turning to look, he was taken aback to find a female zombie, her hands bound, struggling against the chains tethering her to the headboard. Roaring in frustration, opposite her sat a human male with small eyes and thick lips, fixated on the female zombie. "Ying, my goddess, though you have become a zombie, I shall remain true to my promise and care for you for a lifetime. Do you remember? I once vowed that no matter what you become, my love for you will never change." With a low growl, the female zombie responded, her demeanor fierce, saliva dripping from her mouth, forming strands. The thick-lipped man seemed unfazed, smiling with his eyes slightly squinted. "You're still the same, always so fierce with me. I pursued you for a decade, from middle school to university, bringing you breakfast every day. When you lived with your boyfriend, I brought 2 servings, yet you never looked my way, often scolding me like this." Lin Dong couldn't help but think, what a character. This guy could give even a devoted follower a run for their money. Yet, the thick-lipped man spoke with a look of sweet contentment. "Now, at last, you're with me, and I can protect you forever, no matter if it's the end of the world. Ying, my darling, you must be hungry. Let me prepare you a meal." Upon saying this, he turned and exited the room, with Lin Dong trailing closely behind. Being in his invisible state, the man remained oblivious to his presence. Lin Dong could sense that the thick-lipped man was brimming with vitality, far beyond that of an ordinary person. He was indeed an awakened one. The thick-lipped man entered another room, and upon opening the door, Lin Dong beheld 3 other men, their hands and feet bound, mouths taped shut, only able to emit muffled sounds. Upon seeing the thick-lipped man, terror filled their eyes, and they struggled violently, but the bindings were too secure to allow any escape. With a squinting smile, the thick-lipped man surveyed them one by one. "Let us see who was fortunate enough today to treat my Ying to a meal." The 3 men's eyes widened in horror, for they understood that this man was a pervert intent on feeding them to the zombie. One of them trembled violently, desperately shrinking back. The thick-lipped man grinned. Alright, you'll do da mm. Due to the tape over his mouth, the man could only emit muffled please. The thick-lipped man stepped forward, seizing him by the nape like one would a chicken, and turned to exit the room. No matter how the man struggled, it was futile. He watched helplessly as the distance to the zombie's room diminished, his heart plummeting into despair when the door swung open. A strong stench of blood wafted out, and inside the female zombie was animated, emitting a series of growls. Look how happy my Ying is, the thick-lipped man exclaimed with a sense of wonder of the man. Now sobbing in fear, emitted whimpering sounds. The thick-lipped man tore the tape from his mouth. What is this? Any last words? Please spare me. I don't want to die, the man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. The thick-lipped man merely shook his head. It should be your honor to witness my love for Ying. He dragged the man step by step toward the zombie. The man could feel the impending doom. As if death itself were approaching, he knew what was about to transpire, thus summoning every ounce of strength, he turned slowly, gazing longingly at the female zombie. If he could not resist death, he wished to see her one last time. This was the final thought of the thick-lipped man. Lin Dong's slender fingers penetrated the man's skull, extracting the crystal core within. In an instant, the man lost consciousness. Suddenly, everything went dark, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Was this how it ended? The man beside him was instantly struck dumb, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. All he witnessed was Lin Dong effortlessly dispatching the thick-lipped individual. Brother, you're incredible. Hurry, come help me. Untie these ropes. But Lin Dong merely cast a sidelong glance at him, completely unmoved. Had he ever promised to rescue him? The man grasped his meaning, and the hope that had momentarily flickered within him plunged back into despair. Just then a rustling sound came from the bedroom window, as if wings were flapping out. A colossal raven alighted on the balcony. It stood a meter tall, its eyes glowing crimson, its feathers shimmering with a pitch-black sheen. Resembling daggers, clearly it had been drawn by the scent of blood. Its red eyes peered through the gaps in the metallic railing, fixating intently on the interior. I want to eat, please help me open the way. Thank you. Oh, Lin Dong was taken aback. He had not anticipated the raven could speak human language, whether it was a hybrid with a parrot or something else entirely. It was surprisingly polite, observing the lifeless form of the thick-lipped man on the ground, which held no further utility for him. Lin Dong, driven by curiosity, approached the window and forcefully pushed the metallic railing aside. Thank you, thank you. The obsidian raven immediately shattered the glass and dove into the room, ravenously feasting upon the corpse of the thick-lipped man. Its beak was exceedingly sharp, akin to a guillotine, effortlessly severing the man's arm, which it then swallowed whole. It consumed every morsel, leaving not a shred of bone behind. Truly a horrifying sight. The man beside was petrified, never having imagined that in this apocalypse, besides zombies, such a creature existed. Though the raven's size was modest, it exhibited an insatiable appetite. Before long, the thick-lipped corpse was entirely devoured. Yet the raven seemed still unsatisfied. Its crimson gaze then shifted towards the man bound nearby. However, sensing Lin Dong's presence, it hesitated to dine on him directly. In a peculiar avian tone, it inquired, I am still hungry. May I eat him? If you wish to eat, then do so, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. The raven nodded, evidently grateful. Thank you, thank you. You are indeed a good person for allowing me to feast on his flesh. No need for thanks, Lin Dong replied. The man beside, upon hearing their exchange, was utterly bewildered. Was this what constituted a good person? Was this politeness? Chapter 35, The Bait. But in the next moment, the red-eyed raven lunged at him, and the man lost consciousness completely. The raven's sharp beak pierced through his heart, and it continued to gorge itself. After consuming the man, the raven appeared sated, flapping its wings before soaring out the window. Goodbye, goodbye, I shall repay your kindness. The unique avian voice drifted away into the sky, gradually fading. This creature is rather intriguing, Lin Dong mused. He had obtained a crystal core, thus this venture was not without its rewards. Suddenly he recalled that there were two survivors in the adjacent room. The two individuals were still trembling, haunted by their near escape. Though they had narrowly avoided a grim fate, they remained bound for a destiny of being devoured by zombies. The anticipation of death was a torment, rendering them desperate for a swifter end. At that moment footsteps approached their room. Why, as he returned, did the zombie not have its fill? Their hearts raced, lodged firmly in their throats. However, when the door swung open, it was not the thick-lipped man who entered, but rather a tall and handsome youth. The two were momentarily stunned, and then as if a realization struck them, their faces lit up with hope. Could it be the rescue team from the shelter had come to save them? Lin Dong scrutinized them, contemplating how to proceed. To simply kill them seemed utterly pointless. As ordinary individuals, their only utility lay in becoming bait. For Lin Dong harbored a suspicion that there were not many zombies nearby the high-rise. The ground was littered with rat fur and droppings, indicating that something lurked in the shadows. He could utilize these two to draw it out. You two, hurry and escape. Lin Dong unsheathed his dagger and severed the ropes binding them. Instantly, they erupted with joy, having expected death, yet now a miracle had unfolded. Thank you, we are truly grateful, one man exclaimed. Tears streaming down his face, the other inquired, you are with the rescue team, right? Can you take us to the shelter? Not possible. Lin Dong shook his head. I have other matters to attend to, you must leave first. What, this? The two exchanged uncertain glances, for the outside world was perilous, and without an awakened protector, survival was nearly impossible. Yet after a moment's deliberation, they resolved to leave. They could no longer endure this cursed place. Before departing, they even gathered some food from the kitchen, along with knives and other weapons, preparing adequately. However, Lin Dong knew their chances of survival in this area were less than 1%, whether they could escape ultimately depended on their own fate. In truth, this region was not excessively dangerous for ordinary people. Had it been within his domain, their demise would have been assured. After they finished packing, they quietly opened the door and stealthily descended the stairs. Well aware that the faint sounds of zombies could be heard in the hallway, should they disturb them, they would be immediately devoured. At that moment, Lin Dong stood on the balcony above, observing the situation below. Pondering whether his bait would perish before even leaving the hallway, that would be exceedingly dull. Fortunately, about 10 minutes later, two figures emerged from the building and onto the street. They moved cautiously, backs pressed against the wall. Afraid of startling anything, Lin Dong watched with keen interest, eager to see whether they would survive or in the end how they would meet their demise. On the street, one of the men began to complain. "Yang, that rescuer was utterly irresponsible, letting us escape on our own. If we make it to the shelter, I will definitely report him." "What are you talking about? The fact that he let us out is already commendable. Besides, have you considered, is he truly with the rescue team? Let us not forget how we were captured," the middle-aged man replied. "Hiss." The youth gasped, recalling their previous ordeal. The thick-lipped man had posted on the shelter's official website, claiming to be part of the rescue team and inviting those in need to contact him. They had eagerly reached out, only to find themselves bound in that room, destined to be fed to the zombies. "If he is not with the rescue team, then why did he let us go? How would I know? In any case, let us just focus on surviving," Yang said, narrowing his eyes. He carefully surveyed their surroundings and noted the relative scarcity of zombies. As long as they tread cautiously, they should avoid alarming them. If they could escape the urban area and reach the sparsely populated outskirts, their chances of reaching the shelter would significantly increase. "If only we had a heavy-duty truck," Yang murmured, yet just then, a squelch sounded beneath his foot as he stepped on a pile of rat droppings. "Ew, that's disgusting," but at that moment, a thick black mist began to creep along the desolate street, enveloping everything in its path. It felt like a magnetic field of psychic energy was emerging. Lin Dong observed from above, already sensing that force capable of influencing minds. If it continued to evolve, it might very well form a domain. Indeed, something lurked in this area, and its potential was formidable. Lin Dong's curiosity was piqued. He yearned to uncover what it truly was, unbeknownst to the two men on the street. They remained oblivious to the encroaching black mist enveloping their bodies. "I am so hungry. Let us eat something," the youth suddenly said. Yang frowned. "What are you thinking? Eating on the street? Are you trying to get us killed?" "This, isn't it a restaurant?" the youth responded, bewildered. "Have you lost your mind?" Yang snapped, realizing the youth perceived the zombie-infested street and rat droppings as a dining establishment. However, he soon noticed something was amiss. The youth's eyes were glazed, and he wore a dazed smile. "Xiaoliang, what is wrong? Wake up, there is so much delicious food." Xiaoliang chuckled vacantly. "This is bad." Yang felt a surge of dread. Something was clearly amiss. In this apocalypse, many creatures possessed bizarre abilities. Had they encountered a phantom corpse? As that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly spotted an elderly woman ahead, her face eerily familiar, bearing a steaming plate of dumplings and beckoning him forward. "Son, come eat." "Mother." Yang's eyes glazed over as he regarded the kindly visage, a powerful wave of nostalgia crashing over him. Though his mother had passed over a decade ago, he found himself unable to resist. Lost in the warmth of a long-cherished memory. "Dumplings. Dumplings are delicious," Yang beamed, taking the plate and, driven by an insatiable hunger, began to devour the dumplings. Meanwhile, Xiaoliang perceived a restaurant filled with delectable dishes, happily clutching a pig trotter and feasting upon it. However, from Lin Dong's vantage point above, the scene appeared entirely different. To him, the two were simply standing in the street, embracing and tearing into each other. Chapter 36, The Rodentide. Indeed, a most peculiar ability, Lin Dong silently observed, utterly bewildered as to the whereabouts of the instigator. On the street, two individuals were ravenously devouring each other, blood gushing forth, their life forces waning rapidly until, in a mere moment, they collapsed lifelessly. These once vibrant beings had brutally bitten one another to death. Any ordinary person witnessing such a horrifying scene would likely be paralyzed with terror. At that moment, from a nearby drainage grate, a shadowy figure emerged, emitting excited squeaks as it scurried towards the fallen bodies. It was a colossal rat, as large as a wolf dog, its fur dense and glossy black, with incisors sharper than daggers. It voraciously tore into the flesh of the two, relishing the taste of their blood. Clearly it was the architect of this gruesome scenario, a mutated beast with a crystallized core, possessing the ability to manipulate the minds of others, reigning as the king of this territory. I wonder, what flavor does the crystal core of this mutated beast possess? Lin Dong had previously hunted a two-headed wolf, which, despite being in the brain core stage, had proven quite delectable. Thus, he found himself contemplating the acquisition of the Rat King's crystal core. However, although the massive rat was engrossed in its feast, it possessed formidable mental strength and acute senses. Seemingly aware of being watched, it swiftly turned its gaze upwards and indeed spotted a human figure atop a high building. "Oh, has it detected my presence?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. The man and the rat, though separated by 100 meters, locked eyes. For a fleeting moment, their gazes intertwined. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat suddenly became agitated, its dark red pupils radiating a menacing glare. Simultaneously, a faint black mist began to emanate from its body, drifting towards Lin Dong's direction. Its mental attack range was vast, yet, in comparison to Lin Dong's corpse domain, it was insignificant, like a minor sorcerer confronting a grand wizard. The disparity was immense. A flash of crimson light flickered in Lin Dong's eyes as he unleashed his domain. The corpse domain expanded outward, and the ethereal black mist was instantly dissipated, melting away like snow under the sun. Unable to approach, Squeak, the rat's nostrils quivered, revealing its evident fear, its gaze fixated on the figure above. It seemed to perceive a sovereign presence, feeling an unparalleled pressure of death drawing near. As a creature naturally adept at sensing danger, such as earthquakes and tsunamis, this great rat sensed the impending doom and promptly abandoned the two corpses. Turning to flee or attempting to escape, Lin Dong leapt from the high building to the street below, moving with incredible speed, covering over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, akin to a ghost that could vanish at will. The distance of several hundred meters was traversed in a single breath. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Rat King emitted a sharp, piercing cry that reverberated throughout the street. Squeak, 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 squeak. Lin Dong suddenly heard rustling sounds from the soil beneath his feet. Accompanied by the rat's cries, instantly, countless rats surged forth from the sewers, a dense black mass resembling a dark fountain. The erupting horde of rats swiftly encircled Lin Dong. Furthermore, rats from every alley and street came rushing in, As if summoned to rescue their king, Lin Dong found himself surrounded by a multitude of rodents. The rats varied in size, some akin to dogs, others resembling cats, each at different stages of evolution. All now fiercely charging at their foe, yet Lin Dong's corpse domain was formidable. Any rat that ventured within was obliterated like a watermelon crushed by a hammer, burst apart without restraint, despite the ferocity of the rat tide. A vacuum of safety formed around Lin Dong, rendering it impossible for the rodents to approach. Nevertheless, the rats displayed no fear of death, continuing their reckless assault like moths drawn to a flame. Lin Dong transformed into a veritable meat grinder. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, and within moments, a mountain of corpses accumulated around him. As he surveyed the chaos, Lin Dong realized the initial rat king had blended into the swarm. Eluding his grasp, this rat was not easily captured. Scanning his surroundings, he suddenly spotted a large rat lounging on a bus stop bench, half-lidded eyes and tail swaying lazily, gazing at him with a provocative demeanor. Still daring to taunt, Lin Dong was certain this was the Rat King and immediately charged in that direction, yet, the rat was unfazed, leaping into a nearby sewer, melding back into the tide of rodents. Lin Dong lost sight of it once more, unable to lock onto its position. He sensed an impending urgency. With his corpse domain fully deployed, it would last only about 20 minutes, and he had already spent 2. If he continued to linger, his chances of success would dwindle drastically. While lost in thought, the large rat reappeared, this time perched atop an abandoned vehicle shelter, wearing a mocking expression as it regarded Lin Dong. Just as he prepared to pursue it, the rat executed the same trick, escaping once again. Meanwhile, the unending tide of rats continued to surge towards Lin Dong. Clearly, the Rat King intended to exhaust him. Lin Dong contemplated conceding, for once his corpse domain was depleted, the rats would inevitably swarm over him. Although his physical resilience could withstand the sharp teeth of the rats, he found the filth of these sewer dwellers repugnant. He had no desire to become a walking mass of rodents. Most critically, without the support of his corpse domain, hunting the Rat King would become significantly more challenging. With his abilities, he could not guarantee 100% success in capturing it. Yet, just as Lin Dong pondered his options, the infuriating Rat King appeared once more. As before, it launched atop a trash bin, squinting and provocatively watching Lin Dong. This time, however, Lin Dong intended to abandon the chase. Choosing instead to utilize the remaining time in his corpse domain to exit the area, planning to return another day to eliminate the rat. However, just as he was about to concede, an unexpected change occurred. The previously bright sky darkened abruptly, a massive shadow descending from above. The haunting cries of crows echoed from the distance, mingled with a peculiar call, "Good person, hello." Oh, Lin Dong looked up to find a large crow circling overhead. It was the very one he had fed before. It seemed to have come to assist him. The red-eyed crow surveyed the rat tide, its murderous intent palpable. Before emitting a piercing shriek, thousands of crows swooped down from the sky like cannonballs. Their sharp beaks effortlessly piercing through the rats. The legion of crows had unexpectedly intervened to protect Lin Dong from the rodent onslaught. The large rat atop the trash bin, upon witnessing this, lost its previous nonchalance, its nostrils quivering in agitation. Chapter 37. The Crow Brother had never anticipated that the flock of crows would come to the aid of this human. A renewed sense of peril enveloped it. Sensing the tide was turning, the large rat deemed it unwise to linger, preparing to leap into the sewer. However, a fierce wind arose as several crows dove towards it, trapping it in their midst. One of the crows crashed heavily into it, sending the rat flying several dozen meters away. Lin Dong's eyes glinted with opportunity. This Crow Brother is quite capable. It truly comes through when needed. He leapt into action, unleashing his domain to its fullest extent, obliterating the rats caught within its grasp. The Rat King, feeling the pressure mount, attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by an overwhelming force. Its body stiffened, immobilized. Looking up, it beheld a tall figure standing before it, eyes cold and brimming with murderous intent. No longer did the great rat exude arrogance. It trembled in fear, its gaze betraying a plea for mercy. Presenting a surprisingly pitiable sight, Lin Dong focused his will, concentrating the pressure of his domain into a singular point, and with a resounding bang, the Rat King's body exploded apart. A crystal core shot forth, which Lin Dong swiftly grasped in his palm. In that instant, as the Rat King perished, the once ferocious tide of rodents lost their guiding intelligence and immediately fell into disarray, squeaking in alarm as they scattered in all directions. The once densely packed army of rats receded like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. The street was left in disarray, littered with remains and a pungent stench of blood. A flock of crows descended, pecking at the remains. "Good person, farewell." The original large crow circled Lin Dong a few times before leading the flock away with a flurry of wings. The street fell silent once more. Lin Dong watched the crows depart, feeling a sense of karmic reciprocity. Perhaps he should feed small animals more often and strive to be a good person. He glanced around, recognizing that while the Rat King had been vanquished, there must be other threats lurking in the vicinity. For the Rat King was not the true overlord. The genuine ruler here was likely a corpse king. Lin Dong had no intention of continuing his exploration. Having acquired 2 crystal cores, he deemed it sufficient sustenance for a while and resolved to retreat to his own territory for safety. In an instant, he vanished, activating his concealment ability to return to his domain. However, shortly after Lin Dong departed, the street littered with remnants bore witness to the emergence of several zombies, led by a corpse king with dark red skin and bulging black veins, the very one from the park. Now raising its head to reveal a face covered in dark fur. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This bizarre, human-faced rat leaped down from its neck and approached a pile of rat corpses, emitting a mournful wail filled with sorrow. "My love, how did you perish? Who could have done this? I shall avenge you." The human-faced rat rubbed its grotesque visage against the remains, soon becoming stained with blood. The scarfed figure, "Do not be too disheartened. Should anyone dare to trespass upon my territory, I shall undoubtedly eliminate them." The red-faced corpse king spoke with a voice as hoarse as the grinding of stones. Behind him stood several capable subordinates. Their evolution levels quite high, akin to that of Tank Xiaoba, already possessing a degree of intelligence. Boss, I inquired with my subordinates. It was that zombie from the skyscraper that caused this. Oh, the red-faced zombie's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He had originally intended to eradicate it to expand his territory, but unexpectedly, the adversary had come to him first. How many zombies does it possess? After a period of investigation, it became evident that there were approximately 2,000. The Corpse King at the rear remarked, only 2,000? The red-faced Corpse King tilted his head, finding it somewhat incredulous. He had expected a greater challenge. After all, under his command, a horde of 20,000 had already gathered. 20,000 against 2,000 would be a trivial matter. Prepare yourself, scarfed figure. I shall avenge you forthwith. However, at that moment, Lin Dong remained oblivious to all of this. He had returned home, following his usual routine, indulging in a hot bath, donning clean attire, and then beginning to absorb the energy from the crystal cores. The core of the Mouse King was astonishingly pitch black, resembling a ripe cherry, and exuded an even sweeter fragrance. The energy contained within was exceedingly pure, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Perhaps this was due to the Mouse King's mental magnetic field, which bore some resemblance to his own domain of the undead. In the days that followed, Lin Dong continued to linger at home. Ever since eliminating the Mouse King, no rodents or zombies had dared disturb him. Occasionally, a solitary raven would circle in the sky. During this time, Lin Dong utilized his phone to gather information from the outside world. The official website of the tech company was unusually bustling. The incident at the mall had been disclosed, detailing the murder of awakened individuals and the disappearance of vast quantities of supplies. Many survivors left messages. What kind of monster could have caused the demise of over a dozen awakened in a single night? Indeed, what level of Corpse King could wreak such havoc? It was terrifying, especially considering that over 200 survivors remained, and supplies worth over 100 million had been looted. The tech company was in disarray. They had previously proclaimed the King Hunter operation, yet they were the ones who fell prey to the zombies first. Could it be that it wasn't zombies, but rather another human organization responsible? It is possible. I have heard of some ruthless awakened individuals outside who have formed their own organizations and even looted our official shelters. The incident at the mall remained shrouded in mystery, leaving the populace curious about what had transpired that fateful night. However, no living soul remained to provide them with answers. IT was rapidly becoming the greatest unsolved mystery of the apocalypse. Nevertheless, the tech company had not resigned itself to defeat. The loss of supplies worth over 100 million was far too precious to accept without understanding. Thus, they promptly issued a statement. Our company will thoroughly investigate the mall incident to honor the spirits of Li Nan and others. The King Hunter operation will commence immediately, and we shall hunt down all Corpse Kings to reclaim the supplies. These individuals were becoming restless once more, Lin Dong muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the tech company was busy formulating their combat plans. A gathering of awakened individuals seated in a conference room. On the large screen at the front, a map of Jiangbei City was displayed. After a month of drone reconnaissance, they had grasped the basic distribution of zombies. The area surrounding the mall had approximately 10 territories of Corpse Kings, classified from 1 star to 5 stars based on danger levels. Among them, 5 stars represented the most perilous, while 1 star was relatively safe. Such as the vicinity of this skyscraper. A middle-aged man explained, marking a circle on the map of this area harbored around 2,000 zombies, the smallest territory among the Corpse Kings, hence we classified the hunt for this Corpse King as 1-star difficulty. The awakened individuals in attendance exchanged glances, feeling as though they were preparing for a game. However, it was evident that this 1-star difficulty was a favorable assignment, and they all eagerly raised their hands to volunteer. This place is good. I'll go. At the back of the conference room sat a middle-aged man named Ji Jian, the person in charge. Observing his subordinates' lackluster enthusiasm, he felt a surge of irritation. Only by hunting powerful Corpse Kings could they evolve into something stronger, yet, they were being lackadaisical, opting for a 1-star difficulty location. Nevertheless, this could work in their favor. If this operation proceeded smoothly, it would help boost morale and establish the company's reputation. Garnering the trust of the survivors, Lin Dong remained holed up at home, sipping a crimson liquid from a goblet, exuding elegance, and enjoying a leisurely life. Outside the skyscraper, a red-eyed raven circled for a few moments before landing on a street lamp. Oh, little black bird. In a nearby alley, Tank peeked out, observing from the shadows. His territorial instincts were strong. Having noticed this raven often loitering around, and in a childlike manner, he intended to capture it. Thus, Tank stealthily approached. His movements as light as a cat's, inching forward without making a sound. After 5 cautious minutes, he had covered only 30 meters. Fortunately, the raven seemed unaware, remaining perched on the lamp without any intention of taking flight. Now, within 10 meters of the raven, Tank slowly bent his knees, gathering his strength, then leaped into the air. Come here. Tank's powerful jump cracked the ground beneath him as he shot towards the raven like a cannonball. As he neared, he extended his large hand, eager to seize it, but at that critical moment, the raven suddenly flapped its wings and soared upward, evading Tank's grasp. Can't catch it. The raven's unique call echoed through the air. Tinged with a sense of pride and mockery, roar, Tank bellowed in frustration, seizing a nearby manhole cover and swinging it towards the raven. Yet, the raven swiftly ascended, evading the thrown object. Can't hit it. Roar, little black bird, come down if you dare, Tank yelled, realizing he could no longer reach it. The raven ignored him, flapping its wings and ascending higher, gradually disappearing from sight. You big fool. Tank, seething with rage, pounded his chest and stomped his feet, yet he was at a loss for what to do. The raven soared to the height of the 20th floor, landing on a metal railing, peering into a pristine, spotless window. Lin Dong's residence. Good person. Isn't that you, Brother Crow? Lin Dong glanced over, recognizing the large raven, grateful for its assistance during the hunt for the mutated Mouse King. He felt compelled to reward Brother Crow with some chicken legs. Generously, Lin Dong opened the window and retrieved several large chicken legs from his storage space. Tossing them out, the large raven devoured them as if they were candy. Thank you, good person. You're welcome, Lin Dong leaned on the windowsill, continuing the conversation. What brings you here today? There are people, along with zombies, coming to attack you, a large group, the raven informed, clearly having spotted something while flying overhead and come to warn Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Hearing this news did not surprise him. After all, he had made quite a few enemies lately, and they had finally come to confront him about if they dared to provoke him. They would soon learn the meaning of ruthlessness. Coincidentally, he had already absorbed the energy from the 2 crystal cores obtained from his last hunt, contemplating where to replenish his strength, yet now, it seemed that the opportunity had presented itself. However, he could not afford to be careless. Preparations for battle must be made. Thus, Lin Dong signaled to his subordinates, alerting them of the impending invasion of their territory upon hearing the news of the intrusion. Tank became furious. Already irritated by the raven, he was now utterly enraged. Roar! With a mighty roar, the sound echoed through the vicinity, prompting a chorus of growls. One by one, elite zombie subordinates emerged, their demeanor fierce and bloodthirsty. Exuding an overwhelming desire for slaughter. How dare they invade the boss's territory? Were they seeking death? 2,000 elite zombies, a fearsome spectacle, lined up before Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor, 3 of his most capable subordinates. The zombies stood ready, eager to commence a bloodbath. Xiaoba wore a peculiar grin, seemingly unfazed by the invasion. Rather, she appeared excited, as though she found the situation amusing. Her thirst for bloodshed surpassed even that of Tank and the others. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood atop the skyscraper, the fierce wind tousling his hair, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, embodying the spirit of one who stands atop the peak, surveying the vastness below the eye in the distance. Several small black dots rapidly approached. Tech company's aerial reconnaissance drones dot on the streets below. A convoy of modified armored vehicles led by a massive bulldozer cleared the path, demolishing abandoned cars and scattering zombies alike. This was the tech company's King Hunter task force, comprising 10 awakened individuals, 4 of whom had condensed crystal cores alongside a 500-strong armed contingent, clad in black nano combat suits emblazoned with a red tech logo. They appeared strikingly impressive. These nanosuits were remarkably durable, capable of withstanding zombie claws and bites, rendering even daggers ineffective. In addition, Taika Company has also introduced 2 biochemically modified weapons, codenamed Pursuer among them. One vehicle is occupied by 4 awakened individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, who serve as the absolute main force for this operation. This mission is quite a lucrative endeavor, and we are fortunate to be part of it. One of the men declared proudly. The woman nodded in agreement. The 1-star corpse nest difficulty is just perfect for honing our skills. It is my first time participating in such an operation. You better pay close attention and learn well, the boy replied in agreement. Nearby, Captain LV Hao reminded Xiaowen, even when hunting rabbits, one must use full strength. Never underestimate any zombie, as they can be perilous. Captain LV, there are only 2,000 zombies here. I doubt the Corpse King possesses any extraordinary abilities, just a robust physique, otherwise it wouldn't control such a small territory. Xiaowen shrugged. The last tall man concurred, stating, as long as we don't encounter any cunning zombies, these merely strong corporeal ones are among the easiest to deal with. The woman listened intently to the trio's discussion, realizing for the first time that hunting zombies involves so many nuances. It seems I should indeed learn more from my seniors. Chapter 39, Invasion. Aside from the Hunter action team, another faction is also converging here, the red-faced Corpse King of the park area. It bears a scarf and intends to exact revenge on the mutated Rat King, while simultaneously eliminating Lin Dong and annexing his territory. The red-faced Corpse King has a considerable number of minions, 2,000 strong. A daunting wave, dark and oppressive, they roar and charge forward like a torrent, among them over 100 agile and elite zombies leaping and bounding ahead like monkeys. Mixed within the horde are numerous mutated giant rats, their red eyes glinting with malice. The sight of the throng of corpses flooding the streets is indeed spectacular. The red-faced Corpse King, accompanied by a few of its subordinates, lingers at the rear, confident it won't even need to intervene to deal with Lin Dong. 2,000 zombies against 2,000, there is no suspense in that, King. The battle will likely conclude swiftly, you need only collect the crystal cores afterward. One subordinate suggested from behind. The red-faced Corpse King nodded, appreciating the sentiment. At this moment, the Hunter action team has reached the target location, with armed personnel commencing the elimination of scattered zombies on the periphery. As gunshots rang out, zombies continued to fall. LV Hao and the other 3 awakened individuals disembarked from the vehicle to assess the surroundings, where scattered zombies emerged from every nook and cranny. Swiftly gunned down before they could approach, their gazes shifted toward the direction of a building. In the distance, they spotted a towering figure in the middle of the road. It was the exceedingly irritable Tank. Roar! The tank caught the scent of humans and bellowed in that direction, its roar resonating thunderously in a fit of rage. Had it not been for Lin Dong yet issuing orders, it would have already charged forward eagerly. Indeed, the powerful Corpse King, given its clumsy demeanor, it likely lacks any special abilities. Xiaowen deduced. LV Hao nodded, but we must remain cautious. There may be other Corpse Kings. Look at that group of zombies behind. They seem to show a high level of evolution. Yikes, how frightening, the lone female awakened individual gasped, feeling a twinge of fear as it was her first operation. Xiaowen, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor, comforted her. Fear not, it's merely a 1-star corpse nest with just over 2,000 zombies, and they aren't densely packed. We will clear them quickly. Yes, let us resolve this swiftly and return for our rewards. I've been starving for several days, the last tall man remarked. Although Taika Company boasts advanced technology, food remains scarce. As the Hunter action team steadily advanced, the 2 factions drew closer, the air thick with tension. As if a great battle were imminent, the tank stood at the forefront, exuding an imposing presence, fists clenched, muscles bulging exaggeratedly, and eyes filled with fierce intensity, awaiting Lin Dong's command. It was poised to tear the humans apart. Xiaoba also reined in her smile, tilting her head as she stared intently at the humans ahead, feeling a restless itch in her heart. Why hasn't the boss issued the command yet? I am itching for a slaughter. The horde of zombies anxiously awaited, their roars echoing, yet Lin Dong remained utterly silent. As the humans approached, closing within 500 meters, almost within range of their fire. What is the boss doing? Is he off looking for a snack and has forgotten about us? The tank inquired urgently, turning to communicate. The Dr. Zombie cast him a glance of fool. Do you think the boss is like you? Without orders, we simply wait, still waiting. At this rate, their wheels will be nearly on my face. Xiaoba scratched her head furiously, nearing madness. However, after the hunter action team advanced a few meters, they too halted. Captain LV Hao narrowed his eyes in scrutiny. These zombies are rather peculiar. What's wrong, Captain LV? Xiaowen stepped forward to inquire. LV Hao gazed ahead. If they were ordinary zombies, they would have charged at us the moment they were disturbed. Yet they remain unmoved. Indeed, the female awakened one nodded, noting the zombies before her were unlike any she had previously encountered. The tall man concurred. In such a situation, it is likely that a highly intelligent zombie is directing them. What if they are merely foolish and unwilling to step beyond their territory? Xiaowen speculated. The four of them observed from the periphery, deliberating tactics, hesitant to advance, resulting in a stalemate lasting several minutes. The tall man pondered aloud. Could this be a feigned retreat? What a ridiculous thought. You think zombies are Zhuge Liang? They can't employ strategies. Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle. LV Hao considered this. Realizing they had come this far, regardless of the zombies' nature, they must eliminate them. After all, there are merely 2,000 zombies. Even if something unexpected occurs, they can withstand it. Prepare to engage. All right, Xiaowen responded, already itching to take action. The other members inhaled deeply, their gazes solidifying with determination, ready to face the ferocious horde. Just as the tension mounted, the ground suddenly trembled ominously. Chaotic footsteps, accompanied by roars and eerie screeches, echoed from all directions. No good. LV Hao's brows furrowed as his expression darkened instantly. The armed personnel exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity in the other's eyes. They had all experienced such circumstances before. Only a large-scale horde could produce such an effect. As expected, a few agile zombies leaped onto the surrounding rooftops, landing on all fours, their predatory eyes scanning them. Then, from the street corners and alleys, countless zombies surged forth, alongside ferocious mutated giant rats. Where did all these zombies come from? The expressions of LV Hao and his team turned to shock as they realized the quantity before them far exceeded 2,000. They could hardly fathom the situation, suspecting they had walked into an ambush. Seniors, what should we do now? The female awakened one inquired nervously. The others wore grave expressions, uncertain of their next move. LV Hao scanned his surroundings. We can't think too much. Prepare for battle. The zombies charged forward at astonishing speed. Reaching them in the blink of an eye, open fire, LV Hao commanded, and immediately gunfire erupted around them. 500 armed personnel formed a designated formation, their firepower intensely concentrated, sweeping across a vast area like a field of wheat being harvested. Yet the horde was exceptionally ferocious, continuing to charge. Even when tripping over fallen corpses, they rolled forward without hesitation. The most lethal among them were the agile zombies, who leapt from the rooftops with astonishing speed. Catching the armed personnel off guard, frequently knocking them down and pinning them to the ground to bite, these zombies could only be dealt with by LV Hao and the other awakened individuals. However, the concrete pavement beneath their feet suddenly began to crack, accompanied by eerie screeches as giant rats emerged from the fissures. The rats darted toward the armed personnel, some biting at their ankles, causing them to yelp in pain. The two factions clashed fiercely, the battle growing increasingly intense. At that moment, not far off, the tank and Xiaoba, among others, ceased their impatience, watching the scene unfold with bewilderment. What is happening? Chapter 40. Chaos. It was supposed to be their home turf. Why were the two factions battling each other? The tank scratched his head. Could it be they came to brawl on their territory? Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood tall atop a building, having previously observed the massive horde of zombies rushing toward this direction. Thus refraining from sending his minions into action now, as the two factions engaged fiercely, tearing into each other like dogs, he could sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Go for it. Lin Dong even cheered them on. Secretly hoping for a devastating clash, the red-eyed crow circled around Lin Dong. Good sir, when does your feast commence? Patience, it's not boiling yet, Lin Dong replied without turning. It turned out that Crow Brother had come to visit just in time for a meal. Hoping to snag a bite, on the distant battlefield gunfire echoed, flesh and blood scattered, limbs severed, and the stench of blood was overwhelming. Resembling a hellish battlefield, humanity had deployed their trump card, 2 3-meter-tall biochemically modified beings, codenamed Pursuer. They were hulking figures, their broad backs reminiscent of bears, with prominent scars on their large foreheads, resembling a massive centipede lying in wait. The pursuers were wrapped in chains of ammunition, carrying enormous hammers on their backs, and wielding Gatling machine guns in their right hands. At that moment, 6 barrels began to spin, unleashing a torrent of fire, a veritable storm of metal raining down. Once the zombies are brought down, severed in twain or blown to smithereens, their demise is truly harrowing. Should an elite zombie approach, the hunters show no fear of bites, swiftly drawing forth a massive iron hammer and bringing it down with great force. This hammer, of an unknown material, possesses an extraordinarily high density, appearing to weigh around 20 tons. When it strikes the ground, it creates a deep crater, and the unfortunate zombie struck becomes nothing but a puddle of gore. As Lin Dong gazes upon this scene, he cannot help but reminisce about his childhood. During the new year, the orphanage would make dumplings. He was responsible for the task of mashing garlic. He mused that the zombies' plight was akin to that of garlic paste. 2 hunters appeared, granting humanity a significant advantage. Even amidst the ferocious tide of the undead, they could not breach their defenses. Truly, they were the deadly weapons of the zombie extermination program. The only threat to be wary of was the large rats scurrying beneath their feet. However, the armed squad donned nano-combat suits, rendering them impervious to even the sharpest of rat teeth, which could only inflict minor wounds. This clearly demonstrated that the Hunter King task force possessed formidable strength. In approximately 5 minutes, they annihilated 6 to 7,000 zombies, reducing the once mighty horde by a third. At that moment, the red-faced zombie king approached leisurely, adorned with a neck scarf. It was unclear whether its minions had managed to subdue Lin Dong. But upon closer inspection, it soon realized something was amiss. Its subordinates were fighting alongside humans, particularly 2 hunters who stood out as if they were garlic mashers. Engaged in their task among them were also humans who had awakened powers, wreaking havoc with unrestrained force, utterly unstoppable. What was happening? My king, there are awakened humans here, and we are engaged in combat with them, reported a sharp-witted zombie. Oh, I can see that for myself, the red-faced zombie king replied, observing the scene. But what of the zombie king within that building? I don't know. It seems it has yet to emerge. What? The red-faced zombie king seethed with fury, realizing that its side had already sustained significant losses without even encountering the enemy leader. How could this be? How could there be awakened humans here? A subordinate inquired. The red-faced zombie king was equally perplexed. Despite having evolved intelligence, it remained far from clever. Could it be they have conspired with humans? My king, could it be possible that the humans are also here to attack us, and we merely crossed paths before they could make their move? Another subordinate speculated. The red-faced zombie king's eyes widened, finding merit in this reasoning. Had they inadvertently created a blunder? The more it pondered, the more enraged it became, emitting a cacophony of frantic cries. What shall we do, my king? Should we retreat? A subordinate asked. Retreat? The red-faced zombie king glared with murderous intent. Having already lost numerous minions, retreating would only deepen its humiliation. They had already incurred sunk costs, and only a decisive victory could compensate for their losses. Moreover, humans were also enemies, their core crystals even more delectable. There was no turning back. Let us slaughter them, annihilate them all. With the red-faced zombie king's command, its subordinates let out a deafening roar, since the leader had declared no retreat. They charged forward with fervor, their eyes were filled with rage as they plunged into the fray. These zombies were highly evolved, formidable enough to be considered zombie kings themselves. The neck scarf emitted a shrill cry as it leapt down from the red-faced zombie king's shoulder. Darting to a nearby high-rise, its form began to dissipate into black mist. It too possessed a peculiar ability, mental control. The zombie king has appeared. Lu Hao frowned, having anticipated such a revelation upon hearing that earth-shattering roar. The scale of this zombie horde assured the emergence of a king. Everyone, be cautious. The real battle is about to commence. Understood. The surrounding individuals replied in unison, yet tendrils of black mist began to envelop several armed personnel. I'm so hungry, so am I. What is that? The ocean. I want to go to the beach, have a beer, and eat crabs. One armed personnel's eyes glazed over as he mimicked the action of lifting a beer, even pulling out a grenade from his waist. Hey, stop. What are you doing? Lu Hao sensed something was amiss and hurried to intervene, but it was too late. That individual had already pulled the pin on the grenade. Cheers. Boom. The grenade exploded, engulfing him in flames while shrapnel flew out, piercing through his companions. This fragmentation grenade boasted immense lethality, yet the chaos did not end there. Several other armed personnel simultaneously produced grenades. Cheers. They raised their glasses and perished together. Boom boom boom, explosions echoed, debris and shrapnel swirling like a tempest. Lu Hao pushed forward, being an earth-type awakener. He formed a thick earthen shield to withstand the blast's force. The remaining armed personnel took cover behind an armored vehicle to avoid shrapnel injuries. Fear spread through their ranks as they realized that comrades, who had just fought alongside them, had inexplicably turned on them. It was eerie. Such an invisible ability to kill was the most terrifying aspect. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, recognizing that they had fallen under mental control. Xiaowen, activate the mental barrier and locate the enemy's position. Alright, Xiaowen nodded seriously. As a mental-type awakener, he conjured a mental barrier, isolating the black mist while quickly sensing its source. Found it. Up there. Everyone followed his gaze to find a large black rat perched on the third-floor windowsill, sporting a furry human face. Chapter 41, joining the fray. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Indeed, a bizarre creature was present. At that moment, a zombie leapt from the high-rise, landing directly on an armed personnel's shoulder. This was a capable minion of the red-faced zombie king, an agile zombie king known as Monkey. The monkey, robust in physique and covered in pus-filled sores, twisted the neck of the armed personnel, severing his head in one swift motion. Quick, attack. The surrounding individuals prepared to counter, but the monkey's agility allowed it to leap once more, landing on the back of a hunter's neck. The hunter, caught off guard, staggered violently, causing his Gatling gun to misfire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. As bullets rained down, the armed personnel cried out in alarm. Hastily dropping to the ground behind the armored vehicle, bullets struck the vehicle, creating showers of sparks, while a few unfortunate souls were hit, their bodies exploding upon impact. With the emergence of the zombie king, humanity began to fall behind. At that moment, the red-faced zombie king unleashed its power, raising its arm to an exaggerated extent, blood vessels surging forth as if animated. These vessels, resembling serpents, ensnared several armed personnel, puncturing their bodies. Ugh, the armed personnel screamed in agony as their bodies rapidly withered, drained of blood, leaving them akin to desiccated corpses. How powerful, Lu Hao observed, recalling a film titled Venom, Let There Be Carnage. However, he noted that such abilities were not entirely strange and remained within the realm of the conventional, not qualifying as eerie zombies. As he watched the red-faced zombie king's blood vessels thrash violently, harvesting lives, Lu Hao stomped his foot, and several oval-shaped earth walls rose from the ground, blocking the attacks. Captain, the zombie horde is advancing, a nearby individual reported. With the loss of concentrated firepower, the relentless horde surged forward. I know, Lu Hao glanced back, feeling overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of zombies. Just then, a towering figure in their ranks took action. His name was Su Jian, a lightning-type awakener with immense offensive power. Standing alone before the horde, he was enveloped in crackling lightning, his hair standing on end as the turbulent energy intensified. Die, he roared, raising his fist and smashing it into the ground. Rumble. The ground fractured in a spiderweb pattern. Arcs of electricity dancing as a 20-meter radius was engulfed in lightning. Any zombie that dared to approach was immediately convulsed, engulfed in flames, and reduced to cinders. Captain, this cannot continue. We will be exhausted. Su Jian turned back, expressing concern. Though the awakened were powerful, their stamina was limited, and the main combatants were visibly fatigued, their energy nearly depleted. These zombies have come from elsewhere, their strength rivals that of a 3-star zombie nest. Lu Hao had long realized the gravity of the situation. What? A female awakener's face turned ashen, shocked to encounter such circumstances on their first mission. Then, why have they come here? How would I know? The zombies from the 1-star nest have yet to emerge. Lu Hao's frustration was palpable. Silence enveloped the group as they found themselves inexplicably ensnared in danger, their mission objectives untouched, not even a hair out of place. Yet, perhaps it was fortuitous. As long as the zombies from the 1-star nest remained dormant, their escape would be more manageable. Those zombies are quite foolish. They've arrived at our doorstep yet remain inactive. So they probably won't come out. Xiaowen reassured. At this moment, Lin Dong stood atop a building wearing a rather nonchalant expression. Surrounding him were numerous crows, all subordinates of Crow Brother, awaiting a chance to scrounge a meal. After keeping everyone waiting for so long, is the pot finally boiling? The crimson glimmer in the crow's eyes flickers, growing increasingly excited. Lin Dong nods in affirmation. Below, on the battlefield, the armed personnel are nearly out of ammunition. And the awakened ones are utterly exhausted, their energy nearly depleted. The previous tide of 2,000 corpses has dwindled to a mere remnant of defeated soldiers. It is time for us to make our entrance. Lin Dong gives the command. The thousands of zombies standing below seem to have been activated, all roaring in unison, an aura of ferocity enveloping the air. Roar. The tank lets out a thunderous roar, charging forward like a rampaging bull, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Behind it, a host of elite zombies surge forth like wild stallions, yet, the most exhilarated of all is Xiao Ba. Tears nearly welling in her eyes as the leader finally gives the command, for she had been itching to affectionately deal with those humans after witnessing the slaughter ahead. A wide, eerie smile stretches across Xiao Ba's face as she darts forward like a wraith. Atop the building, countless crows take to the sky. In the midst of the swirling avian flock stands a stern young man, his eyes flashing red. Suddenly, he vanishes without a trace. The tank is the first to breach the battlefield, its massive form akin to a speeding locomotive, scattering zombies across the street. Some even find themselves hanging from lampposts. The tank tears a gap through the horde. The elite zombies, swift in their movements, pounce upon the enemies, their sharp teeth severing necks, tossing heads aside before seeking their next target. Wait, what is that? El Hao and the others feel the ground quake, turning to see a colossal zombie king scattering the horde, charging directly toward their position. Holy moly, they're out. The faces of the crowd turn ashen. The female awakened is filled with trepidation. Xiaowen, didn't you say they wouldn't come? Xiaowen is rendered speechless. The slap in the face coming too swiftly. Could it be mere coincidence? At this moment, everyone feels that their already precarious situation is becoming even more dire, yet soon they realize it is far worse than mere misfortune. The tank, with its gargantuan size, has already reached the human encampment, the ground shaking violently, an overwhelming and terrifying presence. We must stop it, El Hao exclaims urgently. The armed personnel immediately open fire at the tank. However, the tank's tough exterior pays no heed, barreling through the hail of bullets, its speed unabated, even increasing in ferocity. Let me handle this, a female awakened, furrowing her brow, declares. Her ability allows her to manipulate metal. With a swift motion, a heavy armored vehicle positions itself in front of the tank. Boom. The two collide, the armored vehicle spinning several times in the air before being flung far away. The crowd gasps in astonishment. So powerful. Chapter 42. The king appears. This zombie is immensely powerful, akin to a humanoid beast. Nevertheless, the heavy armored vehicle does manage to slow the tank's advance slightly, but before the people can catch their breath, another slender figure emerges behind the tank, wearing a sinister smile, racing towards them at an incredible speed. Xiao Ba, having evolved significantly, now possesses a crystal core and the awakened ability, Rapid Shadow, when her speed reaches a critical threshold. She enters a state of invisibility, a rather eerie ability that allows her to approach her targets undetected. One armed personnel, firing ahead, suddenly finds the female zombie charging at him, her speed increasing until, in the blink of an eye, she vanishes from sight. Where did she go? The armed personnel loses sight of his target, bewilderment washing over him as he scans for the terrifying figure, but the next moment, a horrific smile appears mere inches from his face, the two almost touching noses of this. The man is taken aback, instinctively trying to retreat, yet Xiao Ba's sharp bone claws, slicing through flesh with ease, pierce his throat. With a swift motion, she tears off his head, sending it flying. Oh no, she is coming. The nearby armed personnel gasp in horror. Among them is a braindan level awakened, who reacts the quickest, brandishing a steel knife as he charges at Xiao Ba. But Xiao Ba vanishes once more, only to reappear behind the awakened. With a swift thrust, her sharp claws puncture his lower back, yanking out his kidney. The awakened screams in agony, convulsing as he collapses to the ground. This is terrifying. This is a sinister corpse. Run. The armed personnel lose their will to fight and turn to flee. Xiao Ba cackles, immediately pursuing them, taking down one person with each few steps. Her claws, drenched in blood, drip incessantly as her excitement builds, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. El Hao and the main forces sense the anomaly, realizing that even the braindan awakened are no match for Xiao Ba. They must stop her. The slaughter cannot continue. I'll go. Su Jian volunteers again, believing that with his lightning-based awakening, he can match her speed. With the 500 armed personnel he brought, 2/3 have already perished, leaving just over 100. Su Jian is surrounded by crackling lightning, energy surging violently just as he prepares to intervene against Xiao Ba. A more powerful pressure suddenly sweeps through the area, as if a sea of blood is rushing towards them from the distant street. A chill runs down everyone's spine, a sense of unease spreading as a primal instinct kicks in, causing their souls to tremble. The true king has arrived. Everyone turns to gaze down the street. Where a tall young man stands clad in a pristine white shirt, unblemished, his expression is indifferent, his hollow gaze devoid of emotion as he looks at the crowd, as if gazing upon the dead. What is that? A zombie, the female awakened hesitantly questions. Elhao's brows furrow deeper. Yes, I too have never encountered such a zombie. He must be the true corpse king. This is going to be troublesome. Xiao 1. As a mental type awakened, possesses an exceptionally keen intuition, the appearance of multiple corpse kings sends their hearts racing, feeling as though they are stepping deeper into an abyss. Su Jian shares the same urgency. If the corpse kings are not dealt with, their situation will grow increasingly precarious, making him anxious. Then let us deal with you first. Su Jian abandons thoughts of Xiao Ba and charges toward Lin Dong. As a lightning type awakened, his speed is remarkable, his form flickering like a flash of lightning. Elhao does not intervene, recognizing that in terms of offensive capability, Su Jian is the strongest in the team. Akin to the blade of the Hunter-S action squad, however, the next scene leaves them utterly dumbfounded. As Su Jian nears Lin Dong, his speed suddenly drops, as if he has sunk into a quagmire, his movements becoming alarmingly sluggish. Oh no, Su Jian is in danger. Elhao quickly realizes what is occurring, contemplating how to assist, but Lin Dong's Corpse King domain has enveloped Su Jian, seizing the opportunity while his body is immobilized. He casually reaches into Su Jian's head, extracting a gleaming crystal core. The sensation is akin to sauntering through one's living room and plucking an apple from the coffee table, effortless and natural. Su Jian's eyes widen, his pupils dilating, his face frozen in disbelief. Moments later, his body slumps lifelessly behind Lin Dong. A swarm of elite zombies immediately descends upon the corpse, devouring it. My heavens, Elhao and the others are rendered speechless. Having barely comprehended what transpired before Su Jian, their most formidable attacker, was killed, this zombie is terrifying. A sinister corpse. This is a true sinister corpse. Elhao's brows knit tightly, his spirits plummeting, the rest feel an intensifying sense of dread. Senior, are we all going to die? The female awakened asks, her voice trembling. Elhao hastily replies, no, if we can discern his abilities, there may still be a chance for survival. We cannot linger here, we must take refuge in a building. Alright, the others respond, making their way toward the nearby structure. The female awakened uses her ability to manipulate metal, warping the steel reinforcements to break open a large hole in the wall. The three immediately slip inside. Followed by several brain-dan awakened and a dozen armed personnel. Outside, 100 armed personnel remain engaged in battle. Too late to retreat, they cannot concern themselves with them any longer, Elhao resolutely states. Planning to leave them behind, the female awakened raises no objections, using her power once more to repair the breach in the wall. Yet Elhao, feeling uneasy, employs his earth-based abilities to accumulate sand and soil around the perimeter. Fortifying the wall layer by layer, every entry point, doors, windows, and walls are sealed tightly. The thickness of the walls approaches 10 meters. This formidable fortress effectively isolates them from the chaos outside, granting them a moment of respite from the battlefield. Phew, the group exhales deeply, a sense of security washing over them at last. Particularly the armed personnel feel incredibly fortunate to have remained near the awakened, granting them the opportunity to take refuge. If they had been abandoned outside, their fate would have been sealed. However, just as they savor a fleeting moment of tranquility, the outside has transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. A multitude of armed individuals retaliated. Only to suddenly realize that the awakened ones had vanished, their faces paling in dismay. We have been abandoned. What shall we do? The two exchanged anxious glances, yet, in the next moment, several elite zombies lunged at them. Sinking their teeth into flesh, blood splattering everywhere, the cacophony of anguished wails and cries filled the air. They found themselves trapped, with nowhere to turn, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. All they could do was await death. Lost and despondent in this merciless apocalypse. Chapter 43, The Battle of the Zombies. However, Xiao Ba swiftly bestowed upon them a sense of affection, liberating them from their suffering. As they beheld the corpses tumbling down, they understood the price of invasion. Over 100 humans perished in mere minutes at the hands of the zombies. With the humans eliminated, the red-faced zombie king finally encountered Lin Dong, roaring in fury. The red-faced zombie king was incensed by the heavy losses suffered today, and upon finally confronting Lin Dong, the age-old adage rang true: a foe's presence ignites fierce animosity. Its remaining zombie minions echoed its roar, creating a cacophony that shook the heavens and the earth, a scene of utter devastation. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Of course, the tank, Xiao Ba, and the elite zombies were all warriors at heart. Rather than feeling anger at the provocation, they were instead invigorated by it. Let the games begin. With Lin Dong's command, his subordinates immediately charged forward. The two ferocious zombie hordes rushed at one another. Yet Lin Dong's subordinates proved too formidable, akin to professional football players plowing through the untrained masses. Upon impact, they sent their opponents sprawling. The tank relished such combat, barreling through the horde like a force of nature, scattering the zombies in disarray. Yet, high atop a building, a rat with a human face, its neck adorned with a collar, screeched in rage upon witnessing the murderer of its wife, its heart ablaze with vengeance. It unleashed its eerie ability of mental control. A faint black mist began to waft through the air, enveloping the tank, Xiao Ba, and the other zombies. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, the doctor observed in secret, his gaze shrouded in malice as he fixated on the rat. Perhaps due to his superior intellect, the doctor lacked the tank's brutish aggression, instead adopting a more cunning approach, now awakened with the ability of mental penetration. He had yet to employ it in battle, but he set his sights on the rat, hoping to seize the moment amidst its mental exertion. Focusing his mind, he struck, his mental force transformed into a steel spike, darting straight for the rat. Upon impact, the rat felt a searing pain in its brain, unable to stifle a wail, before convulsing violently, lying on its back, frothing at the mouth, uncertain of its fate. The red-faced zombie king, seething with rage, realized just how outmatched they were against Lin Dong. Its capable lieutenant, the monkey, leapt onto the tank's neck, baring its jagged teeth, intent on devouring his scalp. Yet the tank, with a swift motion, thrust his hand into the monkey's mouth, performing a deep throat maneuver, then seized its upper jaw and executed a powerful throw, slamming it to the ground. "You dare attempt to bite my head?" The tank fumed. Delivering several heavy kicks to the fallen monkey, Lin Dong's subordinates, with an unstoppable force, toppled the opposing zombie horde with minimal casualties. Of the red-faced zombie king, in a fit of despair, bellowed, "You shall all perish." With a push of its hands, its arms expanded, veins surging forth like countless tendrils sweeping across the street. A multitude of zombies were pierced by these veins, but Lin Dong's subordinates, undaunted by death, opened their mouths wide to bite at the veins. Some even more audacious, disregarding their punctured bodies, charging forward with all their might. They were akin to ferocious wolf cubs, determined to tear a piece of flesh from their adversary even in death. With a thunderous roar, the tank could no longer bear to witness his subordinates being skewered like candied hawthorn. He leapt toward the red-faced zombie king, ready to strike. However, his strength was still no match for the red-faced zombie king. Suddenly, the chest of the red-faced zombie king split open, countless veins erupting forth to ensnare the tank and pierce his body, beginning to siphon his blood and flesh. The tank felt the agony. Roaring in protest, struggling violently, yet those veins lifted him into the air, rendering him powerless, his feet dangling above the ground. "All of you shall die." The red-faced zombie king absorbed a significant amount of blood, its skin turning a deeper shade of red, with veins bulging grotesquely on its face. Yet, just as it reveled in its moment of superiority, a dark cloud drifted overhead, a flock of large crows. Cawing ominously, their red eyes glinting with malice, then like cannonballs, the crows dove down, their sharp beaks targeting the veins, severing them with ease. Streams of blood erupted forth, filling the air with a foul stench. "Accursed crows!" The red-faced zombie king, unable to withstand the assault from the crows, felt agonizing pain and quickly retracted its veins. The tank, previously ensnared, finally broke free. Looking up, he spotted a red-eyed crow, the very little black bird he had previously sought to capture. The tank was astonished by its timely arrival. The little black bird, repaying kindness with kindness, chose not to hold a grudge for his earlier attempts to capture it, instead coming to save his life. His heart swelled with gratitude. "Little blackbird, you are truly remarkable. I assure you I will never try to catch you again, you foolish oaf, you foolish oaf." The crows flapped their wings, soaring away as they had before. With the aid of the crows, the red-faced zombie king, deprived of its trump card, seethed with fury, only to realize that he was surrounded by a dense throng of zombies. All were elite subordinates of Lin Dong, their strength formidable. It was over. A sense of foreboding washed over the red-faced zombie king. At that moment, Lin Dong slipped through the walls using his corpse domain ability, entering the building where Lu Hao was hiding. This had once been a hotel, now a scene of utter devastation. Bloodstains splattered across the marble floor. At the onset of the apocalypse, the hotel had been filled with people. A veritable disaster zone. The walls had been sealed by Lu Hao and his companions with their abilities, each wall a staggering 10 meters thick. Such power should not be wasted on construction sites. Lin Dong mused internally. In this enclosed space, darkness enveloped them, with not a single ray of sunlight penetrating. Before them, however, several beams of light flickered. Those were the tactical flashlights of the armed personnel. Lu Hao and the others were seated on the ground, taking a moment to recuperate. "We must take this opportunity to regain some strength. We have exhausted ourselves considerably," Lu Hao remarked. "Indeed," Xiaowen nodded, agreeing that their retreat was a wise decision. After all, the zombies could not enter. They had all the time in the world. "Just a moment ago, I felt utterly drained while attempting to thwart the mental control of the rat." "Xiaowen, perhaps you should refrain from speaking," the female awakened one lamented, her face clouded with worry. The memory of the zombie king's eerie abilities weighed heavily on her, as she recalled how it had effortlessly killed Su Jian with just a glance. She had once read reports on eerie zombies. Encountering one could lead to an 80 mortality rate, even for awakened ones. Who gathered this intelligence? Why was this place classified as a one-star zombie nest? The woman's emotions began to spiral out of control. Chapter 44. The slaughter. This time, the intelligence was indeed flawed. Judging by the zombie king's bizarre abilities, it should have been classified as at least a 4 or 5-star threat. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, recalling the terrifying figure that haunted his thoughts. Faced with such dire circumstances, the female awakened one could not hold back her tears, her voice trembling. "I don't want to die yet. It's alright, at least we are safe for now. Once we regain some strength." Xiaowen had just begun to comfort her when an ominous feeling enveloped him. As a mental-type awakened one, he was particularly attuned to danger and sensed something approaching. Xiaowen felt as though he were sitting on needles, a chill creeping down his spine. Instinctively he turned to look behind him, but the darkness loomed, revealing nothing. "Xiaowen, what's wrong?" Lu Hao noticed something was amiss. Xiaowen frowned deeply. "It feels like something has entered." "What?" The others gasped in disbelief, finding it hard to comprehend. "Xiaowen, please don't scare me." "Indeed, the walls are so thick and they remain intact. How could anything possibly get in? Just a moment ago, we were saying we were safe." A flurry of discussions ensued. "I don't know. Perhaps I exhausted myself too much earlier, and my nerves are too frayed." Xiaowen pinched his forehead, equally unable to believe it. "It's normal to experience hallucinations under extreme stress. Perhaps my instincts are simply off." But just as Xiaowen turned his head back, a tall figure materialized behind him. Clad in a pristine white shirt, exuding a chilling demeanor akin to the Grim Reaper, Lu Hao and the female awakened one seated across from him witnessed the scene clearly. Their eyes widened in shock, as if they had seen a ghost, their expressions filled with horror, questioning their own sanity. He has entered," the female awakened one stuttered, struggling to articulate her fear. Xiaowen, perplexed, inquired, "Who?" Yet the moment the question escaped his lips, he sensed the shift in the atmosphere. For the gazes of everyone around him were fixated on his back, their faces etched with terror. There truly was something. A potent sense of crisis surged once more as he felt the chill of death looming near. Daring not to turn around, fearing that his life might come to a standstill right then and there, however, he could not suppress the urge to look back. Slowly, he turned his head, only to find a massive hand gripping the top of his skull. penetrating through his cranium to extract his crystal core. Thud. As he turned, Xiaowen's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and in the fleeting moment of death, he caught a glimpse of a pristine white shirt. The figure that claimed lives had truly entered. A final thought flickered in his mind. The people here must all perish. Lu Hao's eyes widened in horror from such a close distance. Witnessing Lin Dong's method of murder sent chills down his spine. Though he had experience hunting corpse kings, he had never encountered such a bizarre scene. The walls surrounding them were heavily fortified, yet Lin Dong managed to infiltrate silently. A profound sense of unease enveloped him. This was a genuine malevolent corpse. Meanwhile, the female awakener, her delicate face drained of color, stared fixedly at Lin Dong's figure, her body trembling uncontrollably. This graveyard is quite well constructed, Lin Dong observed. The hotel walls were at least 10 meters thick, creating an elliptical internal space that indeed resembled a tomb. Liu Hao refused to remain idle. Quickly fire. A group of armed personnel squeezed the triggers, the flames of their guns piercing the darkness, and bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. Red light flickered around Lin Dong as if he had transformed into nothingness. The bullets passed through his body, striking the walls behind him. This left the onlookers in despair. The malevolent corpse was indeed extraordinary. The firearms proved utterly ineffective, and a wave of hopelessness washed over them. Yet they continued to pull the triggers, the gunfire roaring deafeningly, not merely to shoot at Lin Dong, but as a final accusation against this cruel world. Why is it like this? In the next moment, Lin Dong's domain expanded, enveloping the surrounding space, instantly silencing the gunfire. The armed personnel were merely ordinary humans, unable to withstand such pressure, their bodies shattered like overripe watermelons, bursting one after another. As Lin Dong gazed at the blood splattering around him, he couldn't help but recall the garlic paste from his orphanage days. After setting off firecrackers, it was time for dumplings. Faced with this group of defeated soldiers, it was a complete massacre. Lu Hao and the female awakener had already expended considerable energy and were now engulfed in the corpse domain. Suffering immensely, the female awakener gritted her teeth, realizing that in the presence of such a malevolent corpse, the mortality rate was not 80, but rather 99.99999. Die. With a scream, the female awakener spat blood from her mouth. Having overexerted herself to unleash her final reserves of energy, countless steel bars suddenly shot out from the thick walls, slicing through the air like arrows, targeting Lin Dong from all directions, containing the energy of an awakener's crystal core. Lin Dong did not take them head-on. With a wave of his hand, he concentrated the power of his domain, sending those steel bars flying away. Simultaneously, he approached the female awakener. In her desperate gaze, he reached out and extracted her crystal core. The female awakener's body slumped to the ground, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Who the hell gathered the intelligence to label this a one-star corpse nest? May that informant encounter such zombies every day. With the death of the female awakener, the Hunter King action team was nearly annihilated, leaving only Lu Hao. However, his will to survive was exceptionally strong. Seizing the fleeting moment when the power of the corpse domain waned, he unleashed his last reserves of energy, earth armor. With a thought, the soil from the surrounding walls rapidly converged towards him, enveloping his limbs and body, transforming him into a towering earthen giant in an instant. Bolstered by the earth, Lu Hao's stature swelled to 3 meters, his robust arms as thick as a man's waist. Exuding a palpable sense of strength, withstanding the pressure of the corpse domain, Lu Hao swung his heavy arm, delivering a powerful punch towards Lin Dong, the sound of rushing wind accompanying his strike. Lin Dong did not evade. Instead, he countered with a punch of his own. This opponent possessed a certain intrigue, thus he unleashed 80 of his strength. In the darkness, the air erupted with a sonic boom, his iron fist surging forth like a dragon breaking free from the sea. Unstoppable boom. The moment they collided was akin to two mountains crashing together, the thunderous sound echoing in their ears, followed by a sharp crack. Though the earthen giant's arm appeared formidable, it soon developed a web of cracks, fracturing, and beginning to break apart. Before long, Lu Hao's real arm was revealed, now hanging limply, devoid of sensation. How formidable! Lu Hao gritted his teeth, a growing weight settling in his heart. The corpse king before him possessed not only strange abilities but also an exceptionally resilient physique. It was nearly an insurmountable existence. Chapter 45. His words were kind. Lin Dong was equally analytical. Among the numerous awakeners he had hunted, Lu Hao was likely the strongest. His earth-based abilities combined offense and defense. However, it was time to bring this to an end. With a single thought, Lin Dong unleashed his domain to its maximum extent, a powerful pressure descending upon Lu Hao, nearly causing him to collapse. His body was severely drained, reaching its limit. Lin Dong swiftly closed the distance, raising his fist to strike Lu Hao's chest. Boom! This blow shattered the surrounding earth, sending Lu Hao soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing through the rear wall and outside the building. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Hao lay on the ground, coughing up blood, unable to rise again. The bright light outside felt exceptionally blinding. A swarm of zombies had begun to encircle him, including Tank, who was weighing a head in his right hand, playing with it like a ball, the severed head of the red-faced corpse king. And there was Xiaoba, his sharp bone claws still dripping with blood, grinning eerily as he tilted his head to scrutinize the man on the ground. Behind them stood over 1,000 elite zombies, who had just defeated the red-faced corpse king, still exhilarated from the slaughter. Am I to die now? Lu Hao gazed at the terrifying faces surrounding him, his vision growing increasingly hazy. Yet he had long anticipated such a day, though he hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. On the brink of departing this cruel world, from this moment onward, everything would no longer concern him. At this moment, a sense of relief washed over him. Then let me bid farewell properly. Lin Dong stepped forward, looking down to find a complex expression in Lu Hao's eyes, yet there lingered a sense of liberation. Do you have anything to say? Lu Hao was taken aback, not expecting the corpse to speak, and its voice was deep and magnetic, completely contrasting with the cold-blooded killer he had just encountered. An unexpected illusion washed over him, as if the being before him were human. Cough, cough. Kid, I know you are strong, but do not become complacent. Tech company is not as simple as you think. They have many confidential plans, which will never be disclosed to the public. Those are the key points. Lin Dong nodded, having already surmised that the true trump card would not be carelessly discussed online. The zombie elimination plan and Hunter King action were merely to enhance credibility. Lu Hao's eyes grew increasingly dazed, murmuring two words, strange, strange. They are feeding zombies, cultivating the strange. A cool breeze swept by, and Lu Hao's pupils dilated, his life force extinguished, silence enveloped the surroundings. Tank ceased to play with the red-faced corpse's head and turned to the nearby doctor. Whispering, hey, what did that human mean earlier? With your intellect, I'm unsure how to explain it to you, the doctor contemplated. Oh, Tank nodded, somewhat understanding but still feeling something was off. Was he implying that I am foolish? Xiaoba and the others approached Lin Dong, tilting their heads to examine Lu Hao's corpse. Your Majesty, I believe this human's words before dying were quite insightful. This is called, when a person is about to die. Their words are kind. Lin Dong quoted a phrase. Given the intelligence of the surrounding zombies, they struggled to comprehend, especially Tank, but his curiosity was insatiable. Hey, boss, what does that mean? It means, if humans speak unkindly when you beat them to the brink of death, their words will become pleasant. Oh, so that's what it means. Tank finally understood, learning a new point of knowledge, feeling elated, and treating it as a profound saying. Truly, the boss speaks with reason. He cast a disdainful glance at the nearby doctor, implying that failing to explain it clearly was indicative of the doctor's intellectual shortcomings. Thus, the battle drew to a close. The streets lay strewn with dismembered flesh, remnants of limbs scattered everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. A flock of pitch-black crows cawed, pecking at the remains on the ground. For scavengers, zombie flesh was particularly delectable. Let us head back, Lin Dong commanded. Roar. The horde of zombies behind him let out a triumphant roar, exulting in their victory, akin to triumphant soldiers, their spirits soaring. They had vanquished the red-faced corpse king, expanding their territory, and now the area from the building to the park had tripled in size. Following this battle, Lin Dong had acquired 6 crystal cores, a bountiful harvest indeed. In the ensuing days, Lin Dong continued to linger at home, absorbing crystal cores, consuming flesh, and drinking blood, constantly replenishing his energy. However, Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor had been rather busy lately, as their territory had expanded, and the 3 kings had recruited numerous new subordinates. From a previous count of 2,000, the horde had swiftly grown to 10,000, with numbers still on the rise. As a result, Lin Dong had become the king of a multitude of zombies, yet he felt it was still insufficient. If he could prefix it with 100, it would barely suffice. Moreover, the new recruits weren't elite enough. They were only dispersed along the territory's periphery. The previous 2,000 elite remained stationed around the building, serving as Lin Dong's personal guard. After the territorial expansion, the tank roams joyously, patrolling the streets as if it were a leisurely stroll, ever vigilant for intruders or anything that might have slipped past unnoticed. On fortunate occasions, it manages to capture a few survivors to feast upon, living a life of indulgence. If the underlings enjoy such luxuries, Lin Dong certainly thrives even more. Following that intense battle, none dare provoke him any longer. Unbeknownst to many, Lin Dong has transformed into a nightmare for humanity. On the official website of Tyke Corporation, the photographs of Lu Hao and his team have turned a ghostly gray, signifying the complete annihilation of the Hunter Squad. Since the commencement of operations by Tyke Corporation, casualties have been frequent, but this marks the first total wipeout. The public is particularly intrigued by this incident. Lu Hao, a level awakened, was actually slain by zombies. How tragic! An entire squad wiped out. One can only wonder what they encountered. A peculiar corpse, it seems. Rumor has it that a drone captured a photograph. Is that true? As Lin Dong scrolled down, he indeed found an image. Due to the vast distance, it was not very clear. A young figure stood at the edge of a skyscraper, surrounded by a flock of crows, exuding an aura of darkness. Comments regarding this photo have surged beyond those of the Hunter Squad's demise. My goodness, is that truly a zombie? It feels so oppressive. Alas, it is too blurry, obscured by crows, rendering its face indistinguishable. This is no ordinary zombie. It is a peculiar corpse. I wonder how many lives it has claimed. Yet, despite this, I can't help but think it looks rather handsome. Chapter 46, Black Scorpion Online. Opinions are rampant. At this moment, within Tyke Corporation, the head Yi Jian is exceedingly irate, silently cursing Lu Hao and his team for their utter incompetence to be completely annihilated by zombies, even if just 1 or 2 had survived. However, he is also aware that a formidable corpse king lurks near the skyscraper. Even the strongest awakened in the company may not be its match. It seems, the zombies are indeed more powerful, and only another greater corpse king could slay the peculiar corpse. The zombie cultivation plan must continue. Ideally, they should cultivate controllable peculiar corpses. Yi Jin contemplates. He knows full well that nurturing zombies is akin to playing with fire, yet he is willing to take the risk for such immense power. Perhaps, if the opportunity arises, a collaboration with the Corpse King could be feasible, as long as they provided with some flesh and blood. He must inform the rescue team to expedite the search for survivors. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remains blissfully unaware of Tyke Corporation's plans. Of course, he is indifferent. The public is now well aware that a powerful Corpse King inhabits the skyscraper area, deemed highly dangerous, and has come to regard it as a no-go zone. Consequently, no one dares to disturb Lin Dong during this time. Previously, helicopters occasionally flew overhead, but now even aircraft are absent. This area has become a sanctuary for zombies. Lin Dong enjoys a life of ease, with ample food and drink, daily absorbing energy and continuously evolving. In moments of boredom, he indulges in television or video games. In this apocalyptic horror, his existence resembles a vacation, devoid of worries. Sanctuary headlines. Our research personnel have improved quinine soil, which can be consumed in small amounts without causing harm, serving as a temporary hunger suppressant. The clean water system has been fully restored. Rest assured, it will no longer result in large-scale parasitic infections or viral outbreaks. Bad news, our personnel sent to gather supplies have been raided by unidentified forces. If anyone has information, please provide us with leads immediately. The broadcasts on television reveal the official sanctuary's dire situation. It is evident that they are severely deprived of resources, reaching the point of eating dirt. And the water supply is in a dreadful state. Most critically, the hard-won supplies were looted by unidentified forces. It is truly tragic. Lin Dong, feeling a fleeting pity for them, promptly turned back to his video game. At this moment, on the outskirts of Lin Dong's territory, a group of individuals hides within a building. This structure was once a KTV, a three-story establishment, now barricaded with doors and windows sealed, leaving only a few gaps for observing the outside. Shoo! The zombies are coming. Do not make a sound. A man crouches at the window, peering through the crevice. Behind him, two others dare not even breathe. Outside, a massive figure sways as it walks, trailed by numerous zombies, the patrolling tank. Fortunately, the tank's perception is not particularly acute, and it fails to detect the humans within the building. With its entourage, it gradually moves away. A few inside, the group exhales in relief, feeling somewhat at ease. Thankfully, this brute force zombie is rather dim-witted. Within one of the KTV rooms, several individuals lounge on the sofa, secure in the knowledge that the KTV's soundproofing shields them from the zombies outside. As long as we stay hidden here, the official sanctuary personnel will never find us. Remarked a bald man. Indeed, the leader is wise. Even if they knew we were here, they would likely not dare to come, for this is the territory of a powerful corpse king. Another chimed in. This group, known as Black Scorpion, consists of those who raid the resources of the official sanctuary. The Black Scorpion organization existed even before the apocalypse, often operating within the dark web, resembling a cult. They espouse extreme freedom, unbound by constraints, doing as they pleased. However, societal order suppressed their ambitions until the apocalypse finally granted them their desires. Those with awakened abilities banded together, seizing resources, committing murder and pillage, leaving no wrongdoing uncommitted. The apocalypse is truly our era, the bald man exclaimed with gleaming eyes. In the center of the KTV room, three individuals kneel on the ground, their hands and feet bound, their mouths stuffed with rags, producing only muffled sounds. These three are awakened from the sanctuary, tasked with transporting supplies, only to be ambushed by Black Scorpion. Boss, what should we do with these three? A lean man inquired. The bald man pondered for a moment. Let them live for now. Their existence serves as our hostages. Should they die, the brain matter can be absorbed, and their flesh can serve as food. Meanwhile, on the other side of Lin Dong's territory, another group emerges, led by a girl with large eyes, straight black hair, and a captivating beauty that is marred by an expression of disdain for the world. She is none other than the official sanctuary's awakened No. 001, Chang Lui. Chang Lui harbors a deep aversion to this world, having grown up in an orphanage before being confined to a mental institution, only to emerge to find the world in ruins. Those with such experiences would find it strange to cherish this world. The only memories she treasures are the few warm moments from her time in the orphanage. Beside Chang Lui stands her partner, Sun Xiuqiang, whose wise demeanor contrasts with his current predicament. Gulyalu. Sun Xiuqiang clutches his stomach, the intense hunger pangs causing him immense distress. Were it not for the robust physique of an awakened, he would have fainted from starvation long ago. When will we find supplies? I haven't eaten in 10 days since I came out. Xiaoqiang, we have only been out for 3 days. Following behind them are 4 awakened at the brain matter stage, primarily assisting the 2 in transporting supplies. Sun Xiuqiang scratched his head, his squinting eye darting around. Has it only been 3 days? I must be so hungry that I'm losing track of time. As if you're some kind of expert, Chang Lui retorted without turning her head. The street ahead is desolate, with abandoned vehicles strewn about, rusted and covered in moss. The surrounding buildings are equally dilapidated, and amidst the shattered glass, the distant growls of zombies can be faintly heard. An awakened at the brain matter stage cautioned, up ahead is where the Tyke Corporation squad was wiped out. There is said to be a powerful and peculiar corpse king. Oh, Chenggu, is the group that raided our supplies hiding in that area? Sun Xiuqiang inquired. Chen Ming nodded. Based on their escape route, it is highly probable they are in that vicinity. Then let's go search for them, Sun Xiuqiang declared boldly. One afraid, Chen Ming nodded and cautioned. Remember, our primary goal is to find supplies. Do not disturb the zombies here. Chapter 47, A Reunion. The 6 of them advanced cautiously, each coated in a special agent that masks their scent, ensuring that as long as they remain silent, they will not be detected. The surrounding zombies are not densely packed, allowing for a stealthy passage without alarming them. From a distance, Chen Ming spots a few zombies swaying on the street, their expressions dull and vacant. The 6 of them press against the wall, moving quietly, using the abandoned vehicles as cover, planning to slip past the zombies. However, halfway through, Sun Xiaoqiang's stomach suddenly emits a loud gurgle. What? Chen Ming and the others instantly change their expressions, their hearts racing, though the sound is not loud. Zombies possess remarkably acute hearing. The previously swaying zombies immediately freeze, becoming alert, their throats emitting low growls as they seem to keenly sense their surroundings. Chang Lui's beautiful eyes sharpen, readying for battle. The rest crouch behind the abandoned vehicle, holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. Fortunately, however, the zombies were only momentarily alert before they quickly settled back into their swaying, dazed state. With a collective sigh of relief, Chen Ming and his companions hastily circumvented the perilous area. Upon noticing that the zombies had retreated to a safe distance, one awakened individual expressed his apprehension. Xiaoqiang, you nearly startled the zombies just now. Wasn't I just hungry? Sun Xiaoqiang retorted nonchalantly. Chen Ming quickly interjected, let us focus on completing our mission. Once we locate supplies, we'll have food. Indeed, the thought of delicious food invigorated Sun Xiaoqiang as he envisioned savoring a slice of bread followed by a gulp of 6 nuclear bombs. Relishing the moment, thus, the 6 moved forward with utmost caution. Their journey proceeded relatively smoothly as they evaded wave after wave of zombies, occasionally climbing onto rooftops like ancient assassins deftly traversing the eaves, navigating the tiles with agility. Nonetheless, Chen Ming remained tense. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the area, they found themselves in a zone where the zombies exhibited heightened evolutionary traits and acute sensory awareness. According to supplemental data later provided by Tyke Company, this place had been designated as a 5-star zombie nest. Suddenly, a woman's wailing echoed through the air, a sound so piercing and sorrowful that it oscillated between high-pitched and low. Reminiscent of cries from the depths of hell, truly eerie, merely hearing it sent chills down their spines. The 6 lay prostrate atop a building, hastily directing their gaze towards the source of the mourning. Where they beheld a female zombie kneeling on the ground, weeping with her head bowed. Chen Ming instinctively gasped, his body bristling with terror. How can she cry when I'm this hungry? Sun Xiaochang craned his neck to observe. She might be even hungrier than you, Zheng Luoyi remarked. We cannot proceed through this area. We must find an alternate route, Chen Ming decisively concluded, for surrounding the female zombie were numerous others, swift and alert. Clearly of a high evolutionary caliber. Furthermore, the band of marauders that had plundered their supplies would not dare hide here. They would have long since been devoured by the zombies, just as the group was about to take a detour. Xiaoba, with her keen senses, had already noticed their gaze. With her disheveled hair obscuring her face save for one eye, she abruptly turned to look at them. Upon spotting her targets, her pupil constricted to a pinhole size, rendering her gaze even more chilling. The once harrowing wails transformed instantaneously into a sinister laughter. In a flash, her figure darted toward the group like a gust of wind. This is bad. We've been discovered. Chen Ming's expression grew grave, his heart pounding in fear as he encountered such a terrifying zombie for the first time. As Xiaoba rushed forward, she inadvertently stirred the nearby zombies. A chorus of roars erupted as hundreds of elite zombies surged forth, forming a small horde that rushed towards them, agile and capable of scaling the rooftops with ease. Even though the 6 had taken refuge at a height, it would avail them nothing. What now? In his panic, Chen Ming found himself devoid of ideas. Zheng Luoyi remained composed, stating, what else can we do? Prepare to break through. Right. The awakened individuals swiftly drew their alloy knives from their waists, specially crafted by researchers. These blades were resilient and razor-sharp, capable of dispatching high-level zombies, yet, facing such a multitude of elite zombies, they felt uncertain, despite Zheng Luoyi being the first awakened of Shelter 001, renowned as the strongest. The sheer number of zombies was daunting. They feared that even a formidable tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. Moreover, among the horde lurked a terrifyingly agile zombie king. Xiaoba's figure was rapidly approaching. Her territory had grown too comfortable, leading these combative beings to feel a sense of boredom, even driving them to tears in their restlessness. Today, they had finally spotted prey, and excitement surged within them. However, just as she neared her target, Xiaoba received an unexpected command in her mind. Wait, do not kill yet. Startled, Xiaoba abruptly halted. It was the voice of her leader, though she longed for carnage. She knew she must restrain herself. Casting a glance at Chen Ming and his companions, she turned her body sideways and departed. Chen Ming trembled. He would never forget the haunting look in that female zombie's eyes. Yet, what happened next astonished them even more. The once frenzied horde suddenly fell silent and began to disperse in all directions, vanishing without a trace. What on earth is happening? The 6 were incredulous. Having never encountered such a phenomenon before, they had prepared for battle, ready to fight to the death, only for the horde to dissipate. Oh, I get it. They were just trying to scare us, Sun Xiaochang analyzed earnestly. Chen Ming was at a loss for words. What purpose would that serve? There must be something unusual at play. What kind of unusual situation? Zheng Luoyi questioned. Equally perplexed, however, she suddenly realized that perhaps this world was not as grim as it seemed. Occasionally, there could be small surprises. At that moment, a tall figure appeared on the street, handsome in appearance. Surveying the group, Lin Dong's gaze fell upon Zheng Luoyi, and her visage gradually aligned with his memories. Childhood scenes flooding back into his mind, evoking nostalgia for lost days. It's been a long time. Zheng Luoyi was momentarily dazed, having spent a decade in a mental institution. Her heart had grown as cold as a wooden board. But upon seeing that figure, her heartbeat quickened. This face carried many cherished memories, one of the few warm moments in her life. Sun Xiaochang was equally excited. He had a vivid impression of Lin Dong. His unique eyes already misty with tears. In this desolate apocalypse, to encounter a childhood companion was a stroke of fortune. He leaped from the rooftop, landing before Lin Dong. Lin Dong, it really is you. I never expected to run into you here. Yet, Chen Ming and the others grew increasingly uneasy, piecing together the earlier events along with blurry photos from the internet, although the images were indistinct. They bore a striking resemblance to the figure before them. Xiaochang, be careful, he could be a zombie. Don't talk nonsense, Sun Xiaochang retorted, annoyed that someone would label his long-lost friend as a zombie. Lin Dong cannot be a zombie. My eyes are my measure. Chapter 48, Eat or Not to Eat Measure. Chen Ming and the others regarded his wise expression, feeling that his measure was rather skewed. It has indeed been a long time. Zheng Luoyi remarked as she jumped down from the rooftop, her eyes reflecting rare sentiment. She never thought that in this brutal apocalypse, she would unexpectedly encounter Lin Dong. It was truly fortuitous. What brings you here? I was just passing by, Lin Dong replied casually. Sun Xiaochang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, this is a 5-star zombie nest. There were numerous zombies earlier. It's incredibly dangerous. You surviving here is quite the feat. Lin Dong turned to Sun Xiaochang, observing his unique eyes, and realized that despite the years, he had not changed a bit. What are you all doing here? There are people stealing our supplies. Hiding in this area, and we're here to find them, Sun Xiaochang explained. Oh, Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, aware of the incidents involving stolen supplies from the shelter, and was surprised to learn that the thieves had infiltrated his territory. When did this happen? How could I be unaware? I know this area well. Perhaps I can help you find them. Really, that would be fantastic. Sun Xiaochang was unconcerned about anything else, overjoyed at the prospect of having his childhood friend join their team. However, Chen Ming and the others gasped in shock. They surmised that Lin Dong was likely the eerie zombie king, the source of all danger, and yet Sun Xiaochang wanted him to join their group. This world had become utterly insane. You're actually making a rat the cat-s bridesmaid. Zheng Luoyi nodded in agreement, adding, yes, once we find the supplies, we can take you to the shelter. It's very safe there. Ha, Chen Ming and the others nearly spat blood, feeling that Sun Xiaochang was already absurd, but Cheng Luwei was even more outrageous, contemplating taking him to the shelter. They thought, whether the shelter was secure or not might ultimately depend on what he said. Lin Dong pondered for a moment but did not outright refuse. We'll see when the time comes. Okay, Cheng Luwei replied, turning to the four behind her and instructing, come down here. Why are you still hiding on the rooftop? Alright, the four hesitated, their expressions laden with concern, yet they still jumped down to the street, cautiously approaching. As they drew nearer to Lin Dong, an inexplicable sense of unease settled over them, whether it was merely psychological or something more sinister. They noticed that Lin Dong's gaze was devoid of warmth, lacking any emotion, as if he regarded them as mere cattle. Only when he conversed with Cheng Luwei or Sun Xiaochang did a fleeting spark of life flicker in his eyes. Let me introduce you, these four are all awakened from the shelter. Chen Ming, Su Tianhao, Cheng Luwei introduced each of them. Whom Lin Dong acknowledged without even glancing at the four, his demeanor suggesting that he had completely disregarded them. Chen Ming forced a smile. Hello. The four felt a surge of tension, yet it seemed that, for the moment, Lin Dong had no intention of harming them, otherwise, the horde of zombies earlier would have been sufficient to claim their lives. Thus, they refrained from shattering the pretense, continuing to act as if Lin Dong were an ordinary human. However, Sun Xiaochang was genuinely oblivious and exceedingly generous. Lin Dong, once we acquire the supplies, please indulge in a grand feast. Let us savor the finest delicacies as if celebrating a reunion. Very well, Lin Dong agreed. However, at that moment, Sun Xiaochang's stomach audibly protested, growling uncontrollably, the intense hunger rendering him dizzy and weak, nearly causing him to faint. Lin Dong immediately noticed his condition, realizing that he was equally famished yet still had the audacity to think of treating him to a meal. Perhaps, I should treat you instead. Do you have food with you now? Sun Xiaochang's eyes widened with curiosity. A bit, not much. With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong retrieved from his storage space some bread, sausages, and a packet of spicy strips, items looted from the warehouse during their last raid. Worth millions, abundant in his storage, of little use to himself, Sun Xiaochang stared at the food in astonishment as if Lin Dong had conjured it from thin air. Uncontrollable tears welled at the corners of his eyes. And there were even spicy strips, his favorite snack. Thank you, I shall not hold back then, Sun Xiaochang exclaimed, hastily tearing open the packaging and stuffing his mouth. The rich oil of the spicy strips spread across his taste buds. A tingling savory spice. It was truly delightful. Hunger is indeed the best chef, and in Sun Xiaochang's current state, the spicy strips were a heavenly delicacy. Observing this scene, Lin Dong couldn't help but reminisce about his childhood. In the orphanage, Sun Xiaochang had always relished spicy strips, fearing that the other children would snatch them away. He would hide the strips beneath his covers at night, only to find, as expected, that the spicy strips had been squished out, leaving his bedding greasy, and he would receive a scolding from the headmaster, Guldong. Cheng Luwei, witnessing Sun Xiaochang's enjoyment, felt her mouth water uncontrollably, instinctively swallowing as hunger pangs gripped her stomach. Lin Dong glanced at her. Choosing not to speak much, he too took out bread, sausages, spicy strips, and even offered her an extra bottle of nutritional supplement. I'm not hungry, Cheng Luwei replied, shaking her head in refusal. Lin Dong scrutinized her. She was still as soft as she had been in childhood, yet stubborn. No worries, eat up. Cheng Luwei slowly accepted, but she still hesitated, for food was exceedingly precious in the apocalypse. Upon hearing Lin Dong mention that he didn't have much, she thought it best for him to keep it. What's the matter with you? Lin Dong casually inquired, noticing her fidgeting, her expression fluctuating. Cheng Luwei stared blankly at him, picking up the bread to say, it has expired. Lin Dong felt speechless. If you want to eat, then eat. Although the bread's label indicated it was past its expiration date, it was perfectly consumable as it had been stored properly. Cheng Luwei decided not to struggle any longer, thinking she would repay him later. Thus, she opened the packaging and began to eat. Behind them, Chen Ming and the others stared intently, their stomachs churning with hunger. Envy evident in their eyes, yet they dared not ask Lin Dong for food, having witnessed his peculiar ability to summon sustenance from nowhere. Should they risk it, they might end up as food themselves. The four of them turned their heads away, preferring to ignore the sight. After a short while, Cheng Luwei had her fill, her spirit lifted considerably. I will repay you for these provisions, or trade them for brain essence or crystal cores. In the shelter, one brain essence can be exchanged for a bag of instant noodles and a soul crystal for a whole box. They had grown accustomed to such exchanges of value, feeling embarrassed to consume Lin Dong's food. Indeed, Sun Xiaochang, with grease dripping from his mouth, enthusiastically agreed. Trading, I want tea, just take for free. Chapter 49, The Gentle Girl. Once Cheng Luwei and Sun Xiaochang finished their meal and replenished their strength, they resumed the search for members of the Black Scorpion organization, with Lin Dong accompanying them. Their journey was remarkably smooth. The ferocious zombies had mysteriously vanished. Cheng Luwei even experienced a fleeting illusion. As if it were just an ordinary afternoon stroll on the street, Lin Dong chatted with the two, reminiscing about cherry picking and dumpling making, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the apocalypse. Chen Ming and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, simply trailing behind, striving to remain inconspicuous, yet they noticed that the usually taciturn Cheng Luwei was more loquacious today. In the far distance, Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor stood atop a tall building, their fierce eyes fixed on the scene below. How did the boss manage to lead the humans into action? Xiaoba seemed a tad envious. Don't underestimate that female human, I doubt you could match her. The doctor remarked. Xiaoba expressed skepticism. If not for the boss's orders, I would have already feasted on her brains. The doctor said nothing further but turned his gaze to Tank. The boss is searching for the humans that infiltrated. The direction they headed is within your patrol area, right? Yes, indeed, they must have made a mistake. I patrolled that area several times, and there is no way any humans could be there, Tank replied confidently. The three subordinates, along with the throngs of elite zombies below, awaited their command, simultaneously indulging in the spectacle. At that moment, Lin Dong had reached the edge of his territory. Since the expansion, it was his first time patrolling this area. From a distance, he caught a whiff of blood, indicating the presence of humans. The street ahead, once lined with KTVs, had been a bustling hub of nightlife, now lay in ruins, buildings cracked, signs fallen, shattered glass strewn about. And bloodstains mingled with the remains of corpses. A derelict vehicle outside had become ensnared in a web of spider silk. One building stood out, its glass doors shattered, weeds flourishing on the steps. While inside it was eerily quiet, seemingly no different from the rest. However, the second floor was boarded up, evident signs of human alteration found it. Chang Lui's bright eyes gleamed, clearly sensing something amiss. Behind her, Chen Ming furrowed his brow. The Black Scorpion organization was notorious for its ruthlessness, prompting him to speak up. According to intelligence, there are over 10 awakened individuals involved in the looting and 3 hostages being held. The implication is to retrieve the supplies while also rescuing the captives. Hostages, Lin Dong instinctively muttered, feeling an odd unfamiliarity with the term, as if those 2 words had never crossed his mind. Chen Ming was momentarily taken aback, hesitant to speak further. Sun Xiaocheng turned to Lin Dong. I've heard that the Black Scorpion organization is quite brutal. Perhaps you should stay back and wait for us here. Brutal. Lin Dong was well acquainted with the term. It's fine, I'll accompany you inside for a look. Very well, just stay close to me. Sun Xiaocheng nodded, confident in his abilities. After all, he was the awakened one from Shelter 002. They then proceeded directly toward the KTV. Inside the KTV, there were a total of 13 Black Scorpion members, 6 of whom had crystallized their cores, boasting formidable powers. Among these 6 was a woman with short hair and a black scorpion tattoo on her right cheek, exuding an unsettling aura. She was a psychic awakener with exceptional perception. Suddenly the woman stood from the sofa. Yang, someone is approaching us. Oh, the bald leader narrowed his eyes, a glint of menace flashing within. How could they find us hiding here? How many are there? 6, with only 2 being crystallized awakens. The woman replied, with her abilities, she failed to sense Lin Dong's presence. The bald leader scoffed, only 2 crystallized awakens dare to seek us out. How presumptuous, let us go meet them. A nearby man sneered. Utterly unconcerned, they left 3 to guard the hostages while the remaining 10 made their way outside. Just then Lin Dong and his group stepped onto the cracked glass floor, the sound echoing as they entered the main hall. Before long, they heard the sound of footsteps descending from the upper floor. They're coming down. Chang Lui maintained her calm demeanor, stepping forward. Chen Ming and the others were too weak to count on, so she preferred to handle the battle herself swiftly. At the staircase of the second floor, a group of people soon appeared, led by the bald man with triangular eyes, his brows shaven, bearing an intimidating expression. He was Song Yang, a minor leader of the Black Scorpion organization. Behind him, several individuals exhibited diverse appearances, some adorned with nose rings, lip rings, or tattoos, their gazes fixed on Chang Lui with ill intent. Hey, it's actually her, a young man in a leather jacket exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with surprise. A nearby companion inquired curiously, what, do you know her? Yes, I've seen her profile on the Shelter's official website. The leather jacket's expression turned lewd. Upon first seeing Chang Lui's photo, he had found her stunningly beautiful. He had fantasized about encountering her. Little did he expect his luck today, as she had indeed come looking for him. Moreover, he distinctly remembered a line beneath her photo, which resonated in his mind. I am a gentle girl, afraid of pain. I particularly like gentle girls. Yang, let me have her. The leather jacket boldly requested. You've got good taste. If you like her, then go for it, Song Yang replied with a sly smile, seemingly unbothered. It is not that these individuals possess low intelligence or underestimate their opponent. Rather, Chang Lui, in her normal state, exudes no formidable aura, appearing merely as an ordinary B-level awakened. The average person would hardly perceive her presence. The man in the leather jacket, his gaze aflame with excitement, swiftly drew an alloy dagger from his pant leg, its blade glinting coldly and exhibiting extreme sharpness. Beautiful lady, allow me to entertain you, he declared, lunging forward with astonishing speed, for he was a speed-enhanced awakened, yet Chang Lui remained rooted in place, her large eyes fixated on him. Showing no intention of evasion, the cold gleam of the dagger magnified within her pupils as it approached, mere inches away. In an instant, Chang Lui raised her hand and grasped the blade. Poochie! Crimson blood gushed forth, trickling down her wrist, staining her fair skin with a shocking hue. Chapter 50. Not elegant enough, the intense pain surged through her nerves, awakening every cell within her, as the murderous instinct within her began to unfurl. This strike activated Chang Lui's awakening ability, deadly pain, causing her aura to rise steadily. On her right wrist, a bracelet displayed, pain level 10. The leather-clad man sensed something amiss. He attempted to retract his dagger, but Chang Lui's grip was like a vice, unyielding despite his desperate efforts. As the man struggled, the dagger embedded itself deeper into flesh, blood pouring from the gaps between Chang Lui's fingers. The pain level continued to escalate. 15. With a sudden surge of strength, Chang Lui snapped the blade in two, clutching the broken edge as she lunged towards the man's temple. Poochie! The man barely registered the attack before a sharp pain coursed through his head. Warm blood streaming down his cheek, his consciousness began to fade. Is this a gentle girl? The man's pupils dilated, his last thought flickering before he succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In mere moments, Chang Lui had dispatched a core awakened. Song Yang and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, utterly shocked that this seemingly delicate girl could be so ferocious. She eliminated him so effortlessly. I sense something is off about her. Everyone, be cautious. This individual is truly dangerous. The group immediately adopted a grave demeanor. When Chang Lui killed, her expression remained calm and unfazed, and her strikes were precise and merciless, marking her as a seasoned offender. Clearly accustomed to such deeds, Chang Lui cast her gaze down at the corpse beneath her. As if recalling something, she slowly crouched down, prying open the leather-clad man's skull with the alloy blade, and plunged her pale fingers inside, stirring the contents within. What is she doing? Lin Dong wondered, as memories of the orphanage and making dumpling filling resurfaced. Soon enough, Chang Lui's hand discovered the man's core, forcibly extracting it, her hands drenched in fresh blood. Along with some viscous red and white substances, she then turned and approached Lin Dong, offering him the grim trophy. You give me bread, I give you the cord. Lin Dong nodded, realizing she had been fixated on this matter. Impatient as ever, much like before, yet her blood-soaked hand, still adorned with unidentifiable brain matter, continued to drip with a mixture of blood and other fluids. It seemed rather unsanitary, did it not? Freshly extracted, still warm. Perfectly clean and hygienic, Chang Luoyi explained, well aware of Lin Dong's aversion to filth. To Lin Dong, it resembled soup with rice, albeit with the broth splattered everywhere, which was somewhat unappealing, thus, he remained rooted in place. Hesitant to move, Chang Luoyi shot him a puzzled glance. What are you still dissatisfied with? Not elegant enough, Lin Dong replied. Chang Luoyi's expression darkened, mimicking his earlier tone. Eat it if you want, hiss. Song Yang and the others gasped in disbelief. The person before them was ruthlessly brutal, entirely at odds with the gentleness the leather-clad man had claimed. He truly met a deserved end. Simultaneously, they questioned whether this was truly someone from the official refuge. How could she seem even more ruthless than themselves? Their Black Scorpion organization had partaken in human flesh and even engaged in torture and murder, yet they lacked one defining trait, the ability to remain so nonchalant. Wait a moment, suddenly Song Yang noticed a critical issue. The number of opponents seemed off. His gaze swept from Lin Dong to Chen Ming, counting each one. There appeared to be one too many. Yuan. Didn't you say you sensed 6 individuals? Why are there 7 now? The short-haired girl furrowed her brow, her expression grim. Yang Go, among them, 1, does not seem human. What? Song Yang's eyes widened in shock. He had always trusted her mental acuity. Not human, then what is it? Following her gaze, he looked at Lin Dong, who was savoring the bloodied core as if it were a delicacy. The answer became increasingly apparent. Zombies. His heart sank. The official refuge personnel were mingling with zombies. The absurdity of the day was overwhelming. A profound sense of crisis washed over him. He glanced around, realizing that his greatest asset lay in their numerical advantage. Without further ado, they needed to eliminate these foes together. Agreed, the others nodded silently. Thus, the battle was imminent. As the Black Scorpion members unleashed their awakening abilities, the group surged forth like ferocious tigers, their auras formidable. Chang Luoyi turned to observe, her expression remaining unfazed. You stay here and do not move. I shall procure more cores. Hop. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, sensing an oddity in her words. At that moment, Song Yang and several key members approached Chang Luoyi. Song Yang's awakening ability granted him metallic skin, rendering him exceptionally powerful. His skin shimmered as it transformed, enveloped in a layer of silver brilliance, producing a clanging sound akin to steel clashing as he donned a metallic battlesuit. As he swung his fist, infused with tremendous force, a powerful gust of wind rushed toward Chang Luoyi's face. Unperturbed, Chang Luoyi raised her slender arm to block. Bang! With a dull thud, she absorbed the force. Though her feet slid back slightly, her arm tingling with a sharp pain level. 17. Song Yang's silver visage twisted into a grin as he called to his teammates. Now's our chance. Got it. Yuan responded from behind, launching a mental assault, her psychic energy flooding into Chang Luoyi's mind, initiating a brainstorm. Chang Luoyi felt as though boiling oil had been poured over her brain. Intense pain engulfed her, rendering her consciousness hazy. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yang's colossal fist descended once more, seemingly intent on pulverizing her skull. At that moment, Chang Luoyi's bracelet fluctuated, pain level 26. Her gaze sharpened, clarity returning as the agony fortified her. With a single fist, she struck at Song Yang's chest with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Even with Song Yang's metallic form, his chest caved in, contorted by the immense force. As if struck by a truck, sending him hurtling backward. Boom! Song Yang crashed through a wall, buried beneath the rubble. This is impossible. Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite being struck by a mental attack, Chang Luoyi had sent their leader flying. Her expression twisted in horror, the black scorpion tattoo on her face seemingly coming to life. Yet with the situation dire, she had no time to contemplate further. She swiftly turned to locate Chang Luoyi, preparing to unleash another mental assault, but a finely featured pale face had already appeared before her. Chapter 51. Don't bother. As he stood in a daze, Sun Xiaocheng had already arrived beside him, delivering another powerful punch to his chest. Producing a sharp crack that echoed in his ears, the man's entire skeleton was shattered, contorting his body grotesquely as he flew through the air like a broken sack of victory. Sun Xiaocheng clenched his fist. The minions of the Black Scorpion were no match for Chang Luoyi and her companions. They simply existed on an entirely different plane of power, especially considering Chang's status as the awakened one of the refuge numbered 001. Hailed as the strongest of them all, even Chen Ming and his 3 allies exhibited remarkable synergy, wielding alloy knives and forming a tactical formation as they battled against several Brain Dan Awakeners. Before long, they had slain 2 of them. Damn it, they were stronger than expected. Song Yang, who had been sent flying, was just managing to sit up from the rubble when he realized that 2 of his main forces had fallen. Both of them key players, particularly Chang Luoyi was still engaged in light-hearted conversation with Lin Dong, the 2 of them chatting as if they were simply catching up. It was as if they didn't regard him at all. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Song Yang, as if a steel spike were lodged in his brow, threatening his very existence. He immediately contemplated retreating, wishing to escape this place, yet he did not believe he could evade Chang Luoyi's grasp. In a moment of desperation, he recalled that 3 of his subordinates were still upstairs, guarding the hostages from the refuge. That was his last hope. With a leap, Song Yang ascended directly to the 2nd floor. His men on the 1st floor had already been struggling in the fight, and upon seeing their leaders retreat, they were instantly engulfed by despair, their minds racing with the curse, WCNMLGB. Soon, they were all cut down by Chen Ming and the others. The battle on the 1st floor had come to an end. Lin Dong did not even need to intervene. These were merely small fry, and he was content to observe the spectacle. Here, take these. Sun Xiaocheng offered a crystal core and a few brain dawn to Lin Dong. Lin Dong glanced at him. Isn't this excessive? Take it, Sun Xiaocheng insisted, articulating his reasoning with fervor. I've heard the dean say since childhood. A drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring. When you provided me with bread in my time of dire hunger, I must repay you to the fullest, with such conviction. Lin Dong did not press further and accepted the crystal core and brain dawned eye in the grand hall of the second floor. The once lively KTV now lay desolate, an air of tension permeating the atmosphere. In the center of the hall, 3 individuals knelt on the ground, bound by iron chains, muffled cries escaping their lips. Song Yang tore off the tape from their mouths, intending to use them as leverage for a plea for mercy. Hoping Chang Luwei might relent, before long, Lin Dong and the others approached. Sister Chang, save me, I don't want to die, a male voice wailed. Song Yang immediately warned, stop right there, don't come any closer, or I will kill them this instant. Chang Luwei looked up, observing the 3 hostages trembling in fear, their cries growing desperate, nearly terrified to death. Lin Dong silently watched the unfolding drama, curious to see how Chang Luwei would respond. At this moment, Chang Luwei hesitated, not advancing further, her expression contemplative as she weighed her options. To save one awakened individual in exchange for 2 pounds of flour, but to kill Song Yang would yield a crystal core. How to calculate this? Was it not also fitting to take a life? Seeing Chang Luwei's inaction, Song Yang genuinely believed he had intimidated her. A flicker of triumph lit his heart. The people of the refuge were constrained by order. Having long grown accustomed to being controlled, how foolish, surely your superiors have ordered you to save them, right? Indeed, Chang Luwei nodded, not denying it. Song Yang felt a renewed sense of hope. Good, then release us, and you can take them with you. No need, as I never comply with orders from above, Chang Luwei replied. Song Yang was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping her implication. Even the 3 hostages were left bewildered, having thought they were saved, their hearts plummeted once more. In an instant, Chang Luwei struck, her form flashing forward with remarkable speed. Song Yang gritted his teeth, sensing immense pressure while simultaneously igniting a fierce resolve within him. Brothers, let's fight back, he managed to force out. And with a swift motion, he aimed to kill several hostages, ensuring that if he were to die, he would take some with him. Yes, damn it, let's do this, his 3 subordinates shouted, their spirits soaring, all of them being crystal core awakeners with considerable strength. Boom! The moment the battle commenced, Chang Luwei and Song Yang clashed fists, a powerful force sending him crashing into 2 booth walls before he finally came to a halt, however, relying on his metallic skin. He was hardly injured and crawled back from the rubble, continuing his assault on Chang Luwei. Meanwhile, the 3 awakeners fought alongside Sun Xiuqiang, their teamwork allowing them to hold their ground for the time being. The entire hall descended into chaos, tiles shattering, walls collapsing, and energy fluctuation surging throughout. Chen Ming and his group remained at a distance, watching Lin Dong's back, as this was a battle meant for the crystal core awakeners. And they were not yet qualified to join the fray. Among them, the clash between Chang Luwei and Song Yang proved to be the most intense. Time and again Song Yang was sent flying. Yet he always managed to rise again, resembling an indomitable cockroach. Chang Luwei's strength was enhanced by pain, while Song Yang's defensive capabilities prevented her from inflicting significant damage, making it difficult for her to break through his defenses. In light of this, Chang Luwei decided to employ an old strategy. Her gaze sharpened. There were many ways to inflict pain upon oneself, and one of the most convenient methods was self-mutilation. She had resorted to such actions during her time in the psychiatric hospital. However, just as she prepared to act, a voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Hey, don't bother with that. Chapter 52. Frugality. Chang Luwei possessed formidable strength, but unlike Lin Dong, she lacked elegance, resorting instead to bloody violence. Leaving sauce splattered everywhere, she turned to see Lin Dong approaching steadily, his demeanor calm and collected, and she understood his intent. Taking several steps back, she relinquished the battlefield to him. Song Yang squinted, his heart dropping as he realized he had forgotten about this most dangerous figure amidst the chaos of battle. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Dong had not lifted a finger. He remained a mystery. What was his awakened ability? Song Yang dared not underestimate him, forcing himself to focus entirely on Lin Dong, yet Lin Dong continued his advance. The distance between them shrinking. What could this mean? Song Yang's confusion mounted as he watched Lin Dong draw near, compelled to act. Die, he roared, his voice akin to steel scraping against steel as he swung a heavy fist toward Lin Dong. In that instant, a flash of crimson light flickered in Lin Dong's eyes, and the corpse domain activated. A tremendous pressure enveloped Song Yang, the weight of it crashing down upon him as if he were sinking to the ocean floor. Rendering his body immobile, with a swift sidestep, Lin Dong evaded Song Yang's punch, his fingers extending into the man's skull as he passed, effortlessly penetrating his cranium to extract the crystal core. The entire motion was fluid and precise. Akin to plucking an item from a drawer without breaking a sweat. This, Song Yang's expression morphed into one of horror as he felt the life force within him rapidly dissipate. His metallic skin began to fade. Revealing his original form, then, his body lurched back, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Lifeless, his eyes remained wide open, fixated on the ceiling, and in the end, he could not fathom what had transpired. Departing this world with a lingering sense of confusion, the entire process unfolded in mere moments as Lin Dong traversed a few steps to extract Song Yang's crystal core, as if it were a trivial task. Chen Ming and the others stood in stunned silence, witnessing such a method of killing for the first time. Song Yang appeared unaffected externally, yet his core had been so effortlessly extracted. It was bizarre. Utterly bizarre. A wave of terror washed over them, their hair standing on end, solidifying their conviction that Lin Dong was indeed that enigmatic king of corpses, capable of taking lives without a trace. Song Yang's 3 subordinates, now equally dumbfounded, struggled to comprehend how their leader had met his inexplicable demise. As one of them stood in shock, Sun Xiuqiang delivered a punch to his chest, shattering his bones with a scream before he fell silent. This was dire. The remaining 2, recognizing that the tide had turned, understood that any resistance was futile. Their fighting spirit evaporated, their psychological defenses crumbling, and they soon fell to Sun Xiuqiang's onslaught. Thus, the entire battle concluded. The surroundings fell silent once more, the KTV strewn with devastation, bodies sprawled across the floor, including the 3 hostages and 13 members of the Black Scorpion, all meeting their end here. Lin Dong, you're incredibly strong. You took down that metal man with such ease, Sun Xiaochang exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. You were impressive as well, Lin Dong admitted, truly surprised by how, given his intelligence, Sun Xiaochang had awakened such abilities. Sun Xiaochang burst into hearty laughter. Ha, you noticed that. Meanwhile, the others were busy cleaning up the battlefield. Cheng Luoyi approached the bodies of the 3 hostages, her gaze fixed upon them with an expression of regret for not being able to save them. She then knelt down, inserting her fingers into their heads to extract each brain dan one by one. Cherish the enemy's crystal cores, and do not waste the brain cores of our own. Cheng Luoyi murmured to herself, perhaps accustomed to a life of hardship, making her frugal and a diligent girl who manages her household well. Meanwhile, Chen Ming and others, armed with communication devices, reported the situation back to the headquarters of the refuge. The members of the Black Scorpion organization have been dealt with. The total number of criminals was 13, but the actual number of kills was 16. At that moment, Lin Dong also began to be frugal. He made a round upstairs and downstairs, collecting the 16 corpses into his storage space. Sun Xiaochang, watching nearby, was left in a state of bewilderment and quickly asked, "Where are the corpses? Did you take them?" "Yes, I'm bringing them back as dog food," Lin Dong replied casually. "Goodness, what a strange thing. Are we really dining here and yet taking leftovers with us?" In addition, Cheng Luoyi and the others found the looted supplies, which turned out to be rather meager. Lin Dong glanced over and noted 5 boxes of instant noodles, several bags of dried noodles, 2 bags of rice, and 1 bag of flour. There were also some canned fruits, chocolates, and snacks, though most were expired and many had already been consumed by Song Yang and others. It was evident that the refuge was indeed facing a severe shortage of supplies for such a paltry amount of goods. Sending the number 001 Cheng Luoyi and 002 Sun Xiaochang was a testament to the seriousness of the situation. "Alright, let us return," Cheng Luoyi suggested. Sun Xiaochang's eyes sparkled with excitement. We finally have something to eat." Meanwhile, Chen Ming and the others took on the role of porters, struggling under the weight of rice and flour while carrying boxes, appearing somewhat disheveled. Moreover, the 4 of them were extremely afraid of Lin Dong, daring not to approach, and always keeping a safe distance behind. "Lin Dong, why don't you come back to the refuge with us?" Sun Xiaochang inquired. "No, thank you." Lin Dong shook his head in refusal. Sun Xiaochang appeared puzzled. "Why not? I do not require refuge," Lin Dong replied. "Oh." Sun Xiaochang nodded, though he seemed only half-understanding. At this point, they had reached the street where they had encountered each other, and it was time to part ways. Cheng Luoyi looked at Lin Dong with her large eyes. "When will we meet again? If the refuge lacks food, you can exchange crystal cores with me." Lin Dong pondered briefly before responding, "Very well." Cheng Luoyi readily agreed, establishing a cooperative relationship. To facilitate communication, they added each other as friends online, allowing for casual chats. After concluding these matters, Lin Dong bid them farewell. "That will be all for now. Until next time." "Yes, goodbye," Cheng Luoyi replied, not looking back as she walked ahead. Chen Ming and the others, laden with their burdens, took a wide detour around Lin Dong and hurriedly caught up with Cheng Luoyi. "Goodbye, Lin Dong, let us chat online later." Sun Xiaochang also turned to wave his farewell. At that moment, the sun began to set, casting a dim golden light that stretched their shadows long as Cheng Luoyi and the others gradually faded into the distance. Lin Dong watched them until they vanished at the end of the street. Soon, a horde of ferocious zombies began to emerge from alleys, lanes, or buildings, including Tank, Xiaobot, and Doctor, all orderly gathering behind Lin Dong. "Boss, were those your friends?" Chapter 53, Making Amends. Lin Dong replied, turning back towards the building. Xiaobot tilted his head, seemingly puzzled. Could it be that the boss actually had friends? But soon a tantalizing aroma of food wafted towards him. As Lin Dong departed, he casually tossed out a pile of corpses, some still warm. Xiaobot grinned, no longer pondering the matter. Cheng Luoyi and the others had walked quite a distance without encountering any zombies, until they exited Lin Dong's territory, where the terrifying figures finally reappeared. However, they were merely low-level zombies, easily dispatched by ordinary people, posing no threat to awakened beings. "Luoyi, did you notice?" Chen Ming suddenly asked. "Notice what?" Cheng Luoyi turned to look at him. Chen Ming explained, "We only encountered zombies again after leaving the 5-star zombie nest, so we can almost confirm that your friend is the king of that 5-star zombie nest." "Oh," Cheng Luoyi nodded, her expression unchanged. Chen Ming was taken aback, feeling that her reaction was not what he had expected. Wasn't she supposed to be surprised? Sun Xiaochang, scratching his head, although somewhat simple-minded, began to piece things together from the previous events. "Sister Chang, do you think Lin Dong is really a zombie? Does it matter if he is human or a zombie?" Cheng Luoyi paused before continuing, "As long as we know he is Lin Dong, that is sufficient." Near the building, the setting sun resembled blood, dyeing the sky a dark crimson, while several black crows caught and circled above. In this desolate end times landscape, a few zombies were feasting on flesh and blood. The boss is so great. He goes out to hunt and brings food back for us." Xiaoba's chin was smeared with blood. The nearby zombies nodded in agreement, expressing their approval, unlike other nests where the underlings hunted and offered tribute to the zombie king. Lin Dong was the opposite, which deeply moved Xiaoba and the others. The zombies feasted heartily, but Tank sat alone nearby, lost in thought, his eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. He felt a sense of failure for not having discovered the presence of humans within his patrolled territory. And even though Lin Dong did not blame him, the fact that he had brought back food only intensified Tank's unease. Xiaoba looked up at him. "Aren't you eating?" "Not hungry," Tank replied, crossing his arms, pridefully turning his head away, silently contemplating that he should hunt some humans to repay the boss and make amends for his previous oversight. Although Xiaoba possessed a certain level of intelligence, he was far from discerning the depths of Tank's thoughts and remained oblivious to his internal struggle. "If you don't eat soon, it will all be gone, and you won't have any left when you want it." "Oh," Tank glanced at the blood and flesh, feeling somewhat swayed, unconsciously licking his lips. "I'll have a couple of bites." In the following days, the territory returned to tranquility. With little occurring, Lin Dong remained comfortably at home. gathering intelligence and absorbing energy, occasionally chatting online with Chang Lui. The hunger, slaughter, and dangers outside seemed to have no bearing on him. The area around the building had become his utopia. In truth, Lin Dong contemplated that both Chang Lui and Sun Xiucheng possessed considerable strength. And given his ample food supply, he could easily keep them by his side. In times of trouble, they would serve as formidable allies. However, Chang Lui and Sun Xiucheng were the number 001 and 002 awakened beings of the refuge. Inherently figures of prominence, as the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind, keeping them around would surely invite unrest. Thus, Lin Dong temporarily abandoned this notion, concluding that it was better for them to remain in the refuge, as they could still maintain a collaborative relationship. Downstairs, Xiaoba and the other zombies languished in boredom, aimlessly wandering the streets and patrolling the territory, but alas, they consistently found no rewards. The most despondent of them all was Tank, whose current level of intelligence was akin to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, still haunted by his earlier failure. At this moment, he sat on the side of the street, his imposing figure casting a solitary silhouette. Where could he go to hunt some humans and redeem himself? He needed to catch some prey to honor the boss, otherwise, he would always feel guilty. However, the main urban area had long since fallen entirely under the dominion of zombies, with not a single human in sight. The best he could manage was to catch a few large rats from the sewers, yet Tank felt that if he were to present 2 large rats to the boss, he might very well end up regretting it. What to do? Just as Tank was at his wit's end, a fluttering sound of wings suddenly reached his ears. A red-eyed crow landed on a nearby lamppost, its beak smeared with blood, and it was even clutching a human eyeball. The scene was utterly grotesque. Tank paid no mind to the oddity, his eyes lighting up as if he had discovered a new world. Sensing his gaze, the crow lifted its neck and hastily swallowed the eyeball, shooting Tank a look of disdain. You big fool. Tank was speechless and somewhat irritated, but given his current predicament, he had no choice but to suppress his annoyance. Little black bird, do you know where I can find prey? I know, of course I know. The red-eyed crow blinked. Tank felt a surge of excitement. Where is it? Hurry and tell me, I want to tell you. The red-eyed crow retorted. Tank scratched his head, thinking that the little black bird was quite vengeful. After all, he had tried to catch it once when he first arrived, but hadn't he succeeded? Where is it? Just tell me, I need to hunt to honor the boss. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. If you go, you won't come back. How could that be? Tank was naturally skeptical. He was the renowned zombie king of the nearby nest. And besides, he had to consider who he was with. How could he possibly not return? Just tell me, and if I catch something, you'll get a share. The crow remained silent, its eyes darting as it thought for a moment before flapping its wings. Follow me, he. Seeing the crow agree, Tank broke into a broad smile, feeling as joyous as a 200-pound child, and he rose from the roadside. The red-eyed crow flew along the street, continuously chattering away. There are treasures. Oh, the Tank's mouth gaped in an O shape, indicating that not only was there prey, but also treasures. Curiosity inevitably stirred within him. What kind of treasure could it be? Could it possibly be a prey rich in flesh? He immediately followed closely behind the crow. The crow soared through the air, moving swiftly, but the Tank, with its agile form, leaped and dashed among the buildings, akin to a nimble giant ape. The two chased each other, growing ever more distant. Clearly, the location indicated by the crow had already surpassed the boundaries of Lin Dong's territory. Chapter 54. Treasure. The Tank and the crow hastened forward, skimming over the chaotic streets. Zombies spotted them and let out low growls, evidently having wandered out of their territory. After about 10 minutes, the Tank spotted a building ahead, shrouded in thick black smoke, which had formed a cloud. A helicopter had crashed into the midsection of the building, engulfed in flames. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the building were shattered, revealing several humans engaged in combat with zombies inside. Not only that, but countless zombies surrounded the building, swarming towards it like a tide. Having trapped the humans within, the zombies surged into the building, some even climbing up the walls, creating a spectacular scene. So there are indeed humans. The Tank murmured, treasures. The crow flapped its wings and echoed. The Tank scrutinized closely and noticed one of the humans was clutching a box, handcuffed to his wrist. The others were protecting that individual, indicating the box was of utmost importance to them. What kind of treasure could be inside? The Tank was exceedingly curious. The man holding the box was named Sun Dabiao. He was a senior executive at Take Corporation, having just retrieved something crucial from the company headquarters, which lay within that box. Unfortunately, while returning by helicopter, they encountered a flying mutated beast, a large black bird, which smashed through the helicopter's glass, its sharp beak piercing the pilot's eye socket. This led to the aircraft crashing into the zombie territory. Fortunately, they were all awakened beings, and aside from the pilot, no one died in the crash. However, the nearby zombies posed a lethal threat. Hurry, zombies are climbing up, Sun Dabiao shouted anxiously. Beside him, an ice-type awakened being emanated a chilling aura, summoning countless ice spikes, which he shot at the climbing zombies from the floor-to-ceiling window. These ice spikes were incredibly sharp, with their power surpassing that of bullets, instantly impaling the zombies and causing them to plummet from the high-rise. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, relentlessly climbing upwards, and in the distance, there was a zombie king overseeing the area. On the roof of a 3-story building across the street stood a towering figure, its mouth filled with sharp fangs and its red eyes gleaming with malevolence. This territory was its patrol zone. Unexpectedly, a windfall had fallen from the sky today. A helicopter had crashed down, thus it swiftly organized its minions to launch an assault. Although the awakened humans were formidable, they could not withstand the onslaught of a pack of wolves. Their continuous use of abilities would soon exhaust them. Let's go, we shall reclaim the treasure together. The red-eyed crow proclaimed. In reality, it was the one that had shot down the helicopter, and seeing the treasure slip into others' hands, it was understandably unwilling to let it go. Let's do it, who is afraid? The Tank, undeterred, despite being on someone else's territory and surrounded by numerous zombies, was bold enough to seize the opportunity. Thus, one undead and one bird swiftly charged towards the battlefield. The Tank, with its agile form, knocked aside several zombies along the way, racing towards the building's base. It leaped, directly scaling the wall, akin to Spider-Man climbing upward with remarkable speed. Watch out, there are mutated zombies. The tank's imposing figure and speed quickly caught Sun Dabiao's attention. The ice-type awakened being beside him immediately condensed more ice spikes, aiming to shoot downwards again. Roar, the tank bellowed, raising his right hand to shield his face as the sharp ice spikes pierced into his palm. However, with its tough skin, the tank was unharmed. The spikes merely grazed the surface, inflicting negligible damage. A crack. The tank, fierce and wild, crushed the ice spikes in his palm. With a powerful push, he soared upwards, closing the distance to the human's defensive floor. This zombie is incredibly strong. As the tank approached, Sun Dabiao's brow furrowed deeper. Meanwhile, the towering zombie king observing from afar was equally astonished. He recalled that none of his subordinates resembled this formidable figure. Whose minion is this, exhibiting such valor? However, seeing the tank assaulting the humans, he gave little thought to it and commanded his minions to assist in the attack. The tank proved to be fearsome. At this moment, one of his hands had already grasped the windowsill, and with a single-handed exertion, his muscular body flipped inside. Several humans saw this and immediately retreated. With the windowsill lost, the zombies behind surged upwards. Their bloodthirsty expressions directed at the few remaining humans, growling menacingly. I will hold them off. The ice-type awakened being thrust his hands forward, an intense cold radiating from him as frost began to form. Accompanied by the sound of cracking an ice wall was about to take shape before him, but suddenly an unforeseen event occurred. A dark shadow swooped in with astonishing speed, launching a side attack with a beak like a dagger. Piercing through his temple a splat, warm blood sprayed forth, and the ice-type awakened being collapsed. This, Sun Dabiao stared wide-eyed at the dark shadow, realizing it was indeed the large blackbird that had attacked the helicopter. Everything was not mere coincidence but rather a premeditated scheme. The crow was no ordinary bird. It could consume 2 humans in one sitting, showcasing its immense potential. After the ice-type awakened being was taken down, the zombies rushed forward, attacking the remaining humans in groups, plunging the scene into chaos. Roars, growls, and cries of agony echoed incessantly. The tank disregarded everything else, charging forward with definite intent, reaching out to see Sun Dabiao's box. Treasure. Sun Dabiao furrowed his brow, struggling fiercely to get away from me, but the tank's strength was overwhelming, and with a sudden tug, he nearly pulled both the box and Sun Dabiao into his embrace. Sun Dabiao's eyes turned red. A scorching aura emanating from him. As a fire-type awakened being, he had exhausted much of his energy from the earlier battle, now summoning his last reserves of powery flames erupted along his left arm. Gripping the tank's wrist in an attempt to make him release his hold, sizzle, the air filled with the scent of charred flesh. You let go, treasure. At that moment, the tank was singularly focused on the box. Despite the searing pain from the flames, he stubbornly clung on. Beads of sweat began to trickle down Sun Dabiao's forehead, his complexion pale and his gaze somewhat hazy, as his body could no longer withstand the strain. Sizzle, the tank seized the opportunity, yanking the box with all his might, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh and bone tearing. Half of Sun Dabiao's right arm was wrenched away. Chapter 55. I can fly. Sun Dabiao let out a blood-curdling scream. Collapsing to the ground, without the protection of his flames, the surrounding zombies swarmed over him, engulfing him in their tide. The treasure was in hand. The tank held the box, with the handcuffs still attached to a severed arm. The remaining humans had all been devoured. The zombies, reveling in their victory, were filled with exhilaration. Roar, the tank, too, raised the box in triumph, akin to hoisting the World Cup, displaying a hint of pride, despite his ignorance of its contents. Amusingly, the surrounding zombies played along, growling in unison to celebrate with him. What a fool! What are you showing off for? Hurry up and leave! The crow's distinctive call rang out. Oh, indeed, the tank snapped back to reality. Realizing he was not on his own turf, this was perilous, he needed to flee quickly. Thus, he reined in his exuberance, clutching the box, and prepared to retreat quietly. Hey, stop right there! Suddenly a voice like grinding stones echoed from behind. It was the imposing zombie king responsible for this area. The tank halted, pausing but not turning around, leaving only his silhouette visible. With the zombie king's arrival, the other zombies fell silent, following their leader's gaze towards the robust tank. In an instant, the tank became the center of attention among the horde. Sometimes being under such scrutiny is not a good thing. The tank pondered inwardly. The towering zombie king had long recognized the tank did not belong to this territory. Hand over what you have, I won't give you anything. The tank resolutely refused and shouted to the crow, run. He then bolted without looking back, crashing through several walls within the building. The towering zombie king glared. Immediately realizing the situation was amiss, catch him, roar. A throng of zombies surged forward, howling as they pursued the tank and the crow, yet both were swift, especially the tank, resembling a human bulldozer, demolishing everything in its path. Maintaining a straight line as it fled, finally, the tank reached the edge of the building and leapt from several dozen meters high, plunging downwards. In midair, the tank sensed something amiss. It was not fear of falling that gripped him, but rather the sight of a horde of zombies densely clustered below, as if they had been waiting for him deliberately. Bang! The tank leaped into the mass of corpses, his formidable strength shattering the pavement and sending several nearby zombies flying. However, the remaining undead lunged towards him with ferocity, like a rampaging bull. The tank barreled through the pile of bodies, indifferent to the zombies that clawed and bit at his back. Just then, a towering zombie king, accompanied by a cadre of elite minions, approached from behind. If they managed to ensnare him, no matter how strong the tank was, he would be torn to shreds. Run to the rooftop! Run to the rooftop! Cawed the crow in midair, offering counsel. The tank lifted his gaze and spotted a tall building ahead. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged forward and leaped, scaling the wall with agility. In no time, he reached the pinnacle. The ordinary zombies lacked the ability to climb, only the elites could keep pace with him. Don't run. Upon turning, he saw the towering zombie king and its minions had caught up. The tank then dashed across the rooftop, leaping from one building to another like the finest parkour athlete in the world. Yet, the zombie king was swifter. After all, the tank was a powerhouse, and in a direct comparison, Speed was not his forte, the zombie king was closing the distance, behind it trailed hundreds of elite zombies, relentless like a pack of ravenous wolves. I can't outrun them, the tank clutched the box tightly. Glancing back, seeing the zombie king drawing near, he felt that he had no choice but to fight. The red-eyed crow spoke again. You need to think of a way to hide. Right, the tank realized this was a clever idea. Wondering why he hadn't thought of it sooner, ahead lay the edge of the rooftop, the building towering over 100 meters high. Instead of jumping to the opposite rooftop, he aimed directly for the street below. The towering zombie king sensed something was off. The tank's figure plummeted from view in an instant. It hurried to the edge of the building, peering down. To its astonishment, the street below was equally empty. The tank had vanished. Boss, where did he run off to? One of the minions arrived and looked down, equally perplexed. The zombie king pondered. He must be hiding nearby. Quickly find him. Yes, the elite minions scattered in search. Meanwhile, the tank and the crow had taken refuge in a small room within the building. When the tank leaped from the rooftop, he hadn't landed on the street, but rather caught hold of a windowsill mid-fall, flipping into the interior, his massive form curled up, cradling the box in his hands. Concealed in a corner, little black bird, your idea was quite astute. Of course, the red-eyed crow replied without modesty, but what do we do next? We can't get out. The tank was troubled, knowing that the zombie king would not relent. Its minions would only grow in number, ultimately surrounding him until he was cornered. As time passed, the tank's situation grew increasingly precarious. The red-eyed crow was known for its resourcefulness. Don't worry, I'll go back for help. You just stay hidden here. How will you get back? The outside is swarming with them. If you go out, you'll definitely be discovered, and they will devour you. The tank urged earnestly. The red-eyed crow blinked, then fell silent for a moment, gazing at him with a look of condescension. I can fly, you fool. It flapped its wings and soared out of the window. The tank was speechless, suddenly remembering, birds can indeed fly. Reflecting on it, the little black bird was quite loyal. It had not flown off immediately, but had stayed to assist him, only returning to seek help once he was safely hidden. It's a good bird. As the tank pondered, he noticed a dark silhouette outside the window. After flying a circle in midair, the crow suddenly returned. The crow landed on the windowsill, scrutinizing him. The tank was immediately puzzled. Hey, why are you back? Don't worry about me. Go quickly, bring me the treasure. Thud, thud, thud. Before long, a knock echoed on Lin Dong's window. Turning to look, he saw the red-eyed crow perched on the sill. However, what struck Lin Dong as odd was that it held a box in its beak. Gleaming metallic silver adorned with a red circle featuring a T-shaped emblem at its center. That was the exclusive logo of Tech Corporation. Why such courtesy today, bringing me something? Lin Dong opened the window and asked lazily. The crow's red eyes sparkled. This is a surprise. Chapter 56, The Z-Virus. A surprise? Lin Dong felt a surge of curiosity, pondering what a surprise might entail. The box was made entirely of a robust alloy. Yet in Lin Dong's hands, it felt as pliable as clay. After taking it, he lifted the lid with ease, discovering rows of ampoules within, filled with a translucent light blue liquid. Beside it lay a research report detailing the liquid's data. Lin Dong picked it up and read, Z-Virus experimental results. Injecting the Z-Virus into low-tier zombies enhances cellular vitality, granting rapid healing abilities and inducing a state of heightened excitement, stimulating reflexive nerves and improving reaction speed. Zombie Experimental Sample 1. After injecting the Z-Virus into a D-class zombie, its decaying body began to heal, achieving optimal condition within 24 hours, successfully integrating with the virus. Zombie Experimental Sample 2. The following entries chronicled the experimental processes and detailed records, noting that 15 trials had been conducted, all successful, with no adverse reactions from the zombies. This was an evolutionary agent for zombies. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. He recalled hearing that Tech Corporation was cultivating zombies, so the existence of such a substance was hardly surprising. It truly was a surprise. Given Lin Dong's capabilities, he had no need for these low-tier products. As his own healing abilities were exceptionally robust, most importantly, he hardly ever got injured. However, this Z-Virus could be utilized by his minions. The experiments indicated that a D-class zombie's healing capacity and reaction speed would be enhanced upon injection. What if he injected the elite zombies instead? Lin Dong believed that Tech Corporation's experiments were not comprehensive enough. He should conduct further research to augment the data. Where did this come from? I pilfered it from another territory with the tank. The red-eyed crow declared proudly. Quite impressive. Lin Dong complimented, then inquired, where's the tank? Oh right, the tank got blocked by zombies and couldn't return. I came to seek help. The red-eyed crow seemed to remember its mission at that moment. Lin Dong was speechless, feeling compelled to praise. Blocked indeed. The tank was a valuable asset, returning with something useful. Lin Dong knew he had to rescue him, thus he immediately issued orders to Xiao Ba and the doctor. At that moment, Xiao Ba was kneeling on a rooftop wailing as the recent peace in their territory left him utterly bored, yearning for bloodshed. Upon receiving Lin Dong's command, his cries ceased abruptly, his head snapping up to reveal a mischievous grin. He. The doctor strolled down the street, flanked by a procession of zombies. Some of them roared in rage, their fury palpable. How could their esteemed leader be blocked by zombies? This was intolerable. They had to be torn apart to quell the anger. Moments later, a massive horde of zombies gathered in the street, forming a considerable tide, their menacing aura palpable. Move out. At Lin Dong's command, the horde surged into action, heading toward their target, Die in the dim sky. A single crow sped ahead, leading the way, while behind it, thousands of zombies raced forward, their malice overwhelming, intent on slaughter, like a torrent that made the entire apocalyptic city tremble beneath their feet. Meanwhile, the tank remained stealthily hidden in the small room. His massive form curled up, appearing quite pitiful. Why haven't they come yet? Outside, the horde of zombies howled in rage, clearly taunting him. Footsteps echoed at the door. The tank peered through a cracked wall. Spotting an elite zombie entering, its nose twitched like a dog, keenly sniffing the air. This zombie was of mediocre quality, yet its sense of smell had evolved, making it exceedingly sharp, as it approached the tank step by step. Following the faint scent, what to do? The tank scratched his head, realizing he was on the verge of being discovered. In such a critical moment, he had to rely on his wits to prevail. Soon he devised a plan that he could throw a stone to create a noise, drawing the zombie away. Yes, this plan is brilliant. Who says I'm a fool? The tank was quite pleased, and with a large hand. He rummaged on the ground, quickly picking up a broken brick and tossing it out the window. Whether the scent-driven zombie was distracted, he couldn't know. However, when the brick sailed out the window, it arced through the air and struck the towering zombie king's head. Who threw that brick? The towering zombie king was furious, scanning the area. One of its subordinates, having seen clearly, exclaimed, "Boss, the brick flew out from the building. There's a zombie inside." The towering zombie king pondered for a moment before realizing. That guy must be hiding in the building. Go after him, roared. Several elite zombies howled, leaping onto the wall, scaling towards the window. The tank, upon hearing sounds from outside, squinted his small eyes, sensing something amiss, and pondered for a moment, had he made a miscalculation? However, in the next instant, several terrifying zombie visages appeared at the window. Upon spotting the tank's silhouette, they emitted a ferocious roar and charged towards him at an alarming speed. Simultaneously, the horde of undead surrounding the tall buildings began to converge in his direction. This is bad. The tank raised his fist to strike down the approaching zombie and immediately turned to flee. He resorted to his usual brutish tactics, smashing through wall after wall as he made his escape. Yet, amidst the chaos of destruction, the tank continued to reflect, wondering which aspect of his seemingly flawless plan had faltered. Bang! Just as the tank shattered another wall, a massive fist suddenly struck him squarely on the forehead. The tremendous force caused him to stagger backward and fall to the ground. How dare you throw bricks at me? The towering zombie king seethed with rage. The tank, with narrowed eyes, discerned what was unfolding. The imposing zombie king, exuding a menacing aura, had bony spikes sprouting from his hand, resembling Wolverine's claws. It was the first time the tank had encountered such a power. Piquing his curiosity, what is this osteophyte formation? Die! The towering zombie king swung his hand, sending the sharp bone spikes hurtling towards the tank. In a moment of crisis, the tank raised his arm to block. But despite his rugged physique, he could not withstand the spikes, each thrust resulting in a bloody wound. Hiss, 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 it hurt so much. The tank hurriedly retreated to evade, yet, the zombie king pursued, and the spikes attacked once more. The tank was forced to use his other arm to defend, but he was quickly riddled with more wounds. At that moment, a horde of elite zombies was already roaring in pursuit behind him. Chapter 57, Revenge fueled by rage. The tank charged at the zombie king, disregarding the pain of the bone spikes piercing his palm, and seized its fist. The powerful force pushed the towering zombie king backward uncontrollably. Boom! The two crashed through the last external wall. Plummeting straight down from the high-rise. In midair, they continued to grapple and tear at each other with ferocity. Bang! They both landed on the ground simultaneously, causing the entire street to tremble, cracks spreading beneath them. In sheer strength, the towering zombie king was no match for the tank, who had him pinned down, delivering relentless blows. However, a swarm of zombies on the street immediately lunged at the tank, opening their grotesque mouths to bite. Roar! The tank let out a painful roar, seizing one zombie by the neck and flinging it far away. He then turned and delivered an elbow strike, sending the zombie's head spinning 360 degrees. Blood gushing from its mouth, but the zombie king beneath him seized the opportunity, launching its sharp bone spikes to stab the tank in the rear. The tank suffered excruciating pain and leaped off. Yet at that moment, he could see nothing but the horrific faces of zombies, for the tide of undead had engulfed him, continually surging forth in layers. The zombie's sharp fangs relentlessly tore at the tank's skin, causing him immense agony. Even an Iron Man would be on the brink of being torn apart. Am I going to die? The tank, unable to resist, was engulfed in despair. Cough, 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 fool. Suddenly, a jet-black crow flew overhead, emitting a piercing cry as if heralding the onset of slaughter. The ground trembled, and a legion surged forth. Bang, 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 bang. A powerful pressure enveloped the tank, causing the zombies clinging to him to explode into gory bits, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. What is happening? The tank felt the weight on him lighten, and as the last layer of zombies burst apart, his vision returned. Through the swirling spray of blood, he beheld an extraordinarily handsome face. Lin Dong, clad in a white shirt, stood amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, untouched and with an expression of calm indifference, gazing down at the tank. How tragic! Lin Dong noticed that the tank was drenched in blood, completely transformed into a red tank, and his body was riddled with bite marks and bloody punctures from the bone spikes. Did you treat my little brother like a pincushion? How malicious, boss! The tank's eyes welled with tears. He felt as if a divine warrior had descended from the heavens to rescue him at the most desperate moment. Glancing around, he noticed two groups of zombies engaged in a fierce battle, gnashing and clawing at each other, each more brutal than the last. Among them, Xiaoba moved like a specter, her bony claws severing a head, her form flickering, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before another zombie. With her claws still swinging, she swiftly decapitated it. A sinister smile adorned Xiaoba's face, resembling a reaper on the battlefield as heads flew and zombie bodies collapsed. Meanwhile, the doctor fought alongside the horde of zombies, delivering punches to smaller foes or employing psychic powers to attack the undead. All my brothers have arrived. If zombies could shed tears, the tank would be weeping rivers. At that moment, the bone-spiked zombie king was struck with terror. Out of nowhere, a tide of zombies surged forth, overwhelming his minions, and among them were numerous elite zombies, acting like ruthless killing machines. Looking again amidst the chaos, he saw a tall figure clad in white, gazing at him with indifferent eyes. The bone-spiked zombie king sensed no aura from him, yet an inexplicable fear welled up within him, a pressure from the depths of his soul. This feeling had also surfaced when facing his king. You, how dare you step into our territory? The bone-spiked zombie king bellowed. Lin Dong, uninterested in responding. After all, he was merely a minor lackey, thought for a moment, and the realm of the undead expanded forward. Extending several dozen meters, the bone-spiked zombie king's body became rigid, as though engulfed in a sea of blood. Boss, let me take care of this. The tank sprang up from the ground as if his wounds no longer pained him. glaring fiercely at the bone-spiked zombie king eager to avenge his injuries. "Alright, go ahead." Lin Dong nodded. The tank charged forward with 2 swift strides, leaping into the air and delivering a heavy punch that sent the bone-spiked zombie king crashing to the ground. He then pinned it down with one hand, relentlessly hammering its face with the other. Bang, bang, bang. With each blow from the tank, the earth trembled, and in no time, he had driven the zombie king's head into the ground. Cracks radiating outwards. Unsatisfied, the tank grasped its arm with both hands and twisted it as if wringing out a cloth. With a series of crack sounds, the zombie king's entire arm was reduced to a bloody mess. Exposing the white bone beneath. "How dare you stab me? Watch as I smash your skull and shatter your osteophytes," the tank muttered. This bone-spiked zombie king was not an absolute ruler of the nearby area but merely a capable warrior. Its strength comparable to that of the tank and his companions. Even if Lin Dong had not arrived, Xiao Ba and the doctor could have easily dealt with it. Additionally, they had thousands of elite zombies at their disposal. Overwhelming in number, leading to a one-sided victory. Before long, the opposing zombies were entirely slaughtered, the surrounding corpses piled up like hills, blood pooling below, resembling a flowing stream, the air thick with the stench of decay. In this horrifying tableau, Lin Dong stood unsullied, surrounded by countless zombies. "Boss, this is all my fault." The tank felt an even deeper sense of guilt. He had intended to hunt prey to redeem himself but had instead encountered danger. Forcing his boss to come to his rescue and complicate matters further, Lin Dong shook his head. "You performed admirably, huh?" The tank, unaware of the Z-virus, was puzzled as to why his boss praised him. "I believe I should not have ventured out of the territory without permission, causing trouble for everyone. It's all my fault. It's not your fault. It's mine. The territory is simply too small." Lin Dong replied. The tank was even more moved by these words. Having such a boss was truly wonderful, and he felt lost on how to repay him. Xiao Ba glanced over, her sharp claws still dripping with blood. "I also think you did well. I should save you more often in the future. Let us not." The tank shook his head vigorously, feeling that once was enough. Any more in his rear would be sore. He then looked up at the sky where a red-eyed crow flapped its wings and landed nearby. "Little black bird, I must thank you as well. If you hadn't called for help in time, I might have been bitten to death." The tank expressed his gratitude. The crow, with its red eyes, gazed at him for a moment before replying. "Ziwei, you're welcome." Chapter 58. The transaction. Lin Dong surveyed the area. Since this region was not his territory, there was a possibility of other zombie kings appearing, making it unwise to linger. He decided it was best to return and research the zombie evolution serum. "Let us go back and administer vaccinations." Upon hearing those words, the tank felt an ache in his rear, haunted by the psychological shadow of being stabbed. Upon returning to the high-rise, the task of administering the serum would naturally fall to the doctor. During the earlier battle, some elite zombies had sustained injuries, their flesh torn and bloodied. Since the Z-virus had healing properties, Lin Dong decided to start with them as a form of commendation for their bravery in battle. That box of Z-virus contained a total of 500 doses. The doctor took a syringe, drew the serum into the needle, and then plunged it into the neck of a zombie. As he slowly pushed the plunger, the pale blue serum entered the zombie's body. Lin Dong stood before the window on the upper floor, gazing downwards. He observed that the effects of the serum were quite promising. As soon as it was injected, the wounds on the zombie began to exhibit signs of healing, almost at a visibly rapid pace. With a low growl, the zombie's mouth emitted a sound, and its complexion appeared somewhat exhilarated. For the Z-virus would stimulate its nerves, enhancing its reaction speed. Furthermore, Lin Dong recalled that the experimental report had mentioned a requirement of 24 hours for the Z-virus to completely integrate with the zombie. He estimated that the results would be even more pronounced by that time. The elite zombies under Lin Dong's command were not lacking in potential, although they had not yet reached the level of awakened abilities. Their physical attributes had undergone evolution, such as sharp claws, sturdy bones, and heightened olfactory senses. Now, with the injection of the Z-virus, their strength would significantly increase. Each one could contend with B-class awakened humans. This contingent of 500 zombies was already the C-Army de la C-Army, a veritable elite zombie legion, a formidable weapon in Lin Dong's arsenal. Today, Lin Dong led his horde of the undead to invade another zombie king's territory. Intending to eliminate its subordinates, leaving them utterly decimated, it was certain that the opposing party would not take this lightly. Zombies, by nature, were ferocious and bloodthirsty. Those who could ascend to the rank of a zombie king were not to be trifled with. Lin Dong surmised that retribution was inevitable. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Take Company was heavy with gloom, as they had just received distressing news. The retrieved Z-virus from headquarters had gone missing. The person in charge, Yi Jian, sat in his office, his countenance dark and brooding. What on earth happened? Where did the Z-virus go? According to satellite tracking, the plane crashed in a zombie territory, an assistant replied. Damn it, Yi Jian could not suppress his expletive. The evolution serum falling into zombie territory was akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. Initially, he had hoped it could be recovered. But now he felt utterly hopeless. Have Sun Dapio and the others made any moves? No. There has been no activity. It is likely that their fate is grim, the assistant said, his tone wavering. Yi Jian contemplated the situation. It was certain they were done for. What good could come from crashing in a zombie territory? Most critically, without the Z-virus to enhance cellular activity, the Q-virus could not be injected to modify bones, thereby halting the cultivation program. They had originally possessed a comprehensive plan for zombie cultivation, but now it was all in disarray. Which zombie king's territory is the crash site in? Yi Jian inquired. Based on the collected intelligence, the zombie king there is exceedingly powerful, with an estimated dominion over at least 30,000 zombies, rivaling the strength of the zombie king in the skyscraper region. Classified as a 5-star zombie nest, damn it, the mere mention of the skyscraper region's zombie king infuriated Yi Jian, as the obliteration of the Hunter action team had brought disgrace upon the company. He vowed to eliminate him and regain their honor, and now, with the inability to cultivate a zombie king, perhaps, he could negotiate a collaboration with another zombie king. It seemed that the one in the crash zone was a promising candidate. Its formidable strength, coupled with its proximity to the skyscraper, indicated that in this apocalyptic world only the fittest survived. It likely desired to expand its territory as well. With a common enemy, they could potentially become temporary allies. I believe I should approach the zombie king in the crash zone for a discussion. Yi Jian mused thoughtfully. The assistant hastily urged. Yi Jian, zombies are notoriously bloodthirsty. A single misstep could lead to violence. Is it wise for you to negotiate? It is exceedingly perilous, indeed. Yi Jian nodded. Who could fathom the thoughts of that zombie king? Did it even relish communication with humans? To seek negotiation would be akin to courting disaster. Therefore, it would be prudent to send someone else first to gauge its attitude. Yi Jian then turned to his assistant. You shall go and negotiate. The assistant immediately wore a perplexed expression as night descended. Darkness enveloped the earth. And the city of the apocalypse, and inky blackness prevailed, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. A gust of night wind swept through, mingled with the scent of blood and decay. The growls of zombies echoed intermittently. They were engaged in mutual slaughter or preying upon mutated beasts, with violence permeating the air and danger lurking everywhere. Lin Dong remained cooped up at home, one hand holding a goblet, occasionally sipping the crimson liquid, while the other held his phone, responding to messages. The faint glow of the screen illuminated his handsome visage. The message was from Chang Luoi, containing merely two succinct words. Transaction, how much goods? Lin Dong inquired in reply. Chang Luoi typed slowly. Having spent 10 years in a mental institution without formal education, making her somewhat lacking in literacy. 200 pounds of flour. Do you have it? Yes. Lin Dong's storage space contained an immense quantity of resources. 200 pounds of flour was nearly a drop in the bucket. After a moment, Chang Luoi responded, all right, I will exchange 4 crystal cores for it. Not a problem, since Lin Dong had previously mentioned that when in need of food, she could trade crystal cores with him. This conversation ensued. They arranged to meet the following morning at a square not far from Lin Dong's territory. The next day, in the shelter, Chang Luoi awoke early. Her dwelling was a military green tent, a privilege granted to her as the 001 Asin awakened individual. Other survivors fared far worse, with some residing in small tents or simply laying out newspapers to sleep in open spaces. Stepping outside, bright sunlight bathed her fair face, accentuating her beauty. A multitude of awakened individuals bustled about. Some were constructing shelters, others digging tunnels, yet upon seeing Chang Luoi, they greeted her warmly. Luoi, is it true that crystal cores can be exchanged for food? A diminutive young man inquired, his eyes darting with curiosity. Chang Luoi glanced at him. Indeed, I am about to go out to find someone to exchange with. The young man, intrigued, knew that while crystal cores were precious, without food, one would starve. Who was this person that would trade food for crystal cores? He surmised that she must possess a substantial food supply. With this thought, he suggested, I just happen to have a crystal core. May I accompany you to exchange? Certainly, Chang Luoi replied. After a moment's contemplation, the young man's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk of satisfaction. I truly appreciate your kindness. Chapter 59. A gift of friendship. This diminutive young man was named Jiang Wensheng, also an awakened individual, holding the designation 023 within the shelter, possessing considerable strength. However, his true identity was that of a member of the Black Scorpion organization, infiltrating the shelter to gather intelligence and act as a spy. Previous incidents of resource theft and hostage-taking had not been without his involvement. Upon learning that Chang Luoi intended to venture out to exchange supplies, he was filled with ulterior motives. Of course, he would never dare to rob Chang Luoi, but what of her companions? Jiang Wensheng analyzed the situation, suspecting that they might be a small faction or organization. Subsequently, Chang Luoi also invited Sun Xiuqiang. Upon hearing they would meet Lin Dong, Sun Xiuqiang felt quite elated, taking the time to slick back his greasy hair. Feeling exceptionally handsome, the three of them set off from the shelter towards the target square. Along the way, Jiang Wensheng intentionally lagged behind, discreetly messaging his organization. Brothers, it seems we have a big catch. It's a substantial fish. Oh, what kind of big fish? Did the shelter find resources again? Is the big fish a beauty? Several individuals replied with inquiries. Jiang Wensheng continued, there is a transaction taking place outside the shelter. The opposing side possesses a considerable amount of food, but their origins are unknown. Such a thing exists? That person must have access to a lot of food. They likely possess significant strength. Yes, I share that sentiment. However, we should first observe the opposing side's formation before deciding whether to take action. I believe that's a sound strategy. I will go. The Black Scorpion members began to organize themselves, and Jiang Wensheng informed them of the transaction location. At the square, Chang Luoi selected this spot for the transaction. Knowing it was relatively devoid of zombies, the central fountain had long since run dry, its basin filled with dark blood and the remnants of several thoroughly decayed bones. The surrounding railing had collapsed, revealing a scene of desolation. Lin Dong, clad in a white shirt, stood at the edge of the basin, peering into its depths, as if reminiscing about the once vibrant fountain and its scenic beauty. This square was not far from Lin Dong's home. Before the apocalypse, he often strolled here in the evenings, when it bustled with activity, filled with vendors selling balloons and children's toys, and the joyous laughter of children echoed everywhere. Now, however, it lay in eerie silence. Lin Dong turned around, surveying his surroundings. Towering buildings loomed, many of which had collapsed or were marred by cracked walls and shattered glass, exposing dark voids where windows once were. Occasionally, the growls of zombies resonated from within. At that moment, 3 figures approached from between 2 dilapidated buildings. Chang Luoi, Sun Xiuqiang, and Jiang Wensheng. Jiang Wensheng craned his neck to observe and confirmed that indeed there was a solitary figure in the square. No way, just one. In this apocalypse, where order had disintegrated, a lone individual coming out to trade was a recipe for being murdered and robbed. Could it be that their companions were lurking nearby? Jiang Wensheng scanned the vicinity, yet found no trace of others. Are they coming? As Chang Luoi drew near, Lin Dong greeted her first. Chang Luoi nodded. Did you bring the goods? Yes. With a flick of his hand, Lin Dong conjured 4 bags of flour, each weighing 50 pounds, totaling 200 pounds. Chang Luoi stepped forward, opened a bag, and pinched out a small amount, bringing it to her nose to sniff. Not bad, quite pure. Beside him, Sun Xiaoqiang appeared utterly speechless. Are you two putting on a movie here? Meanwhile, Jiang Wenchang was meticulously observing every move of Lin Dong. The earlier display of effortlessly tossing white flour had genuinely startled him. Could he be an awakened spatial ability user? This thought crossed his mind. Abilities related to space were generally formidable, yet not invincible. Jiang Wenchang slightly tilted his head and, from a distance, spotted several individuals within a building. Covertly watching this way, the members of the Black Scorpion organization were in position. Haha, brother, did you come alone for the trade? Jiang Wenchang inquired to confirm. Lin Dong directed his gaze at him. Yes, just me. For some reason, the moment he was scrutinized, Jiang Wenchang's heart twitched, an inexplicable feeling of unease washing over him, prompting him to instinctively take a half step back. What on earth was happening? Jiang Wenchang pondered. Yet he persevered in probing. Do you have any food left? I would like to exchange some. None, Lin Dong replied indifferently. What? None. Jiang Wenchang was taken aback but quickly concluded that Lin Dong must be deceiving him. It was inconceivable that he could have only 4 bags of white flour and not be willing to trade for a crystal nucleus. This fellow was quite cautious, clearly wary of him. However, this caution likely stemmed from his own insecurities and lack of strength. If he were truly powerful, there would be no need for such wariness. Individuals who could serve as spies were not ordinary. Jiang Wenchang, being astute, analyzed various scenarios through dialogue. He currently believed that this person before him could indeed take action. In truth, Lin Dong, with his keen sense of smell, had long detected the presence of humans lurking in a nearby building. And he sensed that this particular human harbored ill intentions towards him. Sun Xiaoqiang boisterously exclaimed. Lin Dong, how have you been during this long absence? Not well, quite dull and monotonous, Lin Dong replied casually. Even if Sun Xiaoqiang were as foolish as he was, he couldn't believe that with so much delicious food around, one could still feel dull and monotonous. He wished he could experience some dullness himself. Cheng Luwei stepped forward, handing him 4 crystal nuclei. If you have the time, we could hunt zombies together and acquire some more crystal nuclei. You must know of many targets, right? Currently, I actually don't, but I expect to soon. Lin Dong contemplated. Cheng Luwei nodded. Alright, let me know when sure. If you have suitable hunting targets, feel free to call me. No problem. The group exchanged a few brief remarks, although there were no zombies in the vicinity of the square. Given the apocalyptic context, it was prudent not to linger too long. They then dispersed. On the way back, Cheng Luwei and Sun Xiaoqiang each carried 2 bags of flour, totaling 100 pounds, yet they felt as light as feathers. Now we can return and steam some big white buns, Sun Xiaoqiang declared proudly. Jiang Wenchang grew increasingly silent and, as they walked, suddenly halted. I didn't manage to trade for food. I think I'll take a look around to see if I can gather some supplies. You all go ahead. Oh, go on. Cheng Luwei nodded. No need to worry. I will quickly return to the shelter. Jiang Wenchang smiled faintly, turned, and soon vanished into the ruins of the building complex. Sun Xiaoqiang was still lost in thoughts of big white buns. Saliva nearly dripping from his mouth, but suddenly he recalled that within the shelter a crystal nucleus was worth a box of instant noodles, yet in Lin Dong's case it equated to 50 pounds of flour. Is Lin Dong at a loss by trading with us? Rest assured, he is not at a loss. I even generously gifted him some, Cheng Luwei said, slightly tilting her head, revealing her perfect profile, her bright eyes gazing towards the direction Jiang Wenchang had vanished. Chapter 60. Quite nice indeed. Lin Dong was making his way towards the building. He had already sensed that 4 human presences were approaching from behind, leaping across the rooftops to track him. Halt! Suddenly one person landed behind Lin Dong, bracing himself on one hand to stabilize his stance, and shouted. Lin Dong stopped in his tracks and turned around. To his surprise, it was Jiang Wenchang, who straightened up, dusted off his hands, and wore a completely different expression from before. His once warm smile had transformed into a chilling grin, tinged with a hint of triumph, as though he had become a different person altogether. If you won't trade food with me, then don't blame me. Jiang Wenchang smirked slightly and continued. By the way, I should inform you that I am a member of the Black Scorpion. Swish, 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 the other 3 also leaped down from the building, landing on either side of Lin Dong, effectively surrounding him. So, you possess spatial abilities? Quite rare. Don't let him escape. Boomed a burly man. Lin Dong surveyed the 4. Remaining silent, has he been frightened into silence? A lean man chuckled maliciously. The Black Scorpion organization indeed held some sway over ordinary humans, as they acted without any moral compass, driven solely by their whims. Jiang Wenchang's gaze scrutinized Lin Dong closely. A spatial ability user is indeed a remarkable talent. If you relinquish all your food to me, perhaps, I might consider allowing you to join our organization. No need. Lin Dong finally spoke. Oh, Jiang Wenchang raised an eyebrow, noticing that Lin Dong did not seem frightened at all. So, are you prepared to resist to the bitter end? Don't think that just because you have spatial abilities, we are powerless against you. Oh, you know why I didn't trade food with you? Lin Dong retorted. What? Jiang Wenchang was left puzzled. The burly man beside him had grown impatient. Enough of this nonsense. Let's make our move quickly to avoid complications, because you are the food. At that moment, Lin Dong suddenly declared. The expressions of the 4 varied, puzzled by his strange words, struggling to comprehend his meaning, but soon they would understand the gravity of the situation. The ground beneath them began to tremble, as if 1,000 horses were galloping. The once empty street was now teeming with zombies. They moved with incredible speed, agilely climbing down from rooftops and walls. Among them, the figure of Xiaoba flickered and vanished from sight, swiftly reappearing in front of them. The tank, akin to a giant ape, bounded down from the rooftop, and with a resounding crash landed on a scrapped vehicle, smashing it to smithereens. A horde of zombies. Upon witnessing this terrifying scene, Jiang Wenchang immediately realized what was transpiring, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why have so many zombies suddenly appeared? Retreat. The 4 sensed something amiss and attempted to escape via the same route, but the doctor, accompanied by the zombies, had blocked their path. A glance around revealed that they were surrounded by zombies. Some were crawling on all fours, perched on rooftops or walls, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, their continuous howls enveloping them completely. Jiang Wenchang was nearly paralyzed with fear, instinctively glancing back to see Lin Dong standing before the horde of zombies. His indifferent gaze fixated on him. He is the zombie king. The four immediately grasped the situation, their hearts sinking with terror. Is this the big fish you were talking about? The burly man's eyes widened in horror. Realizing that this was no mere fish, it was a great white shark, Jiang Wenchang was equally bewildered. I didn't know, he could not fathom that the object of Sun Xiuqiang and Chang Lui's food exchange was actually a zombie king. Damn it, a fool and a lunatic reliable they were not. The horde of zombies encircled the four, their howls echoing like a pack of starving wolves ready to devour them. Among them, the tank was the happiest. His small eyes squinting with delight, reveling in the fact that every time the boss went out, he returned with food. Quite nice indeed, as Jiang Wenchang saw the zombies closing and realizing he was about to be devoured. He panicked and desperately pleaded with Lin Dong. Don't kill me, I can join you. Good. Lin Dong nodded and replied, you are about to become one with them. As soon as the words left his lips, the horde surged forward, a frenzy of ravenous zombies, all infused with the Z-virus, pouncing on Jiang Wenchang and his companions before they could even utilize their awakened abilities. Sharp teeth tore into flesh. Blood splattering in every direction. Jiang Wenchang and the others cried out in agony, their voices drowned out as they were swiftly engulfed by the tide of the undead. Meanwhile, far in the distance, a helicopter soared across the sky. Inside sat a young man, his expression frantic and trembling. He was Yang Hao, the assistant to Yi Jian. Following his superior's orders, he was tasked with negotiating with the zombie king. Cursed boss, cursed capitalist, Yang Hao muttered, casting his gaze out the window, his anxiety mounting as though he were walking to the gallows. Are we there yet? How go? Almost there, just fly past the building ahead. And we'll arrive. The pilot, Xiao Zhang, replied. Yang Hao responded, then pondered, how about, we circle around a few more times. Xiao Zhang, the helicopter contained only the two of them, for if the negotiations succeeded, it would be a triumph. If they failed, bringing along more people would merely mean more sacrifices. As the propellers roared, the helicopter swept swiftly past the rooftops, officially entering the territory of the five-star zombie nest. Yang Hao's palms were slick with sweat. His heart lodged in his throat. Looking down, he saw countless zombies disturbed by the thundering rotors, charging through the streets like mad dogs, gathering in ever-increasing numbers, shrieking and pursuing relentlessly. Brother Hao, we've arrived. Should we disembark? Disembark? Are you out of your mind? Yang Hao cursed under his breath. Thought if we go down now it would undoubtedly mean our demise. He then picked up the microphone beside him and shouted through the helicopter's loudspeaker. Hello, I'm a representative from Take Corporation, here to negotiate with your leader. Can you hear me? I am from Take Corporation. The echo of his voice reverberated across the city, repeating several times. Yang Hao kept his gaze fixed below. And after a moment, he noticed that the zombies suddenly fell silent and began to disperse. It worked. Brother Hao, do you think they are trying to lure us down to devour us? Shut your mouth. Yang Hao scolded at the helicopter, then slowly descended, landing in a flat square. Yang Hao and Xiao Zhang stepped out and glanced around. There were no zombies in sight, but a corpulent figure stood at the forefront. Towering at nearly 6 feet, it was a mass of blubber reminiscent of a sumo wrestler from the islands, with sharp fangs and small eyes glinting with malice. Chapter 61. The negotiation. This zombie was astonishingly overweight, with arms and thighs piled high with fat, resembling Michelin tires. Hence, we shall call him Michelin. Yang Hao quickly raised his hands, signaling that he bore no ill intentions. We are here to discuss cooperation. If things go well, you will reap substantial benefits. Benefits? Are those something delicious? As Michelin tilted his head, his expression dull, clearly lacking in intelligence. With such intellect, he could hardly command the five-star zombie nest. Michelin was merely a muscle-bound enforcer, akin to a tank in Lin Dong's territory. Yang Hao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he was not the ruler of the five-star zombie nest. Humans, follow me. Michelin's deep voice rumbled, then he turned and walked ahead, his bulk jiggling with each step. Yang Hao and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances and hurried to keep pace. As they walked, both were filled with trepidation, although the zombies showed no signs of aggression. Their unpredictable and violent nature left them on edge, fearing for their lives at any moment. Fortunately, they encountered no other zombies along the way. However, the air grew increasingly cold, and a foul stench wafted around them. On the trees lining the street, something appeared to be writhing. When Yang Hao focused his gaze, he gasped in horror. It was a cluster of large patterned pythons, as thick as arms, flicking their tongues and displaying sharp fangs. Coiled upon the branches, just the sight of them was enough to send chills down one's spine. So many snakes. Yang Hao noted that it was not just one tree, nearly every tree was infested. And in his fright, he turned his head away, preferring not to see. He was astonished that the central area of the five-star zombie nest harbored such a plethora of snakes, instinctively suspecting that the zombie king here possessed some sinister ability, perhaps even being a cunning undead creature. After a brief while, they finally arrived at a building. However, the glass doors were shattered, and several massive pythons coiled around the metal frame, their bodies as thick as an adult's waist. With heads as large as lanterns and glaring, yellow eyes that glimmered with menace, the snakes raised their heads, scrutinizing the guests with long tongues flicking, as if they were poised to strike. What is this, a snake den? Yang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. Meanwhile, the guide, Michelin, remained courteous. Please, come in. Yang Hao felt a wave of dread wash over him, muttering under his breath, damn it, the wicked boss, the vile capitalist, Brother Hao. Are you scared? Xiao Zhang asked timidly from behind, seeking some comfort. To gulp, Yang Hao swallowed hard, steeling himself as he replied, what nonsense. Now that we are here, we must go in. Keep your spirits up. We are representing the company. Oh, Xiao Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Together, they approached the entrance. Thankfully, as they passed the giant pythons, they did not attack. They merely twisted their necks, watching the two as they entered the main hall. Phew! Just as Yang Hao began to relax, the scene inside the hall made his hair stand on end, sending tremors through his body as he struggled to suppress his gasp. The entire hall was teeming with snakes. writhing and coiling together, emanating a nauseating stench that made him want to retch. Yang Hao fought the urge to vomit, his fear peaking, his body trembling uncontrollably, feeling as if he might wet himself from sheer fright. Xiao Zhang, unwilling to linger any longer, noticed Yang Hao frozen in place and urged, "Brother Hao, let us move. You need to help me." Xiao Zhang thought in exasperation. There was no wall to lean against. Just him. The two stumbled forward, cautiously stepping over the snakes, their hearts racing as if they might leap out of their throats. Yang Hao felt that aside from the boss's schemes, this was the longest journey he had ever undertaken. The two were so anxious that their sense of time blurred. It felt like a second, yet also like an eternity. Finally, they traversed the snake-infested area and entered the inner hall. Roar, familiar zombie roars echoed around them. And terrifying faces gradually came into view. These were the elite zombies, akin to a personal guard. At the forefront sat an imposing figure, his skin a ghastly pale, nearly gray, showing no signs of decay. His features were somewhat handsome, but the area around his eyes was marred by a network of dark veins, creating a rather unsettling appearance. Most fearsome of all were his eyes, yellow irises with diamond-shaped pupils. Resembling those of the snakes surrounding him, Yang Hao felt a chill run down his spine, the damp warmth of fear pooling in his trousers. "Your Majesty, this human appears rather intriguing," commented the snake-eyed zombie king. Seated beside him was a woman whose upper body was human while her lower half was that of a spider, her 8 legs resting on the ground, each as sharp as a blade. This was a fusion of a zombie and a tarantula. The woman extended her long tongue, licking her lips with interest as she scrutinized the humans before her. "Damn it," Yang Hao cursed inwardly, too terrified to move. At that moment, the snake-eyed zombie king spoke, his voice raspy like rust scraping against metal. "Come sit. All right." Yang Hao hesitated, trembling as he approached, only to realize that under the chair he was to sit upon, snakes were coiled as well. But he couldn't help but curse again, the wicked boss, the vile capitalist, forcing him to negotiate with a zombie king. This was more unbearable than death itself. He suppressed his discomfort and sat down. The snakes quickly slithering up his calves as if ready to bite and take his life at any moment. Enveloped by the serpents, Yang Hao's mind went blank, and instinctively he reached into his pocket for a cigarette. However, his hands were shaking violently, reminiscent of someone recovering from a stroke, and after several attempts, he finally managed to place it in his mouth, yet the lighter in his other hand trembled so much that it refused to spark. Extinguishing repeatedly. At that moment, the snake-eyed zombie king took the lighter from him and pressed it, igniting a flame. Thank you. Yang Hao inhaled deeply, the nicotine calming his racing heart slightly, allowing him to regain some composure. "Speak, what do you wish to discuss with me?" the snake-eyed zombie king inquired. "We, Tick Corporation, a batch of our agents fell into your territory last time, correct?" Yang Hao began, probing for information. The snake-eyed king nodded initially but then shifted the conversation. "Indeed they fell, but the zombie king of the skyscraper region seized them and killed one of my most capable subordinates along with over 1,000 of my men." "What, that bastard again?" Yang Hao frowned in contemplation. Realizing that the situation was far different from what he had anticipated upon arrival, it seemed his boss had miscalculated, and their meat pie had not hit the intended target here. "Huh, what did you say?" Nothing. Yang Hao quickly waved his hand, nervously blurting out the truth under pressure. Chapter 62, a plea for help. "What I meant was, that zombie king is truly audacious, daring to kill your men. We should unite and eliminate them once and for all." Yang Hao insisted, attempting to clarify. The snake-eyed zombie king had already considered this, as it was intolerable for someone to invade his territory, kill, and then retreat without consequence. However, he had refrained from taking action previously due to a lack of understanding of the situation on the opposing side. "Do you know the circumstances of their zombie nest?" I do. Yang Hao nodded vigorously, continuing, "According to intelligence collected by our company, he commands a horde of thousands of zombies, including 2,000 elite ones. With the recent acquisition of the Z-virus, their numbers have at least increased by 500. Those terrifying zombies have devoured many of our people. Initially, there were 200 in a prison, 200 in a mall, and 500 armed personnel from the Hunter Action Team. Thus, their evolutionary level is exceedingly high. Several notorious battles in the city have been spearheaded by him. It can be said that he is invincible." "Oh," the snake-eyed zombie king comprehended. "So you mean to say that you have suffered 3 consecutive defeats?" Theoretically, yes," Yang Hao replied awkwardly, "but that was due to their ambush during the Hunter Action Team's last encounter. They were first met by the red-faced zombie king, allowing him to reap the benefits. Shitong was well acquainted with the red-faced corpse king, having even engaged with him in the past. Initially she had intended to subdue him, but ultimately Lin Dong had eliminated him, subsequently devouring his territory. "Your Majesty," she remarked, "the demise of the red-faced only signifies his foolishness." Beside her, the Spider-Woman zombie wore a haughty expression. Once a ruler in her own right, her prowess surpassed that of the red-faced. However, she was eventually subdued by Shitong, leading to the merger of their forces. Now, they commanded a total of 30,000 undead, among which were numerous elite warriors. Indeed, while our elite forces have increased, we can compensate with the sheer number of ordinary zombies. Moreover, I have a host of precious assets at my disposal. Shitong caressed the serpentine head coiled beneath her chair. The snake flicked its crimson tongue and emitted a hissing sound, displaying an extreme state of excitement. Yang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, pondering the peculiarities of this individual, whose tastes seemed to align with those of certain female streamers. However, a thought suddenly struck him. Yes, the corpse king is often accompanied by a flock of crows, whose strength should not be underestimated. The crows hovering above the city, the Spider-Woman's eyes glimmered with malice, a wicked smile curling her lips. As a fusion of the tarantula, she was, in essence, a nemesis to all avian creatures. They flee at the mere sight of me. You need not worry. Very well, Shitong nodded. Contemplating their current predicament, it seemed that victory was assured, especially with the assistance of Tech Corporation, leaving no room for defeat. In fact, she considered the possibility of turning against Tech Corporation after utilizing their resources. thereby eliminating them and positioning herself as the sovereign of the entire central region. Clearly, it was time to expand her territory. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's subordinates were feasting on the remains of 4 Black Scorpion members. Some snatching an arm, others a leg, and even 2 zombies sharing a head in a gruesome display. This meager amount of flesh is utterly insufficient, Lin Dong noted, realizing it would hardly satiate his 500 elite zombie warriors, whose evolutionary levels had drastically increased, requiring far more sustenance than what 4 individuals could provide. Why hasn't Jiang Wenqing summoned more people? Lin Dong mused, glancing around until he spotted a phone on the ground. Its screen aglow with a flurry of group chat messages. This phone had fallen from Jiang Wenqing. Since he won't call for help, I shall do it for him. Lin Dong picked up the phone and began to peruse the messages, confirming they were indeed from members of the Black Scorpion organization, discussing their exploits. Brothers, how has today fared? Any gains? Indeed, I discovered a number of survivors in the eastern outskirts of the city. Quite the amusing venture. The urban population is too dense. They've all turned into zombies. If we venture to the outskirts, we might still find the living. Have you found any handsome ones? Send me a few. I want those who are at least 187 centimeters tall with abs. Good grief, why did you not mention this sooner? I've already taken down all the males. Do you want the deceased? Just bring back there. I want to collect 1,000 of them. I still need half. Damn, I would never touch that. You can do it yourself. Prior to the apocalypse, the Black Scorpion organization had operated in the dark web, known for their brutality, sadism, and peculiar fetishes, often indulging in various perverse methods of murder for amusement and sharing videos of their exploits. Lin Dong observed their banter, a smirk playing on his lips. These little rascals are quite endearing. Through the chat, Lin Dong learned of a nearby Black Scorpion outpost, located within an underground mall, currently brimming with supplies. There over 20 Black Scorpion members were keeping more than 100 survivors, living a life of luxury and indulgence. What a pathetic standard, Lin Dong muttered, unable to tolerate the comfort of others, plotting an assault with his subordinates. Just then, a private message arrived on Jiang Wenqing's phone, a distress signal. Bro, I've encountered a ghost near the museum. I'm in grave danger. Hurry and bring people to rescue me. Anyone from the shelter will do. Just tell them I'm an ordinary survivor. Upon seeing the sender's name, Jiang Wenbin, the connection to Jiang Wenqing became abundantly clear. A ghost at the museum. Lin Dong pondered briefly. The museum was not within his territory, but it was not far either. How could there be a ghost near his territory? What have you discovered? Lin Dong inquired. I don't know. The thing is elusive, like it can turn invisible. It has already killed 4 of us. Turns invisible, elusive, Lin Dong mused, noting that he had never encountered such a creature in his territory. Was it perhaps a wanderer from elsewhere? It might be prudent to investigate, lest it become a future threat. Bro, please hurry. I feel the thing is getting closer. I don't know when I might die. Jiang Wenbin's frantic pleas revealed his sheer terror. On the brink of collapse, the threat he faced was evidently formidable. Stay strong, you must endure, Lin Dong urged, though inwardly he thought, just hold on until I arrive, then you may die. I'm coming to save you right now. Chapter 63, The Shadow. With that, Lin Dong turned to his tank crew, instructing, I shall be stepping out for a while. Keep a vigilant watch, things may not be peaceful. Rest assured, boss, Tank replied with a goofy grin. The next moment, Lin Dong's figure gradually receded, vanishing around a distant corner. Tank gazed in the direction of his departure, feeling a surge of emotion, reflecting on how the boss had just returned with a bounty of food and was now heading out to hunt again. He's quite the diligent one. After leaving his territory, Lin Dong entered a state of concealment, moving silently like a phantom through the chaotic streets, disturbing neither flower nor blade of grass. Moments later, he arrived in the museum area. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, a cold wind swept past, carrying a metallic scent of blood. Dark clouds loomed overhead, nearly pressing against the rooftop, creating a stifling ambience. A rumble, silver serpents danced through the clouds, accompanied by booming thunder. The wind intensified, the mournful howling of the wind echoed through the city, stirring up dust and plastic bags in a chaotic dance. Lin Dong's keen eyes fixated on the vast museum, resembling a dormant behemoth. Surrounded by bloodstains and scattered corpses of zombies, the silence was deafening, evoking a sense of desolation. Yet, Lin Dong could sense 3 living humans within, desperately hiding, exuding an air of panic. However, the entity threatening them remained undetectable to him. What could it possibly be? He stepped forward, employing his corpse domain ability to phase through the wall. The dim weather rendered the museum even darker, illuminated only sporadically by flashes of lightning. Lin Dong's gaze swept across the scene. Shattered glass, dried blood, and decaying corpses reduced to mere skeletons. These remnants were left from the early days of the apocalypse, when the museum had been populated, marking it as a disaster zone. The bloodied handprints clawing at the walls spoke volumes of the despair that had unfolded. Lin Dong pressed onward, drawing closer to the 3 living presences. Soon he encountered them in a dim corridor, breathless and panicked. Hurry, I feel the thing is closing in on us. Then, I believe it's trying to exhaust us. Toying with us like a cat with a mouse, one individual said gravely. Jiang Wenbin reassured them. It's alright, my brother said to hold on, he will come to rescue us soon. When will he arrive? Perhaps, soon. Jiang Wenbin's resolve was fueled by a flicker of hope. Unaware that Jiang Wenchang was now indistinguishable among the zombies, the trio soon reached the end of the corridor, leading to a room. With no other options, they pushed the door open. The room was expansive, approximately 200 square meters, creating an overwhelming sense of emptiness, and numerous paintings adorned the walls, some strewn across the floor, their frames shattered. Glass fragments scattered everywhere. There's no escape, one of the dark-skinned youths exclaimed. Jiang Wenbin gestured for silence. Let us hide. Understood, his companions replied, retreating to a corner, leaning against the wall for a semblance of safety. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong was concealed just behind the wall, observing them with a downward gaze, yet, he had no intention of striking immediately. Killing the trio would be effortless. What truly mattered was the lurking entity within the museum. He sensed that since the 3 had taken refuge in this vast room, a presence was approaching, ethereal and elusive, as if it were not a tangible being. Could it truly be a ghost? In this apocalyptic world, many inexplicable events transpired, yet he had never encountered a genuine spirit. Just then, a flash of lightning pierced the sky, illuminating the room with blinding brilliance. Jiang Wenbin's unease deepened, a gut feeling warning him that death was drawing near. He retrieved his phone, sending another message. Bro, where are you? I'm out of options. However, after a considerable amount of time, no response was forthcoming. Damn it, Jiang Wenbin cursed under his breath, yet he harbored immense trust in his brother. The two had been inseparable since childhood, and he would undoubtedly come to rescue him, without fail. Suddenly an odd sensation enveloped his heart. Jiang Wenbin lifted his gaze and began to scrutinize the paintings adorning the wall. His eyes darted around, and finally, he spotted a particularly peculiar piece. It resembled a portrait of a black man, his face as dark as coal, rendering his features indiscernible, save for the fangs protruding from his mouth and the malevolence emanating from his eyes. Akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Hey, you two, take a look. Doesn't that portrait seem a bit off? Jiang Wenbin quickly urged his companions beside him. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Their gazes following his. Which one, Bingu? The one in the center. What? I don't see it. Both were left utterly perplexed. Jiang Wenbin, feeling an urgency, could not help but exclaim, you fools, it's right there. But as he turned to point, he was suddenly struck dumb, for the portrait had indeed vanished without a trace. At that moment, one of his companions meekly remarked, Bingu, you meant the one in the center, that SA window. Crack. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the vast room. And Jiang Wenbin could finally discern that the space where the portrait had hung was, in fact, a window. It was not a painting at all. Something was genuinely watching him. My goodness, in that instant. Goosebumps erupted across his body, an icy chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. A profound sense of dread threatened to suffocate him. I saw it. I just saw it. Run! Jiang Wenbin dashed down the corridor like a madman, disregarding everything. What did you see? The two companions were equally bewildered, but seeing him flee in such a panic, they had no choice but to follow suit. Yet a shadow slithered through the crack of the window, fully merging with the darkness, as if it hailed from the netherworld. As the shadow flickered, it surged towards the trio with astounding speed, quickly catching up to the last person. With a swift motion, its shadowy claw, ablaze with dark flames, pierced through one man's back, warm blood spraying forth, splattering onto the nape of Jiang Wenbin and another companion. What? The two were paralyzed with fear. Instinctively glancing back, they beheld a towering shadow, its claws embedded in their companion's back, lifting him into the air. The man, still clinging to life, weakly flailed his legs, his eyes bulging with blood, gasping as crimson fluid spilled from his lips. Help me. Chapter 64, Coercion and Temptation. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Wenbin and his companion were utterly horrified. After discarding the lifeless body, the shadow extended its dark, purplish tongue to lick the blood from its claws, revealing an insatiable thirst for carnage. It was a B-level corpse king, possessing the awakened ability, Shadow Veil, which allowed it to conceal itself within shadows and traverse through minute gaps, such as those found in windows, doors, and walls. In its shadow form, it could evade detection, rendering it a formidable foe. Not bad, Lin Dong mused silently, contemplating that if he were to eliminate it for its crystal core, it would be a waste. Better to recruit it as an underling, especially given the current shortage of manpower. Thus, he emerged from the wall, his form gradually materializing. At the moment Lin Dong manifested, the shadow sensed his presence and swiftly turned to face him, its fierce gaze locking onto him. Though the shadow's complexion was as dark as charcoal, betraying no discernible expression, it was evident that it was taken aback. Jiang Wenbin and his companion's eyes widened in astonishment, for they had witnessed Lin Dong's appearance as if conjured from thin air, leaving them feeling profoundly unsettled. What on earth is happening today? I've encountered nothing but bizarre occurrences. The shadow became highly alert, disregarding Jiang Wenbin and his companion entirely, focusing all its attention on Lin Dong, as an inexplicable sense of danger arose within it, an instinctual warning that this individual was not to be trifled with. Who are you? I am the corpse king of this district. You may choose to bow to me, Lin Dong stated plainly, yet the shadow shook its head defiantly. I know you are powerful, but I will not submit to any living being. Oh, Lin Dong noted the shadow's obstinacy. It was indeed a tough nut to crack. In truth, the shadow was also a corpse king, ruling over an area on the opposite side of Snake's Eye. Originally, it had over 10,000 subordinates, but after skirmishes with Snake's Eye, it was reduced to a mere 5,000. Snake's Eye sought to subjugate it, but the shadow, refusing to yield, instigated a conflict. The shadow, unable to contend with Snake's Eye, faced repeated defeats, culminating in a total expulsion from its territory. It had since resorted to guerrilla tactics, reclaiming half its land with its 5,000 followers. Its Shadow Veil ability granted it exceptional survival skills, making it difficult for Snake's Eye to eliminate it, which ultimately led to a cessation of the pursuit. However, the shadow's domain was impoverished, while other territories' zombies could catch mice or insects to stave off hunger. The shadow's territory was too small, yielding insufficient prey. Even capturing 3 flies was considered a grand feast. Thus, it was compelled to wander, utilizing its Shadow Veil ability to seek out sustenance. As long as I wish to leave, you cannot keep me here, the shadow declared confidently. Care to test that? Lin Dong inquired playfully. Without a moment's hesitation, the shadow's form began to blur, as if ignited by black flames, and it swiftly entered its shadow state. Like a puddle of liquid, it glided across the ground with remarkable speed, vanishing into the gap of a nearby wall. At the same time, Lin Dong's figure also disappeared from sight. The shadow moved silently, akin to a specter, seamlessly traversing several walls, squeezing through door and window gaps, twisting and turning until it was utterly disoriented, unsure of its whereabouts. Eventually, it emerged in a room, exiting its shadow state and rising from the ground, its charcoal-like body reassembling. Phew, the shadow glanced back in the direction it had come from, noticing no pursuers, and let out a long sigh of relief. It had heard tales of Lin Dong, who had slain Bone Spike, a formidable minion of Snake's Eye, and knew him to be exceedingly powerful. However, it was a pity to lose such a hard-won quarry, especially with its brethren waiting at home. Was it truly unfortunate? Not in the slightest. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind it. The shadow was taken aback, quickly turning to discover Lin Dong standing there, his tall figure clad in a pristine white shirt. A hint of a smile gracing his face. How did you get here? I simply followed you, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. The shadow was struck with astonishment. It had not sensed any undead trailing it. Yet Lin Dong had appeared seemingly out of thin air, an utterly bizarre occurrence. How could this be possible? Could it be that I have fallen prey to an illusion? The shadow pondered the potential causes of such a scenario, once more shifting into its shadow form, intending to flee, but in an instant Lin Dong's eyes glinted with a crimson light, and his formidable corpse domain unfurled, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a torrent, enveloping the shadow in an instant. This is bad. The shadow's ethereal form rippled as if burdened by a colossal mountain, rendering it momentarily immobile. Lin Dong controlled the corpse domain and inquired, "Will you submit?" "I will not." The shadow gritted its teeth defiantly, its spirit unyielding, embodying the essence of stubbornness. "Even if it costs me my life, I will never submit." "Oh," Lin Dong nodded, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Abruptly, he retracted the corpse domain, the oppressive weight lifted instantly, the terrifying aura dissipated, leaving behind a calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. The dimly lit room returned to tranquility. Subsequently, Lin Dong gestured, retrieving half a slab of beef from his storage space. Since coercion had proven ineffective, he would resort to temptation. "How about this? Will you submit?" The shadow was momentarily taken aback, its eyes fixated. In this post-apocalyptic world, beef was an exceedingly rare commodity, especially for zombies, as it offered far more energy than human flesh. In the shadow's territory, where it could scarcely catch mice or insects, the sight of delectable beef was simply irresistible. Tears of longing involuntarily welled up at the corners of its eyes. Observing this, Lin Dong smiled slightly and tossed the beef over. "Take your time to think it over. When you return, consider following me, and there will be meat to eat." "All right." The shadow picked up the beef, unable to resist taking a large bite. So delicious. It then departed, clutching the beef in its grasp. Meanwhile, within the museum, two humans remained alive, Jiang Wenbin and his companion. Both were still on edge, having just witnessed the terrifying zombies. "Bin Gu, we must escape," his companion urged, eager to flee this cursed place while Lin Dong and the shadow were absent. Jiang Wenbin nodded, his trembling legs propelling him into a frantic sprint down the corridor. Yet he knew, given the terrifying abilities displayed by the zombies, his chances of escape were slim, and he placed his hopes on his brother. Thus, as he ran, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Jiang Wenchen. The hurried footsteps echoed through the empty corridor as the two ran for their lives, the distance to the museum's entrance diminishing. It seemed like a glimmer of hope. Perhaps escaping would lead to a new opportunity. But suddenly a tall figure materialized slowly before the entrance, cold eyes fixed upon them. "Stop!" Jiang Wenbin shouted in panic, causing both figures to come to an abrupt halt, and there it was again. An overwhelming sense of fear enveloped them once more. The specter of death drawing ever nearer. Jiang Wenbin felt an urgent pang in his heart as he hastily lowered his head to glance at his phone, yet his brother still had not responded. There was no need to check further. At that moment, Lin Dong spoke slowly, casually tossing away a phone that illuminated the screen with a plethora of messages sent by Jiang Wenbin. "Is that my brother's phone?" Jiang Wenbin gasped in shock, a dreadful realization dawning upon him. "Where is my brother? What have you done with him? He has already transcended, and now he is everywhere." Chapter 65, The Small Stronghold. Jiang Wenbin comprehended the implication of those words. A profound despair enveloping him as he grasped that his most trusted brother had been devoured by zombies. How utterly powerless he felt in this apocalyptic world. In an instant, tears of grievance, fury, and pain streamed down Jiang Wenbin's face. "Stop crying. I will take you to see your brother right away," Lin Dong said nonchalantly, striding toward them. With each step he took, the realm of corpses unfolded, an overwhelming pressure sweeping through, almost instantaneously erasing both individuals from existence. At that moment, a dark figure returned to his desolate territory, accompanied by a piece of beef. However, along the way, he found himself unable to resist the allure of the meat, indulging in bite after bite, each time convincing himself it was the last. By the time he reached his territory, only scraps of the beef remained, yet his impoverished comrades were still astonished. "Beef? This is beef? Boss, where did you capture this meat? Is it a mutant beast?" "No. It was given to me by the Corpse King," Xiao He replied candidly. Oh, his subordinates were even more astonished. "The Corpse King has meat but chooses not to consume it, instead gifting it to you. Is there truly such kindness in this apocalypse?" "Boss, I think that Corpse King is quite remarkable. Should we not repay his generosity?" Xiao He nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps we ought to settle accounts with Shitong." A growl erupted from the subordinates upon hearing the name Shitong, their hatred palpable. "Boss, I have long argued that we should confront them. Do not rush. Let us take our time with this." Xiao He mused, contemplating a collaboration with Lin Dong to eliminate Shitong and avenge their previous expulsion. One elite zombie stated, "I will follow your lead, boss. Just tell me what to do. Let us wait for the opportune moment. Then, act according to my expression." Xiao He contemplated. Meanwhile, in the museum, Lin Dong had gathered several corpses but chose not to return to his territory. Since he had ventured out, he aimed to collect more resources. Thus, he recalled the small stronghold of the Black Scorpion organization. Lin Dong found killing humans far more intriguing than slaying zombies. After all, humans were filled with emotions, fear, sorrow, despair, while zombies, despite their evolved emotions, remained somewhat lacking compared to humanity. How could he savor this delightful torment? After departing from the museum, Lin Dong quickly arrived at a square, devoid of zombies but stained with blood and surrounded by decaying corpses. The area was littered with dilapidated buildings, a scene of utter devastation. Yet, Lin Dong had sensed the presence of hidden humans beneath his feet. Opting against the underground entrance guarded by awakened individuals, he utilized his corpse domain abilities to slip silently into the underground mall. As his vision returned after a brief darkness, Lin Dong found himself in a spacious room, the air thick with the scent of chemicals. Shelves lined with rows of transparent glass jars filled with formaldehyde caught his attention. each containing something submerged within. What is this? Lin Dong approached to investigate, only to discover that the jars contain severed male genitalia. Goodness, the Black Scorpion organization truly indulges in some peculiar fetishes. This is quite perverse. He mused, noting the sheer number of such jars, easily over 100, none of significant size. At that moment, he heard the sound of rattling chains accompanied by the pained groans of Men in the furthest corner of the room. Two men were chained in a big position, their naked bodies bound to a wooden frame. A table nearby was strewn with various knives and jars, and it didn't take much imagination to deduce what had transpired. The two men had undergone castration, their groins drenched in blood, their faces contorted in agony. Lin Dong approached without employing his stealth abilities, his figure fully visible. The two men, initially dazed by pain, suddenly regained some lucidity upon seeing him. "Brother, how did you end up here? Please help me. Who is your brother?" "Your brother is no more," Lin Dong replied casually. Clearly, these two men were survivors who had endured the Black Scorpion organization's cruel torture. One man, somewhat speechless, remarked, "I didn't expect you to have the time to mock me during such a moment. Hurry and save me. You mustn't let that female demon see you, or she will find a way to make you pitch a tent and then slice it off. She's utterly inhumane." "Well, I am not human either." Lin Dong, disinterested in further conversation, produced a dagger and swiftly plunged it into the man's neck. Blood gushed forth, and his body convulsed briefly before succumbing to death. If the female demon was to sever below, why not sever above? Was this not far more merciful? The other man, witnessing the scene, was immediately filled with terror. Help, murder. However, the sounds of such cries were far too common in this place. No one cared. In this apocalypse, what was so shocking about killing someone? With a mere gesture, Lin Dong silenced the cries. He then stored the corpse in his storage space. After completing these tasks, Lin Dong silently sensed that over 90 humans still lived within the underground mall. Some survivors had already succumbed to their torturous fates, while other Black Scorpion members were out on missions, temporarily absent. Just then, an awakened individual approached the room. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing the very female demon the two men had mentioned. She possessed flowing silver hair cascading like a waterfall, a curvaceous figure, and was dressed quite provocatively. Upon seeing Lin Dong, her expression momentarily froze in surprise, quickly transforming into one of infatuation. What a handsome man! In this apocalypse, she had never encountered someone so strikingly attractive, and his cleanliness made him appear utterly exquisite in her eyes. But from where had he come? Could he be a captive brought in by her fellow brothers? How considerate he was of her feelings. "Handsome, do not be afraid," she said in a sultry voice, her gaze brimming with allure, capable of ensnaring the heart and mind. Lin Dong instantly discerned her as a mental-type awakened individual and knew he could not afford to underestimate her. "What do you intend to do?" "Well," the woman nodded, her eyes filled with increasing desire, fixating on Lin Dong as she swayed her long legs, taking gradual steps toward him. There were places where sunlight barely penetrated. Yet she implied. Chapter 66, Everyone Must Die. Lin Dong speculated that the place she referred to must lie within her mind. As she approached, the allure intensified, her mental power reaching its zenith. Yet, to her astonishment, she soon realized that Lin Dong remained utterly unmoved, his eyes still clear and unclouded. What is happening? Does he really possess no sense of passion, forcing me to resort to coercion? At that moment, Lin Dong unleashed his corpse domain, rapidly enveloping the woman, an immense pressure crashing down upon her. She instantly froze, her expression shifting from lustful to one of sheer terror. What? Were you not quite pleased just now?" Lin Dong spoke calmly, raising his dagger and aiming it at her head. The woman's pupils constricted as she finally grasped the reality of the situation. This man is no human. In a desperate bid, she attempted to resist with her mental power, but Lin Dong's corpse domain was far too formidable. Before her mental energy could manifest, it was crushed back into her mind. The sensation was akin to a gun exploding in the chamber. The woman let out a piercing scream as her brain throbbed with excruciating pain, yet the scream was abruptly silenced. Lin Dong's dagger flicked within her skull, extracting a cherry fresh from its origin, and he subsequently stored her body as well. The woman's shrieks possessed remarkable penetrating power, audible to two patrolling Black Scorpion members outside. However, they paid it no mind, instead chuckling as they conversed. "Hee, she's really enjoying herself this time. Indeed, quite exhilarating, just wondering whose precious member has been severed this time. She doesn't just decapitate but goes all the way." The two patrolling members continued their banter as they strolled past the door, not long after which Lin Dong's figure emerged from within. Resembling a ghost, silent and stealthy, yet he sensed the presence of Black Scorpion members in the nearby rooms. In the room to his right was the small leader of the stronghold known as Duan Xiong, a man who lived up to his name. Large and hairy, resembling a bear, he was currently engaged in questionable activities with 4 female survivors. "Brother Xiong, I knew you loved me the most," one woman exclaimed, her face flushed. "Ridiculous, Brother Xiong's favorite is me." Another woman retorted. The remaining 2 women similarly expressed their discontent. "You are but newcomers. Brother Xiong still favors the 2 of us." The 4 women began to vie for attention, not because Duan Xiong treated them exceptionally well, but rather because he frequently tormented and mistreated them. This resulted in the development of Stockholm Syndrome, giving rise to a grotesque affection. Duan Xiong observed the jealous expressions of the 4 women, bursting into hearty laughter, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Prior to this, the Black Scorpion organization was akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, reviled by all, relegated to the shadows of the dark web. Now, however, their fortunes had transformed dramatically, allowing them to live a life of luxury akin to that of deities. Thus, Duan Xiong felt utterly elated, perceiving the apocalypse as a paradise. Lin Dong chose not to confront Duan Xiong first, but instead stealthily entered the room on the left. Upon entering, he was met with a pungent odor of alcohol. On the adjacent bed, a cacophony of snores erupted, reminiscent of thunder. The floor was strewn with empty bottles, and a corpulent man lay in a deep slumber. Clearly inebriated, resembling a lifeless dog, this man was utterly intoxicated. Lin Dong mused internally, considering that he had marinated himself well, for alcohol could mask the stench, much like the delicacies drunken shrimp and drunken crab. Moreover, Lin Dong deemed his actions commendable. He had prepared himself well for retrieval. Lin Dong stepped forward, effortlessly extracted the crystal core, and instantly stored the corpse in his spatial storage within the small stronghold of the Black Scorpion organization. Some were addicted to alcohol while others were driven by lust. Lin Dong continued onward. Adjacent to this room lay the place where survivors were imprisoned, where the presence of dozens of living souls could be felt. Upon entering, a foul stench of excrement assaulted his senses, revealing a small warehouse filled with malnourished humans, their eyes vacant, some leaning against the walls, while others lay on the ground. The enclosed space was oppressively stifling, saturated with an air of deathly silence. Yet, a few individuals soon took notice of Lin Dong's figure, their instinctive reaction being to recoil in fear, unwilling to approach him, mistaking his clean attire for that of a Black Scorpion member. Whoa, please, don't kill me, let me go, will you? As long as I can leave this place, I will do anything you ask, just give me something to eat, I'm starving, I want to join you. Even as cannon fodder, long live the Black Scorpion, several individuals, both male and female, knelt on the ground, continuously bowing their heads, their hearts on the brink of collapse. Lin Dong coldly regarded them and suddenly nodded. Alright, huh? A collective look of disbelief washed over them as they exchanged glances, questioning whether they had misheard. Had he truly agreed? Lin Dong waved his hand, producing a packet of sausages containing 10 pieces. The sight of it caused their eyes to widen with hunger, their saliva pooling in their mouths, driven mad by an overwhelming desire for food. Although the underground market had supplies, the Black Scorpion organization would never provide them with sustenance. These individuals had been starved to their limits, sustained solely by sheer will. Any moment of weakness could send them into unconsciousness. Upon seeing the sausages, their eyes gleamed with desperation. Yet, Lin Dong flipped his hand again, revealing a sharp dagger in his palm, and tossed both the sausages and the knife onto the ground. He merely wished to observe. In such dire circumstances, would the famished choose the dagger or the sausages? This was a glimpse into human nature. Initially, no one paid any heed to the knife. They pounced upon the sausages like rabid dogs. Among them, 3 or 5 individuals, driven by fervor, tore open the packaging and stuffed the sausages into their mouths, their hands never ceasing as they continued to snatch more. Get your hands off. Whoa, don't take it. Give me one. Get lost. This is mine. Chaos erupted within the warehouse, filled with cries and curses as dozens of people clustered together, frantically vying for sustenance. Lin Dong crossed his arms, observing them, suddenly realizing that humans and zombies were not so different after all. One woman, having stuffed a sausage into her mouth, was forcibly pulled away by a man, who then kicked her out of the fray. Some even crawled on the ground, licking up the remnants of fallen sausages. The warehouse, housing 50 to 60 survivors, had only 10 sausages, clearly insufficient to satisfy everyone. As they neared completion, the outer crowd grew increasingly desperate, yet powerless to intervene. At that moment, a woman turned her gaze and unexpectedly spotted the sharp dagger lying quietly on the floor not far away. Initially taken aback, her breath quickened, the blade glinting ominously as it reflected the crimson hue of her eyes. Everyone die. Chapter 67. The slaughter. The woman spat out a few words through clenched teeth, her expression contorting into a mask of rage. She seized the dagger from the ground and lunged toward the crowd, aiming for a man's throat, blood gushing forth and splattering onto her face. The intoxicating scent of blood propelled the woman into a frenzy, unleashing all the suppressed emotions from her confinement and humiliation. As if a volcano had erupted, completely losing her sanity, she recklessly stabbed at the throng ahead. In the dim warehouse, cries of anguish erupted as, in the blink of an eye, she felled 5 or 6 individuals. One man felt a sudden chill in his abdomen, a sharp pain coursing through him. Damn it, how dare you stab me? I'll kill you. He seized her wrist, wrested the knife from her grasp, and viciously plunged it into her chest multiple times. With a blood-curdling scream, she collapsed into a pool of her own blood. The crimson liquid dripped from the blade, and in that moment, the man's eyes turned crimson as he gazed upon others still fighting for the sausages. He resembled a rabid dog, relentlessly stabbing into the crowd ahead. With each scream of pain, more were injured, recognizing the threat he posed, and in a desperate bid for survival, they scrambled for the dagger. The situation in the warehouse shifted from a scramble for sausages to a battle for weapons. Humans have never been rational creatures. When their interests are threatened or when they descend into despair and rage, they lose all semblance of reason, consumed by a singular thought, to eliminate the opposition. Some even grappled with one another, choking, gouging eyes. As chaos descended into a full-blown massacre, the warehouse devolved into utter pandemonium, filled with cries, curses, and roars, as one after another felled bodies lay strewn about, blood pooling and flowing, a red mist enveloping the air, the stench of gore overwhelming. It resembled a slaughterhouse scene. Lin Dong remained pristine, observing from a distance. Before long, fewer than 10 survivors remained, most gravely injured, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Only one man retained any semblance of mobility. He crawled through the blood, gritting his teeth as he reached for a half-eaten sausage, trembling hands disregarding the blood as he stuffed it into his mouth. The man's bloodied face crinkled into a smile, an expression of satisfaction. After enduring such horrors, he had been driven to madness. Lin Dong felt it was time to put an end to this farce. He stepped forward, intending to free the few remaining souls from their torment. However, the commotion had attracted the attention of patrolling guards outside. What's going on? Are they fighting again? Damn it, these ungrateful wretches. The 2 guards cursed as they approached the warehouse, yet, when they flung open the door, their expressions of contempt were instantly frozen in shock. Even the ruthless members of the Black Scorpion felt a pang of fear. For the floor was littered with bodies, at least 50 or 60, while the air was thick with the stench of blood. Among the corpses stood a tall figure clad in a pristine white shirt. Utterly unblemished, his cold gaze was fixed directly upon them. The sight was profoundly shocking. What the hell? The 2 stood transfixed, as if turned to stone, a wave of terror washing over them, chills racing down their spines. It felt as though a tiger had invaded their sheep pen at the most inopportune moment. With all the survivors dead, Lin Dong's identity was now unmistakable. Quick, we must find Brother Xiong, the 2 patrolmen. realizing they were no match for him, turned to flee, but the next second an immense pressure bore down upon them, akin to a mountain crashing onto their shoulders, immobilizing them as their legs trembled. Ensnared in an invisible quagmire. No need, I shall find him for you. Lin Dong's magnetic voice echoed in their ears, and soon they lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Two more corpses added to the tally. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Dong gathered all the bodies in blood, as if strolling, he walked toward the final room. Meanwhile, Duan Xiong was still engrossed in revelry. Brother Xiong, I'm hungry. A woman shyly remarked, alright, I'll cook some noodles for you shortly. Duan Xiong replied with a grin, yet suddenly he felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing him. Instinctively, he glanced toward the door. What the hell? Duan Xiong exclaimed in alarm, for unbeknownst to him, a young man had appeared at the entrance, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Lin Dong's sudden emergence startled Duan Xiong profoundly, causing him to weaken visibly. Damn it, when did you come in? Duan Xiong quickly rolled out of bed, cursing, who the hell are you, a newcomer? Do not enter without announcing yourself. He is an awakened individual of the strength type. Possessing feeble perception abilities, even amidst the chaos outside, he remains oblivious, wholly engrossed in his own pursuits. Lin Dong offered no reply. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance and suddenly uttered a remark, not much, Duan Xiong's eyes widened with rage. You seek death. Even the four women behind him were visibly displeased. Who is this person? How dare he disrupt the affairs between me and Brother Xiong? Indeed, he has even insulted Brother Xiong. To offend Brother Xiong is to court certain doom. The four women, afflicted with Stockholm Syndrome, had developed an affection for Duan Xiong. However, scarcely had they voiced their thoughts when Duan Xiong charged at Lin Dong, his robust physique akin to that of a mighty bear. Moving with astonishing speed, yet, just as he was about to close the distance, his form abruptly halted, legs trembling, eyes wide with terror, his previously arrogant demeanor now replaced by sheer fear. Brother Xiong, what is wrong? Hurry and teach him a lesson. Yes, let him know who the true leader is. Once we deal with him, we can continue, the four women clamored, but in the next moment Duan Xiong's body quaked violently. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of the corpse domain, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The four women behind him were momentarily stunned, sensing something was amiss. What is happening? Brother Xiong has actually knelt before someone. Isn't that a position he often assumes himself? However, at that moment Duan Xiong realized the sheer horror of the situation, known for his physical prowess. He found himself unable to approach Lin Dong, roaring. Duan Xiong unleashed a thunderous cry, revealing his final trump card. His ability was a form of berserk enhancement, temporarily amplifying his physical strength, yet, this came with a drawback. It drained his body, leaving him incapacitated for an entire day. After each use, his muscles bulged, veins protruded, and one could almost see the blood coursing through them, after entering a state of frenzy. Duan Xiong forcibly rose from the corpse domain and, summoning all his strength, charged to the left. Boom, he smashed through the wall, escaping into the room beyond, intent on distancing himself from Lin Dong in the corpse domain. Duan Xiong was a B-level awakened individual and not weak by any means. Relying solely on the pressure of the corpse domain would not suffice to eliminate him instantly. At that moment, his neck veins bulged as he anxiously shouted, help, someone, please. Chapter 68, The Arrival of Xiao Hei. Stop shouting, country bumpkin, while you were busy with your antics, your underlings have already been dealt with by me. Lin Dong slowly emerged from the room. Duan Xiong looked around, realizing the area was indeed deserted, devoid of even a single silhouette, leaving only a haunting silence. All dead. A wave of profound terror washed over him. He had managed to silently eliminate everyone. Their bodies vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. It was utterly bizarre. I'll fight you to the end. Duan Xiong summoned his last ounce of ferocity. Charging at Lin Dong like a feral bear, despite his nimble form and formidable presence, there was an undeniable sense of tragic futility, akin to a valiant warrior making one last charge. Duan Xiong channeled all his negative emotions into a single punch aimed at Lin Dong's face. Lin Dong, wearing an indifferent expression, slightly sidestepped and effortlessly struck Duan Xiong on the back of the head. It appeared as a casual gesture, yet was executed with such ease that Duan Xiong's core was extracted in an instant. He collapsed, losing consciousness, propelled forward by his own momentum, skidding several meters. His previously inflated physique rapidly deflated, returning to its original form, utterly withered. Brother Xiong. The four women rushed forward, their faces contorted with sorrow, some unable to restrain their tears. Kneeling and wailing, woe is me. Brother Xiong, please wake up, do not leave us behind. We cannot survive without you. Their emotions had become grotesquely twisted, having fallen for an abuser, as if bewitched. Had there been no apocalypse, they might have been students, white-collar workers, devoted wives, leading ordinary lives, but now everything had changed. Lin Dong's corpse domain spread, enveloping the four women, liberating their warped souls. Lin Dong felt a sense of satisfaction, believing he had done a good deed. Thus, the entire underground mall fell silent, with no survivors remaining. Lin Dong began to wander through the mall, discovering an abundance of supplies, food, and living essentials, all of which he stored in his spatial vault. Furthermore, he uncovered a list documenting the members of the Black Scorpion organization at this outpost. The list contained a total of 20 individuals, but Lin Dong had not eliminated so many, as some had ventured out to carry out missions, collect supplies, and engage in other activities. He speculated that there might be others, like Zhang Wensheng, lurking within the official shelters. Consequently, Lin Dong took a photograph of the list and sent it to Cheng Luoi. Not long after, he received a response. What does this mean? Cheng Luoi inquired directly. These are members of the Black Scorpions, Lin Dong replied. Cheng Luoi did not elaborate further, simply responding with two words, thank you. You re-welcome, a friendly gift. After collecting the useful items, Lin Dong returned to his territory. With a wave of his hand, he discarded the gathered delicacies and drenched them in sauce. Corpses piled together on the street. Forming a small hill, Tank and other subordinates emerged, drawn by the scent. To them, these were akin to sauced carp. Wow, so much. Truly worthy of the boss, incredibly impressive. Capturing such a bounty, the subordinates were filled with admiration. Especially Tank, who marveled at the fact that the city had been completely overrun by zombies, making it exceedingly difficult to find a survivor, yet the boss had managed to gather so many. Moreover, there were various flavors. In addition to sauced carp, there was also intoxicating. Without delay, they began to feast. The chaotic street transformed into a horrific scene, with the dead devouring the corpses, the sounds of flesh tearing and gnashing echoing incessantly. The worker Sushara wiped the glass from her position above. Despite having been there for nearly 2 months, the sight outside still filled her with dread, her stomach churning. Moreover, she noticed that the clothes Lin Dong had changed out of today were soaked in an exceptionally strong scent of blood, making it evident that his killing had escalated. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth. In the pitch-black apocalyptic city, the sounds of growling persisted, and even more disturbingly, there were strange cries, the origin of which remained unknown. For as the apocalypse progressed, humans, zombies, mutated beasts, and even plants evolved with various abilities, and at any moment, bizarre monsters could emerge. Survival of the fittest. To thrive, one must kill. Thus, as the apocalypse continued, slaughter would only intensify. After taking a bath, changing into clean clothes, and consuming 2 crystal cores, Lin Dong poured himself a bit of juice into a goblet. He reclined in his tidy and pristine home, feeling an immense sense of tranquility. The energy from the crystal cores and blood was continuously absorbed, augmenting Lin Dong's strength to the point where he felt he had surpassed the limit set by the official shelters and the tech company's evaluations for the strongest awakened individuals he had encountered thus far, such as the Hunter King's action team member Lu Hao and Black Scorpion's Duan Xiong, both B-level, had posed no resistance against him. Of course, Cheng Luoyi from the official shelter did not count. If her suffering reached 100%, it was difficult to imagine what she would become. This awakened ability was both a talent and a stroke of luck. However, Cheng Luoyi also had her limits. Should she encounter absolute level suppression, even the strongest awakening ability would be rendered futile. Moreover, practical combat cannot solely rely on data. Numerous other factors come into play, and instances of the weak triumphing over the strong are not unheard of. For example, in real life, there have been cases where a rat has killed a cat, or a robust adult man, while throwing a punch, twists his ankle and falls only to hit his head on a rock, thus being defeated by a schoolboy. Therefore, although Lin Dong possessed immense power, he remained exceedingly cautious, preferring to eliminate enemies without granting them any opportunity to pose a threat to him. At that moment, in the streets outside, a shadow as dark as ink merged seamlessly with the night, silently approaching Lin Dong's territory. It was Xiao Hei from next door, who, while passing through the territory of Snake Eyes today, had discovered something and sought to discuss it with Lin Dong. Additionally, he harbored intentions of collaborating with Lin Dong to eliminate Snake Eyes. However, he was uncertain of the strength of Lin Dong's subordinates or the number of elite, formidable warriors he possessed, contemplating a visit to assess the situation. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Xiao Hei concealed himself in the darkness, wandering about until he heard a series of eerie laughter. Xiaoba, having likely eaten his fill today, was in high spirits, his laughter echoing through the dark night, more unsettling than a cry. Damn, Xiao Hei cursed inwardly. Even the zombies sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Chapter 69, the imminent battle. A formidable presence. As Xiao Hei pressed forward, his astonishment grew, for he noticed some elite zombie squads roaming about, each exuding a powerful and menacing aura. One even passed by Xiao Hei, sniffing the air, seeming to detect something unusual, nearly discovering him. What an astute sense of smell. Xiao Hei pondered within, apprehensive that his unique skill might be discovered by Lin Dong's subordinates, which could lead to a catastrophic demise. Just as he was about to proceed, a voice echoed from behind, "Halt, ha?" Xiao Hei turned around to find a zombie with clear, penetrating eyes, evidently possessing considerable intelligence. It was none other than Doctor, one of Lin Dong's 3 kings. His psychic abilities had awakened, making him particularly astute as he locked onto Xiao Hei. With the detection of an intruder, a throng of elite zombies rushed over, including the elusive Xiao Ba and the formidable Tank. The menacing horde quickly encircled Xiao Hei. Caught, Xiao Hei felt as if he had been slapped in the face, realizing that Lin Dong's zombies were indeed formidable. "Brother, I'm one of your own," he hastily explained, fearing that a moment's delay could lead to his own dismemberment. Tank regarded him with a curious gaze. "Hey, where did this big black rat come from?" I am not a big black rat." Xiao Hei quickly emerged from his shadowy form, revealing his pitch-black body. "I am Hei Ying. You may call me Xiao Hei." Tank, still intrigued by his dark exterior, remarked, "Isn't this still just a big black rat?" Doctor then inquired, "What brings you here?" "I have urgent matters to discuss with our leader, Lin Dong." Xiao Hei replied. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding horde parted to make way, and Lin Dong's figure approached, the white shirt standing out starkly against the night. "What is it, brother?" "Today I discovered that tech company is sending supplies to Snake's Eye territory, box after box, over 10 in total." "All meat," Xiao Hei exclaimed, his tone exaggerated, saliva nearly cascading down his chin, making his speech somewhat incoherent. "Calm down," Lin Dong retorted, rolling his eyes at his lack of composure. Yes. Xiao Hei nodded vigorously, wiping away the drool as he continued. "Moreover, Snake's Eye's subordinates are gathering. They must be planning to make a move against you. What, dare they challenge my brother?" Tank seethed with fury, feeling that the little longworm had truly taken boldness. The elite legion behind him roared in agreement. In their eyes, Lin Dong was a deity, and they yearned to charge forth and shred Snake's Eye to pieces. Lin Dong then asked, "What is their lineup?" Snake's Eye and his right-hand man, Michelin and Spider-Woman, command a horde of 30,000 zombies, with at least 2,000 elites among them, plus the mutated beasts they have raised, definitely not a small number. "Oh, that's quite a lot." With Tank's intellect, he grasped the situation. Their own horde numbered around 10,000, but thanks to recent nourishment from their leader, they had evolved significantly, with the elite ranks nearing 3,000. Including 500 from the Ace Legion injected with Z-Virus. However, in terms of numbers, they indeed fell short. Moreover, Snake's Eye had colluded with Tech Company, which would undoubtedly intervene when the time came. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Snake's Eye had evolved into an A-grade zombie king, possessing the eerie and powerful ability of illusion space. Xiao Hei continued. Tank's expression shifted to one of disbelief. How formidable can he be? Why are you glorifying him? I'm not exaggerating. He has defeated me in the past. Tank was momentarily taken aback, left speechless by Xiao Hei's sincerity. It seemed he truly was a formidable adversary. 2 levels above the last red-faced zombie king, the horde of zombies turned their gazes toward Lin Dong, awaiting his command. With a mere word from him, they would charge into any battle, be it flames or mountains of blades. With unwavering resolve, after a brief contemplation, Lin Dong declared, "Tomorrow, we shall annihilate them." A resounding roar erupted from the horde, all brimming with exhilaration. Xiao Ba grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, inwardly praising his leader. His decisions never failed to inspire confidence. The territory had been too quiet for far too long. A thrilling battle was desperately needed. Tank felt the adrenaline surge within him, believing that the conflict with Snake's Eye was a consequence of his actions. "Tomorrow, we will take them down." Xiao Hei observed the fervor among the horde, deeply impressed by Lin Dong's subordinate strength, far surpassing his expectations. Tomorrow would undoubtedly witness a brutal conflict, once the decision was made. The horde dispersed. After discussion, Xiao Hei, with 5,000 of his own subordinates and 1,000 elites, would also join the fray. Snake's Eye would never anticipate their alliance. A surprise awaited him. However, Lin Dong, besides uniting with Xiao Hei, had a second surprise in store. He intended to enlist external aid. Thus, he returned to his chamber, seated on the sofa, and messaged Cheng Luo. "I have a tremendous opportunity for you." Cheng Luo, intrigued by the prospect, quickly replied. "What is it?" "Tomorrow, we can hunt zombies," Lin Dong stated. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Cheng Luo did not respond. At that moment, she was somewhat bewildered, unable to fathom. "You call hunting zombies an opportunity? In this world, zombies are the most abundant resource. Hardly a rarity." Nevertheless, Lin Dong continued, "Tomorrow we will hunt the A-grade zombie king, Snake's Eye. You can venture into his territory for supplies." Cheng Luo recalled that the zombie king indeed held resources within his domain. A previous team had discovered many preserved crops, but before they could transport them back, they were annihilated by Snake's Eye. Since then, no one had dared to retrieve them. Crop seeds were undoubtedly a scarce resource for humanity. "Oh, that could work." Cheng Luo succinctly outlined her intentions. Lin Dong assured her there would be no issues, encouraging her to venture forth with confidence. Should any trouble arise, he would intervene. Thus, they settled the matter. Lin Dong pocketed his phone and gazed out the window. It was now dawn, the darkest hour of night, while the zombies outside continued to roar, relentlessly slaughtering. The following day, heavy clouds obscured the sun, casting a grey pallor over the sky. With neither wind, rain, nor sunshine. Several black crows cawed loudly as they swooped through the air below. On the chaotic streets, Lin Dong led the charge, flanked by the 3 kings. With a vast horde of zombies amassed behind them, tightly packed and stretching for hundreds of meters, each terrifying visage brimming with ferocity, all palpably exhilarated, they had reached the edge of their territory. Just a stone's throw from Snake's Eye's domain, awaiting Lin Dong's command to surge forth into the enemy's lair. Yet Lin Dong instructed, "Stay here. I will scout ahead." Chapter 70, The Plight of the Python. Lin Dong took a few steps forward, his form gradually vanishing as he entered a state of concealment. Stepping into Snake's Eye's territory, he primarily sought to scout the area, and since Cheng Luo had yet to arrive, he needed to ensure they could engage in some good deeds. The buildings lining the streets resembled ruins, utterly dilapidated, with dried bloodstains and decaying bones strewn about, while a few zombies aimlessly wandered with stiff gaits. These zombies were frail and decrepit, their bodies rotting and exuding a foul stench, some even hosting maggots, rendering them utterly repulsive. Their combat effectiveness posed a threat merely to ordinary humans. They had become mindless husks. Of course, there was also a single evolved zombie, clutching a large rat, seated by the street, gnawing on it with blood smeared across its mouth and fur. Ahead, near a chaotic wall, lay a corpse, with several small snakes slithering through the decaying flesh, transforming the area into a serpent's paradise. How filthy! Lin Dong found Snake's Eye's territory to be exceedingly unsanitary, resembling a pigsty. Additionally, between the buildings hung numerous spider webs, thick with trapped insects and even mutated sparrows, which struggled futilely, causing the webs to tremble. Yet they could not escape. The webs intertwined, creating a dense mass that could trigger a fear of claustrophobia in those who gazed upon them, ignoring the unpleasantness. Lin Dong nonchalantly pulled out his phone and began messaging Cheng Luo. "Where are you?" "At the agricultural market." "And you?" "I will be there shortly." "Alright, we can discuss it when we meet." "I'm busy." Cheng Luo dispatched a zombie with a swift blow from her blade, then tucked her phone into her pocket. Nearby, more than 10 others were also engaged in combat with zombies, including her partner Sun Xiuqiang and the others from the previous encounter, tasked with transporting supplies. Sun Xiuqiang observed Cheng Luo with admiration. "You can text with one hand, just takes practice." Cheng Luo replied casually, wielding her blade to decapitate another zombie. Sun Xiuqiang nodded, finding her reasoning sound. It was akin to how he had wiped himself for 20 years without missing once, simply a matter of familiarity. Moreover, the orphanage director had instilled in him the idea that with effort, even an iron pestle could be ground to a needle. Indeed, practice was essential. Behind them, Chen Ming and his group wielded alloy blades, similarly battling the zombies. Fortunately, the zombies they faced were merely low-grade variants, easily dispatched with minimal effort, presenting no significant challenge. They cleared the immediate vicinity of zombies to facilitate the later transport of supplies. Along the street, an agricultural market stood, its roll-up door half ajar, bloodstains evident, hinting at the desperate claw marks of humans. Due to the door being rusted shut, Cheng Luo approached, gripped her blade with both hands, and swung down. With a swish, it sliced through the door as if cutting through tofu. Cheng Luo, as the first awakened one, wields a specially crafted weapon, a horse-chopping sword. Its blade and hilt are exceptionally long, nearly matching her own height. Moreover, embedded in the hilt is a thunder crystal core that flickers with electric light. When fully activated, the electric surge envelopes the elongated blade, enhancing both its speed and lethality. This is a newly developed technology from the shelter, Crystal Core Weaponry. Currently, it exists in a solitary form, appearing remarkably cool. Who could possibly resist a glowing sword? Chen Luwei slung the long sword over her shoulder and strode directly into the agricultural market. Where the light was dim and the air reeked of decayed and some shadowy corners, the faint growls of zombies could be heard. Behind her, Chen Ming rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a bomb. Hurling it forcefully ahead, this bomb was also specially made, with a blinking red light. After rolling twice upon hitting the ground, it emitted a series of beeping sounds. The penetrating sound instantly resonated throughout the entire market. With a loud roar, a horde of zombies, disturbed by the noise, rushed towards the bomb. At that moment, the bomb's red light flickered more intensely, and the beeping grew increasingly urgent. Beep 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 boom. The final explosion resonated. A blinding fireball erupted, engulfing the mass of zombies. Limbs and flesh rained down amidst a rising plume of greenish smoke, accompanied by a nauseating stench of charred remains. Heh, all taken care of. Chen Ming rejoiced. With the shelter's advancements, many effective weapons against zombies had been developed, although they were currently only effective against lower-tier zombies. Shortly thereafter, the group made their way toward the seed storage warehouse. The journey was remarkably smooth, as it seemed that the zombies had indeed been cleared away, and they encountered no dangers. Before long, they arrived at a room filled with large crates stacked in front of them. "We're going to get rich. Let me see if there are any surprises inside," one of the youths exclaimed with excitement, eagerly approaching the supply stall. He grasped the lid of a crate and flung it open. To his astonishment, a pair of glaring yellow eyes fixed upon him, with sharp fangs and a flickering tongue. For a moment, they locked gazes. Oh no! The youth's face turned pale as he realized a snake was coiled within. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. With a sudden lunge, the snake struck, biting his neck, causing him to howl in agony. The surrounding individuals were equally terrified. A snake? Chen Luwei acted swiftly, swinging her long sword towards the snake's head. The blade sliced through the air with precision, nearly grazing the youth's skin and trimming his sweat-soaked hairs. The vicious snake was severed in an instant. The youth clutched his neck, staggering back a few paces. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, his mind in a daze. However, the intense pain in his neck reminded him to look down, revealing that his hand was smeared with dark blood. "This snake is venomous. The last search team was annihilated here. We must be cautious," Chen Ming warned urgently. Just as he finished speaking, a rustling sound filled the warehouse, as countless black snakes emerged from beneath the crates and through the cracks. Surrounding the group, humanity harbors an instinctive fear of snakes, something ingrained in our very genes. As the sight before them unfolded, a chill ran down their spines. Fight! Seeing several snakes slithering towards them, Chen Luwei swung her sword, cleaving them in two. The others gripped their weapons tightly, engaging in battle against the serpentine horde. Yet, at that moment, they heard a series of unsettling slithering sounds from above. Chen Ming looked up in horror. For the rafters were teeming with even more snakes, coiling in clusters, ready to launch their assault like a rain of serpents. Chapter 71. Out of control fear gripped the group as they raised their weapons to fend off the serpentine rain. Akin to the game fruit ninja, their swords sparking with fervor as they could not afford to pause, the corpses of snakes quickly piled up, blood splattering through the air like a frenzied dance. The snakes seemed endless, continuing their relentless descent. The group's energy dwindled rapidly, particularly the youth who had been bitten, named Sun Yuhang, appeared increasingly pale, breathing heavily. If the venom was not extracted soon, he would surely perish amidst the onslaught of snakes. What to do? The others were in dire straits as well. While they could slay hundreds of snakes, one misstep could lead to their demise. This place was far too perilous. It was no realm for humans. Just as despair enveloped them, a sudden change occurred. The snakes abruptly halted, as if frozen in place, and then began to explode one after another with a series of bangs. Flesh and blood scattered through the air, creating a scene reminiscent of a battlefield. In mere moments, the once countless snakes were nearly obliterated. Even those that remained fled in terror, as if confronted by an unspeakable horror. "What is happening?" Chen Ming and the others expressed their astonishment, ceasing their attacks, their minds reeling from the extraordinary events unfolding before them. At that moment, a tall figure slowly materialized amid the rain of blood, his white shirt remaining pristine. Currently, Lin Dong's domain extended widely, nearly encompassing the entire warehouse, enabling him to instantaneously suppress the snake horde. Upon seeing that figure, Sun Xiaocheng's eyes filled with joy. "Lin Dong, you've come to help us." Indeed, Lin Dong nodded. The group finally realized that he was an ally, and a formidable one at that. A wave of relief washed over them, particularly for the injured Sun Yuhang, who felt as if he had been granted a second chance at life, his face brimming with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." "Not at all." A gentle smile graced Lin Dong's handsome face, akin to that of a friendly neighbor, radiating warmth. The onlookers felt a moment of tenderness. However, Chen Ming, observing that smile, felt a chill run down his spine. He had previously encountered Lin Dong during an operation with Cheng Lui and knew him to be the absolute ruler of the skyscraper district, a strange and powerful zombie king. He had arrived. Nevertheless, Chen Ming understood that Lin Dong bore no ill will and had indeed come to their aid. Despite his fear, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. "Uncle Chen, could you help me extract the venom?" Sun Yuhang suddenly asked. Sure. Chen Ming snapped back to reality, glancing at the youth's neck, where dark blood continued to flow. Had it not been for the awakened one's robust physique, he would have long since met his end. However, the gruesome wound made it difficult to approach. Nonetheless, with life hanging in the balance, Chen Ming steeled himself and leaned in to suck the venom from the youth's neck, their bodies awkwardly entwined for a brief moment. Cheng Lui, her keen eyes studying Lin Dong, suddenly recalled something. "Where did you find the black scorpion list you gave me last time?" "In an underground mall," Lin Dong replied candidly. Cheng Lui nodded, her brow furrowing slightly. At that time she had sensed Jiang Wenqing's ulterior motives towards Lin Dong, unaware that he was a member of the Black Scorpion organization. How unfortunate. "Don't be so stingy," Lin Dong remarked offhandedly, his gaze fixating on the long sword in Cheng Lui's grasp. Finding it quite impressive. Meanwhile, the others began inspecting the surrounding crates, discovering that most had been ravaged by the snakes, yet a few still contained seeds, preserved reasonably well and likely viable for planting. The acquisition of these supplies brought joy to the group. Only Chen Ming and Sun Yuhang remained intertwined, extracting the venom. After several forceful expulsions of dark blood, Chen Ming finally cleaned out the venom. His lips swollen and resembling two sausages hanging from his face. "It should be fine now, thank you, Uncle." Sun Yuhang expressed his gratitude. The two leaned against a corner, resting on the ground, utterly exhausted from the earlier ordeal. Sun Yuhang's complexion remained pale, his body trembling, grateful for his rescue. He marveled at his own luck in surviving such an encounter. Trembling, he retrieved his phone to report his safety. Chen Ming, glancing over curiously, inquired, "Who is it?" "My online girlfriend, though we haven't met yet. I've seen her photos, fair skin, stunning beauty, and long legs." Sun Yuhang's face radiated happiness. Oh, Chen Ming wore a contemplative expression. "Yuhang, you should be cautious, that could be a black scorpion impersonator trying to deceive you." "Really, why wouldn't it be? Nowadays, not only humans but even monsters have evolved intelligence and can deceive online. Who knows if the person you're chatting with is human or ghost?" Chen Ming stated earnestly. Sun Yuhang was immediately alarmed, realizing the truth in Chen Ming's words of the internet was rife with dangers lurking behind the scenes. It was wise to exercise caution. "Uncle, what should I do?" "Yuhang, listen to me. The online world is perilous, and if you can't navigate it, perhaps hand your phone over to me, and I'll chat for you." Due to the commotion they had caused, they had already attracted the attention of the Snake Eyes zombies. "Boss, humans have appeared in our territory right in the agricultural market," one zombie reported. "Humans?" Snake Eyes raised an eyebrow, turning to survey the scene. Behind him loomed a tide of thousands of zombies, many formidable warriors among them. He gathered his subordinates, intending to attack Lin Dong, but unexpectedly humans had shown up at such a critical moment. A cruel smile crept across Snake Eyes' lips. It is truly akin to providing oneself with provisions. When the zombies have just gorged themselves on flesh and blood, their cells are at their most active, rendering them in peak physical condition, excelling in strength, speed, and reflexes. Let us proceed to deal with those humans. It is a convenient task, after all. As he issued his commands, the horde of zombies began to stir, a formidable force resembling a torrential flood, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Among them were the rotund Michelin and the haughty Spider-Woman. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's group had completed their preparations. With supplies in tow, Chen Ming and his companions exited the farmer's market. The surrounding area was eerily silent, having been cleared of zombies. "Brothers, let us muster our strength. We have accomplished half of our plan. Bringing back such a bounty of seeds will surely earn us rewards from the shelter." Chen Ming encouraged. Sun Yuhang nodded, quickening his pace. He had no desire to linger in such a wretched place. "Stop right there." Suddenly Lin Dong's voice rang out from behind. "What?" Sun Yuhang exclaimed, taken aback and turning to look, confused. "There is something in front of you." Lin Dong's calm voice came through. Sun Yuhang's expression turned puzzled as he peered ahead. Discovering a fine thread glimmering under the sunlight, stretched across his path. It was a spider's silk, slender yet incredibly resilient, sharp enough to rival a weapon. A careless step forward would result in a gruesome fate. To his horror, Sun Yuhang realized that this deadly silk was less than 5 centimeters away from him. Chapter 72. The zombie tide approaches. With just one more step, he would meet his demise. As he focused his gaze, he noticed that there was not merely one strand of silk, but many, crisscrossing the street like laser beams. How could this be? The group was filled with dread. The 5-star zombie nest was far too perilous. Any moment of inattention could lead to their downfall, a place not meant for humans to tread. "It wasn't here when we came." "When did it appear?" Sun Yuhang recalled clearly traversing this route. Lin Dong's calm gaze turned towards the distance, because when you arrived, they had not yet manifested. Chen Ming and the others grew increasingly anxious, a profound sense of crisis engulfing them. "I never expected your senses to be so keen." A piercing female voice echoed through the air. The group quickly looked up to see a woman suspended upside down in midair, her lower body adorned with 8 spider legs, her silk tethered to the buildings above. In broad daylight, a woman dangled in the street, her hair cascading and swaying, a bloodthirsty grin plastered on her pale face. The scene was utterly bizarre. A chill ran down their spines as they instinctively took a few steps back. "It's the Spider-Woman," Chen Ming exclaimed in terror, for she was once a formidable overlord, her reputation for ruthlessness well known. She had later been subdued by the Serpent's Eye and merged into their ranks. A fact known to all in the shelter. It's truly her. Yet, this was not the end of their troubles. From all directions, the low growls of zombies erupted, a cacophony that rose and fell in waves. A relentless tide of the undead surged forth thick and black, with the most conspicuous being the Michelin, whose rotund form quivered with each step, shaking the ground beneath. The zombie tide. Chen Ming and the others turned pale at the sight. The horde numbered in the tens of thousands, with elite zombies leaping onto nearby rooftops, their ferocious gazes fixated on the group, effectively encircling them. They have all come. Even Chang Lui had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Regardless of individual prowess, one could not face a multitude of zombies. Even ants, in great numbers, could bring down an elephant, let alone these undead beings, who could wear down a person with sheer persistence. As the tide surged, the figure of the Serpent's Eye emerged, towering atop the building, his crimson pupils scanning the scene, exuding an air of dominion. Under his gaze, the hearts of the onlookers felt as though they had been pierced. The Serpent's Eye had appeared. He was the sovereign of this territory, an absolute ruler. Is this really necessary? Chen Ming lamented, pondering what misdeeds he had committed. Had he perhaps disturbed the ancestral graves, all for merely seeking a few seeds? Yet, here they were, surrounded, as if a sledgehammer were being used to swat It seemed unjust for him to meet such an end. Despair enveloped them. They had no will to resist, even contemplating self-destruction to escape the torment of being devoured by zombies. Under immense pressure, Sun Yuhang shakily retrieved his phone, intending to amend his earlier message of safety into a final farewell. What a despairing world this was. Chang Lui, with her long blade resting on her shoulder, gazed ahead, her expression remaining composed. Is this the target of our hunt? Indeed, more or less, Lin Dong responded, tilting his head to assess the situation. Oh, Chang Lui nodded, transitioning to a two-handed grip on her blade. Preparing for battle? What? The others looked on in astonishment. Was there truly to be a fight? The serpent's eye fixed his gaze upon them. Although he had never seen Lin Dong, he could ascertain from his aura that he was the zombie king of the skyscraper district. I never anticipated you would fall so low as to associate with mere food. There are many things you could not have foreseen, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. The serpent's eye grinned widely, his mouth stretching to the apples of his cheeks. His crimson pupils narrowing into slits, revealing a sinister smile. Seeing Lin Dong come unaccompanied into his domain, he felt confident of victory. It appears I have overestimated you. How foolish to come here to meet your end. Very well, I shall oblige. What do you have to boast about? Lin Dong's calm voice pierced the tension. No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark cloud surged on the horizon. Dense and foreboding. Ka. Good people, I'm back. The cawing of crows rang out as they swooped down like fighter jets, blotting out the sun in a magnificent display. Oh my goodness, Chen Ming and the others gasped, bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, soon after, the ground beneath them trembled as shards of glass began to rattle, the earth shaking with increasing intensity, as if an army were advancing. A roar echoed from the distance. And the imposing figure of a tank emerged, flanked by a cadre of subordinates, all exuding a fierce demeanor, including Xiao Ba and the doctor racing towards them. The zombie tide was upon them. The sight before them was truly staggering. In that moment, Chen Ming suddenly understood, this was a contest of supremacy among the zombie kings, and he was merely a minor player in this grand narrative. What merit did he possess to be in the midst of such a spectacle? Yet a flicker of hope reignited within him. If Lin Dong could triumph over the serpent's eye, perhaps he could survive. Perhaps it was the atmosphere that stirred his fighting spirit, as he raised his ally blade high, his gaze igniting with unwavering determination. So it was that they had come prepared. On the rooftop, the serpent's eye observed, recognizing the unfolding predicament, yet he remained unfazed, fully prepared for a decisive battle. 3,000 against 1,000. The advantage lay with him. Kill them. With a single command, the surrounding zombies surged forward, charging with wild abandon. The two hordes collided like roaring waves, a tumultuous clash of undead. The zombies roared, trampling one another as they fell upon each other. Tearing and biting, the instinct for slaughter was ignited, completely disregarding their own lives, akin to rabid dogs, intent only on ripping flesh from their foes. The scene devolved into chaos, blood splattering and the stench of death permeating the air. Yet, among the fray, a formidable group of zombies stood out, Lin Dong's elite 500, advancing like a spear, rending the opposing tide asunder. The ace zombies, undeterred by bites, relentlessly tore off the heads of their assailants, casually discarding them aside. Miraculously, their wounds healed at a visible rate. As zombies fell around them, they appeared as unyielding warriors, pressing forward, unstoppable. What manner of monsters are these? The serpent's eye squinted in disbelief, almost failing to recognize them as zombies. A foreboding sense of unease creeping into his heart, yet among them was Xiao Ba, her face adorned with a sinister smile, transforming into a reaper of the battlefield, leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. Stop her! At the serpent's eye's command, the Michelin, with his corpulent form, charged forward like a living projectile, scattering zombies in his path, but midway, a massive fist struck him squarely in the face, his blubbery form quaking like ripples in water. The tank's figure appeared beside him. You grotesque fool, your opponent is me. Chapter 73, The Illusionary Space Roar. The Michelin staggered back 2 steps, letting out a furious roar, thoroughly enraged, as he swung his fist towards the tank. Their strengths were evenly matched, 2 behemoths locked in a brutal melee, each punch landing with a visceral thud. How fierce! The serpent's eye observed the unfolding battle, noticing that the opposing force was of remarkably high evolution and strength. Right from the onset of combat, his side had found itself at a disadvantage. However, Lin Dong had 2 formidable allies. Chang Luoyi transformed into an emotionless slaughter machine, her expression serene, devoid of any tumult. Wielding a 40-meter blade with ferocity, shattering zombies into fragments, their dark blood and severed limbs flying through the air, as she commenced her own dumpling-filling operation, Sun Xiuqian was exhilarated, experiencing this grand spectacle for the first time. Seemingly caught up in the fervor, as he landed a punch on a zombie, sending it flying several dozen meters away. Bang, bang, bang. With each blow, zombies were hurled away, some crashing into storefronts, others colliding with their peers, creating a chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Chen Ming and the others were engaged in earnest combat, all awakened beings of the braindance stage, their strengths comparable to elite zombies, forming a tight-knit formation, their teamwork seamless, their lethality considerable. With the hope that aiding Lin Dong in winning this battle would secure his own survival, he felt the weight of his life hanging in the balance, leaving no room for complacency. Why had the people from Tech Corporation not yet arrived? Doubts began to creep into Shitong's mind as he sensed that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Enough of this, Shitong leapt from the high building, resolved to join the fray. If he did not act soon, his subordinates would be annihilated. However, as soon as he touched the ground, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, akin to a tumultuous sea of blood, threatening to engulf him and pull him into a mire. What is this? Can't you bear it any longer? Lin Dong's figure appeared ahead. Shitong scoffed, his fierce gaze filled with malice. It is only because you have human allies that you hold the upper hand. Did you not just say I am but a companion to food? Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. For a moment, Shitong found himself at a loss for words, stung by humiliation and rage. Go to hell. As an A-grade corpse king, his physique was formidable, and although he was shrouded in the corpse domain, he had not lost his ability to act. Exuding a menacing aura, he swung a fist at Lin Dong. Lin Dong sensed that, whether human or zombie, Shitong was the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far, yet he did not evade, meeting the blow with his own. Bang. The clash of 2 corpse kings resonated like the collision of mountains, sending shockwaves that propelled the surrounding zombies into the air. Shitong felt a searing pain in his arm, forced to retreat several steps. Under the suppression of the corpse domain, he ultimately was no match for Lin Dong. To have evolved to this extent, Shitong was horrified to realize the significant gap between them. Lin Dong remarked calmly, not bad, you are the first opponent capable of taking a punch from me. You, Shitong's eyes bulged with rage, feeling that Lin Dong was insufferably arrogant, and his heart seethed with indignation. But at that moment, Lin Dong closed the distance again, the pressure from the corpse domain intensifying as his fingers reached for Shitong's head. Shitong bared his fangs, his blood-red pupils constricting sharply as his mental energy surged, activating his awakened ability, illusory space. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, noticing an instant silence enveloping the surroundings. The roars and howls of zombies vanished, leaving him standing amidst an inky void as if lost in an endless cosmos, tranquil and serene. And the next moment, from the darkness ahead, a shadow began to writhe, and then an enormous serpent emerged. Its body stretched for 1,000,000 fathoms, its raised head as large as a star, with fierce eyes locked onto Lin Dong. Following that, a series of such colossal serpents appeared, all lifting their heads. Encircling Lin Dong, the giant serpents loomed like deities, casting a domineering shadow over all. Lin Dong felt as though several mountains had blocked his path. In comparison, he was but a grain of sand. Overwhelmed by an intense sense of pressure, faced with such a terrifying sight, an ordinary person would be paralyzed with fear, yet Lin Dong remained unfazed, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. Is your illusion this feeble? Earlier, Xiao He had mentioned that Shitong's ability was the illusory space, so Lin Dong was mentally prepared. Confronted by those monstrous serpents, he felt no anxiety. Instead, he quietly closed his eyes, deciding that since it was all a facade, it was better not to look at it at all. Lin Dong focused all his mental energy on perception. Moments later, he caught a whiff of Shitong's presence. Behind him, Lin Dong swung his fist backward, seemingly striking at empty air, yet a dull thud resonated, followed by the sound of bones cracking. Poof! Shitong's figure was sent flying, and in the same instant, all illusions shattered like a mirror, returning Lin Dong to the battlefield. He watched as Shitong hurtled backward for 100 meters, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. This is impossible. His mind was filled with horror. Moments ago, Lin Dong had clearly fallen into the illusion, yet he had still managed to hit him. Shitong's illusory space was indeed powerful. Even a B-grade awakener would be rendered paralyzed with fear within it, but against Lin Dong, it seemed rather ineffectual. As Shitong crawled from the rubble, he turned to see Lin Dong approaching him, shrouded in a sea of blood and overwhelming pressure closing in around him. He felt a mortal danger, as though the Grim Reaper were drawing near. Just then, distant gunfire erupted in the street, and two towering hunters came into view, their Gatling guns roaring, shells flying as they forged a path ahead. Behind them, 2 rows of armored vehicles were slowly advancing in support. Emerging from the center of the armored convoy was a group of human awakeners, led by Yang Hao. Commanding the squad of awakeners, clad in sleek black nano battlesuits, they exuded an impressive aura. Looking exceptionally cool. Let me see how the battle is faring, Yang Hao declared, his expression smug. In truth, he had deliberately arrived late, as he was not genuinely cooperating with Shitong, hoping for a mutual destruction between him and Lin Dong, allowing him to reap the benefits like last time when Lin Dong dealt with the Hunter King operation team. Once the battle concluded, he hoped to eliminate Shitong as well. A mere zombie daring to challenge me. Does he not realize that humanity's greatest strength lies in strategy? Yang Hao's hand remained steady as he flicked a lighter, igniting a cigarette, savoring a puff, completely forgetting how he had been terrified in Shitong's lair. Ahead, the battlefield was indeed chaotic, with relentless clashes, but he could not discern which zombies belonged to which faction. It was all simply brutal carnage. Hey, where did that little Shitong go? Chapter 74. Little fool, the people from Tech Corporation have arrived. Shitong cast a glance, and with a thought, countless pythons surged forth from the darkness behind him. The snakes hissed as they lunged toward Lin Dong, but before they could close the distance, they burst apart, flesh and blood flying, obscuring the view. Seizing the opportunity, Shitong swiftly turned and fled towards Tech Corporation, his speed remarkable. Contemplating drawing the calamity away, Yang Hao was observing the battlefield when he spotted a tall figure rushing towards him, panic evident on his face, looking utterly disheveled. Oh, looks like you've had a rough time. He sized up Shitong, noting the dirt in the collapsed ribcage, clearly having suffered a heavy blow. Quite good. Quite good. Dogs biting dogs. Yang Hao was quite pleased with the sight. Seeing Shitong, an A-grade corpse king, in such a state suggested Lin Dong could not be faring any better. Once they were both worn down, he could easily take them out. Yang Hao thought to himself, though he masked it with a concerned expression. Brother Shi, you're injured. How is Lin Dong? They are incredibly strong. We are no match for them. Thankfully, you arrived just in time, so hurry up and take action. Upon hearing Shitong's words, Yang Hao felt a sense of unease. He scrutinized the battlefield, worry etched on his face. Those being overwhelmed, they aren't all your subordinates, are they? Not entirely, but close enough for proof. Yang Hao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. And Lin Dong? Over there. Shitong gestured with his head. There, a tall figure strolled through the battlefield, clad in a pristine white shirt, unblemished and unscathed, not a hint of injury on him. Damn, Yang Hao cursed inwardly, utterly frustrated with Shitong's incompetence. While Lin Dong emerged unscathed, Shitong had been reduced to the sorry state. It seemed the chance for profit had slipped away. As Lin Dong noticed Shitong retreating to the Tech Corporation's ranks, where over 20 awakeners were gathered, he did not rush to pursue but instead advanced step by step. He is coming, he is coming. The onlookers grew tense. With Lin Dong's approach, many elite zombies surged forward, ferociously charging towards the human ranks. Act now, Yang Hao commanded immediately. The awakeners behind him began to channel their energy, with several elemental awakeners conjuring earthen walls, icy barriers, ice spikes, and fireballs in rapid succession. Some focused on defense while others took the offensive, working in perfect harmony. The strength of these 20-plus awakeners was truly formidable. Among them was a woman clad in a black nanotite combat suit, her voluptuous form accentuated, her hair styled in a ponytail, exuding an air of competence. Her name was Shui Ting, a water-type awakener and one of the captains of the hunter team. Particularly powerful, with a wave of her hand, a pale blue energy coalesced, summoning a water dragon that roared forth, scattering the zombies in all directions. Humanity does possess some strength, Shitong mused, thinking that the elite zombies could be dealt with by the awakeners. While the ordinary zombies would be handled by the hunters, the Gatling guns roared like a metallic storm, shredding zombies to pieces. If any zombies got too close, the hunters would pull out massive iron hammers and smash them into a pulp. This is promising. Shitong felt a glimmer of hope for victory, but just then, a shadow suddenly slipped into the battlefield like a ghost, stealthily maneuvering behind the tech corporation's ranks, merging with the shadow of a nearby awakener on the ground. The shadow was silent and deadly, a born killer. Xiao Hei's transformed body rose from the awakener's shadow like a flame. A mental type awakener seemed to sense something, instinctively turning to look, only to be met with horror. Ling Jia, you, behind you, what? The awakener's expression turned bewildered, but as she turned, a fierce pain pierced through her body. Poof! Xiao Hei's claws had already plunged into her back. The woman trembled violently, blood gushing forth, her eyes wide with shock. Before she succumbed to death, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Jekakek, the little black creature chuckled as it licked the sweet, fresh blood from its claws. For one accustomed to poverty, this was undoubtedly a delicacy of the mortal realm. And its face radiated satisfaction. Yes, the onlookers gasped in horror at the scene before them, which was indeed quite terrifying and exceedingly bizarre. Another corpse king has appeared. Quick, attack him, they shouted anxiously, hastily unleashing their awakened abilities to assault the little black creature's position. However, the shadow showed no inclination to engage. After successfully landing a surprise attack, it swiftly retreated, only for a surge of zombies to emerge from the street corner behind it. These were the shadow's impoverished companions. Totaling 5,000 zombies, with 1,000 elite among them, they were truly desperate, embodying the phrase driven to extremes by poverty, and upon spotting so many humans ahead, they pounced like famished wolves, recklessly charging forward. This is bad. Lin Dong actually has reinforcements. Yang Hao realized the gravity of the situation and quickly commanded his allies to block their advance. Meanwhile, Shitong recognized the shadow. So it's you. The defeated one, causing trouble at such a critical moment. Shitong, your time of death has come, the shadow replied in a deep voice. Yang Hao and the other awakened ones fought alongside the little black creature. But they never forgot their formidable adversary and dire threat, Lin Dong. Suddenly, Yang Hao's brow furrowed as an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, yet he could not catch sight of Lin Dong's tall figure. Lin Dong is missing. What? His companions beside him were equally astonished, quickly turning to look only to confirm that Lin Dong had indeed vanished. This doesn't add up. He was clearly walking this way just moments ago. Where did he go? Yet, with terrifying zombies surging from all directions, they had no time to ponder and could only focus on fighting, with the emergence of Tech Company and the little black creature. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. However, one area of the battlefield remained particularly tense, that of the Spider-Woman, a former ruler of her domain, possessing formidable strength. The Spider-Woman incessantly launched webs, ensnaring and slaughtering zombies, while a multitude of crows became entangled in her dense webs. A Brother Crow was in a particularly dire predicament, flitting and dodging through the webs, desperately trying to escape. Don't run, my darling, the Spider-Woman pursued relentlessly. You big freak, you big freak. Brother Crow was terrified, flapping his wings as he neared the edge of the webbing, aiming to ascend into the sky. Yet, the Spider-Woman was indeed his nemesis. With a mere opening of her mouth, countless strands of web shot forth, weaving a massive net above the crow. With no escape, Brother Crow was ensnared by the descending web, crashing to the ground with a thud. He struggled fiercely, but the web was incredibly resilient and constricted tighter, rendering him unable to break free. The Spider-Woman's face gleamed with excitement as she leapt into the air, her 8 spider legs resembling blades. Lunging directly at Brother Crow, his eyes glimmered red as the figure of the Spider-Woman loomed larger in his vision, death drawing ever closer. Damn it, I'm finished. Just at that critical moment, a towering figure appeared. Standing as a wall before Brother Crow, Tank crossed his arms, deflecting the lethal strike meant for the crow. However, the Spider-Woman's sharp legs pierced Tank's body, leaving several bloody holes from which blood poured forth. Not again. Tank gritted his teeth, turning to look at Brother Crow, enduring the excruciating pain as he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Hey, the first time we met, I caught you once. Now I save you once. We're even, right? Can we call it a truce? Brother Crow gazed at him with his crimson eyes, blinking in surprise. You silly fool. P.S. Hello everyone, I am a person who drinks 2 tails of wine a day. There's nothing much going on, just trying to make my presence felt. Chapter 75, The Bloody Battle. Tank paused slightly. Why is he still scolding me? With renewed strength in his arms, he pushed the Spider-Woman away. Enduring the sharp pain, the Spider-Woman revealed her fangs in a sinister grin. She was once a ruler, slightly stronger than Tank. Neither of you are my match. But no sooner had she spoken than a young girl bearing a large sword approached. The long blade dripping with blood, Chung Luwei locked her large calm eyes on the Spider-Woman. Let me handle this. You're seeking death. The Spider-Woman's eyes narrowed menacingly, clearly taken aback that this fool dared to challenge her. Especially since she sensed the Cheng Lui's aura was not particularly strong. With a swift motion, the Spider-Woman unleashed her sharp webbing, shooting towards Cheng Luwei like arrows. Cheng Luwei swung her large sword, slicing through the strands, but a few still grazed her cheek and shoulder, cutting into her flesh and causing crimson blood to flow. Brother Crow and Tank stared in shock. Cheng Luwei had previously ventured into Lin Dong's territory during Tank's patrol mishap, leaving a lasting impression on him, as he recalled his leader mentioning that Cheng Luwei was a friend. This is bad. The boss's friend is in trouble. Yet Cheng Luwei maintained her composure, almost relishing the intense pain as it ignited her nerves. Deadly pain, activated, roar, the Spider-Woman screamed, her excitement fueled by human blood, as if she had taken a stimulant, and she charged at Cheng Luwei with wild fury, intent on devouring her. Blood streamed down Cheng Luwei's pale face as she stared intently, her grip on the sword tightening. A surge of energy coursed through her, the lightning core in the hilt emitting a brilliant glow that rapidly spread, enveloping the entire blade. The sword became a flash of lightning. Crackling with energy, slash, Cheng Luwei uttered a single word, and in an instant, she vanished, moving with unparalleled speed as the blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. The Spider-Woman could not react in time. The blade pierced her abdomen with ease, producing a sound of metal grinding against bone. In the next moment, Zhang Luwei seemed to materialize behind the Spider-Woman, who gaped in disbelief. Slowly, she lowered her gaze. Staring in shock at her abdomen, where a thin line of blood began to flow, then, her body began to contort as dark blood gushed forth. With a tilt of her head, the Spider-Woman collapsed. Her upper body severed from her lower half. Zhang Luwei stepped forward, holding her sword aloft as if playing golf, and slashed the Spider-Woman's head clean off. A crystal core flew out, which Zhang Luwei deftly caught. Her movements exceptionally graceful, impressive. Tank marveled, recognizing her as the leader's friend, effortlessly dispatching the Spider-Woman. Simultaneously, both he and Brother Crow reached a conclusion in their hearts. She is a good person. The battlefield resembled a hellish scene. Shrouded in blood mist, with dismembered limbs flying about. In some areas, corpses piled high like mountains, the stench of blood pooling beneath. As the slaughter continued, the number of Shitong's subordinates dwindled sharply, leading to an overwhelming advantage for Lin Dong's elite zombie army, which was now free to encircle Tech Company. Yang Hao and the others found themselves besieged by the horde, the zombies attacking with fervor. Damn it, this is not right, Yang Hao grimaced, realizing that what was supposed to be a strategic advantage had turned into an inexplicable peril. The awakened ones around him were embroiled in fierce combat, and the bullets for the hunters were nearly depleted. Suddenly, an eerie laugh echoed, and a braindance stage awakened one turned to see Xiao Bai's ghostly face mere inches away. In the next moment, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen as he was eviscerated, his kidney torn from his body, blood gushed forth, and his corpse crumpled to the ground. Xiao Bai flickered, vanishing instantly, only to reappear before her next target, continuing her relentless assault on vital points. If judged solely by numbers, Xiao Bai was undoubtedly the most lethal, having earned the title of Master of the Waste. Quick, stop her, Yang Hao shouted, finding the situation utterly bizarre. The awakened ones around him hastily erected earthen and ice walls to thwart Xiao Bai's advance, with Xiao Bai in front and a mass of shadows behind. Both posed formidable challenges for the humans, capable of striking invisibly, truly deserving the title of ghostly corpses. Have you all forgotten about me? Suddenly, a magnetic voice rang out from the crowd. Yang Hao's heart raced as he turned to look, his eyes widening in horror. It was Lin Dong, who had seemingly resurfaced from nowhere, having stealthily approached Dai. In the next instant, Lin Dong unleashed his domain of corpses, a suffocating pressure enveloping everyone. With a casual flick of his hand, he reached into the head of an awakened one, effortlessly extracting their soul crystal. Damn it, Yang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. This was the true final boss. As Lin Dong passed by, he plucked out 3 or 4 more awakened one soul crystals, as if he were merely harvesting fruit. Captain Shui Ting gritted her teeth, enduring the immense pressure as she activated her awakened ability. Water prison, surrounding them, a pale blue energy began to coalesce, forming curtains of water that resisted the terrifying domain of corpses, encasing Lin Dong within. This water barrier, composed of pure energy, was impervious to Lin Dong's corpse domain, preventing him from directly passing through. However, his elite guards seized the opportunity, surging forth to tackle several awakened ones, pinning them to the ground and tearing into them, creating a scene of sheer carnage. As the zombies drew ever closer, Shitong clenched her teeth, realizing that at this juncture she had no choice but to cooperate with the humans. Having taken a brief respite, he found his mental fortitude significantly restored. Surging forth like a tide to envelop the formidable zombies surrounding him, the originally fierce undead were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to a state of uncertainty, with some even collapsing to their knees. Trembling uncontrollably, the mere touch of his mental energy would plunge them into a realm of illusions, disrupting their cognitive faculties. Shitong seized the opportunity to observe the battlefield, sensing the tide had turned unfavorably. Perhaps it would be wise to make a discreet exit. Preserving oneself amidst the chaos was paramount, and as an A-class zombie king, he still possessed the ability to defend himself, even if he could not triumph. Contemplating this, Shitong began to retreat cautiously. Just then, a figure dashed towards him with remarkable speed, akin to a charging bull, delivering a powerful punch to Shitong's chest. The force propelled him backward over 10 meters. It was Sun Xiaoqiang, arriving to lend assistance. Yang Hao, drawn by the commotion, swiftly turned his gaze and discovered that within Lin Dong's ranks, there were indeed other humans present. This revelation struck him as utterly astonishing. Moreover, the individual before him possessed a distinctive appearance. He had seen his profile on the refuge's official website and recognized him instantly. You are Sun Xiaoqiang? Bah, you've heard my tale. Sun Xiaoqiang scrutinized him with discerning eyes. Meanwhile, Shitong was consumed by rage, hastily directing his mental energy towards him in a furious onslaught. Yet, Sun Xiaoqiang remained unperturbed. If I relinquish my sanity, I shall not be affected. As he spoke, the bones of his body crackled ominously as he instantaneously entered a state of fearless frenzy. Chapter 76. The fate is sealed. Sun Xiaoqiang surged forward with the ferocity of a tiger, landing another punch on Shitong's chest that resonated with a dull thud, sending him flying once more. Damn it, this imbecile! Shitong gritted his teeth, incensed, for Sun Xiaoqiang's abilities were indeed a counter to his own. Yang Hao, witnessing this, felt a wave of panic wash over him. Their adversaries not only included the likes of Xiao Bai and He Ying, but also the formidable Sun Xiaoqiang from refuge number 002. A glance revealed that Lin Dong had shattered the water prison, ethereal blue orb swirling around him as he advanced, bringing forth an oppressive aura once again. Not far off, a slender girl with a large sword casually approached, further amplifying the sense of dread. Damn, Yang Hao cursed internally, realizing the opposing lineup was overwhelmingly formidable, initially hoping to reap the benefits of the conflict. He now found himself facing a colossal shark, destined to be devoured. It was over, everything was over. Meanwhile, Shui Ting and the other awakened ones were on high alert, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Dong. Wary of any distractions, everyone, be cautious. During combat, we must envelop ourselves in energy to safeguard against his peculiar attacks. Yes, several replied in unison, their energies surged, becoming increasingly potent. Some were encased in icy armor, exuding a chilling aura. while others were enveloped in flickering flames, radiating a searing heat. As the moment of life and death approached, the awakened ones summoned all their strength, though maintaining such a state was immensely taxing and could not be sustained for long. Quite astute, Lin Dong muttered to himself as his eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, unleashing the full expanse of his corpse domain. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward, encompassing nearly 100 meters. The debris on the streets shattered instantaneously, as if subjected to an automatic disintegration, with trash bins, lampposts, and abandoned vehicles exploding into fragments. The scene before them heralded impending devastation. Shui Ting and her companions felt as if they were caught in a tempest, their hair whipping about as they grimaced, exerting every ounce of their strength to resist, knowing that even a moment's lapse could lead to them being torn asunder by that immense force. It was terrifying. How could he possess such formidable energy? Could it be he is an S-class zombie? A shiver ran down their spines. They could hardly fathom it, and as the tall, pale figure drew nearer, the pressure intensified. I cannot hold on any longer. A fire element awakened, cried out, releasing his last reserves of energy as flames erupted around him, transforming him into a blazing figure, with all his might. He swung a punch at Lin Dong. Unfazed, Lin Dong raised his hand to meet the blow with unyielding bravado. In this domain, he was the true master. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the tremendous force obliterated the fire element awakened's body, scattering it in a fiery explosion, extinguishing the searing flames and marking the end of his life. A crimson crystal core shot forth, which Lin Dong deftly caught in his palm and swallowed whole. The warm energy flowed through him, replenishing his strength, for the exertion of fully unleashing his corpse domain was considerable. With bated breath, the others gasped in horror, the fear of death looming ever closer. Some were on the brink of despair, having completely relinquished their will to fight. Lin Dong, rarely one to launch an aggressive attack, flickered into motion, appearing beside another awakened one, crushing their skull effortlessly. He continued to harvest lives, resembling a cold-blooded killing machine. Witnessing his teammates fall one after another without the capacity to resist, Shui Ting was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Casting her gaze around, she noted that the zombies, including Xiao He, had slaughtered the remaining humans, while to her right, Xiaoba continued his rampage. The anguished cries of the people mixed with sinister laughter, creating a horrifying atmosphere. When Shui Ting turned back, she found a handsome face looming before her, characterized by its pale complexion and striking red eyes. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, and she was engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness entirely. Shui Ting's lifeless body collapsed, and Lin Dong found himself in possession of a pale blue crystal core, which he promptly consumed. The core dissolved upon entry, its sweetness and pure energy nourishing his body as he reveled in the exquisite sensation. The human awakened ones were nearly eradicated. As Lin Dong retracted his corpse domain, the crimson glow in his eyes dimmed, restoring his calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Shitong remained under relentless assault from Sun Xiaoqiang, for he, being a mental type awakened, was at a slight disadvantage in physicality compared to the frenzied state of Sun Xiaoqiang. How infuriating to be beaten by an idiot, Shitong thought bitterly, glancing around in search of an escape, only to find himself encircled by a cadre of elite zombies, including He Ying, Xiaoba, and the tank and the doctor, who had just dispatched Michelin and rushed to provide support. Above, a multitude of blood-red-eyed crows circled, their beaks stained crimson, having feasted on the serpents, reminiscent of a grotesque banquet. After dispatching the Spider-Woman, these crows savored the remains of the pythons as if indulging in a savory treat. Despair gripped Shitong as he realized his subordinates had been annihilated, and he was now surrounded by Lin Dong's forces, the once dominant ruler now trapped with no escape. As Lin Dong approached, Shitong's heart quaked. Haunted by the shadows of his previous defeat, It appeared. He had no choice but to unleash his final trump card. After a moment of struggle, Shitong resolved himself, with a sudden bend of his knees. He collapsed to the ground, burying his head low in submission. Please, do not kill me. I surrender. From this day forth, I am willing to serve you. Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Shitong's heart soared with relief. Cautiously lifting his gaze, he saw Sun Xiaoqiang, He Ying, and the other zombies standing behind Lin Dong. Refraining from further aggression, the age-old adage echoed in his mind, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. After all, the zombies possessed an endless lifespan. As long as he survived, there would be a chance for resurgence. A grand zombie could be both yielding and resilient. I swear to follow you for life, with unwavering loyalty, Shitong reiterated. Perhaps in the next life, Lin Dong replied, suddenly roaring in unison. The surrounding zombies surged forward, overwhelming Shitong in an instant. He was consumed by the horde. Flailing desperately as if drowning, his thoughts undoubtedly cursing Lin Dong, you bastard. But soon his hand fell limply to the ground, life extinguished. Lin Dong cast one last glance before turning away, for in a nearby corner, a lone human remained huddled with arms wrapped around his head, burying his face in his knees, trembling like a chick buffeted by the cold wind. Chapter 77. Top secret. This individual was none other than Yang Hao. Paralyzed by fear to the utmost degree, Lin Dong had intentionally refrained from allowing his subordinates to slay him, perhaps considering he might still prove useful. Hearing footsteps approach, Yang Hao trembled and lifted his head to behold Lin Dong's impassive visage, flanked by the tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor, all exuding a menacing aura. In that moment, Yang Hao felt a wave of warmth flooding his pants, having been so frightened that he had involuntarily urinated. Please do not kill me, spare my life. I can collaborate with you. Collaborate? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yang Hao stammered, I am privy to many secrets of tech company, but if you spare me, I can divulge everything. Alright, then enlighten me, Lin Dong replied, his curiosity piqued. A gulp. Yang Hao's lips were parched, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a cigarette, trembling as he brought it to his lips, just like last time. He struggled to ignite it, his hands betraying him. After several attempts, a spark finally leaped forth. However, Lin Dong merely exhaled, extinguishing the flame. Smoking is prohibited in public places. Yang Hao was left speechless but strove to compose himself. saying, "Tech company intends to cultivate zombies." "I am aware of that." Yang Hao nodded and continued, "The Z virus you obtained last time was merely the first phase, designed to enhance cellular vitality and accelerate reaction speed. In fact, there is a second phase, the Q virus, which is capable of improving the skeletal structure of zombies. As the assistant to the person in charge, Yi Jian, Yang Hao belonged to the management level and certainly possessed more knowledge than others. Lin Dong found this information immensely valuable. "Where is the Q virus?" he inquired. "It is at the company headquarters and will be transported here in 10 days, Yang Hao replied, lifting his gaze. Lin Dong pondered for a moment. The Q virus, like the previous Z virus, would be transported by helicopter. If he could acquire it, his formidable zombie army would undergo another evolution, reaching an extraordinarily terrifying level of power. However, it was evident that the tech company had profound resources capable of producing such advanced technology. Is there anything else?" he pressed. Additionally, Yang Hao bit his lip and revealed a piece of confidential information known only to the higher-ups. Tech company not only conducts human experiments on ordinary individuals but also on some awakened beings. According to reports from headquarters, preliminary results have been achieved, allowing the transfer, grafting, or concentration of awakened abilities onto a single individual, which we refer to as modified humans, essentially a second-generation version of hunters. Modified humans similarly lack independent thought and act entirely according to preset programs. Lin Dong contemplated this. Modified humans should indeed be quite powerful, as they amalgamate multiple abilities into one. Wouldn't that mean they possess numerous crystal cores? Yang Hao organized his thoughts. The headquarters' objective in cultivating zombies is to acquire bizarre abilities and subsequently transfer them to modified humans, thus creating true killing machines. Furthermore, a specialized team for hunting bizarre zombies has been established at headquarters, composed entirely of A-level awakened beings or higher, equipped with extremely costly modified human warriors, making them exceedingly formidable. "I see," Lin Dong nodded, realizing that tech company should not be underestimated. Although he was continuously growing stronger, they were equally advancing rapidly. Yang Hao felt he had said all that needed to be said and tentatively asked, "So may I leave now?" "Yes, go ahead," Lin Dong replied casually. Yet, Yang Hao felt a pang of uncertainty. Why did it seem like Lin Dong's words lacked conviction? "You truly won't kill me?" "Indeed, when I say I won't kill, I mean it." Lin Dong's tone grew slightly more earnest. Yang Hao began to believe him, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "Then I shall take my leave." He hastily rose, eager to escape this wretched place, and hurried towards the street outside. However, just a few steps later, he felt a sudden gust of wind, followed by a sharp pain in his lower back and the warm rush of blood pouring out. Yang Hao's eyes widened, trembling as he gradually realized the truth. Slowly turning his head to see Xiao Ba's smiling face, Lin Dong stood calmly behind him, assessing him with an expression of tranquility. "I didn't kill you," Lin Dong stated. Yang Hao felt speechless, scarlet blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his mouth, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. "In the next life, never trust a zombie." With a thud, Yang Hao's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Thus, the entire battle came to an end. In truth, ever since Snake's Eye had perished, the remaining zombies under his command had already surrendered. After all, they were not advanced enough to have evolved the trait of loyalty. Even the giant pythons had scattered. Fleeing in all directions, the horde of zombies busied themselves clearing the battlefield, feasting on flesh and blood, collecting crystal cores. Chung Luoyi approached slowly. "I barely exerted myself, and it's already over. If you're bored, I'll call you next time." "What are your plans now?" "I have no plans," Lin Dong replied. He harbored no grand ambitions of world domination. As a mere little zombie, he simply wished to live comfortably without worries. This had been his plan before the apocalypse. However, one cannot control their fate in this world. If he did not eliminate Snake's Eye, he would inevitably be disturbed. Thus he was forced to seize his territory. Chung Luoyi turned to look at him. "Well, now that your territory has expanded, how about I scour it a bit, in exchange for crystal cores?" Lin Dong was unreserved. Chung Luoyi's big eyes twinkled. "I promise next time." With that, she stepped forward, accompanied by Sun Xiaoqiang and Chen Ming. Departing from the scene, gradually fading from sight. "What a lunatic," Lin Dong muttered as he watched her retreating figure. At this moment, the sun broke through the clouds, once more casting its light upon the earth. While the surrounding atmosphere, saturated with blood, tinged the sunlight crimson, it was as though slender red lines descended from the heavens. The blood flowing on the ground reflected the sunlight, creating an eerie scarlet glow. Adding a heavy stroke to the canvas of the apocalyptic city, Lin Dong's silhouette stood amidst it all, flanked by the three kings, commanding the legion of corpses. "Let's go home." With his command, the zombie army surged forth. Call back home. A flock of crows swept across the sky, casting shadows over the land. Meanwhile, a group of zombies trailed behind, led by Xiao He, along with his impoverished companions. "Big brother, what should we do?" one of the younger members asked. Xiao He pondered for a moment. After this battle, he had been utterly convinced by Lin Dong, and the crucial factor was, there would still be meat to eat. "Follow your big brother back home." Chapter 78, Fishing for Law Enforcement. After Lin Dong's victory over Snake's Eye, his territory expanded once more. As one end connected to Xiao He's domain, the three areas were now fully integrated. The total territory spanned an impressive 50 square kilometers, nearly encompassing the entire city center, establishing him as a local overlord. Lin Dong's horde of zombies had more than doubled in number, increasing from 10,000 to 25,000, including 5,000 elite zombies, among which were 500 ace troops. Through battle, they had evolved and consumed numerous brain cores and flesh, growing even stronger. The three kings in the territory now included Xiao He, creating a total of 4 kings. These 4 zombie kings each guarded their respective territories, with Xiao He overseeing the north, an area he was quite familiar with, while the doctor managed the south, with Tank and Xiao Ba arranged in succession. The 4 kings could be referred to as North He, South Bo, East Ko, and West Ba. Initially, Xiao Ba objected to this title, but the other 3 kings were unwilling to negotiate with her. Lin Dong remained in the building. The 500 ace troops were distributed in the vicinity, followed by thousands of elite zombies spreading out in concentric circles. As for the airspace above the territory, it was, of course, entrusted to Brother Crow. who held absolute air supremacy. This area was now heavily fortified, especially the central zone, which was virtually impenetrable, having become a complete no-man's land for humans. Naturally, there was one exception, that was the laborer, Su Xiaoro. At this moment, she was kneeling on the ground, diligently wiping it down, the surroundings impeccably tidy, pleasing to the eye, providing a sense of comfort even for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Lin Dong sat on the sofa ahead, one hand holding a beverage cup while the other fiddled with his phone. Due to the earlier fierce battle, news had spread rapidly online, creating quite a stir. Breaking: high-ranking personnel at tech company killed in action, leading awakened beings to complete annihilation. Was this a planning failure or a display of weakness? Revealed: the mystery behind Yang Hao's death. Insiders suggest he had previously reached the territory of the 5-star zombie nest. Overview: what colossal crises lurk within Jiangbei City today? Yang Hao's death incited considerable panic as it served as proof that the outside world was perilously dangerous. Below, numerous individuals commented, does anyone know the specifics of what happened? If no one knows, I might start spreading rumors. I heard Yang Hao was negotiating with the zombie king, but when the talks fell through, he was killed. Oh, has someone already started spreading rumors so quickly? Then tell me, what really happened? Clearly it was tech company that sought cooperation with the zombie king to eliminate another force, but ultimately they were overpowered. ID, handsome boy.noa, there that week, the comments section was filled with a plethora of opinions, each more diverse than the last. Just as Chen Ming had said, the internet is rife with falsehoods. Who knows what monsters lurk behind the scenes? Those posting comments might not even be survivors from the shelters. They could be members of the Black Scorpion or other organizations, or even mutated beings that have evolved intelligence, or zombies. Some of these monsters might even post actively, fishing for law enforcement, using lust and greed to lure human awakened beings into the abyss. For instance, posts like, CPDD, you are the one and only, let's establish a relationship. The terms are yours to define. Moi, do you love me? DM me, seeking a caring young man to protect me and survive together. I've discovered a wealth of supplies, capable individuals, come quickly. Such posts flooded the platform, accompanied by enticing images of beautiful women, all with fair skin, stunning looks, long legs, and various outfits. These are common tactics employed in fishing for law enforcement. If one were to fall for it, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Of course, people have grown wiser now, rarely falling for such traps. In fact, during moments of boredom, some even take to the comment sections to mock the posts, deliberately provoking them. Hello, my principle in seeking a partner is quite simple. I do not pursue those who are already taken, nor do I desire what others have rejected. A sister, is it merely about being considerate? Might we delve into other aspects as well? Lin Dong frequently stumbles upon these posts, not out of boredom or a desire to gaze at pictures of beautiful women, but because a persistent thought lingers in his mind. Could he possibly engage in reverse entrapment? If they seek to lure others in, he could certainly pretend to cooperate and uncover the sinister entities lurking behind it all. With the removal of Snake Eyes, he feels little apprehension. His next plan involves seizing the Q virus from Tech Corporation. With 7 days remaining before the operation commences. In the meantime, he finds himself with little to occupy his time. Thus, Lin Dong continues perusing those posts, intending to randomly select a fortunate netizen, preferably one residing close to his territory, as venturing too far would not be worth the risk for such a minor profit. Soon enough, he fixates on a post titled Seeking Supplies. Sister has discovered a substantial stockpile of resources, but is now trapped, surrounded by numerous zombies. I urgently request assistance. Sob. Accompanying the text is an image of a cute little girl with large eyes and cherubic cheeks, exuding an irresistible allure that evokes a protective instinct in men. Lin Dong casually replies, where are you, brother? How many people are with you? This place is extremely perilous. Please exercise utmost caution. Before long, he receives a private message indicating that these individuals are quite cautious, not revealing their location immediately, but rather probing into his situation first. Lin Dong continues, I am alone. At that moment, in a dimly lit basement, the faint glow of a phone screen illuminates the face of a bearded man. A black scorpion tattoo adorns his hand. Brother Yen, we've got a lead, he exclaims, noting that the individual claims to be by himself. The burly man turns to his companions, a dozen or so, all with fierce expressions and cruel gazes. The middle-aged leader, gaunt with prominent cheekbones and shadowy eyes, ponders aloud, surely no one is foolish enough to venture out alone in this world. Perhaps not, but this vast world harbors all kinds of individuals. Perhaps he is merely enchanted by my beauty. Oh no, I meant the beauty in my photograph. The bearded man analyzes. The middle-aged leader harbors concerns. What if they attract the attention of awakened individuals from nearby shelters, who might intentionally besiege them? However, this is a gamble, and if all else fails, they can execute plan B. Alright, you provide him with the address. Got it. The bearded man grins, revealing a hint of malice, before replying. Sob. I'm at the underground plaza of the furniture city. I'm so frightened. Please hurry to rescue me. Chapter 79. Lies. The middle-aged man continues instructing, Sulu, we will first conceal ourselves. You will meet this individual alone and assess his capabilities. If he proves stronger than us, you shall accompany him as a spy. If he is weaker, lead him into our encirclement, and we shall eliminate him together. Understood. Emerging from the shadows is a young girl, her appearance strikingly similar to the one in the post. This is their plan B. View Furniture City. Lin Dong raises an eyebrow. This location is indeed not far from his territory, situated at the eastern fringe. Of course, he remains unaware of the veracity of the information provided. It could be a deceptive address. Nonetheless, whether genuine or not, it serves as an opportunity to survey his new domain. Consequently, Lin Dong replies with his phone, alright, I will come, but it is indeed hazardous there, so I may need to proceed slowly. Upon reading this, the other party perceives potential, as it suggests that the newcomer is likely weak and could be easily dispatched. Lin Dong deliberately feigns weakness to lull his adversaries into a false sense of security. He artfully navigates the web of deceit, akin to a strategic game. Subsequently, Lin Dong rises, leaving his home, and heads eastward. Cough caught out a few ominous black crows soar overhead, the streets beneath his feet remain in disarray, and the surrounding savage zombies bow their heads in submission upon sight of Lin Dong, as if he were merely taking a stroll through the apocalyptic city. It isn't long before he encounters a burly figure on the road ahead, the Guardian of the East, known as Tank. Following him are a throng of zombies, with several crows circling above. What brings the boss here? I don't know, he seldom ventures out. Could it be he's come to check on us? Indeed, that must be it. Tank approaches with a silly grin. Boss, you've come to see me? I'm in search of a few humans. Lin Dong continues without pausing. Tank's expression falters, sensing something amiss. Humans? Where could there be humans? This territory he patrols is devoid of such beings. Boss, are you mistaken? I'm not certain yet. I will investigate further. You all stay here. Lin Dong commands. Oh, alright. Tank responds repeatedly, feeling a sense of unease, as the appearance of humans would indicate his failure in duty. Watching Lin Dong's retreating figure evokes a feeling akin to a teacher grading one as homework. Before long, Lin Dong arrives at the furniture city. The dilapidated structure leans precariously, cracks spider webbing across its surface, with weeds sprouting from the crevices. A gentle breeze rustles the grass, causing the entire building to seem as though it might collapse at any moment. Lin Dong quietly senses the presence of humanity beneath the ground. On the surface, there appears to be only one, yet many remain hidden due to mental barriers. He cannot ascertain the exact number. Excellent, Lin Dong mutters. For as long as he can confirm the address is genuine, the adversary's fate is sealed, akin to a death sentence. He strides purposefully towards the underground entrance, where decayed bones and mottled bloodstains litter the descending steps. The rolling shutter door, corroded into a reddish-brown hue, is obstructed by plastic debris blown in by the wind, among which wriggle unseen insects. Lin Dong does not enter through the door. Instead, he employs his ability to traverse the realm of the dead. Seamlessly sliding into the adjacent wall, the surroundings grow dim and a chill permeates the air. This underground mall, originally intended for furniture sales, was still under renovation when the apocalypse struck, thus remaining vacant. Lin Dong's elongated figure appears within the corridor. Rather than continuing to conceal himself, he proceeds forward. The sound of his footsteps reverberates through the empty corridor, shattering the surrounding silence. Is he truly alone? Su Lu, who has been waiting, senses the approaching noise, her curiosity piqued. When did he arrive? Brother, is that you? She intentionally alters her voice, calling out into the gloom. A figure emerges, clad in a pristine white shirt. With a fair complexion and strikingly handsome features, albeit with eyes that betray a hint of indifference, Lin Dong assesses the girl before him, confirming she is indeed human, and astonishingly resembles the image from the post. The food aligns with the picture, yet he remains uncertain how many others lie hidden nearby. He must coax them out. Hello, I am here to rescue you. Su Lu gazes at the handsome visage, suddenly struck dumb. Her heart fluttering. Initially she had been abducted by the Black Scorpion members, later coerced into joining their ranks. Her prior intention had been to eliminate Lin Dong and seize his crystal core or brain gel. But as striking looks incite other thoughts within her. Brother, I am so frightened. Su Lu coyly moves closer, attempting to wrap her arm around his. However, Lin Dong swiftly evades her grasp. Where are the supplies you mentioned? Su Lu, taken aback, thinks, how can he be so dense? What is his true purpose? Is it merely for the supplies? Yet she finds him rather principled. The supplies are inside. Please follow me. Reluctantly, she leads him deeper into the encirclement of her accomplices. Lin Dong walks onward, silently attuned to the surrounding energies. The echo of their footsteps fills the corridor, and an atmosphere of tranquility envelopes Su Lu, leading to an awkward tension reminiscent of an online encounter. Neither speaks for a moment. Eventually, Su Lu breaks the silence. Aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you? Not at all. In the absence of supplies, I would starve. I might as well choose to trust you. Lin Dong replies with a narrowed smile. Su Lu lowers her gaze, biting her lip. Have you ever considered joining an organization? I have not, but if survival is at stake, perhaps I would contemplate it. Lin Dong reflects. A spark of excitement flashes in Su Lu's eyes, as this resonates with her own experience. It seems their values align. Indeed, survival is paramount. Have you killed anyone during the apocalypse? Not yet. Lin Dong shakes his head. At this moment, Su Lu clearly contemplates recruiting him into their ranks. Joining the Black Scorpion organization typically requires shedding blood as a demonstration of loyalty, signifying a disdain for order and an embrace of absolute freedom henceforth. Chapter 80, Concealing Presence. He has never taken a life. Just like his former self, he remains a kind-hearted individual. Su Lu contemplated quietly, a touch of tenderness illuminating her gaze, after enduring prolonged encounters with the perverse members of the Black Scorpion organization. Meeting someone like Lin Dong felt truly refreshing. At this moment, a chord within Su Lu seemed to resonate. In a world turned upside down, she had been fleeing for her life, enduring humiliation and struggle. Her spirit utterly fatigued, yearning for a genuine shoulder to lean on. Suddenly, she was struck by a fervent resolve. She could not bear the thought of Lin Dong meeting his end. Perhaps she could first persuade him to join the organization, and later find an opportunity. They could soar together through the tribulations. If anything unexpected were to occur, you must heed my words. It may just grant you a chance at survival. What could possibly go awry? Lin Dong inquired with a smile, suggesting that the hunt for them was all but assured. The two arrived at a vast empty hall. Surrounding them was an oppressive darkness. In the center lay a cache of human supplies, some boxes of mineral water, instant noodles encased in cardboard, and a few cans of ready-to-eat meals. These were collected by the Black Scorpion organization. Su Lu explained. Lin Dong nodded, dismissing these meager provisions, as his true resources remained undisclosed. He instinctively sensed the surroundings, his mental barriers intensifying, indicating the presence of numerous humans lurking nearby. Indeed, in the enveloping darkness, many eyes were fixated upon him. Su Lu had unwittingly led this fool into their midst. What audacity this man possessed. Wait, suddenly a young man nearby furrowed his brow. He was a psychic awakener with keen perception. Sensing something amiss, I sense no living presence emanating from him. What? The people around gasped in astonishment. If he is not human, what could he be? Is it a ghost? Are there such zombies? I suspect this might be his awakening ability, capable of concealing presence and disrupting others' perception. Is it truly that remarkable? The crowd murmured quietly. The middle-aged leader cast a sinister glance, having also failed to perceive Lin Dong's presence. However, seeing him alone did not evoke much concern, for their numbers were overwhelming. Since they had chosen to fish for lawbreakers, they could not afford to be hesitant. Brothers, attack! A chorus of agreement followed, and they ceased their concealment, energy beginning to coalesce, emanating a chilling aura among them. Two speed-enhanced awakeners darted forth from the shadows like arrows, wielding alloy daggers, charging towards their target. Intent on taking his life, Lin Dong turned his gaze, noticing a sudden surge of more than 10 presences around him, evidently a considerable number, as the two rushed forth with the ferocity of tigers. They were about to reach him in an instant. Suddenly a girl stepped into their path. Halt! Sulu spread her arms wide, shielding Lin Dong behind her. Yen Gu, do not kill him yet. The two speed awakeners, witnessing this, abruptly slowed, their expressions darkening. Hey, you little brat, what are you trying to do? Do not kill him yet. Sulu's demeanor grew tense. I in the dimness, Feng Yan, and the others emerged. What is happening? I don't know. This little brat suddenly blocked our way and said not to kill him. One of them snapped in irritation. Feng Yan's piercing gaze fixated on Sulu, clearly demanding an explanation. Sulu feigned calmness. Yen Gu, we just had a conversation. He too despises the order and wishes to join our ranks. As she spoke, she suddenly gestured to Lin Dong, urging him to heed her words. Oh, indeed, I have no fondness for order. Lin Dong nodded in affirmation. For my rules are my rules. The others scrutinized him, a mix of skepticism and suspicion etched on their faces. In this terrifying apocalypse, the Black Scorpion organization was not one to shy away from numbers. The bearded man from earlier frowned and questioned. Sulu, you wouldn't actually be falling for him, would you? Sulu hesitated, her silence serving as the most telling answer. The bearded man scoffed. Ha, what a little harlot. Just last night you claimed I was the best, and now you're infatuated with someone else by this afternoon. Enough of this chatter, Feng Yan interrupted, making it clear that joining the Black Scorpion organization was no simple feat. One must demonstrate their intentions. To be accepted, one must kill at least one human, preferably a survivor from the official sanctuary, for those from the official sanctuary symbolize adherence to order. Furthermore, after the deed is done, they must undergo scrutiny from our leader. Can you accomplish that? Feng Yan inquired. Leader, Lin Dong muttered, realizing the Black Scorpion organization maintained a strict hierarchy, with a leader to boot. Who is the leader? You will find out in due time. Clearly Feng Yan did not believe him and chose not to elaborate further. Oh, by the way, what is your awakening ability? Feng Yan probed. My ability is to conceal presence and assist others in doing the same. Lin Dong casually replied. Indeed. The crowd looked on in astonishment, exchanging glances. No wonder. They sensed something was off about him earlier, for the Black Scorpion organization, wandering about and engaging in clandestine activities while being able to conceal presence was a remarkable skill. Henceforth, they need not fear detection wherever they roamed. Feng Yan remained skeptical. Can you truly assist others in hiding their presence? Would you demonstrate it? Certainly. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Lin Dong's mouth as he set his sights on the bearded man. Striding towards him, allow me to demonstrate using you, if you don't mind. You, come on then, who is afraid of you? But if you deceive us, I will tear you limb from limb. As Lin Dong approached, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over the bearded man, yet surrounded by so many, he dared not act recklessly, thus steeling himself. Good luck. Sulu clenched her fists, her expression fraught with tension, with the situation having developed thus far. Her plan was on the cusp of success. If Lin Dong showcased his value and then swore an oath, after scrutiny, he could indeed join the Black Scorpion organization, thus she silently prayed for Lin Dong, hoping that his ability to conceal presence was genuine. How reminiscent this felt of her own anxiety during the college entrance exams. Meanwhile, standing before the bearded man, Lin Dong's smile widened under the watchful eyes of the assembly. He slowly raised his elongated hand, utilizing his necromantic powers to directly penetrate the bearded man's forehead. The bearded man's gaze fixated, suddenly startled, as the aura of death enveloped him, engendering a profound sense of unease. In that instant, he realized something, attempting to resist, but it was too late. In the next moment, darkness consumed him, and he lost consciousness. As the bearded man's body crumpled to the ground, Lin Dong held a crystal core in his hand. You see, he no longer breathes, does he? Chapter 81, taking it seriously means losing hiss. The onlookers were struck with horror, gasping in disbelief. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Theoretically, Lin Dong had indeed succeeded in extinguishing the bearded man's presence. However, Feng Yan and the others quickly reacted. He is toying with us, damn it, kill him, Feng Yan bellowed, his muscular arms bulging, his skin taking on a brownish hue, revealing him to be a physical enhancement awakener known as Stone Body. Lin Dong retaliated with a punch, simultaneously unleashing his necromantic domain. Boom! The two forces collided. Feng Yan's petrified form was remarkably solid, the impact of their fists resonating like the clash of mountains, yet he ultimately fell short against Lin Dong, being sent flying 10 meters, crashing against the wall, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the surface. Meanwhile, the other onlookers found themselves ensnared within the necromantic domain, feeling an oppressive weight bearing down upon them. Nevertheless, the Black Scorpion Awakeners were known for their ruthlessness. Driven by ferocity, they gritted their teeth, forcibly channeling their energy, frenziedly charging at Lin Dong. In an instant, flames roared, wind blades howled, and chaotic energy radiated a devastating aura. Lin Dong did not wish to withstand such a barrage. He swiftly retreated. Boom! An explosion erupted as all the energies detonated, a powerful shockwave sweeping through, shattering several columns within the hall, thick clouds of dust rising, crash, crash, accompanied by the rumbling of debris. Dust cascaded from the ceiling, causing the entire underground hall to tremble. What is happening? Oh no, the building above seems poised to collapse. Where did that person go? Is he dead? The Black Scorpion Awakeners began to search for Lin Dong. But aside from the incessantly falling dust, the area was eerily empty. He had vanished. The crowd furrowed their brows, an unsettling feeling washing over them. That man is too peculiar. At this moment, a psychic awakener's expression turned grave as he spread his mental energy. Striving to sense any anomalies, soon he detected a strange presence. Brother Zhao, he is beside you. Ha! A middle-aged man, his expression tense, ignited flames in his palm, summoning a wall of fire. He has been spotted. Lin Dong's figure materialized. The terrifying power of his necromantic domain surged like a hurricane, instantly dispersing the firewall, followed by a punch aimed at the man. Amidst the flying sparks, a fist appeared before the man. His pupils widening in shock. Boom. Although protected by an energy shield, the skull was still shattered. A crystal core was violently ejected. Amidst the relentless combat, terrifying energy surged, causing the already dilapidated structures to collapse even more severely. Massive stones tumbled down, threatening to entomb the area. Lin Dong glanced upward. With a leap, his figure vanished once again. This time, the awakened individuals beheld with clarity as Lin Dong seemingly evaporated into thin air. Damn, I truly admire this cunning one, they cursed under their breath, yet fear gripped their hearts, evoking a sensation akin to encountering a ghost. Feng Yan seethed with frustration. Where did he run off to? It seems, he has already departed, the psychic awakened one sensed. With debris continuously cascading and the ground trembling incessantly, it was evident that they could no longer remain here. Let us get out of here. The group of awakened individuals relied on their abilities or robust physiques, treading upon the rolling stones as they ascended. From a distance, the furniture city building had completely collapsed, reduced to ruins, amidst the swirling dust. A massive stone slab was lifted and pushed aside. Cough, cough. The black scorpion awakened ones emerged, covered in dirt and grime. Where the hell did that guy go? I'll make sure to take him down today. Yes, let us confront him, they cursed vehemently, their hearts brimming with rage. Wait a moment, Feng Yan suddenly sensed something amiss. Logically, such a tremendous sound should have attracted nearby zombies, yet it was eerily quiet. As the dust began to settle, he discovered terrifying faces emerging on the surrounding streets, rooftops, and abandoned vehicles. Some zombies even crawled on the walls like spiders. The crowd's eyes widened in horror. They realized that an unceasing tide of zombies had completely surrounded them. Caw caw caw. Humans, there are indeed humans here. Hundreds of pitch-black red-eyed crows circled overhead, creating a truly shocking scene. Furthermore, within the nearby horde of corpses, a figure clad in white stood amidst them, accompanied by a towering, formidable zombie. Its small eyes glinting with malice and extreme resentment. Brother Yen, he is the zombie king? An awakened one's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Those who had previously vowed to confront Lin Dong now stood dumbfounded, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, engulfed by fear at such a spectacle. At that moment, Feng Yan grasped the reality of the situation. What had he inadvertently reeled in with his bait? Only Sulu displayed a mix of shock and disappointment, tinged with a hint of sorrow. You are the zombie king of this area? Yes, indeed. Lin Dong nodded. In no wonder, Sulu came to understand, recalling his previous assertion of believing in himself, claiming he had never killed anyone. Clearly, it had all been a web of lies. So you deceived me. Did you not also deceive me? But Sulu hesitated, for there had been a moment when she truly wished for Lin Dong's survival. Even at the risk of offending Feng Yan, in truth, I did not deceive you. I genuinely came seeking supplies. Lin Dong paused, casting his gaze over the crowd. For you are the very supplies, roared. Lin Dong's final words resonated like a death knell, as the tank let out a thunderous roar, charging forward with thousands of zombies in TOWD in his own territory. Humans had indeed appeared. The tank seethed with rage at the sight of humans, its mission deemed a failure unless it could shred them to pieces to rectify its blunder. As the frenzied horde of zombies surged forth, Feng Yan and the others felt their hearts quaking. Realizing any resistance would be utterly futile, most of those zombies were elite, part of an ace battalion, exceedingly powerful. Before Feng Yan and his comrades could even stir a ripple, they were engulfed by the tide of corpses. Especially Sulu, the despair in her heart rendered her incapable of resistance. She felt there was nothing worth clinging to in this world. In another life, do not trust anyone easily, once you become serious, you have already lost. This was the last thought that crossed her mind before her demise. Chapter 82, The Edge of Territory. Moments later, the human screams faded into silence, leaving only the sounds of zombies devouring flesh, accompanied by a few crows pecking at the remains amidst the ruins. The sun had nearly set, casting a blood-red hue over the scene, creating a grotesque tableau. After the bloody feast concluded, the horde dispersed, returning to their respective places. Yet, Lin Dong did not return home. Instead, he wandered along the edge of his territory, accompanied by the tank, while several crows circled above, evoking a sense of leadership. Inspection. The tank fervently hoped no other humans or creatures would emerge at this moment. As they walked forward, the sound of flowing water reached Lin Dong's ears. He arrived at the banks of a river, its waters flowing gently, ceaselessly, resembling a giant python in motion. The name Jiangbei City stemmed from this very river. Before the apocalypse, this location was a gathering spot for people, where young couples would stroll, elderly ladies would dance in the square, and old men would find joy by the riverbank. The once vibrant scene was now enveloped in deathly silence. Marked only by bloodstains and decaying bones, the river glimmered under the setting sun, yet was tinged with a bloody hue, frequently bearing floating corpses or severed limbs. Across the river, a few zombies wandered, and despite the distance of several hundred meters, they caught sight of Lin Dong, unleashing their frenzied roars. The echoes of their cries reverberated across the water, lingering interminably. That place was no longer Lin Dong's territory. Oh, my temper. The tank, infuriated by the provocation from the zombies across the river, yearned to leap in and confront them. Come back, Lin Dong called him back, deeming the zombies mere nuisances, akin to barking dogs, not warranting concern. Moreover, attempting to cross the river was not as simple as it seemed. The waters were rife with aquatic creatures, all of which had undergone mutations. Lurking within those turbulent waters might be some monstrous entity. In the apocalypse, aquatic domains were exceedingly perilous, especially the oceans. The number of marine creatures surpassed that of terrestrial ones, many of which were colossal in size, and the sea was replete with prey. It was hard to fathom what deep-sea monstrosities had evolved. With the tank restrained, it had no choice but to relent. They continued their walk along the riverbank, and before long, they encountered a bridge spanning the river. Its surface congested with abandoned vehicles, some having collided, others overturned, and some even exploded, leaving behind charred remnants. On the opposite side of the bridge, several zombies wandered, their terrifying visages contorted with ferocity. It was evident that they were highly evolved. A cut above the ordinary zombies. Are they guarding against me? Lin Dong mused, recognizing the placement of these elite zombies at the bridge's entrance. Their intentions were clear. Perhaps the zombie king on the other side understood that a confrontation with Lin Dong was inevitable. There is no room for two tigers on one mountain. It is either your death or mine. After crossing the bridge, they continued along the riverbank, leading to a vast forest ahead, the peaks rising steeply. Seemingly endless, this was the renowned Beishan of Jiangbei City. The forest was expansive and lush. Before the apocalypse, many wealthy individuals, entrepreneurs, and celebrities resided in luxurious villas atop Beishan. Those villas were extravagantly opulent, far beyond the imagination of the impoverished. Overlooking the great river and nestled against the mountains, truly a prime location. However, after the apocalypse, everything had changed drastically. Animals, plants, and more had mutated, rendering Beishan a chaotic realm. Additionally, during the outbreak, countless humans sought refuge in the mountains to escape the zombies. With numbers reaching at least several tens of thousands, yet, once they entered, none ever emerged again, their fates unknown. Furthermore, within Beishan, there was no signal for shelters, effectively severing communication with the outside world. Lin Dong surmised that while no zombie hordes would form in the mountains, powerful individuals could thrive there, and it was likely that most members of the Black Scorpion organization operated within Beishan. Was a perilous mix of various entities. In such a dire place, even the Bull Demon King would be forced to till the land. And even Sun Wukong would have to perform a grand circus act. From a distance, Lin Dong spotted dense patches of climbing tigers in the woods. This peculiar plant was much thicker than before the apocalypse, with its roots, stems, and vines fatally tinged with crimson, as if blood vessels were coursing through them. With fluid flowing within, the dense climbing tigers seemed to be expanding outward, some already encroaching upon the city streets. This does not bode well, Lin Dong pondered. He turned to glance at the tank, who appeared somewhat dazed. Leaving him to guard here seemed a bit untrustworthy. You Brother Crow, go and fetch Xiaoba, from now on. Let her guard alongside the tank, Lin Dong instructed. Alright, I'll go at once. The red-eyed crow cawed several times, flapping its wings as it swiftly flew away. Xiaoba, Xiaoba, I've come to find you. The unique call of Brother Crow echoed throughout the territory. Before long, it arrived at the western part of the territory, its crimson gaze sweeping across the area, spotting a thin figure standing atop a clock tower. Xiaoba, Xiaoba, Brother Crow called out eagerly. Xiaoba looked up, having already heard its call but feigning indifference, feeling that this little black bird had become somewhat bothersome lately. Can you refrain from calling me Xiaoba? Sure, Xiaoba, Brother Crow replied. Xiaoba was utterly speechless. Had it not been for the fact that the small black bird soared so high, he would have been inclined to pluck its feathers. What brings you to seek me? He inquired. The boss has ordered you to guard the eastern front, replied Yuxiong. Upon hearing this, Xiaoba's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from the bell tower, his speed reaching its zenith in an instant, darting eastward like a fierce-scaled eye. In no time, he entered the rapid shadow state, his form vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in the sky, Yuxiong flapped his wings, momentarily taken aback. Where did he go? Lin Dong had completed his inspection at the edge of his territory and had since returned home. The interior of his abode was immaculate, pristine, resembling a secluded paradise. Entirely insulated from the horrors of the outside world, home truly felt comfortable. Lin Dong settled onto the sofa. Despite his formidable strength, the dangers lurking beyond his domain were still too great. For instance, in the northern mountains, where threats lay in ambush, monsters could emerge unexpectedly around the skyscraper. A battalion of 500 elite zombie soldiers and thousands of skilled fighters provided a sense of security. Lin Dong contemplated browsing the internet, perhaps engaging in some fishing, as it seemed a reliable pursuit with minimal risk. Consequently, he picked up his phone and, after some deliberation, crafted a brief introduction for his social media profile akin to what Cheng Luoyi and Sun Xiuqiang had done. I am a timid boy, lacking in security. Chapter 83. Crossing the river. However, fishing online was not as effortless as it appeared, for most opportunities lay far beyond his territory, leaving him without any immediate targets. Shortly thereafter, Lin Dong received a private message from Cheng Luoyi. I quite like your introduction style. Are you complimenting yourself? Lin Dong retorted. Cheng Luoyi continued. I plan to head to Jiangxiao district and would like to borrow a route from you. I've also brought you something. How considerate, Lin Dong replied. Jiangxiao district was directly across the river. Traversing from Lin Dong's territory was a straightforward affair that could save considerable time. However, Lin Dong's curiosity piqued. What business do you have in Jiangxiao district? Rescue. The supply search team from the shelter is stranded there. What? Are you interested? Just come over first, and we'll discuss it then, Lin Dong responded, placing his phone on the coffee table and leaning back on the sofa. Deep in thought, since a confrontation with the zombie king across the river was inevitable, this presented an opportunity. He could infiltrate the rescue team disguised as a human and scout the area. As he currently possessed no knowledge of that region, the crucial question remained, how would Cheng Luoyi and her team cross the river? Would they storm over the bridge? About an hour later, a group arrived at Lin Dong's territory, comprising Cheng Luoyi and Sun Xiuqiang, accompanied by two young women. Both girls were B-level crystal core awakeners, boasting impressive strength and high ranks within the shelter. Sister Chang, this place is a 5-star zombie nest. A delicate girl cautioned. Don't worry, I brought the toll, Cheng Luoyi replied without turning back, striding confidently down the path. Clearly well acquainted with the route, she bore 2 large swords on her back, crossed in its formation, which looked quite striking. The 2 girls nodded and fell into step behind her. Remarkably, they encountered no zombies along the way, making for an even smoother journey than before, and soon they arrived near the skyscraper. From a distance, they spotted a figure standing on the street, clad in a white shirt, handsome of countenance, his gaze fixed upon them. The two girls were well aware of Lin Dong's identity and understood their cooperative relationship. Yet they felt a twinge of anxiety. Chang Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang approached him casually. We're here. Lin Dong glanced toward the horizon. The sun was nearing its descent, casting a crimson glow across the sky. It seems you are quite pressed for time this outing. Indeed, it's quite urgent, as the search team is in grave danger. They may not survive, Sun Xiaoqiang explained. If it weren't urgent, they would never take action at night or request a route from you. Let us move quickly. We should return before nightfall, Chang Lui suggested, but suddenly she remembered something. Oh right, here, this is for you. She removed a long sword from her back and presented it to Lin Dong. The blade was elongated, nearly as tall as a person, and embedded in the hilt was a red fire-type crystal core, its radiance swirling like a dream. Lin Dong examined it closely. Is this the toll? Yes, and it also includes what I promised last time. I told you I would definitely give it to you, Chang Lui replied. After defeating the snake, she had scavenged some items on her way back. Offering this sword as a reward, good Lin Dong accepted it without hesitation, grasping the hilt. A flash of red light surged along the blade, emanating a searing heat, as if it were on the verge of igniting. It was indeed a fine weapon. With a thought, he stored the sword in his inventory, then he looked up, his gaze passing over Chang Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang to rest on the two girls behind them. Why isn't Chen Ming with you this time? We need to rescue people, not move items. They wouldn't be of any assistance, Chang Lui explained. In her mind, she viewed Chen Ming as merely a porter. The two girls felt Lin Dong's scrutinizing gaze upon them, their bodies trembling involuntarily as they fought to suppress their fear, managing to force a smile. Be brother, hello, my name is Joing. One of the girls, with a delicate appearance and short hair, introduced herself. The other, a shorter girl, quickly followed suit. Hello, I am Zhao Meiling. Greetings to you both. Lin Dong narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, offering a warm smile. Joing and Zhao Meiling were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly struck with a strange sense of déjà vu reminiscent of the tall boy from their neighborhood. That day, the sun had shone brightly, and he had worn a white shirt. Subsequently, they all proceeded toward the riverbank. The journey proving to be remarkably smooth. Soon, they could hear the gentle sound of flowing water. The great river continued to surge, its surface shimmering, although the remnants of severed limbs and dismembered bodies marred the scenery. How do we cross? Lin Dong inquired. Chang Lui and her team were there for a rescue. If they crossed the bridge openly, it would be too conspicuous, given the elite zombies lurking nearby. Follow us, Chang Lui instructed, leading them downstream. After walking approximately 200 meters, they came to a halt. Here, the river narrowed, the distance to the opposite shore considerably shorter. Let's begin. Join and Zhao Meiling exchanged determined glances and stepped to the river's edge. The two girls gradually lowered themselves, their hands pressed against the ground. At the same moment, a chilling breath began to emanate from them, resembling a white mist that swept forward. As the river water made contact, it began to freeze, and before long, an ice bridge formed across the surface. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, realizing that both girls were ice-type awakeners. No wonder Chang Lui had brought them along. Let us go. Chang Lui jumped onto the ice bridge, striding confidently forward. The bridge was remarkably sturdy and stable. Despite the flowing waters below, it did not waver in the slightest. This scene suddenly inspired Lin Dong with an idea. If a confrontation with the zombie king across the river were to occur, this method could be employed for a surprise attack, allowing him to storm directly into his territory. Splendid. The more Lin Dong contemplated, the more satisfied he felt. Moreover, the journey across the river was exceptionally smooth. Even when aquatic creatures attacked, they posed little threat. A few razor-toothed fish leaped from the water, but Chang Lui skillfully dispatched them with a few swift cuts. Her movements clean and decisive. Unfortunately, these fish have feasted on zombies and carry the virus, so they are inedible. Chang Lui lamented. You don't want them? Then I'll take them with me. Lin Dong, one reserved, waved his hand and stored the fish in his inventory. Knowing his subordinates were not picky eaters, being zombies themselves and thus immune to the zombie virus, besides, these fish were sizable, each weighing over 10 pounds. In the shallow waters, there were no formidable mutated creatures. Minutes later, they reached the opposite bank, and the moment they set foot on solid ground, the ice bridge melted away, leaving no trace. Lin Dong glanced at Join and Zhao Meiling, perceiving their potential usefulness in the future. He stepped forward, casually pulling out his phone. Come, let us exchange contact information. The two girls gaped in astonishment, utterly bewildered. Had they misheard? Chapter 84, The Sugar Factory. During their time at the shelter, they had often been approached by others. Yet they had never anticipated that one day, they would be asked for their contact information by the zombie king. What could this mean? Would he be ordering takeout when hungry? Yet, in the moment, the two girls dared not refuse, forcing a stiff smile as they exchanged contact details. Chang Lui's beautiful eyes surveyed the scene. What are you planning? Are you trying to abduct us on our first meeting? Don't be so stingy. I merely want to borrow a couple of construction workers for ABIT. IT won't cause any harm, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Construction workers? The two girls exchanged glances, simultaneously grasping his meaning, and sighed in relief. Construction workers were certainly preferable to delivery boys. After adding each other on social media, they noticed Lin Dong's newly updated introduction, leaving them speechless. It was clear he was indeed a friend of Chang Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang. After they reached the shore, a few zombies wandered along the riverbank, their faces grotesque, their tattered clothing stained dark brown with congealed blood. At that moment, a pair of murky eyes fixed upon Chang Lui and her companions, followed by a deafening roar as they charged toward them. These were merely ordinary zombies, lacking in strength. Chang Lui unsheathed her long blade, casually swinging it a couple of times, deftly severing the heads of the undead with precision. Sun Xiaoqiang stepped forward, kicking the corpses of the zombies one by one into the river. Splash! As the water surged, dark crimson blood dispersed, attracting several grotesque fish that swam over to feast on the remains. He. Sun Xiaoqiang squatted by the riverbank, chuckling foolishly. Beside him, Join wore an expression of astonishment, tinged with admiration. Xiaoqiang, your mind is rather meticulous. You know how to erase traces. Not really, I just find it amusing, Sun Xiaochang replied. Zhou Yin's expression turned dark, pondering what could possibly be entertaining about this. Boys' joys are truly incomprehensible. Let us go, Zhang Luoyi called out, leading the way as they prepared to step into the zombie nest. Causing the two girls to grow tense, Lin Dong however remained unfazed, walking forward with calm composure. The chaotic street lay in ruin, strewn with abandoned vehicles, amidst which numerous zombies swayed, standing vacantly with their skin a ghastly gray. Their cheeks already decomposed, evoking a sense of nausea. These were low-level zombies, devoid of intellect and posing no threat whatsoever. They acted purely on instinct, occasionally catching a rat to eat if fortune favored them. Yet Cheng Luoyi preferred not to disturb them, navigating cautiously to avoid any confrontation. Awakening these lowly zombies could easily trigger a horde, potentially leading to the emergence of more formidable foes. The group relied on the wrecked vehicles and crumbling structures, evading the zombies' line of sight as they advanced with caution. Lin Dong, however, had no need for such stealth, walking directly along the street as the zombies, lacking any cognitive ability, categorized everything into two types, edible and inedible. Clearly, Lin Dong fell into the latter category. Thus inciting no attacks, their journey proceeded smoothly. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at their destination, a sugar factory, surrounded by many large rusting containers. Within the factory grounds, the density of zombies had noticeably increased. Lin Dong sensed the presence of elite zombies and mutated beasts within, emanating an eerie aura, quite peculiar. Nevertheless, he detected no humans, likely concealed by some special means. Otherwise, survival amidst these zombies would be impossible. Meow. Just as he pondered, a cat's meow echoed from within the factory, resembling a childless cry, sending chills down his spine. What is that? Sun Xiaochang leaned against the fence, peering through the gaps, and discovered a pitch-black cat perched atop a large iron container. Surrounding it were several elite zombies wandering about, seemingly in search of something. That black cat is strange. You all be careful, Zhang Luoyi warned. Zhou Yin and Zhao Meiling nodded repeatedly, their hearts growing increasingly anxious. Sun Xiaochang also nodded, his expression turning serious. Black cats are the most ominous. What, you see it too? Zhao Meiling asked curiously. Sun Xiaochang explained earnestly. When I was a child in the orphanage, I witnessed a black cat shoot a mouse's ear off with a gun. Isn't that eerie? Zhao Meiling looked utterly speechless. What, you still don't believe me? To prove his point, Sun Xiaochang added, Lin Dong, remember, we both saw it together. Don't ask me. Lin Dong replied disdainfully. Zhang Luoyi was busy fiddling with her phone, sending a message to the search team inquiring about their exact location. But after a long while received no response. No news. They can't have already perished, can they? Sun Xiaochang asked. They probably haven't. Zhang Luoyi analyzed. The zombies in the factory are clearly searching for something. There must still be survivors. They are likely in some trouble. At that moment, in a pitch-black factory, a young man crouched in a dark corner, not daring to move. He repeatedly chanted in his mind, I am a tree, I am a tree. I am a tree. The young man's hands and feet had transformed into root-like tendrils embedded in the soil, his skin dried and crackled, resembling that of a dead tree. This man, named Li Xian, was the captain of the search team. He was a wood-type awakener, currently utilizing plant camouflage. Above him, several elite zombies crawled upside down, akin to spiders, their nostrils quivering as they used their acute sense of smell to search for prey, not far away. Several zombies knelt on the ground, feasting on a corpse. Li Xian's search team initially consisted of more than 20 members, but over a dozen had perished, with a few others also hiding, their circumstances unknown. Why are there so many elite zombies? Li Xian's heart raced with anxiety as one zombie crawled right above him. He deeply regretted coming here. Originally, he thought sugar was a vital strategic resource, high in calories, useful for medical purposes, or even for making ammunition. Moreover, this sugar factory happened to be on the edge of the zombie nest, and he felt there was an opportunity to be seized. So he brought his team here. However, he never anticipated that during the resource gathering, an accident would occur. One team member suddenly went berserk, attacking his comrades, which alerted the zombies and resulted in numerous elite ones surrounding them. During their hiding, many companions were discovered and met a gruesome fate at the hands of the undead, while Li Xian could only watch helplessly, unable to move, for if he did, the plant camouflage would fail. Witnessing his teammates perish was an excruciating torment for him. Just then, the elite zombie that had been crawling away returned, its nose twitching, emitting low growls as it approached. Blood-tinged saliva dripped from its mouth, landing squarely on Li Xian's face. Chapter 85. Contact information. A wave of intense nausea surged within him. The foul stench of the zombie's saliva made Li Xian's stomach churn, nearly causing him to break his cover. I am a tree, I am a tree, I am a tree, he fervently repeated, as if self-hypnotizing. Fortunately, Li Xian managed to hold steady, and the zombie above him failed to notice any anomaly, continuing to crawl away like a spider. He let out a long breath, but just then, a sudden scream echoed through the dark factory, followed by the roars of zombies, as surrounding elite zombies rushed towards that direction. This is bad, another teammate has been discovered. Li Xian's heart raced. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a girl desperately running for her life, her face a mask of panic, pursued by a throng of zombies. A sister. Li Xian's heart sank. For the girl was none other than his younger sister, Li Yun. In front of Li Yun, zombies were blocking the way, leaving no escape in the dimly lit factory. In her fright, a chilling aura emanated from her, causing water vapor to rapidly condense, forming an ice wall to protect herself. However, over 20 elite zombies were attacking from all sides. A roar, they howled incessantly, their claws razor-sharp as they ferociously clawed at the ice wall, sending shards flying. The noise attracted even more zombies, who rushed towards the commotion. Despair flooded Li Yun's heart. Once exposed, there would be no chance of survival. In the corner, Li Xian's pain intensified, having previously watched several teammates perish. He felt an overwhelming guilt, and now his sister was also on the verge of being devoured by zombies, igniting a fierce internal struggle. He remembered promising to protect her. The ice wall was being scratched thinner by the relentless assault, and as Li Yun's energy waned, her life hung by a thread. With her last ounce of strength, she conjured an ice spear in her palm, her gaze resolute as she prepared to pierce her own throat. No, suddenly a roar erupted from the corner, followed by countless tendrils sweeping in like serpents, wrapping around the zombies' waists and legs, or piercing directly into their bodies. The tendrils danced wildly, sending the zombies sprawling in disarray. Li Xian's figure emerged, rushing towards his sister-brother. As she beheld him running towards her, time seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving Li Yun momentarily stunned, yet the elite zombies, whose vitality was remarkably resilient, needed their heads utterly destroyed to be killed. They scrambled back to their feet, lunging after Li Xian. Brother, be careful, Li Yun cried out in alarm. With unwavering determination, Li Xian reached his sister, turned, and spread his arms wide, as if to shield her from the oncoming zombies. Swish, 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 his body once again turned to wood, countless tendrils extending outward, weaving into a wall to protect Li Yun. Roar, the zombies paid no heed, lunging at Li Xian, tearing and biting. Hiss, Li Xian felt the pain, though his bark-like skin was not penetrated, his energy was steadily depleting. This sensation was akin to having every muscle in his body taut, with no room for relaxation. Even his sphincter was tightly clenched at that moment. Brother, why must you do this? Tears streamed down Li Yun's face as she realized her brother could not hold on much longer. Li Xian gritted his teeth and replied, I can't just watch my sister be devoured by zombies, can I? I simply can't allow that. Whoa. Li Yun's tears flowed freely. As a wood-type awakener, her brother possessed the strongest camouflage ability, and he could have easily waited for the rescue team, yet he exposed himself to save her. Li Xian was racked with agony from the bites, as if countless needles were stabbing him, and he felt he could barely endure any longer, yet still reassured her, it's alright, hold on. We'll endure until the rescue team arrives. Really? Can we? Li Yun's lips trembled. But scarcely had her voice faded when they heard Li Xian's anguished scream. His forearm had been bitten by a zombie, already embedded deep, reaching the limits of his body. He was entirely reliant on sheer willpower, his mind becoming increasingly hazy, the pain in his body was intensifying. Yet he persevered. Even in death, he vowed to maintain this stance. Li Xian's vision darkened, poised to surrender to unconsciousness. Suddenly an unexpected turn of events occurred. A long blade sliced through the air, sweeping across the zombie's head, cleaving it in twain. Blood gushing forth wildly. The zombies collapsed instantaneously, and through the swirling blood droplets, the siblings beheld a striking visage, handsome and sharply defined, as if sculpted to perfection, with an air of indifferent coldness that added a touch of ruthless elegance. Not bad, still alive, Lin Dong muttered. The long blade in his hand was precisely Chang Luoi's tool, and after dispatching the zombies, the blade was stained with foul blood, dripping incessantly. Lin Dong promptly infused energy into the weapon, activating the fire-type crystal core in the hilt, flames igniting fiercely, engulfing the entire blade. The searing fire consumed the tainted blood, turning it to black ash that wafted into the air. With a casual flick, Lin Dong extinguished the flames, and the blade gleamed with a sharp, radiant light. Now devoid of any blemish, his series of movements flowed seamlessly, exuding an effortless grace. Li Xian and Li Yun gazed in astonishment, captivated, their expressions somewhat dazed. How magnificent! Simultaneously, their hearts surged with joy, realizing that a rescue team had arrived. Li Xian, who had reached his limits, slumped into his sister's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, having shed not a single tear amidst the prior onslaught of the undead. At that moment, Chang Lui and Sun Chang were engaged in battle at the factory entrance, holding back a throng of zombies. Earlier, it was Lin Dong who sensed the presence of awakeners and rushed over for assistance. Though the zombies were ferocious, they were no match for Chang Lui and Sun Chang, especially with the support of two ice-type awakeners. The horde was swiftly dispatched, and they began to approach. Li Yun recognized Chang Lui and felt a wave of gratitude, but her gaze darted towards Lin Dong. Curiosity piqued, she noted his handsome features. Despite having slain numerous zombies, his white shirt remained immaculate, a testament to his formidable strength. She had never heard of such a figure within the shelter. Sister Chang, who is this? Oh, this is Lin Dong, my friend, Chang Luoi replied casually. Oh, Li Yun nodded repeatedly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Turning to Lin Dong, she expressed, thank you for saving my brother and me. You're welcome. Lin Dong replied nonchalantly, continuing to inquire, are you also an ice-type awakener? Yes, Li Yun responded truthfully. Knowing Lin Dong had helped her, she saw an opportunity and took out her phone. Shall we exchange contact information? Ha! Li Yun's delicate face froze, her complexion reddening further as she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Although the hero had saved the beauty, this felt rather too direct, especially in the midst of danger. She felt unprepared. Perhaps, if they were to have children in the future, they could name them Linshi. Chapter 86, Possession of the Soul. We should leave, let us hurry to find the others, Chang Luoi declared, turning to depart. The earlier sounds of battle had attracted numerous zombies, and a cacophony of growls echoed outside the factory as a large wave of zombies approached. Li Yun supported Li Xian as they moved forward, her heart heavy with worry for their other teammates. However, at that moment Lin Dong sensed something amiss. He felt an eerie presence enveloping them, as if something sinister was stealthily approaching. Just then, Sun Chang suddenly shook his head, his expression bewildered. Hey, did you all hear a cat's meow? What cat's meow? The others looked around, puzzled. Brother Chang, have you been watching too many episodes of The Black Cat Sheriff? Are you hallucinating? Zhao Meiling quipped. They had grown accustomed to Sun Chang's peculiar behavior, often engaging in strange antics or uttering nonsensical things, so they paid little heed. Yet Sun Chang tapped his forehead with his palm, his confusion deepening, as the faint sound of a cat's meow echoed in his mind, akin to a child's wail, causing irritation. In the next instant, Sun Chang abruptly stood still, his once astute eyes narrowing, transforming into a pair of golden cat-like pupils. Meow! A wailing cry erupted from his mouth, reverberating ominously throughout the dim factory, sending chills down everyone's spines. And this time, everyone heard the so-called cat's cry. They quickly turned to look, their faces stricken with horror, a wave of cold dread washing over them as their hair stood on end. Sun Chang's hair bristled, his cat-like eyes half squinting, a strange smile adorning his face, his throat producing a low, guttural sound that resembled a beast's growl. Brother Chang, you. Zhao Meiling's eyes widened in shock, nearly rendered speechless. Meow! Sun Chang emitted another cat-like cry, this one particularly haunting. In the next moment, he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Zhao Meiling. Get out of the way! Chang Luwei leaped forward, raising her arm to block. Bang! A dull thud echoed like the clash of iron as Sun Chang's strength was formidable, pushing Chang Luwei back 5 or 6 steps before she could barely regain her balance. Her wrist's digital tracker flickered, indicating a pain level of 27. This fool possesses quite the strength, Chang Luwei murmured. As she observed, Sun Chang appeared to have gone mad, preparing to attack once more. Chang Luwei seized the initiative. Her form flickering as she accelerated, striking Sun Chang squarely in the face. Boom! Sun Chang was struck by immense force, as though hit by a car, his body flying over 10 meters, crashing through the factory wall with a resounding crash. Finally coming to a halt, buried under the rubble, the others looked on anxiously, uncertain why Sun Chang had turned aggressive, while also feeling Chang Luwei had been rather harsh, their hearts filled with concern. Sister Chang, why is Brother Chang attacking us? I don't know. If Chang Luwei shook her head. However, I had long wished to hit him. The others felt a wave of exasperation. At that moment, the debris shifted. And Sun Chang rose to his feet, seemingly unfazed by the blow, narrowing his cat-like eyes and grinning at the group, clearly reveling in his newfound state. Li Xian's eyes widened in alarm as realization struck him. Right, I remember a teammate who acted like this, attacking us madly, which led to being surrounded by zombies. Could it be mental control? Zhao Meiling furrowed her brow. No. After a long silence, Lin Dong shook his head. Having analyzed the situation carefully, he must be possessed by a cat. Possessed? The group was taken aback, having never heard such a concept before. What strange ability was possession? Sun Chang's mind was singularly focused. Unperturbed by mental interference or control. It was akin to a malfunctioning computer, struggling to boot up, let alone be interfered with or controlled. However, possession was akin to connecting to a new host and running a new program. This was a form of restraint for Sun Chang. What do we do? The group frowned, anxiety palpable in their hearts. Outside, the roars grew louder. More zombies were arriving. As Li Xian and Li Yun had exhausted their energy and lost their combat abilities, and Chang Luwei was occupied with Sun Chang, only Lin Dong and the 2 construction workers remained capable of fighting. In their minds, survival seemed a luxury, let alone the prospect of killing a black cat. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened as he grasped the long blade and advanced towards the horde of zombies, his steps steady and strong, his demeanor remaining calm. Facing the swarm alone, he exuded an indomitable presence. Lin Dong's eyes glinted with crimson light as the Zombie King domain unfolded. The overwhelming pressure surged forth like a torrential sea of blood, crashing towards the horde. In an instant, the once frenzied swarm came to a halt as if a pause button had been pressed. Freezing in place, the world fell silent at that moment. Subsequently, some lower-tier zombies exploded, their bodies disintegrating, flesh flying, and blood splattering. Lin Dong wielded his long blade, channeling energy that ignited the fire-type crystal core. A searing aura emanating, whoosh, a torrent of flames erupted, enveloping the elongated blade. Lin Dong, brandishing the blazing weapon, dashed towards the zombie horde, his speed reaching its zenith, leaving trails of afterimages. As he swung the blade, the sound of slicing air resonated, accompanied by a dazzling trail of flames directly severing the heads of the zombies. Wherever the blade passed, blood sprayed forth, instantly evaporated by the flames, transforming into black ash that floated away. In mere moments, Lin Dong had dispatched a multitude of zombies, as if traversing through an uninhabited realm. He swept through the throng like a whirlwind, the area around him formed a vacuum, no zombie daring to approach. With each strike, he shattered zombie skulls or cleaved them in 2. Wherever the long blade points, victory is assured. Li Xian and the others in the rear stood in stunned silence, witnessing the scene before them. Utterly astonished and filled with admiration. How incredibly powerful he is. Is it really possible to slay zombies in such a manner? What unfolded before their eyes had completely shattered their understanding. Chapter 87, The Black Cat. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong continued to eliminate zombies, dispatching over 100 in mere moments. Meanwhile, he silently searched for the location of the black cat. It should not be far from here. Found it. Soon Lin Dong sensed a presence just outside the factory. Beneath a large iron canister. As he raised his gaze, 2 elite zombies charged towards him. With a swift motion, Lin Dong swung his blade, severing their heads, and as the foul blood splattered, 2 brain cores burst forth. The evolution level of these zombies was significant, indicating that the strength of the Zombie King in this area was formidable. Lin Dong pressed forward, slaughtering his way to the factory's exterior, leaving a trail of corpses and rivers of blood in his wake. The outside was dimly lit, as the sun had completely set and the long night was approaching, yet this did not affect Lin Dong. A quick glance revealed a shadowy figure curled up beneath the large iron canister. Indeed, it was the black cat he had seen earlier, motionless as if asleep. This was one of the major drawbacks of possession. Now, its soul resided within Sun Xiuqiang, leaving its body unable to move. However, the number of elite zombies surrounding it had increased, seemingly tasked with protecting the black cat. In the shadows, terrifying faces emerged. Upon discovering his target, Lin Dong no longer held back. With a thought, he unleashed the full extent of his corpse domain. Bang, bang, bang. The nearby zombies burst apart first. The overwhelming pressure reached its peak. Surrounding debris was crushed and deformed. Even the towering iron canister vibrated as if being squeezed by an invisible hand, causing the liquid inside to spray out violently. Below, the silhouette of the black cat curled tightly. Meow. It let out a shrill cry, sensing the crisis befalling its body and decisively abandoning Sun Xiuqiang to return to its own form. However, as the black cat opened its eyes, it saw a tall figure approaching. With each step, the pressure intensified, as if being ground by a millstone. Feeling disheartened, Lin Dong's gaze hardened. The black cat, sensing the aura of death, bristled with fear, its ears perked up and its eyes wide with terror. It attempted to retreat, seeking to flee from this horrifying domain of the dead, yet, given its frail physique, escape was utterly impossible. Lin Dong swung his long knife, cleaving its head with ease, as if slicing through tofu, the sharp blade plunging effortlessly into its skull. A mournful wail escaped the black cat as it collapsed, dark blood gushing from where its skull had been severed. Thus, the battle concluded. Lin Dong retracted the terrifying corpse domain. Despite the immense energy expenditure, he had used approximately 1/10 of his strength in this series of battles. Yet Lin Dong noted a perplexing issue. There was no crystal core within the severed skull of the black cat. What could this mean? He stood still, lost in contemplation. Could it be that the possession was not the black cat awakening its abilities? Perhaps, it could be explained differently. It was possible that another being had attached the black cat's soul to Sun Xiaoqiang, essentially granting the black cat the ability to possess. How strange, Lin Dong mused. Feeling this journey was not in vain, thankfully, he had discovered the truth in time. Had he remained unaware, it might have led to dire consequences, especially for his subordinate tank, who, like Sun Xiaoqiang, belonged to the category of inept yet powerful zombies. Roar! Just as Lin Dong dispatched the black cat, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the region, shaking the very ground as if the entire city trembled in response. Clearly the slaughter at the sugar factory had alarmed the zombie king within the nest. It was certain that a horde of zombies was gathering, charging towards this direction. It was time to leave. Lin Dong had no intention of engaging them in full-scale combat. At least after acquiring the Q virus. He aimed to allow his elite troops to evolve once more, for if the battle were too devastating, even a victorious outcome could provide opportunities for other zombie kings to exploit, not to mention. The tech corporation was currently eyeing them with great interest. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the darkness ahead. Other members of the search team, having sensed the battle, emerged from their hiding spots. Eager to assist in whatever capacity they could, however, the sight before them of Lin Dong standing alone amidst the sea of corpses and shattered debris resembled a scene of devastation wrought by nature itself. Hiss! A few of them gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Inside the factory, Sun Xiaoqiang's cat-like eyes regained their former brilliance, though his expression remained blank, as he had lost part of his memory during the disconnect from his host. Akin to blacking out from alcohol, he could recall nothing. All he felt was pain throughout his body, as if every part was injured. Instinctively he touched his face, feeling the throbbing pain. He was already bruised and battered. What just happened to me? Why do I suddenly feel this pain? Sun Xiaoqiang asked, bewildered. Zhang Luwei assessed him with a scrutinizing gaze. It's nothing, you just fell asleep and took a tumble. Sun Xiaoqiang was taken aback. Then what are these shoe prints on me? We should go, Zhang Luwei insisted. Having heard the furious roars from the center of the zombie nest, the others nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with dread. If they were surrounded by the horde, it would truly be the end. Have all the people been rescued? Sun Xiaoqiang inquired. Let us hurry. Don't fret about it, Zhao Meiling urged. The group quickly departed from the sugar factory. Racing towards the riverbank, fortunately they were on the outskirts of the zombie nest, and before long, the sound of flowing water reached their ears. Yet, under the shroud of darkness, the river ahead was pitch black. Cheng Luwei glanced back. The zombie horde was drawing nearer, the ground trembling slightly, and terrifying figures began to emerge from the distant streets. A few construction workers hurriedly stepped forward, radiating a chilling aura, and, as before, they began to construct an ice bridge. This time, however, the ice bridge had a slight curve resembling a slide. After everyone jumped onto it, they slid across to the opposite bank of the river. This is fun. Sun Xiaoqiang rediscovered the joys of childhood. Once they reached the shore, they quickly dismantled the ice bridge. A few were still alive. The group collectively sighed in relief, especially the search team led by Li Xian, feeling as if they had escaped the jaws of death. Having narrowly evaded calamity, the horrors of the apocalypse were indeed perilous. People lived each day in constant anxiety. On the opposite bank, figures of zombies began to appear, chasing after them to the river's edge. Yet now, the zombies could only gaze longingly at the river, their roars echoing in anger as they expressed their frustration, utterly helpless. The dilapidated sugar factory was completely enveloped in darkness. Kolbal, an elderly voice echoed in the night sky. Hoarse and mournful. A frail old woman emerged from the shadows, her figure stooped and her hair disheveled, but what was most terrifying was her face, half of which was a wrinkled human visage, while the other half bore the horrific countenance of a pitch-black cat. Chapter 88. The climbing tiger. As the old woman called out, receiving no response, she understood well that the black cat was dead. He. Behind the old woman, a series of eerie laughter emerged as a gaunt figure slowly came into view. He was nothing but skin and bones, especially his hands, which were completely devoid of flesh, exposing stark white bones. Good riddance. They're all dead, and that's for the best. No more of their incessant wailing to annoy me. The skeletal zombie grinned, revealing a set of sharp teeth. The old woman glared at him with a mixture of anger and disdain, turning her half-cat face towards him, yet after a moment's contemplation she refrained from lashing out. Humans? There's a lingering scent of them here, just food, nothing to stir up a storm over. However, we must be wary of the zombie king across the river. He has been aggressively expanding his territory and is currently quite formidable. We should be cautious not to draw his attention, the skeletal zombie remarked. The old woman shot him a sidelong glance. Humph, do I need you to tell me? I am already prepared. They cannot cross over. Very well. The skeletal zombie, unwilling to engage further, clearly indicated there was some discord between them, before turning and humming a tune as he walked away. We'll learn to meow together. Meow meow meow. The old woman's terrifying face clenched her teeth in frustration, feeling as though he was deliberately trying to provoke her. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Cheng Luwei, Lin Dong had returned home following his usual routine. He took a hot bath, changed into clean clothes, consumed 2 crystal cores, and poured himself a drink. At this moment, the night had fully descended, and the outside world was engulfed in darkness. Each night, whether it be zombies or mutated beasts, they stirred restlessly, and the city of the apocalypse echoed with continuous roars, with slaughter ongoing. Within Lin Dong's territory, peace was not always the norm, especially in the border areas surrounding North Mountain. The climbing tigers had begun to spread into the city, entwining themselves around the ruins of buildings or climbing atop streetlights. These vines pulsed with a crimson hue, resembling blood vessels, with blood flowing through them. In the darkness, the climbing tigers on the streetlights appeared to come to life, their tendrils moving slowly like serpents. Beneath the streetlight stood a zombie, its clothing tattered and face smeared with blood. Swaying its head obliviously unbeknownst to it, the vines above were silently creeping closer, reaching within a meter of its position. Suddenly, the tendrils lunged forth like a python striking its prey, swiftly ensnaring the neck of a zombie with a swift whoosh. The creature, caught off guard, emitted a frenzied howl, its hands clawing desperately at the constricting vines, yet the tendrils proved remarkably resilient, refusing to yield, and with a powerful tug, they hoisted the zombie aloft as if it were being hanged. The zombie dangled in midair, its legs flailing wildly as it continued to howl in distress. In the next moment, several more tendrils crept forth from the surroundings, piercing into the zombie's body with a squelch. Resembling straws that slurped eagerly at its blood and flesh, dark, viscous blood flowed down the stalks, exuding a sinister hue. This was not an isolated incident. Several other zombies nearby were also targeted by the tendrils. Some ensnared around their waists, others around their ankles. The previously tranquil night was shattered by the cacophony of zombie wails. A distant roar echoed, and the formidable figure of Tank emerged, with narrowed eyes. He struggled to comprehend the situation. Had they come under attack? He rushed forward, grasping the tendrils that bound the zombie, and with a sudden jerk, he tore them apart. With a resounding squelch, the vines were severed. And the dark blood that had been siphoned erupted forth. However, the tendrils were undeterred. Dozens more stealthily approached, seeking to ensnare Tank instead. Some wrapped around his ankles, while others bound his wrists. Yet, the sheer strength of Tank, a hulking mass of muscle, proved too much for the tendrils. With vigorous pulls and yanks, he shattered the vines, sending dark blood spraying in all directions. Realizing their defeat, the tendrils retreated, dragging the other zombies northward. The ordinary zombies sprawled on the ground, desperately crawled forward, but their strength was insufficient to break free from the tendrils, and in the blink of an eye, they were drawn several meters away. Just then, a swift gust of wind heralded an incoming figure. With elongated, razor-sharp claws akin to steel blades, they sliced through the tendrils, liberating the trapped zombies. Xiaoba transformed into a veritable scythe, his claws swinging relentlessly. Wherever he passed, the tendrils shattered into fragments, and dark blood swirled about. The climbing vines, recognizing their disadvantage, retreated like a receding tide into the forest, while Xiaoba and Tank pursued relentlessly, quickly reaching the forest's edge. Yet, despite their efforts, the overwhelming number of tendrils proved too dense, and several zombies were still dragged into the thicket. The zombies seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, their howls fading into the distance until they were ultimately silenced. Tank, unwilling to concede, intended to chase into the forest, but Xiaoba quickly intervened. Hey, don't pursue any further. Tank halted, visibly disgruntled. How dare a mere plant wreak havoc in our domain? I want to go in and eradicate them completely. The vegetation is too dense inside. Do you want to end up like last time, when the boss had to come to your rescue? Xiaoba countered. The mention of the previous embarrassment brought Tank to a moment of clarity. Alright, I'll let them off this time, but what should we do about this? That's simple, Xiaoba replied, calmly assessing the situation. We need to inform the boss. That evening, Lin Dong learned of the incident and was not particularly surprised. He had long suspected that the climbing vines were up to something, encroaching upon his territory. So they actually came. Lin Dong pondered, recognizing that to fend off external threats, internal stability was paramount. The climbing vines would inevitably return. And this matter required thorough resolution. After expending some energy during the battle at the sugar factory earlier that day, Lin Dong chose not to rush but instead rested overnight to restore himself to peak condition. The following morning, he arrived at the scene of the incident, with Tank and Xiaoba respectfully following behind. Boss, it was just like this, and then my little brother got dragged into the thicket. Tank gestured animatedly, attempting to reenact the events to convey clarity. Lin Dong surveyed the area, which lay in ruins, littered with shattered plant roots and dark bloodstains. The marks left by the dragged zombies formed a harrowing trail of blood that stretched toward the forest. In the distance, the lush greenery of the woods concealed numerous clusters of climbing vines, swaying gently in the breeze, appearing as ordinary plants with no signs of abnormality. Lin Dong discerned that the tendrils lacked independent consciousness. They were akin to tentacles, controlled by a central intelligence that lay hidden within the dense forest.